of them went to Switadweepa to have a darshan of Lord Vishnu. Right then, sages like Sanak, Sanadon etc. arrived there. Everybody present there stood up in reverence, but Maina, Dhunya, and Kalawati could not identify who they were, and hence they remained sitting. Not only that, they did not even make any salutations to them. The sages became angry and cursed them to be born as humans in their next birth. Maina, Dhunya, and Kalawati became very afraid and requested to be pardoned. Sages Sanak, feeling pity on them, told that Maina would become the wife of Himalaya in her next birth and give birth to Parvati. Similarly, Dhunya would be married to King Janaka and Sita would be born to them. Similarly, Kalawati would be married to Varishban and Radha would be born to them. Sage Sanak also told them that in this way all three of them would attain to the heaven. Brahma told Narada that after getting married with Maina, Himalaya enjoyed a happy married life for a long time. Once, Lord Vishnu paid a visit to his place, accompanied by all the deities. Himalaya was very pleased by his arrival. After making salutations, he asked for the purpose of their visit. The deities revealed to them that very soon the incarnation of Sati, Parvati, is going to take birth. Therefore, O Himalaya, be prepared for that glorious occasion, said the deities. Himalaya was very pleased at this news. The deities started invocating Uma. Being pleased by the invocation made by the deities, goddess Uma assured the deities about her arrival in this world. She told that her incarnation would take place in the house of Himalaya, and by the virtues of her tremendous penance she would get Lord Shiva as her husband. She also told the deities that she was satisfied by the service of Maina, done to her in the previous life. After being assured, the deities went back satisfied. Birth of Parvati. Himalaya and Maina commenced their penance with the objective of getting Uma as their daughter. Maina did a tremendous penance which lasted for 27 years. Goddess Uma became very pleased by her penance. She appeared before her and asked her to demand anything she wished for. Maina expressed her desire of having 100 valiant sons and a daughter, who would be worshipped by the people in all the three worlds. Goddess Uma blessed her by saying Tathastu. Maina narrated this incident to her husband Himalaya. He became very pleased. In due course of time 100 sons were born to Maina. One of the sons was Manak, who possessed supreme qualities. Due to some reasons, Indra had severed the wings of Manak's 99 brothers, but by taking the refuge of ocean Manak was able to survive the assault of Indra's Vajra. Himalaya and Maina engaged themselves in the worship of Shiva and Shakti, day and night. After some days Parvati manifested herself by taking birth. After her birth the whole mountainous region of Himalaya became illuminated by her radiance. After taking her birth, Parvati gradually started growing up. Very names given to her like Gurja, Uma, and Jagdamba. Himalaya and Maina felt proud of their fate, which had made them the parents of an incarnation. Seeing the childhood plays of Uma, their hearts knew no bounds. One day sage Narada arrived there. Himalaya requested him to study the palm of Parvati, as he was curious to know about her future. After studying the lines of the palm, Narada predicted that Parvati was destined to be the wife of an entity, who would be beyond the reach of all the three qualities. He also revealed to them that her husband would be devoid of any flaws and would be self-born Rudra. Narada told Himalaya that to have Rudra as her husband, Parvati will have to accomplish great austerities and penance. Narada then went away. When Uma had attained the marriageable age, Maina requested her husband a suitable bridegroom for her. Himalaya told her that the words of Narada would never go in vain, hence Uma should be asked to do penance, so that she could have Rudra as her husband. But Maina was disinclined in forcing her tender daughter, Parvati, into such hardships like penance. Parvati then told Maina about her dream, in which she had seen a Brahmin instructing her to do penance in order to have Rudra as her husband. Maina told Himalaya about Parvati's dream. Himalaya then revealed to Maina about his own dream, in which he had seen Lord Shiva doing penance at Kailash mountain. He had tried to give Parvati to him was unwillingly to have her service. But Shiva ultimately changed his mind after being satisfied by Parvati's replies. Himalaya said, I saw in my dream that Parvati had pleased Shiva by her tremendous penance, and ultimately both of them got married. Maina was satisfied and waited eagerly for that auspicious moment. The birth of Bom Mars. Once, when the Ganas of Shiva praised the glory of Mother Sati, Lord Shiva became overjoyed just like an ordinary human being. In his joy, he traveled all around the three world without any clothes on his body. He returned back to Kailash and went into meditation. While he was engrossed in his samadhi, 3 drops of perspiration originated from his forehead fell down on the earth. From those drops manifested a very beautiful infant, who was of reddish complexion and who had 4 arms. Seeing the child, Lord Shiva became concerned about his upbringing. Right then, Mother Earth manifested and Lord Shiva entrusted the job of child's upbringing. The child was brought up by Mother Earth with great love and care. The child was named Bom as he was nurtured and brought up by Bhumi. When the child grew up, he went to Kashi and did a tremendous penance to please Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva became pleased with him and blessed him by granting him Mangaloka, which was superior even to the Shukraloka. The same Bhama is established in the solar system by the name of Mars. Shiva arrives at Himalaya and conversation with Parvati. One day Lord Shiva, accompanied by his Ganas like Baitringi, Nandi, etc., arrived at Himalaya, with the purpose of doing penance. When Parvati father Himalaya came to know about his arrival, he went to receive him. After he had made his salutations to Shiva, he was instructed by Shiva to see that he is not disturbed while doing his penance. Himalaya made all the necessary arrangements so that Lord Shiva could perform his penance without being disturbed. One day Himalaya arrived at the place where Lord Shiva was doing his penance. Parvati too came along with him. Himalaya requested him to keep Parvati, so that she could be at his service. Lord Shiva declined to keep her with him, fearing her presence might cause hindrance in the path of his penance. Now, Himalaya became very concerned about his daughter's future and wondered whether Parvati would remain unmarried. When Parvati saw her father becoming worried by Shiva's response, she decided to intervene. She said to Lord Shiva, I am Prakriti and you are the Purusha. You exist in the Sagun form because of me. In my absence, you will find it impossible even to exist. Lord Shiva was impressed by her knowledge. He allowed her to be present near her. Himalaya and Parvati became very pleased. Parvati used to come daily at the place where Lord Shiva was doing his penance. Her companions too used to come along. She used to engage herself in the worship of Lord Shiva with great devotion. Though Lord Shiva was very much impressed by her devotion, but he decided that he won't marry her until she has proved her mettle by her tremendous penance. The deities were tormented by a demon named Tarakasur. They went to Lord Brahma to seek his help. Lord Brahma sends Kamadeva to disturb the samadhi of Shiva, so that being influenced by him Shiva married Parvati and ultimately kills Tarakasur. This attempt of Brahma was unsuccessful. Shiva burned Kamadeva with the help of his third eye. Parvati then redoubled her effort to attract the attention of Shiva by engaging herself in a tremendous penance. The birth of Vajrang. Narada was curious to know about Tarakasur. He asked Brahma to narrate his tale. Brahma said, Kashyapa the son of Marishi, had 13 wives. Dithi was the eldest among them. She was the mother of Hiranyakashipu and Hiranyaksha. Both her sons were killed by Lord Vishnu in his incarnations of Nrsimha and Varha respectively. Dithi became very sad by the death of her sons. After some time she again became pregnant, but the foetus was destroyed by Indra's weapon Vajra in the womb itself. However, Indra was not able to destroy the foetus completely, but was only successful in dividing the foetus into 49 parts. These 49 parts, later on became famous as Marad Ganas. Again Dithi gave birth of Vajrang, who was very valiant and brave. When he grew up, Dithi ordered him to defeat the deities. With his mother's permission and blessings, Vajrang defeated the deities and held them captive. He fastened all the deities with strings and himself became the king of heaven. Seeing the pitiable state of the deities, I went to Vajrang accompanied by Kashyapa and requested him to free the deities. Vajrang agreed to free them but said he did not have any aspiration of becoming the king of heaven, he only wanted to teach a lesson to Indra. Vajrang returned the heaven to the deities. Later on the married Varangi who had been created by me. While Vajrang was of virtuous nature, Varangi was met. Birth of Tarakasur and his penance. Varangi gave birth to Tarakasur, the valiant and brave demon. During the time of his birth, the world was affected by inauspicious events like earthquakes, cyclones etc. His name Tarakasur was given by Kashyapa. After he grew up, Tarakasur went to Madhyavan to do penance. His tremendous penance scarred the deities. Becoming pleased by his penance, Lord Brahma appeared before him and asked him to demand anything. Tarakasur demanded 2 boons. There should be no man as powerful as him, and except Shiva's son nobody should be able to kill him. Lord Brahma blessed him by saying Tathastu. After receiving the boons, Tarakasur returned back to Ranadpur and was crowned as the king by Shukrakarya. He then defeated the deities and drove them out from the heaven. Now it came under the rule of the demons. After being driven away from the heaven, the deities went to Lord Brahma to seek his help. They asked him as to how they could get rid of this menace called Tarakasur. Brahma revealed to the deities that Tarakasur could be killed only by such a person, whose parents are Shiva and Parvati. He also advised them to make efforts, so that Shiva agrees to marry Parvati. Lord Brahma then went to Tarakasur, who had now become the king of heaven, and tried to convince him to return it back to the deities. Tarakasur agreed to relinquish the heaven and give it back to the deities. The deities went back to the heaven. Kamadeva reduced to ashes by Shiva. Lord Brahma told Narada that the deities decided to send Kamadeva to influence Lord Shiva so that the marriage between him and Parvati is felicitate. Indra called Kamadeva and told him that the demon king Tarakasur could be killed only by such a person who was the son of Shiva and Parvati. Indra instructed Kamadeva to arouse passion in Lord Shiva, so that he agrees to marry Parvati. Kamadeva, accompanied by his wife Rati, went to Lord Shiva to accomplish his mission. After reaching the place where Lord Shiva was engrossed in his meditation, Kamadeva made repeated attempts to arouse passion in the heart of Lord Shiva, but his actions were no avail. Right then, Kamadeva saw Parvati arriving accompanied by her companions. She was looking divine in her beauty. Just at that moment Lord Shiva too had come out of his meditational trance. Kamadeva thought that it was the most appropriate moment to have a go. Kamadeva struck Lord Shiva with his Kamabana, which did have a deep impact on him. Lord Shiva was struck by the awesome beauty of Parvati and his heart became full of passion for her. But at the same time he was surprised at the sudden change in his behavior. He realized that it was an act of Kamadeva. Lord Shiva looked all around him. He saw Kamadeva standing towards his left side, with a bow and arrows in his hands. Now he was fully convinced that it was indeed an act of Kamadeva. Kamadeva became terrified, he started remembering God, but before the deities could come at his rescue the third eye of Lord Shiva got opened and Kamadeva was reduced to ashes. Parvati got scarred after seeing Lord Shiva in such a destructive anger. She went to her house along with her companions. Rati, the wife of Kamadeva, wept unconsolably. The deities arrived and consoled her by saying that by the grace of Lord Shiva, her husband would be alive once again. After that the deities went near Lord Shiva and did his worship. They told him that it was not the fault of Kamadeva, as he had acted in accordance with the aspirations of the deities. They also told him the mystery of Tarakasur's death. The deities then requested him to make Kamadeva alive once again. Lord Shiva told the deities that Kamadeva would take birth as the son of Krishna and Rukmini in the era of Dwapar. A demon by the name of Shambar would throw him off in the sea. He would kill that demon and marry Rati, who too would be living in a city near the sea. But the deities were not satisfied. They requested Lord Shiva to help Rati to unite with her husband. Lord Shiva then told them that Kamadeva would become his Gana, but he also warned them against revealing this fact to anybody. Rati then went to the city where the demon Shambar was expected to appear in the era of Dwapar. The deities too went back to the heaven. Lord Shiva's anger did not subside after the death of Kamadeva, and the whole world started to feel the wrath of Lord Shiva's fury. All the living creatures became terrified. They went to Lord Brahma and prayed to him, to save them from Shiva's wrath. Lord Brahma went to Lord Shiva and conveyed their request to him. Lord Shiva agreed to relinquish his anger. Lord Brahma then carried Shiva's fury to the sea and went to the sea. He requested the sea to possess it until the final annihilation. The sea agreed to do this. This way Lord Shiva's fury entered into the sea and all the living creatures felt a sign of relief. Narada preaches Parvati does penance. When Parvati reached her home, she became very sad as she was unable to bear the sorrow of Shiva's separation. Sage Narada arrived there. Her father Himalaya narrated the whole story to him. Sage Narada then gave the 5-lettered mantra, Om Namah Shivaya to her, and he also instructed her to do penance. Parvati's heart was filled up with new enthusiasm. After taking the permission of her parents and relinquishing all of her ornaments and royal apparels, Parvati went to the same place where Lord Shiva himself had done penance. This sacred place was situated at the Himalayas, from where the holy Ganges originated. Parvati companions too had accompanied her. Parvati commenced her penance, which gradually became severer day by day. She did penance for 3,000 years by chanting the 5-lettered mantra Om Namah Shivaya and performing other kinds of austerities. Becoming impressed by her tremendous penance, even the deities flocked to see her. Parvati did her penance, surrounded by fire on all her sides during summer. In rainy season she did her penance without any shelter, and during winter she used to do penance by immersing herself in neck-deep water. Parvati's power created such heat in the atmosphere that the whole world started to burn. All the deities and sages went to Lord Brahma and told him about the effects Parvati's penance was having on all the 3 worlds. Lord Brahma, accompanied by all of them, went to Vishnu. They visited the place where Parvati was doing her penance. They realized that Lord Shiva was the only remedy, and hence all of them went to Lord Shiva and made salutations to him. Lord Shiva inquired about the purpose of their arrival. Lord Vishnu then revealed to him that how distressed and tormented were the deities by the activities of the demon, Tarakasur. He also told Shiva that he could be killed by such a person, who is born out of the parentage of Shiva and Parvati. Lord Vishnu then told Shiva about Parvati's penance. Initially Lord Shiva refused to comply with their request, but when the deities continued with their insistence, he ultimately gave his consent. The deities became very pleased. Parvati's love for Shiva tested by Saptarishis and Shiva. After the deities went back, Lord Shiva summoned the Saptarishis and instructed them to test Parvati's love for him. The Saptarishis went to Parvati and tested her resolve to marry Lord Shiva. They tried to deter her by all means, but Parvati was firm in her resolve. They went back to Lord Shiva and narrated the whole story. Lord Shiva then himself went to Parvati in the guise of a Brahmin. Parvati, on seeing a Brahmin, welcomed her with full honor. Shiva asked Parvati as to why was she doing penance. Parvati told him that she wanted to have Shiva as her husband. Lord Shiva, who was in the guise of a Brahmin, started cursing Shiva to see how Parvati reacted to it. Parvati replied that in spite of her penance Shiva did not appear, so she has decided to give up her life in burning pyre. After saying like this, Parvati requested the Brahmin to go back and she herself entered into the burning pyre but remained unharmed. Lord Shiva was very pleased to see her firm resolve and devotion. He again asked her as to what was the purpose behind doing such a tremendous penance. Parvati told the Brahmin, who in reality was Shiva himself, that she wanted to have Shiva as her husband at any cost. She said, "You say that Lord Shiva does not possess anything, not even wealth. He does not put on clothes on his body. You also say that he is not fit to be a bridegroom of me. But all of your utterances prove your mean intelligence." Parvati, continuing with her statements, said that Shiva was the most capable deity in all the 3 worlds. "There is no sin greater than condemning Shiva," said Parvati. As Shiva, who was in the guise of Brahmin, was about to say something, Parvati said to one of her companions, "This condemner should be killed. If this is not possible, then we must leave this place at once. As she was about to leave that place, Lord Shiva revealed his true identity and by holding her hand said, "You have been my wife since time immemorial, where are you going?" Parvati became very pleased and her heart was filled up with extreme joy. She requested him to take to her father regarding their marriage. Lord Shiva agreed. He went back to Kailash mountain and narrated the whole story to his Ganas, Nandi, Bhairav etc. Everyone became very happy and awaited eagerly for the day Shiva would marry Parvati. Shiva demanded Parvati as his consort. Parvati, after successfully accomplishing her penance, came back to her home. Everybody was happy at her arrival. After some time, Himalaya went out to take his bath in the river Ganges. Meanwhile, Lord Shiva arrived in his appearance of Nataraj and started dancing in front of Parvati's mother Maina. She was so pleased by his dance that she wanted to present jewels to him in appreciation, but Shiva refused to take them. He expressed his desire to marry Parvati, which made Maina furious. In the meantime, Himalaya arrived and she informed him what Shiva had said. He became angry too and ordered his attendants to drive away Nataraj from that place. Shiva then showed his divine appearance, due to which Himalaya had the vision of Lord Vishnu and Parvati sitting by the side of Lord Shiva in him. Himalaya was very surprised. Lord Shiva again demanded Parvati to be made as his consort, but Himalaya in his ignorance again refused it. Nataraj then returned back to his abode. After Shiva went back, Himalaya had a feeling that perhaps it was Lord Shiva himself, who had arrived in the appearance of Nataraj. He realized what a grave blunder had been committed. Because of their guilt consciousness, both Maina and Himalaya felt the germination of devotion in their heart. Indra and the other deities became afraid when they saw both Himalaya and Maina having deep devotion towards Lord Shiva. They apprehended that if Himalaya happily agrees to marry Parvati with Shiva, then he would no longer live on the earth, he would attain salvation. His departure would make the earth devoid of jewels and other kinds of wealth. To prevent this from happening, they went to Brihaspati and requested him to influence Himalaya's mind by condemning Shiva. But Brihaspati refused to comply. The deities then went to Lord Brahma and made the same request. Brahma refused to meet their demand. Now the deities went to Lord Shiva and requested him not to marry Parvati, as it would make the earth devoid of all kinds of wealth. Lord Shiva, feeling pity, agreed to help them. Lord Shiva went to Himalaya in the guise of a hermit and started cursing himself. Maina was deeply influenced by the hermit's word and decided not to marry Parvati with Shiva. She also threatened to give up her life along with Parvati if Parvati was married with Shiva against her wish. Lord Shiva summoned the Saptarishis and instructed them to convince Maina and Himalaya to marry Parvati with him, so that Tarakasur could be killed. He feared that his actions would have created many misconceptions in their minds. The Saptarishis went to Himalaya and tried to make him, so that Tarakasur could be killed. He feared that his actions would have created many misconceptions in their minds. The Saptarishis went to Himalaya and tried to make him understand that there was not any other way out than marrying Parvati with Shiva. They also warned both Himalaya and Maina if they did not give their consent to marry Parvati with Shiva, then she would be forcibly abducted by him, causing death and destruction to their whole clan. The Saptarishis then narrated the following story. Anaranya, the king. There was a king named Anaranya, who belonged to the lineage of 14th Manu in Drasavarni. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. He had 5 queens, from whom 100 sons and a very beautiful daughter named Padma were born. When Padma grew up, the king started looking for a suitable match. One day while Padma was taking her bath in the Bhadra river, sage Pipalata arrived there. He became enchanted by Padma's beauty. After gathering informations about her from the people, he went to King Anaranya and expressed his wish to marry Padma. He threatened him of dire consequences if she was not married to her. Anaranya became frightened and gave his daughter to him. Sage Pipalata happily went away accompanied by Padma. But both the king and the queen went to the forest because of the sorrow of giving their young daughter to an old sage. The queen died because of her grief. The king, because of his deep devotion towards Shiva, attained to the abode of Shiva. Padma and Pippalad. On the request of Himalayas, sage Vashishtha, who was one of the Saptarishis, narrated the story of Padma the princess and sage Pippalad. At the time of his marriage, sage Pippalad was old and weak, but still Padma devotedly performed the duties of a faithful wife. To test her faithfulness towards her husband, Dharmaraj arrived at the bank of that river where Padma was taking her bath. He was in the guise of a young and handsome prince. He coaxed Padma to leave behind her old husband and come along with him. Padma became furious and cursed him. Dharmaraj became very pleased and revealed his true identity. He also asked as to how the effects of her curse could be nullified. Padma told her that his sins would result in having 4 legs during the era of Satya, but they reduced to 3 during the era of Treta, which would again reduce to 2 legs during the era of Dwapar, and ultimately he would have only 1 leg during the era of Kali. Padma also told her that even his single leg would disappear during the ending phase of Kali. This would appropriately act as an atonement for your sins, said Padma. Dharmaraj blessed her by saying that she would have 10 sons and also that her husband would possess youth and long life for eternity. After listening to this story, Himalaya agreed to marry Parvati with Shiva. The Saptarishis then went back to Lord Shiva and gave the good news to him. Himalaya then requested sage Garga to prepare a beautiful Lagnapatrikas which were then sent to his near and dear ones. He then requested Vishvakarma to construct a beautiful mandap for the marriage, which was constructed by him in a very short time. Lord Shiva's marriage procession divine plays. Lord Shiva invited all of his Ganas to the marriage ceremony. He also instructed sage Narada to intimate all the deities, sages, and the celestial entities. After getting the invitation from Shiva, everybody started making preparations to be a part of Shiva's marriage procession. The 7 mothers Brahma, Maheshvari, Kamari, Vaishnavi, Varahi, Indri, and Kamanda dressed him up beautifully. Shiva then performed all the necessary karmas to pacify the planet. At last this wonderful marriage procession of Shiva proceeded towards the in-laws' house. Shiva proceeded with his marriage procession, which consisted of crores of his Ganas and deities like Vishnu who were boarded on their vehicles. Even Narada and Lord Brahma were present in his marriage procession. First of all, Shiva sent Narada to Himalaya's house to inform him about their arrival. Himalaya sent his son Manak to receive them. When Maina saw that the marriage procession was coming, she curiously told Narada about her desire to see her son-in-law. Shiva understood the arrogance which her desire contained. He wanted to teach her a lesson. He sent all the deities one by one. Maina mistook each one of them to be Shiva, but was later informed by Narada that in fact they were not Shiva but the attendants of Shiva. Maina was very delighted and wondered how handsome the master must be, if the attendants were so handsome. Right then Shiva arrived with his Ganas, his body coated with ashes on it. His Ganas too were looking ferocious. Maina could not bear this horrible sight and lost her consciousness. The maidservants arrived instantaneously and helped Maina to regain her consciousness. She started crying and cursing everybody she thought was responsible for her daughter's marriage with Shiva. Nobody was spared: Narada, the Saptarishis, and even her own sons. She even admonished Parvati by saying, "Did you do severe penance to get such a horrible husband like this?" Lord Brahma and Narada tried to console and convince her, but it was of no avail. When Himalaya tried to intervene, he was soundly rebuked. Maina threatened him that if this marriage took place then it would be the last day of her life. At last Lord Vishnu arrived and tried to pacify her anger by saying that her anger was baseless as she had not seen the real appearance of Shiva, which bestows benediction. Lord Vishnu and Narada then eulogized Shiva, who on being pleased showed his most enchanting beauty. Maina now became fully satisfied. Himalaya too felt proud of her daughter's good fortune. At last Shiva entered the mandap where marriage ceremony was going to be organized. He saw Parvati sitting there. Both of them were very delighted to see each other. After the marriage ceremony was over, Sage Garg helped Himalaya in performing the rite of Kanyadan, amidst the chantings of Vedic mantras. The women were singing auspicious songs. Himalaya presented large quantities of dowry to Shiva. Parvati's companions were engaged with Shiva in jocular and humorous conversation. Rati, the wife of Kamadeva, seeing the moment opportune, arrived and requested Shiva to bring back her dead husband back to life. Her wailings made the other goddesses very sympathetic towards her. They too requested Shiva to make her dead husband back to life. Feeling pity on her condition, Shiva brought back Kamadeva back to life from the ashes which Rati had given to him. On seeing her husband alive, Rati's heart was filled up with extreme joy. Both of them eulogized Lord Shiva and expressed their gratitude. After the marriage ceremony was over, the marriage processionists sought the permission of Himalaya to make a move, but he requested them to remain there for some more days. Shiva's departure with Parvati to Kailash. Shiva remained at his in-laws' house for many days. One day he sought the permission of Himalaya to go back. Everybody became sad at the prospect of Shiva's departure. Especially Maina, who was very saddened by this news. At last it was time for Shiva to depart for Kailash, accompanied by Parvati. Lord Shiva and Parvati were blissfully enjoying their martial status, unaware of the eagerness with which the deities were awaiting the arrival of their progeny. Tarakasur, the demon, continued tormenting the deities. When their miseries became unbearable, they went to Lord Brahma to seek their help. All of them then went to Lord Vishnu. They told him that even after passing of such a long duration of time, Parvati and Shiva had not yet become parents. They requested Lord Vishnu to remind Shiva about the purpose behind his marriage. Initially Lord Vishnu showed his disinclination to disturb Shiva's martial bliss, but when the deities insisted, he went to Shiva accompanied by all of them. All of them eulogized Shiva and Parvati. The deities then requested Shiva to make his contribution in the destruction of Tarakasur. Shiva understood everything. Some drops of his semen fell down on the ground. On being insisted by the deities, Agni transformed appeared in the form of a pigeon and pecked up those drops of semen. Right then Parvati arrived there and became extremely furious on seeing the semen going waste. She cursed the deities that their respective wives would remain issueless as the consequences of their mindless acts. Agni was having inflammation in his stomach because of the Shiva semen. Lord Shiva advised him to transfer it into the womb of any noble woman. Agni followed the instruction and injected the semen into the body of 6 women through the pores of the hair on their body. Those women could not bear the extreme luster of the Shiva semen. They went to Himachal and evacuated it. Even Himachal could not bear its extreme effulgence and immersed it into the flowing Ganga. River Ganga carried it with her current and established it amidst bushes of reed. Instantaneously a beautiful child manifested from it. His birth made all the deities extremely joyous, including Shiva and Parvati. It was the 6th day of the Hindu month of Margashirsha. He was Kartikeya. Sage Vishvamitra arrived at the spot where the child had manifested. On the repeated insistence of the child, Vishvamitra performed his purification rites and named him Guha. The divine child blessed Vishvamitra and bestowed divine knowledge to him. He also blessed him to become famous as Brahmarshi. Agnideva arrived there and gave a divine weapon named Shakti to that child. Guha went to the Krancha mountain and banged his weapon on it. The mountain could not bear the effect of the blow and started crumbling down. Innumerable demons living on that mountain came to kill him. But the child killed all of them by his weapon. When Indra heard about his bravery, he came along with other deities to fight him. Indra assaulted Guha with his Vajra on the right side of his body, which resulted into the manifestation of a very powerful entity named Shuk. Indra again assaulted him on the left side of his body, from which manifested an extremely powerful entity named Vishak. Indra assaulted Guha for the 3rd time. This time his chest was the target. From this 3rd blow of Indra manifested Nagam. Guha, accompanied by all the 3 powerful entities Shuk, Vishak, and Nagam, attacked Indra and his army, but they fled away. 6 goddesses arrived on the scene. All of them tried to feed that small child out of affection. They started quarreling among themselves. Right then they were surprised to see the child appearing with 6 heads. Now their problems were solved. Each of the goddesses fed their breast milk to the child. They took Guha with them and brought him up with great love and care. Guha later on became famous as Kartikeya. One day, Parvati curiously asked Shiva about his semen which had fallen on the ground. Lord Shiva summoned the deities and asked them about it. The deities narrated the whole story. Both Shiva and Parvati were very pleased to know about Kartikeya. Lord Shiva then ordered his Ganas to bring Kartikeya from the possession of Kritika. The Ganas reached Bhadrakasharama where Kritika lived. When Kritika saw the Ganas she became very frightened, but Kartikeya gave him solace. The Ganas requested Kartikeya to come along with him. Kartikeya happily took permission from his mothers and proceeded to meet Shiva and Parvati. At the time of Kartikeya's departure, the mothers had become very emotional. Kartikeya consoled them. He then boarded the beautiful chariot which had been sent by Parvati and proceeded towards Kailash mountain. All the deities including Shiva were eagerly awaiting his arrival. When Kartikeya reached Kailash mountain, he was given a royal reception. The whole atmosphere was filled up with joy. Everybody was celebrating. Each of the deities presented him their respective weapons to him. Lord Shiva coronated him as the king with the help of the Brahmin. This way he had now become the lord of Kailashpuri. Kartikeya narrated a story connected with himself. One day a Brahmin, whose name was Narada, came to me and requested me to help him find his he-goat which had got lost. He told me that the goat was supposed to be offered as the sacrifice. If the goat was not found, my vow would remain unfulfilled. Said Narada. I went in search of that goat. I found it in the Vishnuloka where it was creating nuisance. When the goat saw me, it tried to attack me with its sharp horns. I climbed on its back. After traveling through all the three worlds, the goat returned back to his original place. I climbed down from its back. Narada arrived and demanded his goat. I told him that his yajna had been accomplished by my blessings and there was no need to sacrifice the poor goat. Narada, the Brahmin, went back satisfied. Killing of Tarakasur. The deities were very encouraged by the presence of Kartikeya amidst themselves. They were beaming with confidence and enthusiasm. The deities assembled at the seashore. Tarakasur arrived there with his huge army. The battle began. Tarakasur appeared to be invincible. His blow was so severe that Indra fell down unconscious. All the Lokpalas met the same fate. After that Tarakasur fought with Virbharta and made him unconscious. Even Lord Vishnu could not sustain for long and was ultimately defeated. Lord Brahma requested Kartikeya to fight with Tarakasur as nobody except him would be able to kill him. On being instructed by Lord Brahma, Kartikeya came forward to fight with Tarakasur. Tarakasur ridiculed the deities for taking the shield of a small child. If he gets killed by me, the responsibility should lie on you. Thundered Tarakasur. A fierce battle started between both of them in which both of them got injured. At last, seeing an opportune moment, Kartikeya hit Tarakasur on his chest with his weapon Shakti. The blow proved to be fatal and as a result Tarakasur died. Kartikeya's feat was hailed by all the deities. After killing Tarakasur, Kartikeya went to Mother Parvati, who affectionately took him into her lap. He was eulogized by all the deities. Killings of Pralam and Banasar. The mountain, Krunk, who was tormented by the activities of the demon named Banasar, went to Kartikeya and narrated his woeful tales. Kartikeya threw his weapon, Shakti, in the direction which Banasar lived. The weapon banged right on target and returned back to him. Banasar was burned to ashes. Krunk went back being very pleased. The mountain, Krunk, established 3 Shivalingas to please Lord Shiva. The names of these 3 Shivalingas were Kumareshwar, Pratijeshwar, and Kapaleshwar. Once upon a time, the deities were trying to reach the abode of Lord Shiva, Kailash mountain. Their preceptor Brihaspati was walking ahead of all of them. Meanwhile, a demon by the name of Pralam started creating turbulence. After being tormented by his activities, Kumad, son of Shashnag, took Kartikeya's refuge. Kartikeya killed the demon with his divine weapon, Shakti. Ganesh. Once Narada had a desire to listen to the tales of Ganesha. Brahma replied. There were various Ganeshas in different kalpas. During the period of Shvetakalpa, Ganesha was born to Shiva and Parvati, when they went to Kailash mountain shortly after their marriage. Once while going to take her bath, Parvati instructed Nandi to stand guard at the entrance and not to allow anybody to enter the premise without her permission. Lord Shiva arrived there by chance. Despite of Nandi's refusal to allow him, he went inside. Parvati did not like this. One day it happened so that once again, Parvati wanted to take her bath. She made an idol from the dirt of her body. She made the idol alive and instructed him not to allow anybody without her permission. She also gave him a stick for his protection. Incidentally, Lord Shiva arrived once again. He tried to enter inside but Ganesha refused to let him go inside. But when Shiva tried to go inside forcibly, Ganesha hit him with his stick. Lord Shiva became furious and ordered his Ganas to kill him. The Ganas of Shiva attacked Ganesha but all of them were no match for him. After being defeated by Ganesha, the Shivaganyas went to Shiva and narrated everything. While the Shivaganyas were narrating their stories, Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and some other deities arrived there. Lord Brahma then went to Ganesha to convince him, but as soon as Ganesha saw him he tried to attack Lord Brahma. Brahma came back without achieving anything. After this Lord Shiva himself came to fight Ganesha. Shiva severs Ganesha's head later given. Elephant head. A fierce battle was fought between Shiva and Ganesha. When Lord Shiva realized that Ganesha was dominating the fight, he severed his head with his trishul. Parvati became extremely furious at the death of Ganesha. Her anger resulted into the manifestation of innumerable goddesses, who started creating havoc on the deities. The deities became frightened and they were forced to take the refuge of Parvati. They eulogized her and requested to be pardoned. Parvati told them that they could be saved only when Ganesha becomes alive and becomes worshipable just like the deities went to Lord Shiva and requested him to make Ganesha alive once again. Lord Shiva instructed them to go in the northern direction and bring the head of any creature they might find and join it with the trunk of Ganesha. The deities followed the instruction and went in the northern direction. They found an elephant which had only one tusk. They severed the elephant's head and joined it with the trunk of Ganesha. By the blessings of Shiva, Ganesha became alive once again. The deities worshipped Ganesha and returned back to their respective abodes. Ganesha's marriage. Both Kartikeya and Ganesha grew up to become handsome youths in due course of time. Shiva and Parvati started to think about their marriage. When Ganesha and Kartikeya came to know about the plan of their marriage, both of them started quarreling among themselves as to who should get married first. Lord Shiva and Parvati devised a plan to sort out this problem. They told them that whoever between them return after circumambulating the earth, will get married first of all. Kartikeya and Ganesha agreed. Kartikeya proceeded on his journey to circumambulate the earth. Ganesha was very intelligent. He requested his parents, Lord Shiva and Parvati, to sit at a place together and circumambulated them for 7 times and said, according to Veda, circumambulating one's parents give virtues equivalent to that of circumambulating the whole earth. So now you must get me married first. Lord Shiva and Parvati were very impressed by his intelligence. They decided to get him married with Sthi and Rudhi, the daughter of Vishvarup Prajapati. In due course of time 2 sons were born to them, Kashyam and Labite. While Kartikeya was returning after circumambulating the whole earth, he met sage Narada on the way. He told Kartikeya about Ganesha's marriage. Kartikeya became very sad and felt like having been cheated by their parents. When Kartikeya reached Kailash mountain, he made salutations to Lord Shiva and Parvati and without saying anything, went to Krunk mountain to do his penance. Parvati was very sad. She went to Krunk mountain to meet Kartikeya accompanied by Shiva. When Kartikeya saw them coming, he moved to another place. Lord Shiva and Parvati followed him and ultimately met him. Both these places have religious significance. Having a darshan of Kartikeya on the full moon day of Kritika Nakashatra is considered to bestows immense auspicious and destroys all the sins of a man. Yudkund. Tripurasur, the 3 demons. Narada requested Lord Brahma to narrate how Lord Shiva annihilated the demons. Lord Brahma narrated the tale of Tripurasur. After the killing of Tarakasur, 3 of his sons started doing their penance. The eldest among them was Tarkasha, younger to him was Vidyanmali, and Kamalaksha was the youngest. I became very pleased by their tremendous penance. They requested me to create 3 invincible forts for them, which should be full of all kinds of wealth and splendor and which nobody could be able to break. A golden fort was constructed for Taraksha, for Kamlaksha a fort of silver was constructed, and for Vidyanmali iron fort was constructed. I had ordered the demon named Maya to construct these forts. One of these forts was constructed in the sky, the other was constructed on the earth, and the third was constructed in the nether world. After constructing the forts for them, Maya took the responsibility of protecting them. I warned the 3 demons that they would be killed by Lord Shiva. After this I came back. The 3 demon brothers started tormenting the deities. The deities went to Lord Brahma and narrated about their miseries. Lord Brahma instructed them to seek the help of Shiva. They went to Lord Shiva and explained about their woes. They also requested Shiva to eliminate those 3 demons. Lord Shiva instructed them to go to Lord Vishnu and said, "The Tripurasurs are very virtuous, so they could not be killed. You all must go to Lord Vishnu and try to seek his help." The deities then went to Lord Vishnu and made the same request. Lord Vishnu performed an oblation. Thousands of armed spirits appeared from the Yagyakunda. Lord Vishnu sent these spirits to kill the 3 demon brothers. But these spirits were no match for the Tripurasurs' might, and they had to run for their lives. They came to Lord Vishnu and narrated the whole story. Lord Vishnu became very worried. He sent back all the deities and started thinking about the means Tripurasurs could be killed. Lord Vishnu came to the conclusion that the Tripurasurs could not be killed till they remain virtuous and religious. He then created an illusionary entity from his body who had no hairs on his head. He had worn dirty clothes and a bag was hanging down his shoulder. He also had a broom in his head. The entity asked Lord Vishnu about the purpose of his existence and his name. Lord Vishnu told him that his name was Arihan. He also instructed him to create a scripture which stresses upon the importance of action and which is different from the rituals explained in the Vedas. Lord Vishnu specifically instructed him to keep the language of that scripture as simple and degenerated as possible. Lord Vishnu then preached Arihan on the science of illusion, which stressed that the heaven or the hell does not exist anywhere else, but on this earth itself. Lord Vishnu instructed Arihan to get Tripurasurs initiated into with this philosophy so that the demon brothers become irreligious. Vishnu ordered Arihan to make his residence in a desert with his disciples. "You should propagate your philosophy when Kali Yuga arrives," said Lord Vishnu. After giving his instruction, Lord Vishnu disappeared. Arihan then created 4 illusionary entities from his bane who were supposed to act as his followers. Their names were Rishi, Yati, Kirya and Upadhyaya. Now the time had arrived to enter the forts of Tripurasurs. All of them entered the forts and in a gradual manner started increasing their influence. As a result, the Tripurasurs became irreligious. Not only that, their subjects too became irreligious in a very short time. When the deities saw that the Tripurasurs had become irreligious completely, they went to Lord Shiva and requested him to kill Tripurasurs. Right then Mother Parvati arrived there accompanied by Kartik and Ganesha. She requested Shiva to come along with her into the palace. All the deities followed them and kept on requesting. The deities were angry that Parvati had caused obstacles in the fulfillment of their objective. They could not conceal their anger and expressed it. One of the Ganas of Shiva, whose name was Kumhodar, angrily attacked the deities. All of them got injured and went to Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu advised them to chant the 5-lettered mantra, Om Namah Shivaya, for 1 crore times. The deities followed the instruction. Lord Shiva became pleased and appeared before them. He assured the deities that their wishes would be fulfilled. Killings of Tripurasurs. When Shiva agreed to kill the demon brothers Tripurasur, the deities became extremely joyous. They gave their respective weapons to Shiva, so that he did not have any difficulty in killing the demons. Vishvakarma gave his beautiful chariot to him. Lord Shiva proceeded towards the forts of Tripurasur followed by a huge army of the deities. His army entered the forts of his bow, but he was not able to release it. He remained in this position for 1000 years, but still he was not successful in releasing his arrow. Lord Shiva then worshipped Ganesha and heard a heavenly voice instructing him to use his weapon, Pashupat. Lord Shiva released it in the direction of the forts of Tripurasur. All the 3 forts were destroyed by the assault of Pashupat, and it created havoc among the demons. Seeing death and destruction all around them, Tripurasurs prayed to Lord Shiva to have mercy on them. Lord Shiva assured them that after their death they would be born as his Ganas. At last Tripurasurs were burned to death. Maya was the only demon who survived. After their death the Tripurasurs were privileged to be reborn as the Ganas of Shiva. After the killings of 3 demons Tripurasur, Lord Shiva's anger had still not subdivided. The anger was pacified only after the deities and the sages prayed to him. He blessed the deities by saying that he would always be present on their side to protect them. Maya, who had survived the Shiva's attack, arrived there, and he too was blessed by Lord Shiva. After that Arihan arrived with his followers and worshipped Shiva. Lord Shiva blessed him and his followers. After taking permission from Lord Vishnu, Arihan proceeded towards a desert region accompanied by his followers. After receiving the boon the deities too received to their respective abode. Lord Shiva spares the life of Indra. Sutan narrates the following story to the sages. Once upon a time, Indra was going towards Kailash mountain to have a darshan of Lord Shiva. Sage Brihaspati was accompanying him. Lord Shiva came to know about his arrival. He wanted to test his devotion towards him. While both Indra and Brihaspati were still on their way, Lord Shiva met them on there in the guise of a hermit. Indra did not recognize Shiva, who was sitting on the way disguised as a hermit. Indra inquired as to who he was and where he lived. Lord Shiva sat quietly without saying a word. Indra repeatedly asked the same question, but each time Shiva remained quiet. Indra became furious and tried to attack Lord Shiva with his Vajra. Lord Shiva paralyzed the raised hands of Indra by his divine power. Shiva's eyes had reddened due to anger, which made Indra very frightened. Sage Brihaspati was able to recognize the real identity of the hermit as to who he was. He made salutations to Lord Shiva and requested him to pardon Indra. Lord Shiva became pleased and diverted the power of his radiant eyes to the ocean. This way Indra's life was spared by Shiva. Lord Shiva then returned to Kailash mountain. Indra and Sage Brihaspati to Kailash mountain. Indra and Sage Brihaspati too returned to their respective abodes. Manifestation of Jalandhar. The effulgence, which had been divided by Lord Shiva into the ocean, resulted into the manifestation of a small child. This incident happened at the place where river Ganges submerged into the ocean and which is also known as Gangasagar nowadays. The child was crying so ferociously that an environment of fear was created everywhere. The deities and the sages went to Lord Brahma to satisfy their curiosity. Lord Brahma assured them to find out the reason. He went to the seashore. The sea put the child in his lap and inquired about the name of that child and also about his future. Meanwhile the child pressed Lord Brahma's neck with such power that tears rolled down from his eyes. For this reason he named the child as Jalandhar. Lord Brahma told the sea that the child will become the mighty ruler of the demons. No deity would be able to kill him except Shiva. The sea was very pleased by Lord Brahma's predictions. After Lord Brahma returned to his abode, the sea brought that child to his home and brought up that child with great love and care. When Jalandhar grew up he married Vrinda, who was the daughter of Kalnimi. Later on he became the ruler of the demons. Battle between Jalandhar and the deities. One day Sage Bhrigu came to meet Jalandhar. After receiving him with due respect, Jalandhar asked him as to who severed the head of Rahu. Sage Bhrigu then told him about Hiranyakashipu, who was the maternal uncle of Rahu. Sage Bhrigu also told him about Virochana, the son of the extremely charitable King Bali. Then Sage Bhrigu narrated the tale connected with the churning of ocean and how ambrosia emerged from the churning of the ocean. Sage Bhrigu told Jalandhar how Rahu's head was severed by Lord Vishnu, while he was sitting among the deities and at the time when ambrosia was being distributed to all the deities. Jalandhar became very furious after hearing this story. He summoned one of his messengers whose name was Gasmer and instructed him to go and ask Indra, as to why had he misappropriated all the wealth of his father which emerged during the churning of sea. He also instructed Gasmer to warn Indra about the dire consequences unless he takes his refuge. But Indra sent back Gasmer without any specific assurance. This action of Indra made Jalandhar more angry than before. He collected his army and attacked Indra. A fierce battle was fought between his army and the army of the deities. Many warriors got killed from both the sides. Shukrakarya, the guru of the deities, brought back the dead warriors from the demon side back to life by his Mridasanjivani Vidya. Similarly, sage Brihaspati brought back the dead warriors from the deities' side back to life with the help of medicinal herbs. When Shukrakarya saw that, sage Brihaspati too was successfully making the dead deities alive, he instructed Jalandhar to submerge the Drangiri mountain into the sea, so that it becomes impossible for Brihaspati to get the medicinal herbs by the help of which he made the dead deities alive. Jalandhar obeyed the command of Shukrakarya and by lifting the Drangiri mountain submerged it into the sea. The deities became demoralized and fled from the battlefield. Jalandhar captured Indrapuri. The terrified deities took the refuge of Lord Vishnu and sought his help. Lord Vishnu gave a patient hearing and agreed to help them, but there was a hitch. His consort goddess Lakshmi considered Jalandhar as her brother because both of them originated from the sea. She instructed Lord Vishnu against killing Jalandhar. Lord Vishnu promised to her that he won't kill Jalandhar. After giving his word to goddess Lakshmi, he went to fight a battle with Jalandhar. A fierce battle was fought between both of them which remained indecisive till the end. Lord Vishnu became very much impressed by the valiance of Jalandhar and asked him to demand any boon he liked. Jalandhar requested him to make his dwelling in the Kashir Sagar the abode of Jalandhar, along with his sister. Lord Vishnu agreed to fulfill his wish and started living in the Kashir Sagar along with his consort Lakshmi. Being undefeated by Lord Vishnu himself, Jalandhar became the ruler of all the three worlds. All his subjects were satisfied by his just and virtuous rule, except the deities. The deities now eulogized Lord Shiva to seek his help in defeating Jalandhar. According to the wish of Lord Shiva, sage Narada came to meet the deities. The deities narrated their woeful tales to him. Feeling pity on their condition, he went accorded a grand reception by Jalandhar which pleased him very much. Narada praised the splendors and prosperity of Jalandhar but added that it was nothing in comparison to Shiva's splendors. Narada told him that in spite of all his authority and splendors, his prosperity was still incomplete, as he did not have a consort. Jalandhar asked curiously as to where could he find his consort. According to his strategy, Narada advised Jalandhar to make Parvati as his consort. Jalandhar fell into Narada's trap. He sent Rahu to Lord Shiva with a proposal to part with Parvati. Rahu went to Lord Shiva and demanded Parvati, which made Lord Shiva extremely furious. His anger resulted into the manifestation of a ferocious creature, which ran towards Rahu to devour him. Rahu had no option but to take the refuge of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva protected the life of Rahu. The hungry creature asked Shiva as to what should he eat to satisfy his hunger. Lord Shiva instructed him to devour his own limbs. The creative followed his instructions and devoured his limbs. Lord Shiva was very pleased by his sense of obedience. He named that creature of his palace. He also blessed him, saying that he too would be worshipped along with him. Battle between Lord Shiva and Jalandhar. Rahu went back to Jalandhar and narrated the whole story to him. Jalandhar then attacked Kailash mountain with his huge army. A fierce battle was fought between the Shivaganas and the demons. When Jalandhar realized that Lord Shiva had begun to dominate the battle, he created beautiful Apsaras and Gandharvas by his illusionary powers to divert the attention of Lord Shiva and his Ganas. He was successful in his attempt. Lord Shiva and his Ganas became enchanted by the heavenly beauty of the Apsaras. They stopped fighting and started watching their dance and music. Meanwhile Jalandhar went to Parvati in the guise of Lord Shiva but was recognized by her. Being enchanted by the beauty of goddess Parvati, he looked at her with his evil intentions, but was immobilized by her wrath. Mother Parvati then went to Lord Vishnu and narrated the whole story. She wanted to teach Jalandhar a lesson. She requested Lord Vishnu to go to Jalandhar's wife in the guise of Jalandhar and act in the same way Jalandhar had dared to do. Vrinda get dishonored. With the help of his divine powers, Lord Vishnu created many inauspicious dreams while Vrinda was asleep. Vrinda became very restless, and when the anxieties become unbearable she proceeded towards the forest. Vrinda saw a hermit in the forest who was preaching his disciples. The hermit was none other than Lord Vishnu. She went to that hermit and prayed to save her husband's life. Lord Vishnu disappeared from the scene and reappeared, this time in the guise of Jalandhar. But Vrinda was unable to recognize the real identity of her husband. She was very pleased after finding her husband. Both of them stayed in that very forest as husband and wife for a very long time. One day, she came to know about the real identity of the person who was impersonating as her husband. Realizing that her chastity has been breached, she cursed Lord Vishnu by saying that just as he had played a deceitful trick with her, in the same way somebody would deceitfully abduct his wife and he too would wander in her search. After cursing Lord Vishnu, Vrinda embraced death by entering into the fire. Killing of Jalandhar. On the other side, after the departure of Parvati from Kailash mountain and after the illusionary powers created by Jalandhar had ended, all the Apsaras and Gandharvas vanished. Shiva realized that whatever he was watching was nothing more than illusion. Lord Shiva recommenced his battle. The demons Shum and Nishum came forward to fight with him, but ultimately they had to flee from the battlefield. Lord Shiva warned both of them that though they had escaped death at that moment, but they would be killed by Parvati. Now Jalandhar again arrived to fight with Lord Shiva. A fierce battle commenced between them. Finding an opportune time, Shiva severed the head of Jalandhar by his chakra which had been created from his toe. After his death, Jalandhar's soul united with Shiva. When the deities came to know about the killing of Jalandhar, they became overjoyed. They came to Lord Shiva and eulogized him. They also hailed his great achievement. After expressing their gratitude they returned to their respective abodes. Manifestation of Amla, Tulsi, and Malti. Lord Vishnu was very much saddened by the death of Vrinda. He took the ashes from the pyre and after applying them on his body started wandering here and there. The deities became very worried to see the condition of Lord Vishnu. They went to Lord Shiva and requested him to eliminate the false attachment with which Sri Vishnu was suffering. Lord Shiva sent the deities to goddess Parvati, saying that she would certainly help in this regard. The deities went to goddess Parvati and prayed to her. She became very pleased and with the assistance of Lakshmi and Sarasvati, gave some seeds to them. The deities sprayed those seeds on the pyre, on which Vrinda had given up her life. 3 holy plants manifested from that pyramla, Tulsi and Malti. Later on Tulsi and Malti attained to the Vishnuloka, by the virtue of their respective penance. Birth of Shankachyuta and his marriage. Sutan narrated the tale of the birth of Shankachyuta and how Shiva killed him with his Trishula. He told the sages that Shankachyuta was born to the demon king Damha. Shankachyuta was in fact, Sudama, in his previous life. He was born in the family of demons due to the curse of Radha. When Shankachyuta grew up, he went to Pushkar and did a tremendous penance to please Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma blessed him and said that he would remain invincible. He also instructed Shankachyuta to go to Bhadrakashrama where he would find his would-be wife Tulsi, the daughter of Dharmadwaja. Shankachyuta went to Bhadrakashrama and married Tulsi as per the instructions of Lord Brahma. He then returned back to his capital accompanied by his wife Tulsi. Shankachyuta becomes the ruler of all the 3 worlds. When Shankachyuta reached his capital after marrying Tulsi, he was crowned as the king of the demons by Shukrakarya. After his coronation, Shankachyuta attacked Indrapuri supported by his huge army and defeated the deities. In a very short time all the three worlds were under his control. After being defeated by Shankachyuta, the deities went to Lord Brahma and sought his help in eliminating the menace called Shankachyuta. Lord Brahma then took them to Lord Vishnu. All of them were taken to Lord Shiva by Vishnu. They expressed their request to liberate them from the troubles created by Shankachyuta. Lord Shiva assured the deities that he will certainly kill Shankachyuta and hence they should not worry about him. The deities then happily returned to their respective abodes. Lord Shiva sent his messenger named Pushpadant to Shankachyuta to ask him to return back the kingdom of the deities to them. Shankachyuta refused to oblige this demand, on the contrary he expressed his willingness and readiness to fight Lord Shiva. Pushpadant returned back and narrated the whole story to Lord Shiva. Shiva kills Shankachyuta. Lord Shiva was now fully convinced about the inevitability of the battle. He first sent all his Ganas under the leadership of Kartikeya and Ganesha. Later on Bhadrakali proceeded towards the battlefield with a huge army as per the own wish of Lord Shiva himself. At last Lord Shiva proceeded towards the battlefield accompanied by the deities. All the troops collected at the bank of river Chandrabhaga and rested under the shade of a banyan tree. Shankachyuta handed over the kingdom to his son and went to his wife to take her permission before going to the battlefield. His wife was reluctant to allow him to go, but he somehow managed to convince her. He then proceeded towards the banks of Chandrabhaga with a huge army. A fierce battle started between the deities and the demons. Both of them attacked each other with the most destructive weapons. But when the army of Chandrashiva began to dominate the fight, the deities fled away and took the refuge of Lord Shiva. They told Shiva of the number of deities who had been killed while fighting. After the defeat of the deities and the Ganas, Kartikeya and Ganesha went to fight Shankachyuta. A spectacular battle was fought between Shankachyuta and both of them. Later on they were joined by Bhadrakali. Bhadrakali would have devoured Shankachyuta without any problem, but she spared his life because of the boon given to him by Lord Brahma. Now it was the turn of Lord Shiva to join the battle, but even he could not cause any harm to him because of Lord Brahma's boon. While a tremendous battle was being fought between Lord Shiva and Shankachyuta, Lord Vishnu appeared and demanded the armor from Shankachyuta, which he had put on, his body in the guise of a Brahmin. Shankachyuta gave his armor to him without any kind of suspicion. Lord Vishnu then went to Shankachyuta's wife in the guise of her husband, i.e. Shankachyuta. He destroyed the chastity of Tulsi, Shankachyuta's wife. Shankachyuta derived his power from the chastity of his wife and it vanished the moment her chastity was destroyed. Bhadrakali was creating havoc in the army of Shankachyuta. Shankachyuta became very furious and attacked Shiva. Shiva repulsed his assault and attacked him with his Trishul. Shankachyuta, who had become powerless, was killed instantaneously. The deities were very pleased at the death of Shankachyuta. After worshipping Lord Shiva they went back to their respective abodes. Tulsi curses Lord Vishnu. After being instructed by goddess Parvati, Lord Vishnu had gone to Tulsi in the guise of her husband Shankachyuta, so that the breach of Tulsi chastity could help Lord Shiva to kill Shankachyuta, who derived his power from Tulsi's chastity and virtuosity. Initially Tulsi could not recognize Lord Vishnu. She was extremely joyous at his arrival. But very soon she was able to realize the real identity of Lord Vishnu, who had disguised himself as her husband. She became very angry and cursed Lord Vishnu to become a stone. She was crying unconsolably. Lord Vishnu contemplated on Shiva, as a result of which he appeared. Lord Shiva blessed Tulsi that she would become the beloved of Lord Vishnu. Due to Tulsi's curse, Lord Vishnu attained the form of Shalagram, which is a stone, and because of Lord Shiva's blessings, Tulsi leaves started being offered to the Shalagram, in the process of its worship. Killing of Hiranyaksha. While narrating the tale of Hiranyaksha's killing, Sudli said, "Once, Shiva and Parvati were living at the Mandarachal mountain. Parvati, playfully covered both the eyes of Shiva with her palms. This made Lord Shiva to perspire from his forehead. From this perspiration manifested a ferocious creature. Parvati asked Lord Shiva as to who this creature was. Lord Shiva told her that he was his son Andak. Parvati brought up Andak with great love and care. Hiranyaksha the demon did a tremendous penance to please Lord Shiva, with the desire to acquire a son. Lord Shiva became pleased with his penance and appeared before him. He asked Hiranyaksha to demand any boon, which he promised to fulfill. Hiranyaksha expressed his desire to have a very powerful and mighty son. Shiva decided to give Andak to him, who at that time was being brought up by Parvati. Hiranyaksha brought young Andak along with him. With the help of Andak, he conquered all the three worlds. He lifted up the earth and proceeded towards the nether world. The deities became very terrified. They prayed to Lord Vishnu, and when he appeared they requested him to kill Hiranyaksha. Lord Vishnu killed Hiranyaksha in his incarnation of boar. After killing Hiranyaksha, Lord Vishnu made Andak the king of netherworld and placed the earth at its original place. Killing of Hiranyakshipu. Hiranyakashipu was filled with grief when he heard the news of his brother's death. To avenge Hiranyaksha's death, he started to torment the deities. Becoming homeless, the deities started wandering here and there. Hiranyakashipu was still unsatisfied. He wanted to acquire more power and authority. He went to the Mandarachal mountain and started doing a tremendous penance to please Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma appeared before him and asked him to demand anything he wished to be fulfilled. Hiranyakashipu said, "O Lord, bless me so that I do neither die during the day nor during the night, neither on the earth nor in the sky, neither by the deities nor by the demons, neither by a human being nor by an animal. Bless me, O Lord. Oh, that I do not get killed by any type of weapon." Lord Brahma blessed Hiranyakshipu and said, "So be it." Now, Hiranyakashipu became more ruthless and arrogant. He declared himself the Almighty God and ordered his subjects to worship him and his idol. His son Prahlada was a very great devotee of Lord Vishnu. He did not pay heed to his father's command and continued to worship Lord Vishnu. Hiranyakashipu tried to kill Prahlada many times, but each time he survived by the blessings of Lord Vishnu. When Hiranyakashipu's atrocities crossed all its limits, the deities went to Lord Vishnu and requested him to kill Hiranyakashipu. Lord Vishnu appeared in his incarnation of Nrsimha and killed Hiranyakashipu with his sharp nails, during the dusk. After giving his kingdom to his son Prahlad, Lord Vishnu went back to his abode. Shiva teaches Mritasanjivani Vidya to Shukrakarya. Shukrakarya did a severe penance for 5,000 years to please Shiva and acquire the secrets of Mritasanjivani Vidya from him. When Lord Shiva did not appear even after such a tremendous penance, then he indulges himself in severest form of penance, by quitting having food and water. He now started living only on air. This continued for thousands of years. Lord Shiva became very pleased with his penance. He manifested from the very Shivalinga Shukrakarya had been worshipping till now. He taught the secrets of Mritasanjivani Vidya to him and told him that by the help of this Vidya he would become capable of making alive the dead persons. Lord Shiva also blessed Shukrakarya to become a star and attain respectability among all the planets. After blessing Shukrakarya like this, Lord Shiva disappeared into the same Shivalinga from which he had appeared. Battle between Lord Shiva and Andak. Once, Andak brothers jokingly told him that, since his real parents were somebody else, therefore he was not fit to rule them. Though they had told this in good humor, yet Andak was very much saddened by their remark. He relinquished his throne and went to a deserted place in the forest and started to do a severe penance. Lord Brahma became very pleased by his penance and appeared before him. He asked him to demand anything he wished to be fulfilled. Andak said, "I only long for the love and affection of my brothers. O Lord, bless me so that nobody should be able to kill one except Lord Shiva." Lord Brahma blessed him and said, "So be it." Andak returned to his kingdom, and with the cooperation of his brothers like Prahlad etc. he brought even the deities under his control. But drunk with power he became very arrogant and started tormenting all the creatures. He did not show any respect to the Vedas, Brahman, and the deities. Andhak had become so arrogant that once he even dared to dishonor his own mother Parvati, who at that time was living at the Mandarachal mountain. Shiva became very furious with him. Andhak attacked Shiva with his huge army. Lord Shiva sent his numerous Ganas to fight him, but all of them were killed by Andhak. When Lord Shiva got the news of the arrival of Andhak with his army, he sent Lord Vishnu and his remaining Ganas to fight him. He himself went to perform his austerity named Pashupat. The deities fought with Andhak for 1000 years. Meanwhile Lord Shiva returned after completing his Pashupat Vrata and joined them. Seeing Lord Shiva in front of him, Andhak became furious and attacked him ferociously. His companion, whose name was Vidas, devoured all the deities. The demons who had been killed in the battle, were brought back to life by Shukrakarya. Lord Shiva became very angry and swallowed Shukrakarya. He also extracted the deities from the stomach of Vidas who had been swallowed by him earlier. After that, Lord Shiva attacked Andhak with his trident, which injured him. But from each drop of his blood which fell on the ground, manifested thousands of demons who resembled Andhak. Lord Shiva then instructed Goddess Chandika to drink the blood, while he killed all the demons. Goddess Chandika followed the instructions of Shiva and drank each drop of blood, which oozed out from the wounds of the demons and did not let single drop of blood to fall on the ground. After killing all the demons, Lord Shiva lifted Andhak with his trident and hanged him between the earth and sky. Andhak remained there for a very long period of time, bearing the heat of the sun and the showers of rain. But he remained alive. Ultimately he had to take the refuge of Lord Shiva, to save his life. Lord Shiva became pleased by his eulogy and made him his Ganatis. When Lord Shiva swallowed up Shukrakarya, he became very restless and started to find out a way through which he could come out from Shiva's stomach. But all of his efforts went in vain. Finding no other option, he started to chant the name of Lord Shiva. His chantings continued for 100 years. By the blessings of Shiva, he came out from Shiva's stomach through the ejaculated semen. After coming out, Shukraharya eulogized Lord Shiva. Shiva became pleased with him and showered him with affection just like his own son. After being blessed, Shukrakarya went and rejoined the army of the demons. Killing of Gajasur. Goddess Durga had killed the demon Mahishasur, who used to torment the deities. Gajasur was the son of Mahishasur. To avenge his father's death, Gajasur did a tremendous penance to please Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma appeared before him and asked him to demand any boon. Gajasur said, "O Lord, even a Jitendriya should not be able to kill me." Lord Brahma blessed him by saying, "So be it." Gradually, Gajasur atrocities crossed all limits. He became the lord of all the three worlds. He forced even the deities to worship him. He used to torment the Brahmins and the other religious people. One day Gajasur arrived at Kashi and started tormenting the people living over there. The deities came to Lord Shiva and requested him to rescue Kashi by killing Gajasur. Lord Shiva came to Kashi and fought a battle with Gajasur. He killed Gajasur with this trident. At the time of his death, Gajasur eulogized Lord Shiva and requested him to put his skin on his body. Lord Shiva agreed to fulfill his wish. At the spot where Gajasur was killed, a famous Shivalinga by the name of Kritaveshwar was constructed as per the own wish of Lord Shiva. Killing of Niraditya. Dithi was filled with grief when she came to know about her son's death, who was killed by Lord Vishnu. Niraditya, who was the maternal uncle of Prahlada, consoled her and promised to avenge the death of Hiranyaksha. He thought to destroy the Vedic religion. According to him, the deities derived their strength and power from this very Vedic religion. He planned to eliminate the priestly class Brahmins, so that the chances of yagyas being performed becomes extinct, and the deities were starved to such an extent that they became weak and powerless. Thinking that then it would not be very difficult to kill the weak deities, Niraditya arrived at Kashi to execute his plan, which during those time was the chief center of the Brahmins. He attained the form of a tiger and stationed himself in a nearby forest. He used to kill any Brahmin who used to come over there to collect kasha grass and fuel. With the help of his illusionary powers he used to attain the form of a hermit during the daytime and lived among them. But during the night, he used to enter into the houses of the Brahmins in the form of a tiger and used to devour them. On one night of Shivaratri, when a Brahmin was busy worshipping Lord Shiva, Naraditya, who was in the form of a tiger, entered the temple. But, since the Brahmin was engaged in the worship of Lord Shiva, he could not harm the Brahmin. Lord Shiva emerged from the very Shivalinga, which the Brahmin was worshipping, and punched the demon with his clenched fist, so hard that he died. Killing of Vital and Utpal. Long ago there used to live two demons by the names of Vigil and Utpal. Both of them did a tremendous penance to please Lord Brahma. After being blessed by Lord Brahma, they became very arrogant and started tormenting the deities and the Brahmins. The deities went to Lord Brahma and sought his help. Lord Brahma told them that both the demons would be killed by goddess Parvati very soon. He also instructed the deities to eulogize Shiva and Parvati to seek their blessings. The deities went back and started eulogizing Shiva and Parvati. One fateful day, Vital and Utpal arrived at the place where goddess Parvati was having amusements with her companions. Vital and Utpal had disguised themselves as the Ganas of Shiva. Lord Shiva recognized the real identity of the demons. He signaled towards Parvati, pointing towards the demons. Parvati, who was playing with a ball with her companions, understood what Lord Shiva meant to say. She hit both of them with the ball, with such force that both the demons died on the spot. The ball then fell down on the ground and transformed into a Shivalinga, which became as Kanjakeshwar. The deities became very pleased at the death of Vital and Utpal. Part 3 Shatrudrasamhita. The sages requested Sutta to describe about the different incarnations of Lord Shiva. Sutta told them that, although Lord Shiva took many incarnations, but 5 of his incarnations were very important: Sadhojat, Namadeva, Tat Purusha, Aghirsh, and Ishan. 5 Shiva incarnations. 1. Sadhojat. Lord Shiva took his first incarnation from the physique of Lord Brahma, who was engrossed in his deep state of meditation, during the 19th kalpa, named Shvetalahit. Lord Brahma gave him the name Sadhojat and eulogized him. Later on, from the physique of Sadhojat 4 of his disciple manifested, whose names were Sunand, Nandan, Vishvanandan, and Upanandan. All the 4 disciples were of fair complexion. Lord Shiva blessed Brahma and empowered him to do creation. 2. Namdeva. During the 20th kalpa, named Rakta, the complexion of Lord Brahma turned red, while he was engrossed in his meditative state. From his body manifested an entity who also was of red complexion. Lord Brahma named him Namadeva, considering him to be the incarnation of Lord Shiva, and eulogized him. Later on 4 sons were born to Namadeva, whose names were Viraj, Vaiwa, Vishok, and Vishwabhawan. All of them were of red complexion, just like their father Namadeva. Namdeva Shiva, along with his virtuous progenies, blessed Lord Brahma with the power of creation. 3. Tat Purusha. The 21st kalpa on the earth was known as Pitavasa. It was named so because of the apparel of Lord Brahma, which were of yellow colors. Lord Brahma's prayer resulted into the manifestation of an effulgent entity. Considering this entity as Lord Shiva, Lord Brahma started chanting the mantras of Shiva Gayatri. After the chantings of the mantras, numerous entities manifested who had put on apparels of yellow color on their body. This way the 3rd incarnation of Shiva, popularly known as Tat Purusha, manifested. 4. Gaurish. After the Pitavasa kalpa came the Shiva kalpa. A black complex Ionid manifested while Lord Brahma was engrossed in his deep meditative state. Lord Brahma, considering this entity as Akar Shiva, started eulogizing him. Lord Brahma's eulogization resulted into the manifestation of 4 more entities who had the same black complexion as that of Akar Shiva. Their names were Krishna, Krishnashikha, Krishnamukha, and Krishnakantahari. Gaur Shiva, along with those 4 entities, blessed Lord Brahma with the power of creation. 5. Ishan. During the kalpa named Vishvarup, manifestations of Sarasvati and Ishan Shiva took place. Lord Brahma eulogized Ishan Shiva, after which 4 divine entities named Jati, Mundi, Shikandi, and Ardhamundi manifested from Ishan Shiva. All of them blessed Lord Brahma with the power of creation. 8 Idols of Shiva. After describing about the 5 chief incarnations of Lord Shiva, Sutta explained about the 8 famous idols of Lord Shiva: Sharva, Bhava, Rudra, Yugra, Bhima, Pashupati, Ishan, and Mahadeva. These 8 idols of Shiva symbolizes the 8 natural elements which help in the process of creation, nurturement, and annihilation. These 8 natural elements are land, water, fire, air, sky, Supreme Soul, sun, and the moon. Being established in these 8 idols, Shiva controls the whole world. Shiva as Ardhanarishwar. Once upon a time Lord Brahma, not seeing an expansion in his creation, became very worried. A heavenly voice instructed him to commence creation with the help of copulative activities. But since all the incarnation of Shiva had been males till then, therefore Lord Brahma was finding it impossible. Lord Brahma contemplated on the form of Shiva and Shakti. Lord Shiva became very pleased with him and appeared in his form of Ardhanarishwar. Left side of his body resembled like a woman while the right side appeared like a man. Lord Brahma worshipped this form of Shiva. Lord Shiva then separated the feminine part of his body and thus manifested Mother Shakti. Lord Brahma worshipped her and requested to bestow such power by which he could create a woman. Goddess Shakti blessed him by saying, "So be it," and vanished. This way Lord Brahma became capable of commencing copulative creation. Various incarnation of Vyasa and Lord Shiva. During the Varhakalpa of the 7th Manvantar, Lord Vishnu illuminated all the 3 worlds by his divine presence. This 7th Manvantara consisted of 4 yugas which repeated themselves in a cyclic way for 12 times. The first Dwapar of this 7th Manvantar saw the manifestation of Lord Shiva for the welfare of the Brahmins. When Kali Yuga arrived, Lord Shiva again manifested himself along with Goddess Shakti and was known as Mahamuni Shveta. Lord Brahma had the privilege of becoming his disciple. During the second Dwapar, sage Vyasa existed as Satya, Prajapati, and Lord Shiva became famous as Sudar. Lord Shiva in his incarnation of Sutra had many disciples, among whom Dundubhai was very famous. During the third Dwapar, sage Vyasa took his incarnation as Bhargava and Lord Shiva became famous as Daman. Lord Shiva in his incarnation as Daman had 4 disciples, among whom Vishoka was very famous. When Kali Yuga arrived after this third Dwapar, Lord Shiva along with his disciples helped sage Vyasa. During the 4th Dwapar, sage Vyasa took his incarnation as Angara and Lord Shiva as Suhatra. Even in this incarnation Lord Shiva had 4 disciples, among whom Sumukh was very famous. Lord Shiva along with his disciples helped Angara. During the 5th Dwapar, sage Vyasa took incarnation as Suvita and Lord Shiva as Kanka, who was very famous for his tremendous austerities. Kanka had 4 disciples, among whom Sanak was very famous. During the 6th Dwapar, sage Vyasa took incarnation as Mritayu and Lord Shiva as Lakakshi. Lakakshi had 4 disciples, among whom Sudama was very prominent. During the 7th Dwapar, sage Vyasa manifested himself as Indra and Lord Shiva as Jagasatya. Jagasatya had 4 disciples, among whom Sarasvat was very prominent. During the 8th Dwapar, sage Vyasa took incarnation as Vashishtha and Lord Shiva as Dadhivahan. Dadhivahan had 4 disciples, among whom Kapila was very famous. During the 9th Dwapar, sage Vyasa took incarnation as Sarasvat and Lord Shiva as Rishabh. Lord Shiva in his incarnation as Rishabdeva had 4 disciples, among whom Parashar was very famous. Nandikeshwar. While describing about the incarnation of Nandikeshwar, Sutta says, Sage Shila did a tremendous penance to please Lord Shiva with an aspiration to have a son. Lord Shiva appeared before him and asked him to demand any boon he wished. Sage Shilad expressed his desire of having a son who is not born from a physical body and who is proficient in all the scriptural knowledges. Lord Shiva blessed him by saying, "So be it." Sage Shilad then returned to his hermitage and performed a yagya. From the Yagyakunda appeared a child who possessed 4 arms and 3 eyes. Sage Shilad was very pleased to see that child. The birth of the child was celebrated with great fanfare. Lord Shiva and Parvati arrived to bless the child. The child was named Nandi as his birth had given immense joy to Sage Shilad. Later on, Nandi lived with his father like any other normal child and was brought up with great love and care. He became proficient in all the scriptures within 7 years. Being inspired by Lord Shiva, 2 Brahmins came to Sage Shilad and informed him that after 1 year Nandi would be no more. Sage Shilad became extremely sad. Seeing his father in his sorrowful mood, Nandi consoled him and later on went to do penance. His tremendous penance pleased Lord Shiva and Parvati, and both of them appeared before him. Lord Shiva blessed him and said, "You are just like me, so you will never die." Lord Shiva also gave one of his garlands to him. As soon as Nandi wore that garland, he imbibed all the qualities of Lord Shiva. After that, Lord Shiva took out some water from his locks of hair and sprinkled on him, as a result of which 5 rivers came into existence. These 5 rivers were later on came to be known as Panchanad. Lord Shiva then made him the leader of all his Ganas. Later on, goddess Parvati took Nandi under her guidance and considered him just like her own son. Nandi was married to Suyasha, the daughter of Marud. Ultimately all of them accompanied Lord Shiva to his abode. Bhairav gets liberated from his sin. Bhairav, who was created by Lord Shiva from his third eye, had severed one of the 5 heads of Lord Brahma on the instruction of Lord Shiva. Now Brahma was left with only 4 heads. Carrying the skull of Brahma in his hand, Bhairava started wandering in all the 3 worlds. To atone his sin of severing the head of Lord Brahma, he was begging alms. Bhairav reached Vishnuloka, where he was welcomed warm-heartedly by Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi. Goddess Lakshmi dropped the learning named Manorath in the begging bowl of Bhairav. Bhairav became extremely happy by this gift. Lord Shiva had created a grass named Brahmahatya and had instructed Bhairav to reach Kashi, before her. According to Lord Shiva, this way the sin committed by Bhairav could successfully atoned. After being blessed by goddess Lakshmi, Bhairav took the permission of Lord Vishnu and proceeded towards Kashi. After his departure, asked Brahmahatya to stop chasing Bhairav. But she refused, saying that she was just following the instruction of Lord Shiva. When Bhairav reached Kashi, Brahmahatya too came near the outskirts of the city, but could not enter it because of Lord Shiva's power. Instead she entered into the netherworld. As soon as Bhairav had entered Kashi, the begging bowl fell on the ground and thus Bhairav got liberated from his sins. Bhairav was extremely relieved. The place where the skull of Brahma had fallen, later on became as Kapil Mokhan, the most sacred place of pilgrimage. Shiva takes incarnation as Sharabite. While describing about the incarnation of Sharabite, Sutta told sages, when Vishnu took his incarnation of Nrsimha to kill the demon king Hiranyakashipu, his anger could not be subdued even after the killing of Hiranyakashipu. His anger had frightened all the 3 worlds. Lord Brahma sent Prahlada to Nrsimha so that his anger gets cooled down. Prahlada prayed to Nrsimha. Nrsimha took him in his embrace, but still his anger was not subdued. All the deities went to Lord Shiva and requested to him to cool down Vishnu's anger. Lord Shiva then sent Bhairav and Veerbhadra to Nrsimha. When Veerbhadra politely requested Nrsimha to cool down, he tried to pounce on him. Right then Lord Shiva appeared in his most devastating form. He was looking frightening in his giant form and with thousands of hands. His appearance was resembling a huge cannibal bird. Lord Shiva injured Nrsimha with his giant wings, and after carrying Lord Vishnu in his giant wings and after carrying Lord Vishnu in his arms, he flew in the sky. Lord Vishnu was so frightened that he became unconscious. After regarding his consciousness, Lord Nrsimha appeared in his form of Lord Vishnu and eulogized Shiva, which made Lord Shiva very pleased. Lord Shiva wore the head of Nrsimha with the garland of skull in his neck. The remaining body was carried by Veerbhadra and abandoned at a mountain. Vishwanar receives boon from Shiva. Once upon a time, there used to live a Brahmin named Vishwanar who was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. Shuchismati was his wife, who was a devout wife. Being pleased by her sense of dutifulness, Vishwanar tried to reward his wife. Shuchismati expressed her desire of having a son just like Lord Shiva. Vishwanar went to Kashi to please Lord Shiva by his penance. He worshipped Vishveshvarlinga with supreme devotion. Lord Shiva became very pleased by his devotion and he appeared before Vishwanar from the Shivalinga. When Vishwanar expressed his desire, Lord Shiva agreed to take birth as his son. Vishwanar came back to his house happily. Shiva's incarnation as Grihapati. In due course of time, Shuchismati became pregnant and gave birth to a beautiful child. The whole family celebrated the birth of the child. The whole family celebrated the birth of the child. The name-giving ceremony of that child was attended by all the deities and sages including Lord Shiva and Parvati. Lord Brahma named the child as Grihapati. When Grihapati attained the age of 5, his sacred thread ceremony was performed. Within a year he became proficient in all the Vedas and other sacred texts. When Grihapati attained the age of 9, Narada came and informed Vishwanar that death of Grihapati was imminent because of the evil effects of the planetary combinations. Vishwanar and Shuchismati were saddened and started crying. Grihapati then consoled his parents and proceeded towards Kashi to do penance so that the death could be conquered. Grihapati commenced his penance at Kashi. The deity Indra arrived there and requested him to demand anything he wished, but Grihapati refused. Indra became furious and tried to attack him with his weapon Vajra. Grihapati was very terrified. Right then Lord Shiva appeared and Indra had to retreat from the scene. Lord Shiva blessed Grihapati by saying, "What to say about this lightning, Vajra, even Kalvahara would not be able to kill you." Grihapati became very pleased. The Shivalinga which he worshipped, later on became famous as Agnishwar Linga. Lord Shiva made Grihapati the lord of all the directions. Lord Shiva's incarnation as Yaksheshvar. During the time when ocean was being churned, first of all poison appeared from it. The deities were very terrified to see the tremendous heat it generated. They went to Lord Shiva and requested to protect them from the heat of that poison. Lord Shiva drank all the poison but did not let it pass down his throat. After the poison, nectar appeared from the ocean, which was drunk by the deities. The demons too wanted to drink the nectar, so a tremendous battle ensued between them and the deities. The deities became victorious in this battle because they had become immortal due to the effect of the nectar. This victory made the deities very arrogant. Lord Shiva was very concerned about their arrogant nature. He went to them in the guise of a yaksha. He asked as to what was it that had made them so arrogant. The deities replied that their arrogance stemmed from victory over the demons. Lord Shiva, who was disguised as Yaksha, replied, "Your pride is based on false notion, because you did not achieve victory due to somebody's grace and blessing." The deities disagreed with him. Lord Shiva then asked them to cut the grass if they considered themselves so mighty. He then kept a grass leaf in front of them. Each of the deities tried to cut that grass with their respective weapons but remained unsuccessful in their attempts. They were all amazed. Suddenly a heavenly voice was heard which said that the Yaksha was none other than Lord Shiva himself. The deities realized their mistakes. They apologized to Lord Shiva. After vanquishing the false pride of the deities, Lord Shiva disappeared. 10 incarnations of Shiva and Shakti. Describing about the 10 incarnations and their corresponding power, Sudha said, "The first incarnation of Lord Shiva was as Mahajat and his Shakti was called Mahakali. Lord Shiva took his second incarnation as Tar and his Shakti was called Tara. The third incarnation of Lord Shiva was as Bhuvaneshvar and his Shakti was called Bhuvneshvari. Lord Shiva took his fourth incarnation as Shodash, who was also known as Srividayesh, and his Shakti was called Shodashi or Sri. Lord Shiva took his fifth incarnation as Bhairav and his Shakti was called Bhairavi. The sixth incarnation of Lord Shiva is famous as Chinamastak and his Shakti by the name of Chinamasta. Lord Shiva took his seventh incarnation as Dhumvan and his Shakti was known as Dhumvati. The eighth incarnation was as Baglamuk and his Shakti as Baglamukya. The ninth incarnation of Lord Shiva became famous as Matang and his Shakti as Matangi. Lord Shiva took his 10th incarnation as Kamal and his Shakti as Kamala. If these 10 incarnations of Shiva are worshipped along with his 10 Mahavidyas, then a man attains salvation. The origin of 11 Rudras. Once, the deities went to sage Kashyapa after being tormented by the demons. They complained to him about the misdeeds of the demons, who also happened to be their step-brothers. Sage Kashyapa became extremely furious, when he heard about the misdeeds of his sons, the demons. To protect the deities from his sons, he commenced a penance to please Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva became very pleased by his penance and appeared before him. He asked Kashyapa to demand anything he wished. Kashyapa then requested Lord Shiva to take birth as his son and destroy the demons. Lord Shiva blessed him and said, "So be it." Lord Shiva, later on took birth as 11 Rudras from the womb of his wife Surbi. The name of these 11 Rudras were as follows. 1. Kapali, 2. Pingal, 3. Bhim, 4. Virupaksh, 5. Vilahit, 6. Shastra, 7. Ajapad, 8. Ahirbudna, 9. Shambhu, 10. Chand and 11. Bhav. These 11 Rudras fought battles with the demons and killed them. The deities were relieved after the death of the demons. They worshipped these 11 Rudras to express their gratitude and indebtedness. Shiva's incarnation as Durvasa. Describing about the Lord Shiva's incarnation as Durvasa, Sutta told the deities once Atrai, the Manasputra of Lord Brahma went to do penance at the bank of the river Naivandhya which flew by the foothills of Trayakshakal mountain as per the instructions of Lord Brahma himself. He commenced doing a tremendous penance. The effects of his penance was such that devastating flames of fire manifested from his head. The fire spread in all the 3 worlds in no time. The deities were terrified by the death and destruction caused by the fire in all the 3 worlds. They went to Lord Brahma to seek his help. Lord Brahma took them to Lord Vishnu and revealed to him about the destruction caused by the fire. All of them went to Lord Shiva and told him everything. Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Shiva went to Atrai and blessed him. Atrai recognized them. He eulogized them. Later on Atrai's wife Anusuya gave birth to 3 sons, who in fact were the incarnations of Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Shiva. Lord Brahma incarnation as the moon, Lord Vishnu as Dut and Shiva took incarnation as Durvasa. Durvasa had tested the religiousness and virtuosity of numerous people. He had also tested the religiousness of King Ambarish, who ruled over Saptadviapa. Once King Ambarish had observed a fast on Ekadashi. Next day, when he was about to break his fast, sage Durvasa arrived accompanied by his large number of disciples. Durvasa was very furious with King Ambarish. He said, "You had invited me for this particular, but you have also insulted me by breaking the fast by drinking water in my absence." Sage Durvasa would have burnt King Ambarish to ashes by his curse, had not Sudarshan, the weapon of Vishnu, came to his rescue. Sudarshan then tried to burn Sage Durvasa when suddenly a heavenly voice was heard from the sky which said, "Durvasa is no one but the incarnation of Lord Shiva himself." Hearing this, Sudarshan's anger was pacified. King Ambarish then begged his forgiveness from Sage Durvasa. Incarnation of Hanuman. Lord Shiva was so infatuated by the appearance of Lord Vishnu in his form of Mohini Rupa that his semen was released on the ground. This semen was established by the Saptarishis in the womb of Anjani, with the permission of Lord Shiva himself. In this way was born the mighty Hanuman. Once, during his childhood, Hanuman had swallowed the sun, which he released only after the deities prayed to him. The sun accepted him as his disciple and made him proficient in all the learnings. He started living with Sugriva as per the instructions of his teacher, the sun. During the time of Sri Rama's exile, Sugriva developed friendship with him with the help of Hanuman. Hanuman helped Sri Rama in finding the whereabouts of Sita, who had been abducted by the demon king Ravana. He took a giant leap and jumped across the ocean. He went to Ashokvathika where Ravana had kept Sita. He gave Sri Rama's ring to her and consoled her by saying that very soon Sri Rama was going to arrive and release her from Ravana's captivity. He also burnt the whole Lanka by his burning tail and returned to Sri Rama to give him Sita's news. While the battle was fought between Sri Rama and Ravana, Lakshmana got seriously injured and became unconscious. Hanuman saves his life by bringing the whole of mountain, upon which the herb Sanjeevani grew. Being present at the service of Sri Rama, Hanuman performed his duties marvelously. Worship of Hanuman helps a man to become free from all kinds of problems, diseases, and hurdles, etc. Shiva's incarnation as Mahesh. Once, Bhairav, who was entrusted with the job of a doorkeeper, became so infatuated with Parvati's beauty that he tried to prevent her from going outside. Parvati became furious and cursed him to be born as a mortal man on the earth. Bhairav became very sad, but now the damage had been already done. Bhairav later on appeared in the form of a man named Vital. Vital prayed to Lord Shiva, who took his incarnation as Mahesh and goddess Parvati as Girija. Lord Vishnu creates turbulences. After the churning of the ocean had been accomplished, numerous things had emerged out from the ocean. Jewels, moon, Lakshmi, poison, Uchchayashrava horse, Airavat elephant, vessel containing nectar were some of the things which emerged out from the ocean after the churning. A tremendous battle was fought between the deities and the demons to have control over the vessel containing nectar. The demons had snatched that vessel from the deities. By the divine inspiration of Lord Shiva, Vishnu appeared in the form of Mohini, the enchanting beauty. He successfully recovered that vessel from the control of the demons. To distract the attention of the demons from the nectar, Lord Vishnu created numerous enchanting beauties. When the demons saw them, they forcibly carried these enchanting beauties to their abode, the nether world. After that they again returned to take control of the nectar. By that time, Vishnu had made the deities drink all the nectar. When the demons came to know about this, they became very furious and attacked the deities. A tremendous battle ensued between both the sides. Ultimately the demons got defeated. To save their lives, the demon ran towards their abode. Lord Vishnu chased the demons and entered the Netherland. He killed all the demons. Lord Vishnu then saw those enchanting beauties who had been abducted by the demons. Ironically, Lord Vishnu got infatuated by their beauty, who were his own creation. Lord Vishnu remained there for a long time. Shiva's incarnation as Vrishab. During his stay in the Netherland, many sons were born to Lord Vishnu, who were very wicked and cruel. These sons of Lord Vishnu started tormenting the inhabitants of all the three worlds. All the deities and the sages went to Lord Shiva to take his help. They requested him to kill the cruel sons of Vishnu and re-establish him in his own abode, which he had abandoned for the nether world. Lord Shiva went to the nether world in the form of an ox. He killed all the sons of Lord Vishnu with his sharp horns. Seeing the death of his sons, Lord Vishnu came forward to fight him. He attacked Lord Shiva with his various weapons, but Lord Shiva remained harmless. Ultimately Lord Vishnu was able to recognize him. He eulogized Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva then requested him to return back to Vishnuloka. He accepted. Lord Vishnu left his Sudarshan Chakra in the netherworld and went to his own abode, where Lord Shiva presented him a new Sudarshan Chakra. Killing of Vritrasur. Once, when the deities were defeated by Vritrasur, they went to Lord Brahma after hiding their weapons in the hermitage of sage Dadichi. They requested Lord Brahma to reveal about the means, how Vritrasur could be killed. Lord Brahma advised the deities to mail a weapon named Vajra from the bones of sages Dadichi, as Dadichi's bones were even harder than the Vajra of Indra by the blessings of Lord Shiva. All the deities then went to the hermitage of Dadichi in the leadership of Brihaspati. On being inquired about the purpose of their visit, Indra said that he wanted his bones so that a weapon could be made out of it. Dadichi gave up his life by his yogic power. Indra then instructed Kamdanu to extract the bones from the dead body of Dadichi. The bones were given to Twashta to construct the weapon Vajra. Twashta took the weapons to Vishvakarma, who at last constructed the Vajra. Indra killed Vritrasur with this weapon. When Suvracha, the wife of Dadichi, came to know about the cunning deeds of the deities, she cursed them to become animals. Shiva's incarnation as Yadinath. There used to live a Beel named Ahuk of the Arbutical mountain. His wife was Ahuka. Both of them were supreme devotee of Lord Shiva. Once, Lord Shiva, wanting to test their devotion, appeared before them disguised a hermit. Ahuk honored his guest and treated him very well. Lord Shiva then requested him to give shelter for the whole night. Ahuk expressed his inability as he had a very small hut, in which only 2 people could be accommodated at a time. But his wife intervened and requested Ahuk to sleep outside the hut with his arms, as it would be inappropriate on their part to miss this chance of proving their hospitality. The hermit, who in reality was Lord Shiva, slept with Ahuk's wife inside the hut, while Ahuk himself slept outside the hut. Unfortunately, Ahuk was killed by a wild animal while he was asleep. In the morning, when Lord Shiva found that Ahuk had died, his heart was filled with grief. But Ahuka consoled him by saying that she was proud of her husband as he had given up his life for a noble cause. Naturally, she was very much saddened by her husband's death, so she decided to give up her life by jumping into the burning pyre. Right then Lord Shiva appeared in his real form and blessed her by saying, "In his next birth your husband would take birth in a royal family. He would become famous as Nala and you would be born as the Mayanthi to King Bhima of Vidarbha. I would myself appear in the form of a swan and help both of you to unite. After enjoying all the pleasures of this world, both of you would attain to my abode." After saying thus, Lord Shiva established himself as immovable Shivalinga, which later on became famous as Achaleshwar Linga. Shiva's incarnation as Krishna Darshan. King Nabhag was born in the Nineth genealogy of Shradadeva, who himself was a descendant of Ikshvaku. Nabhag was the grandfather of Ambarish. During his childhood, Nabhag left his home for Gurukula to get education. In his absence, his brothers got the wealth of the kingdom distributed among themselves. When Nabhag returned home after the completion of his education, he demanded his share of wealth from his brothers. His brothers told him that they had forgotten to fix his share as he was absent at the time when wealth was being distributed. They advised him to go and meet their father. Nabhag went to his father and made the same request. His father advised him to go to sage Angaras, who was trying to accomplish a yajna, but was not being able to accomplish it because of his attachment. Go and try to eliminate his attachment by your discourses. This way sage Angaras, on being pleased with you, would give all the wealth which remains after the completion of the yajna," said his father. Nabhag did the same. He went to the place where sage Angaras was performing his yajna. He preached sage Angaras on the virtues of religiousness. As a result, he became free from all sorts of attachments and the yajna was successfully accomplished. Sage Angaras was very pleased by Nabhag's knowledge of religion. He gave all the remaining wealth of the yajna to Nabhag. Just then Lord Shiva arrived there in his incarnation of Krishna Darshan and tried to prevent sage Angaras from donating the wealth to Nabhag. Instead he staked his own claim. Nabhag told Lord Shiva that, since the wealth was given to him by sage Angaras himself, it naturally belonged to him. Lord Shiva then sent Nabhag to his father Shradhadev to know about his opinion. Nabhag went to Shradadeva, who revealed to him that the person who was staking his claims on the wealth was none other than Lord Shiva. He also told him that whatever remained after the accomplishment of the yajna belongs to Lord Shiva only. Nabhag was now satisfied. He went back to Lord Shiva and narrated everything what his father had said. He then eulogized and worshipped Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva blessed him, which helped Nabhag to attain salvation. Lord Shiva appears as a beggar. There was a king named Satyarath who ruled over Vidarbha. Once he was attacked by a neighboring king. Satyarath was killed in that battle. His wife somehow managed to save her life by hiding in a forest. The queen was pregnant at that time. At the shore of a pond she gave birth to a child. She was feeling thirsty, so she went into the pond to quench her thirst. Unfortunately, she was killed by a crocodile who used to live in that pond. The hungry child started crying. A beggar woman arrived there with her 1-year-old child. Though her heart was filled with compassion seeing the hungry child cry, but still she was hesitating to take him in her lap. Right then Lord Shiva appeared as a beggar and advised her to bring up the orphan child. The beggar woman asked about the origin of the child. Lord Shiva told her that the father of this child, Satyarath, in his previous life had left the Pradashavrata incomplete. He had also ordered his men to sever the head of his enemy. After this, he had broken his fast in his impure state, without taking a bath. As a result, Satyarath met a premature death in his next life. The mother of this orphan child too committed a sin by deceitfully getting the co-wife of her husband killed. As a result, she was devoured by a crocodile in her next life. Describing about the child, Lord Shiva said, "This child was Brahmin by birth in his previous life, but still he never engaged himself in any religious or virtuous deeds. So in his next life, though he was born in a royal family, still he remained poor. You must take this child under your control, and after his sacred thread ceremony gets accomplished, you must engage him in my devotion. If you don't obey my command, then it would not be good for the welfare of your own child." After saying like this, Lord Shiva disappeared. The beggar woman took that child to her house and brought him up with great love and care. When he grew up, his sacred thread ceremony was performed, and then he was initiated into the worship of Lord Shiva. By the blessing of Lord Shiva, Satyaratha's son formed a pot full of gold while he was taking both in a pond. Now the beggar family became very rich. Once again, when he had gone to a forest, he met a Gandharva princess to whom he ultimately got married. This way he became a king. He lived happily with his mother and his brother. Lord Shiva appears in the guise of Indra. Upmanyu, the son of sage Vyakrapad, was brought up in his maternal uncle's home since his childhood. One day Upmanyu was very hungry. His mother gave him milk to drink, which was not enough to satisfy his hunger. He demanded more and started crying. His mother mined some wheat flour in the water and gave him to drink, as there was no milk left in the house. Upmanyu, finding the taste different, told his mother that it was not milk but something else. He again started crying. His mother told him that if he wanted milk, then he should worship Lord Shiva, as he only was capable of making the milk available. Upmanyu proceeded towards the Himalaya and started doing penance to please Lord Shiva, continuously chanting the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. His penance generated so much of heat that all the three worlds started burning. To test his devotion, Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati appeared before him disguised as Indra and Indrani respectively. Both of them told Upmanyu to stop doing penance. They said, "We Indra and Indrani are extremely pleased by your devotion. Stop worshipping Shiva. We will fulfill all your desires." Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati did not stop at this. They even cursed Shiva. Upmanyu became very furious and got up to attack the abuser Indra. Shiva and Parvati were satisfied by his total dedication and devotion. They revealed their real identity and blessed him. Shiva promised Upmanyu that he would be present in the vicinity of his hermitage along with Parvati forever. Upmanyu returned back to his home and narrated the whole story to his mother, who was very pleased. Lord Shiva got the name Sureshvar because he appeared in the guise of Indra. Sage Vyasa advises the Pandavas to worship Shiva. After losing their whole kingdom to Duryodhana in the gamble, Pandavas went to the Dwait forest accompanied by Draupadi. They started living in a place which was donated by Vilatra's son. Duryodhana instigated Sage Durvasa to torment the Pandavas. Sage Durvasa went to the place where Pandavas were staying, accompanied by thousands of his disciples. He demanded food from the Pandavas. How could have the Pandavas satiated from the hunger of thousands of people? Lord Krishna came to their rescue and saved them from being disgraced. As a result, Durvasa and his disciples went back satisfied. Lord Krishna advised the Pandavas to worship Lord Shiva, but they neglected that advice. As a result, their sufferings increased in magnitude. One day Sage Vyasa arrived there. The Pandavas gave a rousing reception. Considering Arjuna to be the most capable among the Pandavas, Vyasa taught him the method of doing Parthiva worship. Later on, Arjuna went to the Indrakeel mountain to please Indra by his penance. Sage Vyasa preached Yudhishthira to remain firm on his virtuously and religiousness. Arjuna's penance generated so much of heat that all the living creature of the three worlds were unable to bear its scorching heat. All the living creatures of the three worlds went to Indra to seek his help. Indra went to Arjuna in the guise of a celibate and asked about the purpose for which he was doing penance. Arjuna told him that he wanted to defeat the Kauravas. Indra then told Arjuna that it was not in his capacity to help him achieve victory over the Kauravas, because of Aswathama, who was a partial incarnation of Lord Shiva. Indra advised Arjuna to please Lord Shiva by his penance so that his wishes could be fulfilled. Indra then entrusted some of his men, the job of Arjuna's security, and went back to his abode. Arjuna commenced his penance to please Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva appears in guise of Kirat and blesses Arjuna. Arjuna did a tremendous penance by standing only on one leg and concentrating his gaze upon the blazing sun. The deities became very impressed by Arjuna's penance. They went to Lord Shiva and requested him to bless Arjuna. Lord Shiva accepted their request. Duryodhana had sent a demon named Mukha to kill Arjuna. Mukha had disguised himself as a boar. Arjuna was engrossed in his meditation, when suddenly his concentration got disturbed by a loud noise. He opened his eyes and saw Mukha being chased by a band of Kirats. In fact, it was none other than Shiva who had appeared in the guise of Kirat. Both Arjuna and Lord Shiva struck the boar with their respective arrows at the same time. As a result, the boar was killed. Lord Shiva sent his Ganesh to bring back the arrow. Similarly, Arjuna too went near the dead boar to bring his arrow. Arjuna found his arrow lying on the ground. He picked it up in his hand. Right then the Ganesh arrived there and asked Arjuna to return that arrow as it belonged to their master. But Arjuna refused to part with his arrow. Instead, he asked the Ganesh to convey his challenge to their master to have a duel with him. The Ganesh went back to Lord Shiva and narrated the whole story to him. Lord Shiva accepted Arjuna's challenge and went to fight him. His Ganesh accompanied him. Arjuna defeated all the Ganesh of Shiva. In the end, Lord Shiva came forward to have a duel fight with him. Shiva was very much impressed by his valor. He revealed his real identity. Arjuna was very ashamed that he fought with Shiva. Lord Shiva consoled him and gave his weapon Pashupat to Arjuna. The 12 Jyotirlingas. Describing about the 12 Jyotirlingas, Sutta told the sages there are 12 Jyotirlingas, which are as follows: 1. Somnath in Saurashtra, 2. Mallikarjun in Srishail, 3. Mahajit in Ujjain, 4. Amareshvar in Omkar, 5. Kedar in the Himalaya, 6. Bhimashankar at the bank of Bhima river, 7. Vishwanath in Varanasi, 8. Trayambakeshwar ar the bank of Gautami river, 9. Badyanath at Chitabhumi, 10. Nagesh, which is between Darak Van Dwarika and Bet Dwarika, 11. Rameshvar at Bidaband, and 12. Dushmesh in Shivalaya. These above-mentioned 12 Jyotirlingas are considered to the very sacred. A devotee who pays a visit to any of these places and worship, gets all of his wish fulfilled. Out of these 12 Jyotirlingas, Somnath Jyotirlinga is believed to destroy the sorrows of moon. A devotee who worships this Jyotirlinga gets cured from incurable diseases like leprosy etc., enjoys all kinds of worldly pleasures and attains salvation. Similarly, having a darshan of Mallikarjun helps a devotee to fulfill all of his desires. Having a darshan of Mahajit at Ujjain helps a devotee to fulfill all kinds of desire and achieve salvation. Similarly, if a devotee merely touches the idol of Omkar Linga, then he achieves the desired fruits. Kedar Linga is situated in the Himalayas and is considered to be very sacred. Lord Shiva took his 6th incarnation as Bhimashankar to kill the demon Bhima. This incarnation of Shiva took place at a place called Kamarupa in Assam. The 7th incarnation of Lord Shiva was as Vishwanath at Kashi. This Jyotirlinga is considered to be very sacred and fulfiller of all the desires of a man. Lord Shiva took his 8th incarnation at the bank of river Gautami at the request of sage Gautam. This Jyotirlinga too is considered to be very sacred and a fulfiller of all the desires of a man. The 9th incarnation of Shiva was as Badyanath at Deoghar in Bihar. This Jyotirlinga was established by the demon king Ravana. A devotee who worships this Jyotirlinga gets all of his wishes fulfilled. Because of this, it is also known as Kamanalinga. Devotees carry the holy water of the Ganges from Sultanganj and both the idol of Badyanath in the months of Shravan and Bhadrapaksha according to the Hindu calendar. Lord Shiva took his 10th incarnation to kill the demon Derek who used to live in Derek forest. A devotee who worships Nagesh never faces any calamity. The 11th incarnation of Lord Shiva was as Rameshvar Linga. This linga was established by Sri Rama while the construction of a bridge over the sea was going on. Having a darshan of this Jyotirlinga bestows both worldly pleasures and salvation. Lord Shiva took his 12th incarnation as Dhumeshwar after being pleased by Dushma, the wife of Sumedha. Having a darshan of this Jyotirlinga helps a devotee to fulfill all of his desires. All the above mentioned 12 Jyotirlingas are very sacred and give total accomplishment to the devotees. Part 4 Koti Rudrasamhita. The greatness of Upalingas. After describing about the 12 Jyotirlinga, Sutta mentioned about the various Upalingas originating from them. The Upalinga named Sumshwar is situated at a place where the earth meets the ocean. This Upalinga is also known as Antakesh. The Upalinga originating from Mallikarjun is famous by the name of Rudreshwar. Similarly, the Upalinga originating from Mahajit Jyotirlinga is known as Dugdhesh. The Upalinga manifesting from Omkar Jyotirlinga is famous as Kardameshwar. The Upalinga manifesting from Kedareshwar Jyotirlinga is known as Buddheshwar and is situated at the bank of Yamuna river. The Upalinga manifesting from Bhimashankar Jyotirlinga is famously known as Bhimeshwar. The Upalingas manifesting from Nageshwar, Rameshwar and Dushmeshwar Jyotirlingas are known as Buddheshwar, Gupteshwar and Vyagreshwar respectively. All these Upalingas are considered to be very sacred. A devotee who has darshan of these Upalingas gets liberated from all of his sins. Apart from these 12 Jyotirlingas and Upalingas, there are numerous other lingas, which have great religious importance. They are Kritikaveswar, Tilmandeshwar, Buddheshwar, Batukeshwar, Pureshwar, Siddhanatheshwar, Sringeshwar, Gopeshwar, Rangeshwar, Rameshwar, Atrishwar, Mahabalinga Kameshwar, Gaineshwar, Shukreshwar, Chandrashekhar, Rishishwar, Laliteshwar, Pashupadeshwar, Kumtanath, and Andhakeshwar etc. Atri and Anusuya do penance. Sage Atri and his wife Anusuya were doing penance in the forest called Kamad, situated near the Chitrakut mountain. Once it did not rain for many days. As a result, people living in that area faced a severe drought. Anusuya requested her husband to help out the people from their hardships. Sage Atri sat down to meditate. One by one, his disciples deserted him. Only Anusuya remained with him. She spent her days worshipping the Parthivalingas and circumambulating Sage Atri who was engrossed in his meditation. She had vowed not to have a single morsel of food till it rained. All the deities became very pleased with their penance. They arrived at the place where both of them were doing penance and after giving blessings went back to their respective abodes. Lord Shiva and river Ganges stayed there. It did not rain for 54 years. Both Sage Atri and Anusuya continued with their respective penance. While doing penance, Sage Atri felt thirsty. He requested Anusuya to fetch some water. Anusuya went with a kamandal, in search of water but did not find it anywhere. Ganga appeared before her and said, "I am very pleased with you. You can demand anything from me you like." Anusuya demanded only a kamandal full of water for her husband. Ganga instructed her to dig up a pit and when it was done she entered into that pit. Anusuya filled her kamandal with the water from that pit and went back to her thirsty husband. After quenching his thirst, Atri inquired from Anusuya as to where did she find water. Anusuya narrated the whole story. Both of them then went back to the place where Anusuya had met Ganga. Both of them requested Ganga to stay at that very place. Ganga agreed to remain there on the condition that Anusuya donates all the virtues attained by her husband by worshipping Lord Shiva for 1 year. Anusuya donated all the virtues, without any hesitation. Lord Shiva became very much pleased by their charitable tendencies. He appeared before them. After eulogizing, Atri requested Lord Shiva to remain in his hermitage accompanied by Parvati. Lord Shiva agreed to do so. Ganga also stayed with them. Later on Atri performed a grand yajna after the completion of which it rained heavily. Thus Atri ended the phase of drought by his tremendous penance. River Mandakini flows from that same pit which Anusuya had dug up. The Shivalinga, which was worshipped by Anusuya during that time later on, came to be known as Atrishwarlinga. The Brahmin woman attains to heaven. Once upon a time, there lived a Brahmin at a place called Karni situated at the bank of river Riva. When the Brahmin became old, he went to Kashi after leaving behind his wife to live with his sons. After some time the Brahmin died. When the Brahmin's sons came to know about his death, they went to Kashi and performed his last rites. After some days the Brahmin's woman died too. The Brahmin's son, Suvas again went to Kashi carrying the ashes of their dead mother as per her own wish. On his way, Suvad became a guest of another Brahmin. Suvad witnessed an amazing even in the night, in which he saw his host trying to milk the cow. At first he allowed the calf to drink the cow's milk for some time. His host then moved away the calf from the cow. The calf was still hungry and was not willing to move away from the cow. The Brahmins trashed the calf very badly. This made the cow very sad and vowed to teach that wicked Brahmin a lesson. The calf tried his best to convince his mother against doing this as her action might make her commit the gravest of sins, the Brahmahatya. But the cow was not worried, as she knew the method of nullifying that sin. Suvad was surprised that the cow knew the method of nullifying the sin of Brahmahatya. Next morning, the Brahmin entrusted the job of milking the cow. The Brahmin's son gave a severe thrashing to the calf who was unwilling to move away from his mother. The angry cow lifted the Brahmin's son with her horns and dashed him against the ground. The Brahmin's son died on the spot. When the Brahmin returned to his home he became very furious on seeing his son dead. He drove both the cow and the calf out of his house, after beating them very badly. The color of the cow had turned blue due to the thrashing she got from her Brahmin. The cow went to the temple of Nandikeshwar, situated at the bank of river Narmada. To neutralize the sin of Brahmahatya she took dip in the water of river Narmada for 3 times. As a result she regained her original color. Suvad had followed the cow all along the way. He was amazed to see the cow regaining her original color. He proceeded on his further journey towards Kashi. He met a beautiful lady on the way who inquired as to where was he going. Suvad told her that he was going to immerse the ashes of her mother in the holy water of the river Ganges. The lady advised him to immerse the ashes in the water of Narmada itself, as the holy Ganga herself comes to meet Narmada on the 7th day of Vaishak every year. Today is the same auspicious day when the holy Ganga will be coming to meet Narmada, said the beautiful woman. She also told him that immersing the ashes in the waters of Narmada would help his mother to attain to the divine abode. This beautiful lady was none other than Ganga herself. After advising Suvad she disappeared. Suvad followed the instruction of that beautiful lady. He immersed the ashes in the waters of Narmada. He saw his mother attaining a divine body. His mother blessed Suvad and then attained to the abode of Lord Shiva. Mahabal Shivalinga. Describing about Mahabal Shivalinga, Sudha said to the sages Mahabal Shivalinga is situated at Gokarna area. A devotee who has a darshan of Mahabal Shivalinga on the 8th or 14th day of Ardra Nakshatra falling on Monday, becomes free from all of his sins and attains to the Shivaloka. Having a darshan of this Shivalinga on any other day too helps a man to attain to the abode of Almighty. All the deities, ancestors, holy rivers like Ganga and the Nagas stand guard on all the 4 entrances of Mahabal temple. Even the most degraded sinner attains salvation if he worships Mahabal Shivalinga on the 14th day of Magha. On this day people come from all over India to see the grand festival. The reason behind phallic worship. The sages curiously ask Sudha about the purpose with which Parvati had decided to appear in the form of a vagina. Sutta narrated the following tale. Long ago, some sages used to do penance in a Shiva temple situated near Derrick Forest. One day they went to collect woods needed for the yajna. Lord Shiva wanted to test their devotion, so he arrived before the sages' wives in naked position holding his own phallus in his hand. The wives of the sages became frightened by Shiva's appearance. When the sages returned after collecting woods, they became very furious to see a naked person luring their wives. They asked Shiva to reveal his identity. When Shiva did not give any reply, they cursed him to become a phallus. The phallus fell down from the hand of Lord Shiva and generated so much of heat that all the three worlds started to burn. The sages became very nervous and went to seek the help of Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma revealed to them that the person who they cursed was none other than Lord Shiva himself. He also instructed them to please Goddess Parvati, as she only could have them from Shiva's wrath by appearing in the form of vagina and holding the phallus. The sages followed the instruction of Lord Brahma. Goddess Parvati appeared in the form of vagina and held Shiva's phallus in herself. The sages then worshipped the Shivalinga. This Jyotirlinga became famous by the name of Hatkeshwar. The origin of Bhatanath. Long ago there lived a Brahmin by the name of Dudhichi. His wife to a low caste, though his son, Sudarshan, was very learned. The name of his wife was Tukula. She had her husband under total control and influence. Sudarshan had 4 sons. One day Dudhichi planned to go out due to some work. He entrusted the job of Shiva's worship to Sudarshan. Sudarshan worshipped the idol of Shiva daily without any fail. On the Shivaratri day, Sudarshan too had observed a fast like rest of his family members. He worshipped Shiva's idol in the morning as usual and then went to his home. During the night time, he had a sexual relationship with his wife. After that, he sat down to worship without purifying himself. Lord Shiva became very furious by his action. He immobilized him by his curse. Dudhichi was very sad to see the condition of his son. He commenced a tremendous penance to please Goddess Parvati. After being pleased by his penance, Parvati requested Lord Shiva to liberate Sudarshan from his curse. Lord Shiva became pleased and blessed Sudarshan by saying that he would become famous as Bhatanath and also that the worship of Bhatanath would amount to the worship of Lord Shiva. The origin of Somnath. The moon had 27 wives, one of whom was Rohini. The moon loved Rohini very much, which made the rest of his wives very jealous and angry. They went to their father, Daksha, and complained about Moon's behavior. Daksha went to Moon and advised him to give proper attention to all of his wives. But it did not have any effect on him and he continued giving special treatment to Rohini. When Daksha came to know about this, he became very curious. He cursed Moon to become weak and devoid of radiance. The Moon then sent the deities to Lord Brahma to seek his help. At first, Lord Brahma became very angry with Moon, but later on he cooled down and told the deities that Moon can get liberated from the curse if he chants Mahamrityunjaya mantra by going to Prabhu's area. Moon went to Prabhu's area and chanted Mahamrityunjaya mantra for 10 crore time after sitting in one posture. Lord Shiva appeared before him and asked him to demand anything he wished. Moon requested Lord Shiva to liberate him from the curse given by Daksha. Lord Shiva told Moon that the words of Daksha can never become untrue. However, he blessed Moon by saying that he would wane during the dark lunar phase due to the curse, but wax during the dark lunar phase due to his blessings. Lord Shiva also provided Moon that he would be present along with Parvati near him. Thus Lord Shiva established himself as Somanath. The deities constructed a kunda named Chandrakunda. It is believed that the Moon because liberated from the curse by taking a bath in this kunda. The origin of Mallikarjun. Once, under the influence of sage Narada, Kartikeya had gone to the Krunk mountain to do penance. Shiva and Parvati could not bear the pain of his separation for long. Both of them went to the Krunk mountain to see him. When Kartikeya saw them coming, he moved to some other place. When Lord Shiva saw this, he established himself in the form of Jyotirlinga, which later on became famous as Mallikarjun Jyotirlinga. The origin of Mahajiteshvar. There used to live a Brahmin at Avantikapuri. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva and used to worship daily. This Brahmin had 4 sons whose names were Devapriya, Medapriya, Sakrit and Dharmabahu. By the blessings of Lord Shiva, the Brahmin enjoyed a very happy and contented life. After his death, the Brahmin's son continued the tradition of Shiva's worship. There was a mountain named Ratanak on which a demon named Dushan used to live. Being intoxicated by the boons received from Lord Brahma, he used to torment all the people. He had all the surrounding area under his control except the house in which the Brahmin family lived. Dushan ordered his fellow demons to bring the Brahmin after capturing them. All the demons went to Avanthikapuri and created havoc. They went to the Brahmins and told them about Dushan's order. The Brahmins were busy doing worship at that time, so they did not give ear to their words. The Brahmins continued with their worship. The demon became very angry and tried to attack them. Suddenly the earth cracked with a tremendous sound and Lord Shiva manifested from within the cracks. He killed all the demons. He then went to the Ratnamala mountain and killed Dushan. He again returned to the Brahmins and expressed his desire of fulfilling their wishes. The Brahmins expressed their desire of getting liberated from the bondages of this world. They also requested him to remain at that place. Lord Shiva accepted their request and established himself in the form of Mahajat. The origin of Omkareshvar. Once, Narada had gone to meet Vindhya mountain. Vindhya was very arrogant in his behavior. Narada told him that Sumeru mountain was even greater than him, and so his false pride had no basis. Vindhya became very dejected and disheartened. He went to Amgreshwar and started worshipping Shiva after making a Parthiv linga. Lord Shiva became very pleased by his penance. He appeared before Vindhya and blessed him. After some time the sages too arrived there and worshipped Shiva. They requested Lord Shiva to remain at that place forever. Lord Shiva established himself as Parameshwar Linga. One Shivalinga already existed at Amareshvar, which became famous as Omkareshvar. The origin of Kedareshvar. Two incarnations of Lord Vishnu by the names of Nara and Vishnu did penance at Bhadrakasharama. Both of them used to worship the idol of Shiva daily. Lord Shiva used to arrive in his subtle form and accept their offerings without being noticed by them. One day Lord Shiva appeared before them. Nara and Narayana eulogized him and requested to remain at that place forever. Lord Shiva accepted their request and established himself as Kedareshvar Jyotirlinga. The origin of Bhima Shankar. Bhima, the demon, was the son of Kumbhakarna and Karkati. After Kumbhakarna was killed by Sri Rama, Karkati and Bhima went to live at Sahaya mountain. When Bhima grew up, he asked Karkati about his father. Karkati told him that his father had been killed by Rama. Bhima swore to avenge his father's death. He did a tremendous penance to please Lord Brahma. Brahma appeared before him and blessed him with insurmountable power and strength. Bhima then drove out the deities from heaven. He went to Kamarupa and defeated the king. He captured the king and put him in prison. The helpless king used to pass his time by chanting the mantra Om Namah Shivaya. His wife worshipped the Parthiva linga of Shiva for the release of the king. All the deities went at the bank of river Mahakashi and worshipped the Parthiva linga of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva appeared before them and assured them that the end of Bhima was near. Lord Shiva went to the king who had been held captive by Bhima. His Ganas too accompanied him. All of them waited for the opportune time to kill Bhima. Meanwhile somebody informed Bhima that the king was doing worship of Shiva in the prison, with the objective of getting Bhima killed. Bhima arrived at the spot in the prison where the king was worshipping the Parthiva linga of Lord Shiva. He made fun of Shiva and struck the Shivalinga with his sword. Right then, Lord Shiva appeared. A tremendous battle was fought between both of them. The battle continued for a long period. Sage Narada requested Lord Shiva to kill Bhima as soon as it was possible. Lord Shiva produced fire by his loud roar. In a very short time the fire spread in the whole forest. All the demons including Bhima were burned to death. The deities and the sages arrived there. They requested Lord Shiva to remain there. Lord Shiva accepted their request and established himself in the form of Bhima Shankar Jyotirlinga. The origin of Vishveshvar. With the desire of giving liberation to the living creatures of this world, Lord Shiva had kept some portion of land on his Trishul after separating it from the rest of Brahma's creation. The name of this sacred place is Manikarnika. the Shivalinga by the name of Avinata was established by Lord Shiva himself. Later on, this sacred place was brought down from the Trishul and established on the land of Shiva. This sacred place of pilgrimage later on became famous as Kashi and the Shivalinga as Avimata Visheshwar. The origin of Triambakeshwar. During the ancient time there lived a famous sage named Gautami. The name of his wife was Ahilya. Once it did not rain for 100 years, as the result of which the whole area was affected by drought. Sage Gautami did a tremendous penance to please Varuna. Appeared before Gautam, he was requested to cause rain. But Varuna expressed his inability in causing rain. He told Gautam to please Lord Shiva so that his wish could be fulfilled. Later on, Varuna instructed Gautam to dig up a pit, which he filled with water. Varuna blessed Gautam by saying that this pond would never dry up. The sages who had abandoned that place returned there. Everybody became happy and satisfied. One day, sage Gautam instructed his disciples to fetch some water from that pond. When the disciples reached there, they found the wives of numerous sages present at the bank of the pond. The sages' wives did not allow them to take water, and instead they rebuked them. The disciples returned back to the hermitage and narrated the whole story to sage Gautam. Ahilya pacified the angry disciples and went to the pond to fetch water. From that day onwards this became very daily routine. One day Ahilya met the wives of the sages. They tried to prevent her from fetching water. Not only that, they went back to his respective hermitages and filled the ears of their husbands. All the sages became very angry. The sages worshipped Lord Ganesha to please him. When Ganesha appeared, they requested him to drive Gautam out from that place. At first Ganesha was reluctant to accept their demand, but when they kept persisting he agreed at last. Ganesha entered the field of Gautam in which barley was being cultivated. Ganesha had disguised himself as a cow. He started grazing the barley crops. When Gautam saw the cow grazing crops, he tried to drive her out from the field by hitting a grass on her back. The artificial cow died instantly. Gautam was very sorry for his act. Meanwhile, all the sages from the surrounding area arrived there. They forced Gautam to abandon that place at once. Gautam left that place and made his hermitage at a little distance from there. One day he came to the sages and asked them as to how could he atone for his sins. The sages told him that his sins could be atoned only when he circumambulates the whole earth thrice, all the while saying, "I have killed a cow." They also told him that after that he would have to perform austerities for 1 month. If this is not possible, then you will have to help Ganga manifest herself and take bath in her water. Otherwise you will have to worship 3 crores Parthivalingas. Only then, you can get liberated from the sin of killing a cow, said the sages. Gautam made the Parthivalingas and started worshipping them. Lord Shiva became very pleased by his devotion and appeared before him. Sage Gautam requested Lord Shiva to liberate him from the sins of killing a cow. He also requested Lord Shiva to manifest the stream of river Ganga that place. Lord Shiva tried his best to make him understand that he was innocent and the real culprits were those wicked sages. But, Gautam was unconvinced. At last Lord Shiva instructed Ganga to appear in the form of a woman. Gautam eulogized Ganga. By the blessings of Lord Shiva, Gautam was liberated from his sins of killing a cow. After that Ganga expressed her desire to go back, but Lord Shiva asked her to remain on the earth till the 28th Nanvantar. Ganga accepted to do that, on the condition that Lord Shiva along with Parvati too would remain present on the earth. Lord Shiva established himself as Triambakeshwar Jyotirlinga and Ganga became famous as Gautami Ganga. The origin of Badhyanath. The demon king Ravana did a tremendous penance to please Lord Shiva and to get a boon from him. Even after his severe penance, when Lord Shiva did still not appear, he started offering his heads one by one to Lord Shiva. This way he already severed his 9 heads and offered them to Shiva. When he was about to sever his last remaining head, just the Lord Shiva appeared before him. He blessed Ravana with unparalleled power and strength. Lord Shiva also made him a 10-headed demon once again. But Ravana was not satisfied. He requested Lord Shiva to come along with him to Lanka. Lord Shiva gave Ravana's Shivalinga and warned him against keeping it on the earth, as then no power on the earth could lift that Shivalinga from there. Ravana proceeded with the Shivalinga. On the way he felt the urge to urinate. Ravana gave that Shivalinga to a cowherd boy and went to urinate. The cowherd boy held the Shivalinga for some time. He felt that the Shivalinga was becoming heavier and heavier. He could not bear the weight of the Shivalinga for too long. He kept it on the ground. When Ravana returned, he became very sad after seeing the Shivalinga on the ground. He knew that, now it was impossible to lift it from that place. Ravana established the Shivalinga there, which became famous as Badhyanath Jyotirlinga. The origin of Nageshwar Jyotirlinga. During ancient times, there lived a demon named Darak. The name of his wife was Dwaraka. They used to torment the people living in that area. The residents of that area went to sage Orsh and narrated about their miseries and requested him to end this menace. Orsh assured them that very soon their hardships would come to an end. He then went to do his penance. The deities appeared before him after being pleased by his tremendous penance. Sage Orsh requested the deities to kill the demons. The deities went to fight with the demons. The demons got scared and started thinking about the means by which their lives could be saved. Dwaraka, the wife of Darak, had received a boon from goddess Parvati, due to which she had gained unparalleled power. She carried the whole forest and placed it in the middle of the sea. This way the demons again lived without being perturbed by the threat of the deities' attack. One day the demons saw many boats sailing in the sea, on which were many people on board. The demons made all the people captive. There was a man named Supriya who was great devotee of Lord Shiva. He used to worship Lord Shiva daily, even though he saw held under captivity. Rest of the people too got influenced by his devotion and everybody started worshipping Lord Shiva. This way, 6 months had passed. One day a demon saw Supriya worshipping the idol of Lord Shiva. He went to Darak and informed him. Darak became extremely furious. He asked Supriya as to whom was he worshipping. Supriya, still engrossed in his worship, did not give any reply. This made Darak even more angry. He tried to kill Supriya. Lord Shiva appeared and killed all the demons. Dwaraka's heart became full of grief at the news of her husband's death. She went to Parvati and told her how Lord Shiva had killed Dwaraka. Parvati met Lord Shiva and both of them decided to protect their respective devotees by establishing themselves at that place. Thus, Nageshwar Jyotirlinga came into existence. Establishment of Rameshwar. After Hanuman brought the news that Sita had been held captive by Ravana at Lanka, Sri Rama proceeded towards Lanka with a huge army. After receiving the seashore, he faced the problems of crossing over the sea. Sri Rama made a Parthiva linga of Shiva and worshipped it. Lord Shiva became very pleased with him and appeared. He blessed Sri Rama to be victorious. Sri Rama, on the other hand, requested him to establish himself in that Parthiva linga, to which Lord Shiva agreed. This way Rameshwar Jyotirlinga came into existence. The origin of Dashmesh Jyotirlinga. There used to live a Brahmin by the name of Sudharma, who belonged to the lineage of sage Bharadvaj. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. Sudeha was his wife. Sudharma had no son. Sudeha desires for a son. She expressed her desire to Sudharma, but he did not listen to her pleas. One day Sudeha had gone for an outing accompanied by her companions. Incidentally, a quarrel ensued among them and her companions made fun of her issue-less status. Sudeha became very sad. After returning to her hermitage, she narrated the whole incident to Sudharma. Sudharma meditated on the form of Shiva and threw 2 flowers towards his wife. He thought that if Sudeha picks up the flower, which he had thrown with his right hand, then certainly a son would be born. But if she picks up the another flower, then there is no chance of her giving birth to a son. Unfortunately, Sudeha picked up the flower which Sudharma had thrown with his left hand. Sudharma told his wife that she was never going to become a mother. He advised her to dedicate her life in the devotion of Lord Shiva. When Sudeha learnt that there was no chance of her becoming a mother, she insisted her husband to marry for a second time, so that he could become a father. But Sudharma refused to marry for the second. Sudiha brought her younger sister Dushma to the hermitage and married her with reluctant Sudharma. Dushma proved to be a very faithful wife. She engaged herself in the service of Sudharma and Sudiha. She also used to worship the Parthivalinga of Shiva daily. After her worship she used to immerse the Parthivalingas in a pond. This way, when she had accomplished the worship of 1 lakh Parthivalingas, Lord Shiva blessed her with a son. Sudharma was extremely pleased, but Sudiha became jealous of her own sister. When the child grew up, he was married to a beautiful Brahmin girl. Dushma instructed the bride to take a special care of Sudiha. So the bride engaged herself in the service of everybody. She took special care of looking into the needs of Sudiha. But still, Sudiha's jealousy did not diminish. One day, gripped by excessive jealousy and anger, she killed Dushma's son while he was asleep. She cut his body into many pieces and threw those pieces into the same pond, in which Dushma used to immerse the Parthivalingas. When the daughter-in-law noticed a piece of flesh on the bed, she started crying. She went to Dushma and narrated the whole story. Hearing the news of her son's killing, Dushma too started crying. Sudiha also wept artificially. Sudharma arrived there. Though he himself was very sad, yet he instructed Dushma to do the daily worship of Parthivalinga as usual. Dushma obeyed the command of her husband. She worshipped the Parthivalingas and went to the pond of immense. By the blessings of Lord Shiva, her son was standing at the bank of the pond alive. He came towards his mother and said, "Mother, I have become alive even after my death." Dushma was still engrossed in her thoughts of Lord Shiva, so she could not listen to her son. Lord Shiva appeared and blessed Dushma. He also expressed his desire to punish her wicked sister, Sudiha, for her evil deed, but Dushma requested him to forgive her. She also requested Lord Shiva to stay there forever. Lord Shiva accepted her demand and established himself in the form of Dushmeshwar Jyotirlinga. Sudharma and Sudiha arrived at that place and worshipped Shiva. At last everybody returned home happily. Lord Vishnu received Sudarshan Chakra. The deities went to Lord Vishnu, after being tormented by the demons. They requested him to annihilate the demons. After assuring them, Lord Vishnu went to Kailash mountain to do his penance. But even his tremendous penance was not enough to please Lord Shiva. Lord Vishnu then worshipped Lord Shiva by chanting the mantras of Shiva Sahasranamavali. He also offered 1,000 lotus flowers to Lord Shiva in course of his worship. One day Shiva wanted to test the devotion of Lord Vishnu. He stole one lotus flower from among the 1,000 flowers. When Lord Vishnu began his worship, he found that there was one flower less. To make up for this deficiency, he offered his one eye to Lord Shiva, his eye which has been compared with a lotus flower. Lord Shiva was very much impressed by his exceptional devotion. He appeared before Vishnu and asked him to demand any boon he wished. Lord Vishnu demanded a divine weapon to annihilate the demons. Lord Shiva gave him a sparkling Sudarshan Chakra. On the request of Lord Vishnu, he established himself in the form of Harishwar Shivalinga. At last Lord Vishnu killed the demon with his Sudarshan Chakra. Sudha told the sages that Lord Vishnu had worshipped Lord Shiva with the help of his 1,000 names. Some of the chief names of Shiva are Shiva, Har, Mrid, Rudra, Pushkar, Pushpalakan, Arthigumya, Sadachar, Sharv, Shambhu, Maheshvar, etc. A devotee who chants these 1,000 names of Lord Shiva attains all the accomplishments. Chanting it during distress helps a man to become free from all kings of misfortune. Lord Vishnu could kill the demons only because of the power he derived from the chanting of Sahasranam. The devotees of Shiva. Describing about the numerous devotees of Shiva who were famous for their devotion towards Lord Shiva, Sutan named a few of them like Durvasa, Vishvamitra, Dudhichi, Gautam, Kanud, Bhargav, Brihaspati, Vaishampayam, Parashar, Vyasa, Upmanyu, Yagyavakaya, Jaimini, and Garg, etc. He also narrated a tale connected with King Suyodyamna. Once Udayamna had gone into that forest which was gifted to Parvati by Lord Shiva, with the warning that any man who dares to enter it would become a woman. As soon as Udayamna entered that forest he got transformed into a woman. He became very sad. He worshipped Lord Shiva to regain his masculinity. Lord Shiva, pleased by his devotion, he blessed him to be as a man for 1 month and again as a woman for the same period of time alternately. Austerities and Mahashivaratri for Shiva's worship. Once Parvati asked Lord Shiva as to which were the austerities when on being performed by a devotee, helps him to attain both worldly accomplishments as well as liberation. Lord Shiva told her about 10 austerities connected with his worship and their methods. He said, "On the 8th day of every month a devotee should worship me by observing a fast for the whole day and breaking it in the night. But on Kalashtami a devotee must observe the fast for the whole day and night. He must not have food on that day. On the 11th day of the dark lunar month, a devotee must worship me and observe fast during the day. He should break the fast in the night. But on the 11th day of the bright lunar month, a devotee should observe a fast for the whole period of day and night. On the 13th day of dark lunar month a devotee must observe fast for the whole period of day and night, whereas on the 13th day of a bright lunar phase he should observe a fast during the day and break it in the night. A fast observed on Monday should be broken only in the night." Lord Shiva continued with his statements. Among all the austerities and fastings Mahashivaratri holds a supreme place. It falls on the 14th day of the dark lunar month of Falgun. On this day the devotee should take a vow to observe a fast after awakening in the morning and finishing his daily choirs. He must observe a fast for the whole day and night. In the night he should worship me either in the temple or in his own home according to his convenience. He should worship me with the help of 16 modes of worship. He should either chant the mantras of Lagurudra or perform Abhishek during the course of worship. While doing worship he should eulogize me and perform artis in my praise. He can perform Abhishek with either of the followings: milk, water, sacred water of belonging to a place of pilgrimage, sprinkling water with kasha, sugarcane juice, honey, and ghee, etc. The devotee should engage himself in my devotion for the whole day. In the end he should feed the Brahmins and make donation to them. A fast observed in this way gives infinite virtues to the devotee. After observing fasts for 14 consecutive years on each of the Shivaratri days, a devotee should perform Udyapan. On the day preceding the Udyapan ceremony, a devotee must have food for 1 time. The next day a devotee should perform Udyapan after making a religious vow and according to the appropriate methods. A devotee who performs Udyapan in the above-mentioned way attains to the Shivaloka. The greatness of Shivaratri. There used to live a poor Bheel named Gurudruha. He was very poor. One day, finding no food available in his house, he went to the forest to hunt an animal. Unfortunately he did not find any animal which he could hunt. Being hungry, he sat down on the bank of a pond and pondered as to what would happen to his family members who were hungry too. He thought that if he waited there, then he might get a chance to kill a thirsty animal, which arrives there to drink water. Gurudruha climbed up a bale tree and waited for his prey. A Shivalinga was established just under that tree, and coincidentally it was a Shivaratri day. When the first 3 hours of the night had passed, he saw a female deer arriving with her young ones. He got ready with his bow and arrow and aimed his arrow towards the female deer. By coincidence some leaves from that bale tree fell on the Shivalinga along with some drops of water from the vessel in which he was carrying water. Gurudruha had accomplished the worship of Shiva during the first prahar of the night unawaringly. After hearing the noise made by falling drops of water, the female deer looked up. She saw Gurudruha sitting with his bow and arrows. She asked him about his desire. Gurudruha told her that he wanted to kill her, so that he could feed his family members. The female deer requested him to allow her to go so that she could leave her young ones in the safe custody of her husband. She promised to come back. At first Gurudruha was reluctant, but when the female deer started giving illustrations from the scriptures, he allowed her to go. Meanwhile the sister of female deer arrived there with her young ones. When Garudruha saw her, he got ready to kill her. Suddenly his movements on the tree, made some leaves of bale and few drops of water to fall on the Shivalinga. It was the second prahara of the night and Garudruha had again performed the worship of Shiva unawaringly. When the female deer heard the noise made by falling drop of water, she looked up towards Garudruha. She asked him about his desire. When Garudruha told about his desire, she requested him to allow her to go so that she could hand over her young ones in the safe custody of her husband. Initially, Garudruha was reluctant to allow her to go, but when she promised to return back, he allowed her to go. Garudruha sat on the branches of the bale tree waiting for his prey. The second prahar of the night was coming to an end and the third prahar about to begin. The deer arrived there searching his wife and children. Garudruha again made himself ready to kill that deer. Again some leaves and few drops of water fell on the Shivalinga. The worship of Shiva during the third prahara had been accomplished by Garudruha, though unawaringly. On hearing the noise made by the falling drops of water, the deer looked up and asked Garudruha about his desire. Garudruha told him about his desire. The deer requested Garudruha to allow him to meet his wife and children for once. The deer promised to return back. After becoming satisfied by his intentions, Garudruha allowed him to go to meet his family. Garudruha sat on the bale tree waiting for the deers anxiously. The third prahar of the night was approaching its end and the fourth prahar was about to begin. Suddenly Garudruha saw all the three deers coming towards the pond. He became extremely pleased at the prospect of getting flesh of three animals. He got red with his bow and arrows. His movements on the bale tree again made some leaves and few drops of water to fall on the Shivaling. Garudruha had successfully accomplished the worship of Shiva even during the fourth prahar. Not only this, he had also remained awake for the whole night of Shivaratri. The fast observed by Garudruha on Shivaratri along with the worship of Shiva though unawaringly had made him an enlightened person. The thought of killing the deers remained no longer in his heart. He thanked all the deers for their help in his attainment of enlightenment. Lord Shiva became extremely pleased and appeared before him. He blessed Garudruha that in his next birth he would get an opportunity to serve Sri Rama and would become famous as Nishad. Lord Shiva also told Garudruha that by the blessings of Sri Rama he would attain salvation, by the blessings of Sri Rama he would attain salvation. Sutta, while describing about the virtues of observing fast on Shivaratri, told the sages that if a fast observed unwaringly on Shivaratri gives such virtues, then what could be said about a fast which is observed deliberately? According to Sutta, such a fast would bestow both worldly pleasures and salvation. Different stages of liberation. Regarding the different stages of liberation, Sutta told the sages that there were 5 stages of liberation capable of freeing a man from the sorrows of this world. 1. Sarapya, 2. Salokya, 3. Sunadhaya, 4. Sayojya, 5. Kalvalya. Only Lord Shiva is capable of bestowing liberation. One can attain dharma, artha, and kam by the worship of other deities, but Lord Shiva bestows all the 4 of them. Lord Brahma is believed to be the master of the 3 elementary qualities, i.e. sattva, rajas, and tamas. Shiva is beyond these qualities and even the nature itself. He is formless. Lord Shiva is a mystery which remains unsolved, even though many sages and even Lord Brahma have tried to solve this mystery called Shiva. The 5th stage of liberation is called Kaivalya, which is attained by having complete devotion towards Lord Shiva. In the present era of Kali, where the attainment of self-knowledge is very difficult, devotion is relatively an easier path. Even devotion has been categorized into 2 types, a. Sagun, b. Nirguna. If man worships Lord Shiva with total devotion, he attains self-knowledge. Each and every objects of this world is nothing but the manifestation of Shiva's power. The creation achieves expansion only when he desires. Shiva is omniscient but himself invisible. Just as the fire, which already exists in the wood but is visible only after it is rubbed, similarly only the Jnanis can experience Lord Shiva even though he is omnipresent. Just as there is no difference between cause and effect, but appears so due to our ignorance. Similarly, an ignorant man can never experience the omnipresent Shiva by his sense organs. The living things possess ego, but Lord Shiva is egoless. A man can successfully subjugate his ego by becoming knowledgeable and attains liberation after uniting with Lord Shiva. This knowledge was received by Lord Vishnu from Shiva. Lord Vishnu later on revealed it to Lord Brahma, and Brahma in turn revealed it to his Manasputra, Sanak, etc. The Manasputra revealed this knowledge to Narada, and Narada revealed it to Vyasa. Part 5 Umasamhita. Conversation between Krishna and Upmanyu. Once, Lord Krishna went to Kailash mountain to do penance with the desire of having a son. He found Maharishi Upmanyu engrossed in his meditation. He told Upmanyu about his desire and requested him to describe about the greatness of Lord Shiva. Upamanu described about his own experience when he had divine glimpses of Lord Shiva who was meditating. Once I saw Shiva who was surrounded by all the deities. Lord Shiva was engrossed in his deep meditation. Shiva had in his possession all the divine weapons like trident, axe, noose, sudarshan, etc. Lord Vishnu and Brahma were also present there. I eulogized Lord Shiva, who became pleased with me. Lord Shiva wanted to bless me with a boon. I requested Lord Shiva to bless me with 3 things. 1. I should always remain his devotee. 2. To be able to know about the past, present and future events. 3. My family should never feel the scarcity of rice and milk. Lord Shiva not only blessed me with all these 3 things, but also to be able to see the Vaivasvat Kalpa. After completing his story, sage Upmanyu told Krishna he must worship Lord Shiva if he was desirous of a son, because Lord Shiva can be pleased quite easily. Sri Krishna does penance. Sri Krishna then proceeded to do his penance after getting initiated by Upmanyu with the mantra, Om Namah Shivaya. He did a tremendous penance for 15 months by standing on his toe. In the 16th month Lord Shiva and Parvati appeared before him after being pleased by his penance. Lord Shiva expressed his desire to bless Krishna. Krishna demanded 8 boons. 1. May his intelligence always remain inclined towards religiousness. 2. May he attain immortal fame. 3. May he has his abode in Shiva's proximity. 4. May his faith and devotion in Shiva be unswerving. 5. May he have 10 valiant sons. 6. May he be victorious against his enemies. 7. May all his enemies be destroyed. And 8. May be dear to all the yogis. After receiving 8 boons from Lord Shiva, Krishna demanded 1 boon from goddess Parvati. May he always be in the service of his parents and the Brahmins. Sri Krishna then went back to Upmanyu and narrated the whole story. At last he returned to Dvarka. Classification of grave sins. Describing about the sins, Sutta told the sages that altogether there were 12 types of sins committed by a man by his actions, thought, speech. Out of them, having a desire for another person's wife, being desirous of another's wealth, having evil designs against other people, and drifting towards sinful path are considered to be sins committed by one's thoughts. The following sins are supposed to be committed by speech: conversating with a woman who is having periods, telling lies, unpleasing talks and backbiting. The following sins are committed by one's actions: eating things, which are not worth eatings, indulging in violence and uncivilized activities, and taking others' wealth by improper means. Even among all these sins some are considered to be graver, like criticizing teacher, hermit, and parents, etc., stealing the property of temple or a Brahmin. A person commits mahapap if he indulges in any of the following: not having devotion towards one's preceptor, abandoning one's preceptor, sleeping on the preceptor's bed, drinking intoxicating drinks, having illicit relationship with one's teacher's wife, taking back the wealth which has already been donated, earning wealth by employing improper means. A man who commits the following sins are considered to be the grave sinners: burning a cowshed, a forest or a city, not marrying a girl with a suitable man, having illicit relationship with daughter-in-law, and sister-in-law. The description of hell. Each living being has to taste the fruits of his karmas, when his soul reaches the abode of Yama after his death. The soul of a virtuous man enters the hell from the northern side, whereas that of sinful man enters from the southern side. Yamanagri, the abode of Yama, is situated at a distance of 86,000 yojans from the surface of the earth. The virtuous soul reaches there without any problem because of his virtuous deeds. On the contrary, the soul of a sinner reaches Yamanagri tasting the fruits of his sins all along the way. Moreover, when the soul of a sinner reaches Yamanagri, it gets punished by the Yamadutas. The Lord of Death then gives the final judgment on the basis of each individual's sins. From the hell the virtuous soul leaves for the heaven. There are many categories of hells all filled up with filth. Charity and its importance. Sutta, while warning the sages, told: people who engages themselves in virtuous deeds throughout their lives and who have been kind of others, cross the terrifying path of the hell quite easily. A person, who donates shoes or wooden sandals to Brahmins, reaches the hell riding on the horse. Similarly, a person who donates an umbrella to Brahmins reaches the hell under the shade of an umbrella. Making donations of bed or chairs to Brahmins, help a man to reach the hell after taking adequate rest on the way. Making donations of gold or silver to Brahmin helps a man to attain to heaven. A man who donated food grains enjoys all the pleasures of life, because food grains sustain life. Even, making donation of water is considered to be of supreme value because life cannot exist without it. A man, who digs up wells and ponds for the benefit of people, acquires great virtues. Planting trees, especially which gives fruits or flowers, are considered to give immeasurable virtues. Making donations of cow, land, knowledge, and such objects that can be weighed are considered. Making donations of gold, sesame, elephant, girl, maid, servant, house, chariot, diamond, cow whose color is pure white, and food grains are considered to be Mahadan. The donations should be made only to worthy Brahmins. Description of netherworld and liberation. From hell. The earth is balanced on the hood of Shashnag. Lord Vishnu is the nurturer of this world. There are 7 more worlds beneath the earth, which are Atala, Vitala, Sudala, Rasatala, Tala, Talatala and Padal. Each of these worlds is 10,000 yojans in length and 20,000 yojans deep. All these worlds are full of invaluable and priceless diamonds. The residents of each of these worlds enjoy all the luxuries and pleasures of life. The demons and the Nagas reside in these worlds. Even farther than these 7 worlds is situated the hell, where the soul of the sinner goes to after the death. Some of the main names of hell are Raurav, Shikar, Rod, Tal, Vivasan, and Mahajvala, etc. The soul of a sinner goes to each of these hells according to the magnitude of his sins. A man should worship Lord Shiva and sing hymns in his praise to get liberated from his sins. The description of 7 islands. The whole earth is divided into 7 islands or dweepas. The name of these islands is Jambu, Plaksha, Shulmali, Krunk, Shaka and Pushkar. All these islands are surrounded by such oceans on all sides. The content of each of these oceans is salt, sugarcane juice, ghee, milk, curds, and honey respectively. Jambudvipa is also known as India. It stretches from south of Himalaya to the north of ocean. The total area is about 9,000 yojans. It is further subdivided into 9 land segments, 7 mountains, and 7 sacred rivers near the 7 places of pilgrimage and many other rivers. Similarly, the Plaksha island is surrounded by ocean of salt on all sides and spread up in the area of 1,000 yojans. The area of Shulmali island is twice as that of Plaksha island. It is surrounded by the ocean of honey. The area of Kisha island is twice as that of Shulmali island and is surrounded by the ocean of ghee. Similarly, the Krunka is surrounded by the ocean of curd and its area is thrice as that of Kisha island. The area of Shaka island is twice as that of Krauka island and is surrounded by the ocean of milk. The ocean of sweet water surrounds the Pushkar island. Its total length is 5,000 yojans and 5 lakh yojans respectively. The mountain Manas is situated in this island. The residents of these islands never attain old age. Lord Brahma resides in Mahavit section of this island. The people living in this island get food without making any effort. The description of planets. As far as the light of sun and moon reaches the earth, it is called Bhuloka. Suryaloka is situated 1 Lakyojan above the Bhuloka. The Chandraloka is situated 1 Lakyojan above Suryaloka. All the constellations as well as the planets are spread in the area of the 10,000 yojans above the moon. Mercury is situated above the moon, Venus above the Mercury, and Mars is situated above the Venus. Jupiter is situated above Mars and Saturn above Jupiter. The Saptarshi Mandals are situated at a distance of 1 Lakyojan above Saturn. The Dhruva is situated at a distance of 1 Lakyojan above the Saptarshi Mandals. All the planets are situated between the Earth and Dhruva star in the form of 3 lokas, Bhuloka, Bhavarloka, and Swargaloka. Maharloka is situated even beyond the Dhruvaloka. This is the world where the Manasputras of Lord Brahma reside. Janaloka is situated above Mahaloka, whereas the Tapaloka is situated at a distance of 26 Lakyojans above Mahaloka. Satyaloka is situated 6 times the distance between Mahaloka and Tapaloka. Satyaloka is also known as Brahmaloka. Beyond Brahmaloka is situated the Vaikuntha-loka. Similarly, the world of Kartikeya Kumarloka is situated beyond Vaikuntha-loka. After Kumarloka comes the Umaloka, and then comes the Shivaloka, which is the farthest loka. Goloka is situated near Shivaloka, where Lord Krishna lives with the cow named Sushila, with the permission of Lord Shiva. Categories of austerity or tapa. Truth or satya is the best among all the types of austerity. A truthful man is the supreme devotee and a great accomplisher. Austerity helps a man to attain all the worldly pleasures of life and ultimately salvation. Austerities have been classified into 3 types on the basis of 3 basic qualities or gunas, i.e. sattvic tapa, rajasi tapa, and tamasi tapa. Austerities observed by the deities, hermits and celibates come under the category of sattvic tapa. Austerities maintained by the daityas and man come under the category of rajasi tapa. Austerities maintained by the demons and those people who indulge in evil and cruel deeds come under the category of tamasi tapa. The origin of body. The food taken by a man gets transformed into semen in the body. The semen is transformed to the woman's womb during the time of intercourse, where it gets mixed with the blood. It then develops into an egg. Gradually all the organs start to manifest. The body then attains the vital force and ultimately comes out from the mother's womb after suffering great pains. But after taking birth he forgets all about those pains. He then lives his life by reaping the fruits of his past karmas. Before taking birth, the body lives in a filthy environment in its mother's womb. It becomes so dirty that even Panchagavya cannot make it pure. Remembrance of Shiva is the only means to make it pure. Control over death. Sutta told the sages that a person who wants to control death should first be seated on a pure seat. He should then perform pranayama by holding his breath. While doing this exercise, care should be taken that lamp is not burning. Both the ears should be shut by the index fingers for the period of 1 hour. After doing this he would be able to hear the sounds emerging from within. He should try to concentrate his mind on that sound. If this exercise is practiced daily for 2 hours, then he will have full control over his death. This particular exercise helps a man to attain great accomplishments, self-knowledge, and salvation. The descent of Ganga. Once, Emperor Sagar performed an Ashwamedha yagya. Indra abducted the horse used in this yagya and kept it in the hermitage of sage Kapila. All the 60,000 sons of Sagar went to search the horse and found it in Kapila's hermitage. Hearing the commotion and noise, sage Kapila, who was engrossed in his meditation, opened his eyes and came out to see what was happening. He was very angry. He looked angrily towards the sons of Sagar. All of them were burned to death except 4. In due course of time, sage Bhagirath became successful in bringing river Ganga to earth with the blessings of Lord Shiva. Bhagirath was the descendants of Sagar. Bhagirath made all of his ancestors alive who had met an untimely death by sprinkling the water of Ganga on their bones. River Ganga is also known as Bhagirathi because of Bhagirath. The austerities of Vedvyasa. Narrating about the life of sage Vedavyasa, Sutta said to the sages. Once while sage Parashar was on his pilgrimage, he arrived at the bank of Yamuna. Satyavati, who emitted the smell of fish, helped him cross the river. Sage Parashar was very pleased with her. He transformed the bad smell emitting from her body into fragrance. He also told her that she would be fortunate to give birth to a son as mighty as Lord Vishnu. In due course of time Satyavati gave birth to a child. The child was given the name Krishnadvapayan by Satyavati's father. Soon after his birth the child told his mother that he was going to do penance and he would come back to see her the moment she desired. The child did tremendous penance and became famous as Vedavyasa. With this deep knowledge and insight he categorized the different sections of Veda. After the accomplishment of his penance, Vedavyasa went on a pilgrimage. He came to Kashi with a desire to write the Puranas. To get the blessings of Lord Shiva he worshipped the Madhyeshwar Linga. Lord Shiva became pleased by his devotion and blessed him. Vedavyasa created numerous Puranas like Brahma Purana, Padma Purana, Vishnu Purana, Shiva Purana, Bhagavath Purana, Bhavishya Purana, Narada Purana, Markandeya Purana, Agni Purana, Brahma Vaivarta Purana, Linga Purana, Varha Purana, Kurum Purana, Matsya Purana, Garuda Purana, Vamana Purana, Skanda Purana, and Brahmanda Purana. Incarnation of Mahakali. Once upon a time King Surath, after losing his kingdom to his enemy, fled to the forest. After wandering for some time he reached the hermitage of sage Medha. He started living there, as he had no place to go. The dejected king used to pass his time wondering about his future. One day, Surath met a man named Samadhi, who was driven out from his house by his own sons. His sons had captured all the wealth. Both of them went to sage Medha and narrated about their woeful tales. Sage Medha advised both of them to contemplate on the form of Mahamaya Bhagavati. Surath and Samadhi were curious to know about Bhagavati. Sage Medha said. The demons, Madhu and Kailash, were produced from the filth which came out from the ears of Lord Vishnu, while he was resting on the back of Shashnag during the time of total annihilation. On seeing Lord Brahma sitting on the lotus flower, which emerged from the navel of Lord Vishnu, both the demons tried to kill him. Lord Brahma eulogized Yoga Nidra, so that Lord Vishnu could be awakened from the sleep. Goddess Bhagavati became pleased and told Brahma that in a short while from now she would be manifesting herself to kill the demons. Bhagavati manifested herself in the form of Kali from the mouth and eyes of Lord Vishnu. Meanwhile Lord Vishnu awakened from his sleep. He fought with the demons for 1,000 years but could not defeat them. At last the demons told Lord Vishnu that they wanted to bless him with a boon. Lord Vishnu demanded their death. Seeing water on all sides, the demons told him that he could kill them where no water was found. Lord Vishnu then severed their heads after laying them on his thighs. Incarnation of Mahalakshmi. Mahishasur, the son of Ramhasur, had captured the heaven after defeating the deities. The sorrowful deities came to seek the help of Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu became extremely furious after hearing about the misdeeds of Mahishasur. Radiant lights appeared from the bodies of Vishnu, Shiva and other deities and collectively manifested into a single form of Mahalakshmi. All the deities presented their respective weapons to her. Mahalakshmi went to fight Mahishasur, who fought valiantly by changing his appearance, but ultimately got killed by her. The deities became very pleased by the death of Mahishasur. They eulogized and worshipped her. Incarnation of Mahasarasvati. After being tormented by the demons Shumha and Nishamha, the deities went to goddess Parvati and requested her to protect them. Kaushiki manifested from the body of goddess Parvati. Goddess Kaushiki assured the deities and disappeared. By coincidence the attendants of the demons, Shumha and Nishamha, happened to see Kaushiki and became enchanted by her divine beauty. They went to Shumha and Nishamha and praised about her beauty. Both the demons sent a messenger to summon her. Kaushiki asked the messenger to convey the message to the demons that only such a person can become her lord, who defeats her in a battle. The messenger returned and gave the message to Shumha and Nishamha. Both the demons were enraged. They sent a huge army to bring Kaushiki forcible, under the commandership of Dumralakan. When Dumralakan reached there, he told her about his master's command. Kaushiki gave the some reply that only such a person can become her master, who defeats her in a battle. Dumralakan then tried to abduct her forcibly. Kaushiki gave a loud roar in her anger, as a result of which Dumralakan was burned to death. The whole army was annihilated by her vehicle lion. When Shumha and Nishumha learned about the death of Dumralakan and the destruction of his army, they sent many mighty demons like Chanda, Munda, Raktabija etc. to fight her. But each of them got killed by goddess Kaushiki. Ultimately Shumha and Nishumha themselves came forward to fight. Both of them attacked Kaushiki with volley of arrows. Kaushiki destroyed their whole army. The whole battlefield became flooded with blood. After that Kaushiki killed Nishumha with special types of arrows, which did not allow single drop of blood to fall on the ground. Angered by his brother's death, Shumha attacked Kaushiki with his various weapons, but she neutralized all of them. At last, she killed Shumha with her trident. Uma warns the deities. Once, after having defeated the demons, the deities had become very arrogant and proud. They started indulging in self-praise. Suddenly they were startled by the emergence of radiant light before them. All the deities became scared and went to Indra. Indra sent Vayu to test the power of that radiant light. As soon as Vayu reached there, he found that he had become powerless. One by one all the deities came but returned after being defeated. At last Indra himself went there. As soon as Indra reached there, he found that he had become bereft of all his powers. Suddenly goddess Uma manifested herself and warned Indra against becoming arrogant. Indra realized his mistake. The incarnation of Shakambhari. The most valiant demon Durgam had acquired all the 4 Vedas from Lord Brahma after pleasing him. Lord Brahma had also given a boon of invincibility to him. Durgam became very arrogant and started tormenting the whole world. As the consequence, it did not rain for 100 years and the whole world was hit by drought. The deities went to goddess Maheshvari and narrated about their woeful tales. Goddess Maheshvari was so moved by their plights that tears rolled down from her eyes for 9 continuous days and nights. The tear took the form of a river, as the result of which the phase of drought came to an end. The deities then requested her to recover the Vedas, which were in possession of Durgam. They then went back to their abode. When Durgam saw that people were living happily, he attacked with a large army. At that very moment goddess manifested herself and fought a tremendous battle with Durgam. From her body manifested the 10 Mahavidyas and many other goddesses. At last goddess Maheshvari killed Durgam with her trident and recovered the Vedas from his possession. She then handed over the Vedas to the deities. Maheshvari is also known as Shakambhari, as she had created river by her tears and saved the lives of people. Part 6 Kailash Samhita. Classifications of Yoga. Describing about the various types of yoga, Sutta told the sages that there were 3 types of yoga: Jnana Yoga, Kriya Yoga, and Bhakti Yoga. Each of them is capable of giving salvation to a man. When the mind or intellect unites with the soul, it is called Jnana Yoga. When the soul gets attached with external objects, it is called Kriya Yoga. The unification of one's whole being with goddess Bhagavati is called Bhakti Yoga. All these 3 yogas combinedly are capable of giving salvation to a man. A man becomes a devotee by his actions or karmas. Devotion or bhakti helps a man to attain jnana or knowledge. Jnana or knowledge gives salvation. Yoga is the path through which a man can attain liberation, whereas Kriya Yoga is the chief means to attain it. Conducts of a sannyasi. A sannyasi should wake up early in the morning. After getting up, he should remember his preceptor or guru, and then he should pray to express his gratitude towards his guru. After that, he should practice pranayama and try to concentrate his mind on the 6 chakras present in his bodies. After the completion of pranayama and concentration on the 6 chakras, he should finish his daily routines. After applying ashes on his body, he should chant the sacred mantras and perform tarpana. Subsequently he should perform akaman and then practice pranayama for 3 times. After that he should remember the sages or rishis. While going to do worship, he should maintain silence all along the way. He should do worship only after washing his feet and performing akaman. A sannyasi should paste the ground with cow dung and construct a quadrangular mandap. He should then keep a broad leaf of palm tree at its center. He should then fence the area with colored threads from all the 4 directions. After that he should draw a 8-petaled flower in the center of the mandap, upon which he should draw a Shiva yantra. At last he can commence his worship of the sun god. The greatness of Pranav mantra. Sage Vamdev was a great devotee of Lord Shiva from his birth. He never used to remain at a place for long. One day he had gone to a mountain peak named Kumar, which was situated towards the south of Sumeru mountain. He met Kartikeya, who revealed to him that Pranav mantra directly signifies the Almighty God. Kartikeya also told him that with the help of that mantra a person can attain Lord Shiva, who liberates from all the bondage of life. Though Vamadeva himself knew about the power of Pranav mantra, yet he requested Kartikeya to shed some more light on it. Kartikeya told him that anyone could have the proximity of Lord Shiva, by the help of the means prescribed in the Shrutis and the Samritis. Regarding the methods of Shiva's worship, Kartikeya told Vamadeva that though Sadashiva was one, yet he was known by various names like Maheshvar, Rudra, Brahma, and Vishnu. Mahesh was created from the 1000th part of Sadashiva. The goddess of all illusions, Bhagavati, dwells in the left side of Sadashiva, therefore he is the lord of all the actions of the universe. Sadashiva plays his desire acts by indulging in creation, nurturement, and annihilation of this world. Initiation and last rites of a sannyasi. Vamadeva requested Kartikeya to enlighten his mind with that knowledge, without which a sannyasi can never attain liberation. Kartikeya then told him about the methods how a sannyasi should get initiation from his guru. A disciple should worship his guru in any of the following months: Shravan, Ashvin, Kartik, Agahan, and Mak. He should then establish a kalash and worship it. He should again worship his guru, considering him as the form of Shiva. The guru should then initiate him with the Shiva mantra. After getting the mantra, the disciple should chant it considering himself as Shiva Shivoaham. After this the disciple should get his head tonsured. The barber who is supposed to shave off the hairs should be given pure clothes to wear. The barber should also wash his hands with mud and water. The instruments and apparatus, which he is supposed to use, should be made pure by the Astra mantras. First of all the front portion of the head should be shaved off, after that the back portion of the head should be shaved off. The disciple should then get his beards and mustache shaved off. After this the disciple should massage his body with mud and take bath by taking 12 dips in a pond. After taking his bath he should worship his guru and meditate on Lord Shiva. Kartikeya told sage Vamdev that an ascetic does not die but takes a samadhi, therefore instead of being cremated he is buried. Therefore an ascetic must practice the art of samadhi to perfection. If he has not yet perfected the art of samadhi, then he should keep on practicing yoga till he attains mastery over the art of samadhi. He should try to concentrate his mind on the Omkar mantra, which is eternal. If his body has become weak and feeble and incapable of doing physical exercises like pranayama, then he should indulge himself in Shiva remembrance. This way an ascetic can attain to heaven. After his death the rest of the ascetics should perform the rituals at his place of death for 10 days. An altar should be constructed on the 11th day. 5 quadrangular mandals should be made facing towards the northern direction. In each of these mandas, deities like Devshwari, Adivahak etc. should be established first and then worshipped. The worship should be done as per the instruction of Guru by offering prasada. This prasada should be given to a virgin girl or cow, later on. The articles used in the process of worship should be immersed in the river or pond. In this way, the Parvanshraddha ceremony of the deceased ascetic is accomplished. It is worth nothing that a Kodishta Shraddha is not performed after an ascetic death. After the completion of Parvanshraddha the ascetic should perform the Akadasha Shraddha as per the instructions of their Guru. On the 12th day, the ascetics should invite the Brahmins, after getting up in the morning and taking their bath. These Brahmins should be feted. The ascetics should then take a vow to worship their guru by holding a kasha grass in their hands. After that, they should wash the lotus feet of their guru and worship him. Even the worship of guru's teacher should be done. After the worship is over, the guru should get up by saying Shubhamastu benediction to all. He should then sprinkle the purified rice by chanting mantras. At last donations should be made to the invited Brahmins. Part 7 Vaidya-samhita. The origin of Vidya. There are 14 types of learning or Vidyas, 4 Vedas, 6 Vedangas, Mimamsa, Nyaya, Puranas and other religious scriptures. These 14 learning along with Ayurveda, Dhanurveda, Gandharva-Veda and Arthashastra becomes 18. All these 18 learnings originate from Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva created Lord Brahma to felicitate the process of creation and bestowed him with all these 18 learnings. He also empowered Lord Vishnu to protect the creation. The 4 Vedas emerged from the mouth of Lord Brahma, on the basis of which were created the numerous scriptures like Vedangas etc. Since these Vedas were difficult to understand, therefore Lord Vishnu took incarnation of Vyasa and created the Puranas, so that they could be understood easily. The Puranas contain 4 Lakshlokas and they help us to understand the essence of the Vedas. The tale of Naimisharanya. Once, Lord Brahma released his Manomaya chakra and instructed the sages to follow it. He also told them that the place at which the Manomaya chakra broke down would be very auspicious for doing penance. The sages followed the Manomaya chakra, which after traveling for a long time fell down on a large segment of land and its circumference broke down as predicted by Lord Brahma. This segment of land became famous as Naimisharanya. The sages decided to perform a yajna at that sacred place. This way the very place, sitting where Lord Brahma did creations. All the sages commenced their yajna, which continued for 10,000 years. On the completion of yajna, the deity arrived there and blessed them as per the instruction of Lord Brahma. Time, calculation, and yugas. Describing about the time, Vayudeva told the sages that Kala or time is the radiance of Lord Shiva. Kala or time is also known as Kalatma. The time flows smoothly without being disturbed. Time is under the control of Lord Shiva. Since the time contains the element of Shiva, hence its momentum cannot be checked by any other power, except that of Shiva. One, who understands the meaning of Kala, has a darshan of Lord Shiva. The smallest unit for measuring the time is called nimesh. The time taken to drop one's eyelid is called 1 nimesh. A kala consists of 15 nimeshas and 30 kalas make a muhurta. A day and a night consist of 30 muhurtas. A month consists of 30 days, divided into 2 fortnights. One fortnight is known as Krishna Paksh and the other is known as Shukla Paksh. In Pitarloka the day consists of 1 fortnight and night of the same number of days. Shukla Paksh is the day of the Pitraloka and Krishna Paksh the night. One ayana consists of 6 months. A year consists of 2 ayanas. 1 year of the earth is equivalent to a day and a night of the deities. The 6 months when sun is in the southern hemisphere of the earth, is actually the time when the deities experience night. On the contrary, the 6 months when sun is in the northern hemisphere, is the daytime of the deities. 1 year of the deities is equivalent to 360 years of this world. The yugas are counted on the basis of the years of the deities. According to the scholars there are 4 yugas, Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dwapar Yuga and Kali Yuga. A Satya Yuga is equivalent to 4,000 years of the deities. A Treta Yuga is equivalent to 3,000 years of the deities. Similarly a Dwapar Yuga is equivalent to 2,000 years of the deities and a Kali Yuga to that of 1,000 years of the deities. This way all the 4 yugas collectively are equivalent to 12,000 years of the deities. A kalpa consists of 1,000 Chaturyugas. A manvantar consists of 71 Chaturyugas. One kalpa is inhibited by 14-1 after another in succession. A Brahma's day is equivalent to 1 divine kalpa. A Brahma's year is equivalent to 1,000 kalpas. A Brahma's yoga consists of 8,000 such years. A Brahma's savan consists of his 1,000 yugas. Brahma's lifespan is complete after 3,000 such sawanas. 5,40,000 numbers of Indras succeed one after another during the whole lifespan of Brahma. A Vishnu day is equivalent to the whole lifespan of Brahma. The whole lifespan of Vishnu is equivalent to a day of Rudra. The whole lifespan of Rudra is equivalent to a day of Lord Shiva. In the whole life of Lord Shiva 5,04,000 numbers of Rudras come and go. A Shiva's day commences with the creation, and before the end of the night the whole creation gets annihilated. Sadashiva is eternal. Meditation. Describing about meditation, Vayudeva told the sages that to concentrate one's restless mind during meditative state, a man needs some kind of form or appearance. Idol worship is very helpful in this regard. If an idol of the deity is worshipped with full devotion, then a time comes when a man can have its sight even in an empty space. Idol worship also helps a devotee to reach towards the Almighty God, who is formless. It is easy for a devotee who believes in soccer to change over to the Nirakar worship of God. But it is very difficult for a devotee who believes in the formless Almighty to switch over to soccer mode of worship. The knowledge of Shiva's essence is a must-attain salvation in both the modes of devotion. Pashupat Vrata rituals connected with Shiva's worship. One being asked by the sages about the rituals which give salvation, Vayudeva told them that by having devotion towards Lord Shiva, a man can achieve all the pleasures of the world and even attain salvation. Vayudeva also told them about Pashupat Vrata and the benefits derived from it. The whole Pashupat Vrata is divided into 5 parts: Kriya, Taipe, Tapa, Dhyana, and Jun. The Shiva Dharma is the supreme religion, and the rituals pertaining to it are based on the Shrutis and the Smritis. Pashupat Vrata has been mentioned in the Vedas as the bestower of supreme knowledge. It also contains all the 8 organs of yoga, which were created by Lord Shiva himself. Lord Shiva is easily pleased if worship is done by this method. The devotee attains supreme knowledge and becomes liberated from all the bondages of this world. Pashupat Vrata has been mentioned even in the Atharvashirsha Upanishad. It begins on the full moon day, in the month of Chaitra. It can be performed anywhere: a Shiva temple, any sacred place of pilgrimage, forest, or garden. A devotee should get up early in the morning, on the 13th day of bright lunar phase, and after finishing his daily duties he should make salutations to his guru. With the permission of his guru, the devotee should then put on wall-colored clothes and a sacred thread of the same color. He should also wear a white garland around his neck and apply sandalwood paste on his body. He should then sit on the seat made of kasha grass and take a vow by holding a kasha grass in his hand. After this he should do havana by offerings articles into the sacred fire. He should observe a fast for the whole day and break it only in the night by having prasada. This ritual should be repeated on the following day, but the fast should not be broken in the night. On the final day, that is full moon day, he should repeat all the rituals, and after putting off the fire of the Havana Kunda, he should smear his body with the ashes. He should then take his bath and put on deer's skin or bark of the tree. He should also hold a stick and put on a waistband. After that he should again rinse his mouth and smear ashes on his body. He should perform the exercise of Ashtanga Yoga 3 times in a day as per the instructions of his guru. This way a man is freed from the beastly qualities present in him. Pashupat Vrata can be performed by a devotee as long as he is alive, or he can continue it for 12 years of 3 years or 1 year or 6 months or 1 month, or 12 days or 3 days or even 1 day. On the completion of Pashupat Vrata, a devotee should establish a Shiva idol and worship it with all the 16 modes of worship. At last he should perform a Varan Pujan and then worship his guru. Throughout the period of fast, a devotee should have fruits only, and he should sleep on the bare land. Pashupat Vrata done in such a way helps a devotee to attain to the abode of Lord Shiva. Introduction of the universe. Vayudeva told the sages who had assembled at Namasharanya that goddess Gauri was the manifestation of Shiva's power and Shankar the omnipotent Almighty. Both Shiva and Goddess Shiva contain fathomless splendors of which only a fraction is visible in this world. This world is under the control of Shiva and Goddess Shiva. Both of them are inseparable. Just as the light of the sun cannot exist without the sun, in the same way Goddess Shiva cannot exist without Lord Shiva. Just as a lifeless body is of no use, similarly the world cannot exist without Goddess Shakti. This illusionary world is tied up with the delusionary ropes of Shiva and Shakti. The whole creation is the appearance of Almighty Shiva. The ignorant sages describe it in different ways according to their own perceptions. But, the fact is that Shiva is one and this world is the creation of his illusions. A man can attain liberation from this illusionary world only when he has the blessings of Shiva. Lord Shiva is beyond the reach of lust, attachment, and pleasures. His existence is separate from the nature, delusion, intelligence, and ego. He is free from all the bondages. Duties of a Brahmin. An ideal Brahmin is supposed to perform the following duties. A. Trikal Sandhya. B. Havan. Worship of Shivalinga. D. Making donations. A Brahmin should also have the following qualities. A. To see God in each soul. B. Compassion. C. Virtuous conduct. D. Satisfaction. E. Belief in God. F. Non-violence. G. Devotion. H. Regular Veda study. I. Practicing yoga. J. Preaching teachings of Vedas. K. Giving lectures on the religious scriptures. L. Being a celibate. M. Penance. N. Having a shikha and a scared thread, etc. A Brahmin should never have food during the night and should contently chant the Om Namah Shivaya mantra. Lord Shiva is not pleased that much by rituals as by faith and devotion. A man who worships Lord Shiva while maintaining the rules of Varna Ashrama Dharma, has the blessings of Lord Shiva and all of his desires are fulfilled. Chanting of mantras and establishing deities within body. After getting initiated with the Shiva mantra, a devotee should chant it for 1 crore times or 50 lakh times, or 20 lakh times or 10 lakh times, while worshipping Shiva. Havana should be performed for 10th part of the total chanting. Tarpan should be performed for 10th part of the number of Havana. Similarly, marjan should be performed for the 10th part of the numbers of Tarpan. The numbers of Brahmins selected for feeding should be equivalent to the 10th part of the numbers of marjan. At last the disciple should give donations to the Brahmins and engage himself in the welfare of society as per the instructions of his guru. Asceticism are of 3 types, sthiti, utpatti and laya. Establishing and chanting the cryptic mantras from the thumb to the little finger is called sthiti niyas. Establishing and then chanting the cryptic mantras from the right thumb to the left thumb is called utpatti niyas. Establishing and then chanting the cryptic mantras from the left thumb to the right thumb is called laya niyas. Sthiti niyas should be practiced by the householders, utpatti niyas should be practiced by the celibates, laya niyas should be practiced by those people who have relinquished the world. A widow should practice sthiti niyas. An unmarried girl should practice yotapatti niyas. These modes of niyas should be practiced only after being taught by the guru. Mental worship of Shiva. While doing a mental worship of Shiva, a devotee should worship Lord Ganesha by following the niyas mode of worship. After that he should worship various deities related with Lord Shiva like Nandi, etc. Then he should bring the form of Lord Shiva into his imagination and worship him mentally by making mental offerings. The devotee should then perform Havana in the navel of Lord Shiva by offering ghee. The worship should be accomplished by meditating on the form of Shiva. The devotee should take his seat only after purifying it. He should take a vow after completing all the necessary rituals like a kaman, pranayama, tying a knot in his shikha. After doing the Deepa Pujan he should worship various deities like sun god, moon god, Varuna, Ganesha, and Kartikeya, etc. He should then worship both Shiva and Shakti by employing all the 16 modes of worship. The devotee should perform arti in the end. In the specialized form of Shiva's worship, a Varan Pujan of Shiva is done along with the normal pujan. A Varan Pujan means worship of all the articles connected with Lord Shiva like his trident, his drum, etc. In this specialized worship the Shiva's idol should be bathed first of all. Then the idol should be clothed. A sacred thread should be offered to the Shiva's idol along with the other offerings like tilak, Akshat etc. After this the Awaran Pujan of Shiva should be done along with the worship of Shiva's family. If the devotee feels that something was lacking in the worship, he should atone for that mistake by chanting the Panchakshar mantra Om Namah Shivaya. Method of performing Havana. While performing a Shiva Yagya, a devotee should make offerings to the Havana Kunda made of iron or mud. Fire should be ignited in the Havan Kunda following the methods as prescribed in the scriptures. He can then commence the actual worship. The devotee should make of offerings of ghee with sruva and other articles with his hands. The offerings should be first made in the names of Lord Brahma, then to the 9 planets and other deities. After that offerings should be made in the name of the chief deity. The devotee should then make 9 offerings to each of the deities like Agni, Vayu, and Surya etc. At last he should perform the arti and atone for those mistakes, which he might have committed during the whole process of worship. He should also give donations to the Brahmins and feed them. Auspicious days for doing Shiva worship. The 8th day and the 14th day of both the fortnights of each Hindu month are considered to be the most auspicious for the worship of Lord Shiva. Similarly, the solstice day, when the sun is positioned north of equator, and eclipse day are considered to be very auspicious. On these days a special worship of Lord Shiva should be done by bathing the Shiva idol with Panchagavya and having it as prasadam. It frees a man from the gravest of sins. Similarly, the day of Pushya Nakshatra falling in the month of Pasha is considered as very auspicious, and performing arti of Shiva on this day gives immense virtues. Making donations of ghee and blankets on Magha Nakshatra falling in the month of Mach gives immense virtues. The following days are considered to be the most auspicious for the worship of Lord Shiva. Uttara Falguni Nakshatra on the same day as Purnima, in the month of Falgun. Chitra Nakshatra falling on the same day as Purnima in the month of Chatra. Vishakha Nakshatra falling on the same day as Purnima, in the month of Vaishak. Mula Nakshatra falling in the month of Jyesth. Uttarashadha Nakshatra falling in the month of Ashadha. Shravan Nakshatra falling in the month of Shravan. Uttarabhadra Nakshatra falling in the month of Bhadra. Purnima in the month of Ashvin. Kartika Nakshatra falling on the same day as Purnima in the month of Kartik. Ardra Nakshatra falling in the month of Margashirsha. Desirable rituals. Rituals can be categorized into 2 types. 1. Rituals performed with the objective of fulfilling worldly desires. 2. Rituals pertaining to ultramundane desires. In general, rituals can be classified into 5 categories: rituals, penance, chanting of mantras, meditation, and all the 4 collectively. For performance of rituals a man needs power and strength, and one cannot achieve power unless and until Shiva wishes it. It is only with the blessings of Shiva that a man can attain both worldly pleasures as well as liberation. These rituals are performed by making a mandal facing towards east and doing Awaran Pujan as well as worship of Lord Shiva. Worship of Lord Shiva done in this way fulfills all the desires of a man. The methods for the worship of 5 Awarans of Shiva have been mentioned in Shiva Mahastotra. Each of the Awarans have separate presiding deities, the worship of which should be done according to the methods as described in the Shiva Purana or as per the instruction of Guru. Installation of Shivalinga. According to the scriptures, a Shivalinga should be made in an auspicious moment. The land, where the Shivalinga is supposed to be installed, should be purified by performing Bhumi Pujan. After Bhumi Pujan, worshipping Lord Ganesha should be done. After that, the Shivalinga should be purified by washing it with Panchgavya, and after worshipping it, it should be immersed in the water. The Shivalinga should be then taken out from the water, and after worshipping it, it should be laid down on the bed meant for him. It should be then installed at the desired place and should be consecrated by chanting the mantras. All the rituals should be performed as per the instructions of Guru. Classification of Yoga. Yoga means such actions, which after pacifying all the human tendencies helps a man to unite with Shiva. Following are the 5 divisions of Yoga: 1. Mantra Yoga, 2. Sparsh Yoga, 3. Bhava Yoga, 4. Abhava Yoga, 5. Maha Yoga. Mantra Yoga helps a man to understand the meaning of mantras and uniting with Shiva by the concentration of mind. When mantra yoga is perfected by the practice of pranayama, it is called sparsh yoga. Bhava yoga means meditating and chanting without uttering a word. Abhava yoga means such a union when the devotee contemplates on the final annihilation, without being emotionally attached with the world. A man whose mind is preoccupied with the thoughts of Shiva is supposed to have attained the state of Mahayoga. A yogi can unite with Shiva after purifying his body with the help of pranayama etc. Obstacles and divine powers in the path of yoga. There are possibilities of numerous obstacles being faced by a man who practices yoga, like laziness, disease, carelessness, lack of concentration, confusion, and sorrow etc. While practicing yoga, one must try to keep himself free from such demerits. After becoming liberated from these flaws, a man can easily attain 6 types of accomplishment: talent, superpower of hearing, excellent conversational power and power of speech, divine sight, divine power of taste, divine power of touch. The capability of seeing things situated at distant places is called pratibha. The ability to listen without making any effort is called shravan. The ability to decipher the meaning of animals' language is called vreda. Being able to see divine things without making any effort is called darshan. The power, which enables a man to know about the taste of a thing without actually tasting it, is called aswad. Vedana means the knowledge of all types of touch. A devotee can attain all types of accomplishment merely by having devotion towards Lord Shiva and by meditating on him. In the beginning, a yogi should try to meditate on the form of Shiva, but later on switch over to Shiva's formless quality. Meditating on Nirguna form of Shiva is not easy. It can be mastered only by constant and steady practice. When mastered, it bestows all kinds of accomplishment. Meditation combined with pranayama gives 4 types of accomplishments: peace, tranquility, luster, and boon. A devotee can have a darshan of Lord Shiva if he does meditation with non-attachment. Sanat Kumar receives Shiva Jun from Nandi. The sages thanked Vayudeva for giving the knowledge of Jnana Yoga. The next day, they took bath in river Sarasvati and performed their worship and rituals. After that they proceeded towards Kashi. At Kashi, after taking their bath in river Ganga, they had a darshan of Lord Vishwanath. They saw very radiant effulgence appearing in the sky, in which they saw thousands sages who had accomplished Pashupat Vreda getting merged. The radiant effulgence vanished in no time. The sages were very curious to know about that radiant effulgence, so they went to Lord Brahma and asked him about it. Lord Brahma told them that the radiant effulgence had actually instructed them to accomplish Pashupat Vreda and attain salvation. Lord Brahma then instructed them to go to the Sumeru mountain where Nandi was supposed to come and teach the methods of doing Pashupat Vreda to Sanat Kumar. Once Sanat Kumar became very arrogant of his asceticism. One day Lord Shiva arrived at his place, but Sanat Kumar did not get up to greet him. At this Nandi became furious and cursed him to become a camel. Sanat Kumar got transformed into a camel. Lord Brahma worshipped Shiva to liberate his son Sanat Kumar from the curse. Lord Shiva became pleased and blessed Sanat Kumar, as the result of which he regained his human body. After regaining his human body, Sanat Kumar commenced a tremendous penance. Lord Shiva instructed Nandi to go to Sumeru mountain and preach Sanat Kumar. The sages reached Sumeru mountain as per the instruction of Lord Brahma. They saw many sages meditating at the bank of a pond. They also saw Sanat Kumar engrossed in his meditation at a little distance from the other meditating sages. The sages went near Sanat Kumar and told him about their penances done for 10,000 years. They also revealed to him about the purpose of their arrival. Right then, Nandi arrived there, accompanied by his Gana Sanat Kumar, and all the sages welcomed him. Sanat Kumar introduced all the sages to Nandi and told him about their tremendous penance done for 10,000 years. Nandi became very pleased and blessed them. He then preached Sanat Kumar and all the sages on the Shiva Tattva. Sanat Kumar passed on that knowledge to sage Vyasa, who again passed it on to Sudha. Sudha then revealed this knowledge to those sages who had assembled at Prayag. After receiving that knowledge from Sudha, all the sages went to Prayaga Tirtha and took their bath. As they saw the signs of approaching Kali Yuga, they went to Kashi and performed the Pashupat Vrata. All of them attained liberation with the blessings of Lord Vishnu. Listening to Shiva Purana for one time liberates a man from all of his sins. Listening to it for 2 times helps him to develop devotion in Lord Shiva. Listening to Shiva Purana for 3 times, helps a man to attain to the abode of Shiva. Home. 5 Vamana Purana. Introduction. Narada asks sage Pulasatya about Vamana incarnation. Vamana Purana is one of the 18 Puranas written by sage Vyasa. It contains tales pertaining to Lord Vishnu in his Vamana incarnation. Sage Pulasatya, while giving answers to Narada's inquiry, narrates the tale of Vamana Purana. All the Puranas give glimpses of Indian civilization and culture, and Vamana Purana is no exception. It also teaches the virtue of righteousness and religiousness. Vamana Purana not only contains the divine tales of Naranarayana and goddess Durga, but it also contains tales of famous devotees like Prahlada, the salvation of Gajendra, etc. Sage Narada asks Pulasatya, O revered sage, why did Sri Hari take the incarnation of Vamana? Why did Prahlada fight a battle with the deities despite being a devotee of Lord Vishnu? How did Sati, Daksha Prajapati's daughter, become Mahadeva's consort in her next birth? I am eager to know the answers to all these questions. Pulasatya replied, O Narada. Once, Sati requested Lord Shankar to make arrangements for a permanent abode. At that time, Lord Shankar had his abode at Mandar mountain. Summer season was approaching and Sati quite rightly had apprehensions of living in the open. Lord Shankar told her that as he was a recluse, he never felt a need of a permanent dwelling. Though Sati was not satisfied by his answers, yet she kept quiet. This way, both of them continued to live there. The summer season had passed and now it was the turn of rainy season to arrive. Sati made the same request to Lord Shankar. This time, Lord Shankar told her that it was impossible for him to construct a house, as he had no wealth. He also told her that he had only a tiger skin as his clothing, the king cobra his sacred thread, Padma, and Pingal his earrings, and Keval and Dhananjaya as his armlets. After hearing this, Sati became worried as to how she would pass the rainy season without a home. Lord Shankar then assured her that this problem would be easily solved if she lived above the clouds. This way, she would remain untouched by the showers. After this, both of them ascended towards the sky and started living above the clouds. From that day onwards, Lord Shankar came to be known as Jibhutvahan. Tales of Lord Shiva. Daksha performs a grand yagya. Pulasatya says this way, both Shiva and Sati lived above the clouds till the end of rainy season. When autumn season arrived, both decided on returning to Mandar mountain. Daksha had organized a grand yagya in which he had invited all the prominent deities and sages except his own son-in-law, Shankar, and his daughter, Sati. Narada was surprised as to why Maheshvar, the lord of all splendors, was not invited by Daksha. He was also curious to know why Lord Shankar had become a Kapali. Pulasatya told him that during the period of final annihilation, Lord Vishnu, after waking up from his sleep, found a divine entity, who possessed 3 eyes, who had a trident in his hands and who wore a Rudraksh garland around his neck. Lord Vishnu then created ego, which had its evil effects on both Brahma and Shankar. Lord Shiva in his arrogance asked Brahma his identity and origin. Lord Brahma then arrogantly asked Shankar his identity. This way, a dispute ensued that later on turned into a fight in which Brahma defeated Shankar. Lord Shiva severed 2 of the 5 heads of Lord Brahma. But the second head fell and got stuck on Lord Shiva's left palm. Angrily, Lord Brahma created a terrific creature, which challenged Shankar and ridiculed him by saying that as he was a sinner, therefore, he would not dirty his hands by killing him. Lord Shankar was ashamed of himself. He went to Bhadrakashrama and requested Lord Vishnu for some alms. Lord Vishnu asked Shankar to hit on his left arm. Shankar hit Vishnu's left arm with his trident and the impact resulted in the creation of 3 streams. The first stream went up in the sky and established itself as Akash Ganga. The second one was Mandakini, which was received by sage Atrai. The third stream fell on the skull, which was stuck in Lord Shankar's left palm. This resulted in the manifestation of a divine child who was ferocious and well armed with bow and arrows. Shankar instructed him to kill that creature, which was created by Brahma. A tremendous duel was fought between them, which was inconclusive for thousands of divine years. Atonement of Lord Shankar. Lord Shiva had committed a grave sin of Brahmahatya. All his efforts of separating Brahma's skull from his left palm went in vain. In the meantime, an entity named Brahmahatya appeared before him and entered into his body. Lord Shankar decided to go to Bhadrakashrama to atone for his sins. After reaching there, he became worried when he did not find Lord Vishnu. He went to take a bath in river Yamuna, but as soon as he entered the river, the water dried up. He experienced this strange phenomenon at the Sarasvati River as well. He then made pilgrimages to numerous sacred and holy places but still did not become free from Brahmahatya. Dejected, he ultimately went to Kurukshetra where he found Sri Narayana and requested him to free him from the sins of Brahmahatya. Lord Vishnu advised him to go on a pilgrimage to Varanasi where he would be liberated from his sins. Following Vishnu's instructions, Lord Shankar went to Varanasi and visited all the sacred sites like Dashashwame Temple, Lolarka Temple, and Keshav Temple. While he was worshipping Keshav, he said, "Though I have become liberated from my sins, yet I fail to understand the reason why the skull still sticks in my hand." Keshav told him that his problems would be solved if he takes a bath in the lake, which was near the temple. Lord Shankar took a bath in that lake and ultimately the skull fell on the ground. The place where the skull had fallen later on became famous as Kapalmokan. Sati gives up her life. Sage Pulasatya says, "O Narada." This way, Lord Shiva became famous as Kapali. This was the reason why Daksha did not invite him. In the meantime, Jaya, sage Gautam's daughter, went to see Sati at Mandar mountain. Seeing her alone, Sati asked about her two sisters, Jayanti and Aprajita. Jaya revealed to her that both of them had gone to their maternal grandfather's yagya. Jaya also told her that all the deities had been invited to the yagya. When Sati heard this, she was grieved and angry with her father. In a fit of rage, she gave up her life. Seeing her lifeless body, Jaya started wailing. Lord Shiva arrived there and upon hearing Jaya's wails, asked her why Sati was lying on the ground. Jaya then narrated the whole story. Lord Shankar became so infuriated that it resulted in the creation of numerous Ganas, among whom Veerbhadra was the most prominent one. Lord Shiva, accompanied by the Ganas, went to the site where Daksha was performing the yagya. A tremendous battle ensued between them and the deities, and finally, the deities were overpowered and ran away from the site. Veerbhadra, finding the time opportune, entered the ablation site. When the deities saw him entering the ablation site, they returned and tried to prevent him from doing so. Again, an intense battle erupted between both the sides. The deities used all kinds of weapons, but they could not control the onslaught of Veerbhadra and fled. Veerbhadra then went near the sacrificial fire. The sages were terrified and ran towards Lord Vishnu, who attacked Veerbhadra with arrows, but it did not hurt him at all. Vishnu then attacked him with other divine weapons. But still, Veerbhadra succeeded in neutralizing those weapons. Vishnu was enraged and attacked him with his Sudarshan chakra that Veerbhadra swallowed. This angered Lord Vishnu further. He lifted Veerbhadra and, dashing him to the ground, pressed Veerbhadra's stomach, as a result of which, the Sudarshan chakra came out from his mouth. But Lord Vishnu spared Veerbhadra's life. Veerbhadra then went to Lord Shiva and narrated his woeful tale of defeat. Lord Shiva instructed Veerbhadra to leave for a safer haven and himself went to the ablation site accompanied by Bhadrakali. The sages became scared on seeing his terrifying appearance. The destruction of Daksha's yagya. Fearing Lord Shiva's wrath, Lord Vishnu went to Hrishikesh and remained aloof for quite some time. Shiva's anger generated so much heat that it was enough to melt the 8 Vasus. As a result, a river named Siddha started flowing from there. After being attacked by Lord Shiva, The deities fled from the scene. Lord Shiva then opened his third eye and furiously looked at the flame burning in the Havan Kund. The next moment, the fire went off. Even Yagya was terrified and he took the aerial route in the guise of a deer. Lord Shiva chased him in the appearance of Kal with a bow and arrow named Pashupat. In the end, Kal was successful in killing the deer, which was Yagya in reality. After his death, Yagya's body was established among the stars. After narrating the tale of destruction of Daksha's Yagya, sage Pulasatya then goes on to tell Narada that the names of the zodiacs had been given just according to their appearances, for e.g. Aries appeared like a ram. Similarly, Taurus appeared like an ox, and so on. Tales of Demons. Andak the Demon King. Sage Narada was curious to know how the Demon King Andak behaved with the deities. He asked Pulasatya in this regard. Pulasatya replied, after ascending the throne, Andak did a severe penance to please Lord Shiva and received a boon according to which he could neither be killed by the deities nor by any mortal. He also received another boon according to which even fire could not burn him. Andak appointed Shukrakarya as his chief priest. He defeated the deities and had gained control over the whole earth. Once, Andak had gone to see the beautiful sight of Sumeru mountain. Indra, after making adequate arrangements for the security of his capital Amravati, came forward to fight him with a huge army. A fierce battle was fought between both the armies. The whole atmosphere was covered in darkness due to the dust. It became difficult for the warriors of both the sides to distinguish between friend and an enemy. The whole battlefield was strewn with dead bodies and blood. Indra unleashed a volley of arrows towards Andak. In reply, Andak too retaliated by unleashing a volley of arrows towards Indra. In this duel, both of them got injured. Infuriated, Indra attacked him with his Vajra, which destroyed all of Andak's weapons. Indra's Vajra then chased Andak, who jumped down from his chariot to save his life. Andak defended himself by attacking it with his fist. As a result, it fell on the ground. Indra then attacked Andak by unleashing a volley of arrows in his direction. Andak dodged the assault and ran towards him menacingly. He attacked Airavat, the elephant and mount of Indra, with such force that it became paralyzed. Seeing his elephant in such a pitiable condition, Indra picked up his Vajra and ran inside the fort to save himself. Andak then single-handedly destroyed Indra's whole army. Yamaraj was fighting from the deity's side. He attacked Prahlada, who was fighting from Andak's side. It became impossible for Yamaraj to match Prahlada's valor and bravery. As a result, he was forced to flee from the battlefield. In spite of having mighty warriors like Varuna and Agni in their ranks, the deities could not match the valor of the demon's army, which comprised of valiant and brave fighters like Virochan, Maya, and Shambar. Ultimately, the deities were defeated in this battle. The victorious demon king Andak returned to Pataloka with his army. Sukeshi's queries. Sukeshi was the son of demon king Vidyutkeshi. He was a great devotee of Lord Shiva. Being pleased by his devotion, Lord Shiva had blessed him with invincibility and gifted him a city, which was situated in the sky. Sukeshi was a virtuous and just king. Once, he had gone into the Magadh forest, where he found numerous sages engrossed in meditation. After introducing himself to the sages, he expressed his desire to know about the path that led to benediction. He also wanted to know how a man could achieve respectability and contentment in his life. The sages told him that a man could achieve benediction only by following the path of Dharma. A religious man achieves both respectability and contentment, said the sages. Sukeshi then asked them about the characteristics of Dharma. The sages revealed to him that the deities engage themselves in religious activities like yajna, self-study, study of Vedas and worship of Lord Vishnu. So, all these activities are the Dharma of the deities. The Dharma of the demons consists of negative qualities like jealousy, etc. But they have profound knowledge in policy matters and have great devotion towards Shiva, said the sages. The Siddha's Dharma is to engage himself in activities like practice of yoga, study of Vedas, self-realization and devotion to both Lord Vishnu and Shiva, said the sages. In this way, the sages enlightened Sukeshi on the dharma of different sections of divine entities. At last, Sukeshi requested the sages to tell something about the hell. The sages replied that altogether there were 21 hells. The name of the first hell is Rorav, which covers the area of 2,000 yojans. The second hell Maharav is twice the area of Rorav. Similarly, the names of the remaining hells are Tamistra, Andhatamistra, Kalchakra, Aprithist, Gatayantra, Asapatravana, Taptakum, Kutchalmali, Karpatra, Swabhojan, Sandansh, Luhapand, Kalmazikta, Kasharnadai, Krimabhojan, Vaitarnanadai, Shanitpayabhojan, Kashuragradhar, Nishitachakra and Sanjoshan. Sinful deeds. Sukeshi asked the sages about the sinful deeds, which leads to hell. The sages replied people who condemn Veda, deities, Brahmins etc. go to hell. Those who don't believe in religious texts like Purana etc. or those who cause obstacles in the accomplishment of yajna or those who prevent a charitable man from giving donation also go to hell. People who torment others, who steal sandals etc. go to the hell named Kamsikta. Disobedient children who don't obey their parents and elders go to the hell named Aprithist. People who touch their elders with their feet go to Rorav Narak. A selfish person who nourishes himself during drought without caring about his relatives go to the hell named Swabhojan. A person who does not protect people who have taken his refuge goes to the hell named Yant raped. A man who misappropriates the deposited money of other people goes to Vrikakashan Narak. The sinners who copulate on auspicious days or who have illicit relations with other women go to the hell named Shulmali. This way, the sages told Sukeshi about various types of sinful deeds, which led sinners to different hells. Jambudvip and Bharatavarsh. Sukeshi expressed his desire to the sages to know about Jambudvip. The sages replied Jambudvip is a very large island. It is subdivided into 9 parts. Ilavritvarsh is situated in its central part while Bhadrashvavarsh is situated towards its eastern side. Some prominent places situated around it are Hiranyakvarsh towards northeast, Kinnarvarsh towards southeast, Bharatavarsh towards south, Hayavarsh towards southwest, Kityamalvarsh towards west, Ramayakvarsh towards northwest and Kuravarsh towards north. All these 9 varshas are full of natural beauty. The inhabitants of all the 8 varshas except India are never troubled by old age or death. The inhabitants are also religious and virtuous by nature. They attain great accomplishment without making any real effort. Bharatavarsh has 9 sub-islands. All these islands are surrounded by oceans on all sides and it is difficult to go from one island to another. These sub-islands are Indradweep, Kasruman, Tamravarna, Gabastaiman, Nagdweep, Karaha, Sinhal, Varun and Kumar. Kirat live towards east of Bharatavarsh while Yavan live towards the west. People living towards the south of Bharatavarsh are called Andhra and those living towards the north are called Turayak. Bharatavarsh is mainly inhabited by people belonging to all the major 4 castes i.e. Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. The 7 prominent mountains situated within Bharatavarsh are Mahendra, Malay, Sahaya, Shukti, Manrakshir, Vindhya and Pariyatra though there are many more mountains. The following rivers originate from Himalaya mountain Sarasvati, Yamuna, Hiranvati, Sutlej, Chandrika, Nila, Vitasta, Airavati, Kahua, Devika, Ushara, Jhataka, Raza, Gomti, Gandki, Kaushiki, Sarayu etc. Similarly, many rivers originate from the other mountains. Dashang Dharma. The sages say Dharma consists of 10 properties such as nonviolence, truth, charity, not stealing the property of others, forgiveness, self-restraint, cleanliness etc. Hence it is known as Dashang Dharma. These properties are obligatory for people belonging to all castes and creeds. A Brahmin's life is categorized into 4 ashramas: Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanprastha, and Sannyas. A Brahmachari is supposed to acquire knowledge by living a celibate life. After completing his studies, the Brahmachari graduates to the life of a householder. He gets married and performs his duties towards his family. After this, he enters into Vanprastha ashrama, where he is required to go to the forest after abandoning worldly pleasures. At last, he accepts sannyas, which is total renunciation. He is supposed to pass the rest of his life doing meditation and penance. The rise and fall of Sukeshi's kingdom. Pulasatya says, after being enlightened by the sages on various subjects, Sukeshi returned to his capital. He taught the demons all that he had learnt. As a result, all the demons became very virtuous. The newly attained virtuosity and religiousness made the demons invincible and powerful. Sukeshi's capital was situated in the sky. The whole city illumined brightly due to virtuosity attained by the demons. Its illumination even subdued the radiance of Surya. Now it became very difficult to determine when the sun rose. The deity Surya became worried at this development. He started pondering on how the demons became so powerful and contemplated over the means to destroy the demons. While Surya was meditating, the fact regarding the demons' power dawned on him. Surya became furious and angrily glanced at Sukeshi. The city started falling towards earth. Sukeshi became worried and started praying to Lord Shiva. Seeing his devotee, Sukeshi in trouble, Lord Shiva looked angrily at Surya, as a result of which, he too started falling towards the earth. When the sages and hermits saw Surya falling down, they advised him to take refuge in Lord Vishnu. Surya curiously asked as to how could he take Vishnu's refuge, as he had been punished by Lord Shiva. The sages then advised him to direct his descent to Varanasi. Surya accepted their advice and landed at Varanasi between two rivers, Varana and Aci. He was feeling restless because of severe heat, and so he decided to take a bath in the Aci river. After taking his bath, he started revolving around both the rivers. In the meantime, all the sages, demons, Apsaras went to Brahmaloka and requested Lord Brahma to re-establish Surya in his original abode. Lord Brahma, accompanied by all the deities, went to Lord Shiva and requested him to forgive Surya. Shiva was pleased at their humbleness and forgave Surya and re-established him on his chariot. He also gave a new name to Surya Lolark. At last, Surya was re-established in the sky. Tales of Nar Narayan. Manifestation of Nar Narayan. Sage Pulasatya says, Dharma, the possessor of divine body and who manifested from the heart of Lord Brahma, married Murthy, the daughter of Daksha. 4 sons were born to them: Hari, Krishna, Nara, and Narayan. Hari and Krishna engaged themselves in the practice of yoga, while Nar and Narayan went to the Himalaya mountain and started doing penance for the welfare of humans. Indra became frightened by their arduous penance. He feared that he might lose his authority and power. He sent beautiful Apsaras to disturb their penance. He himself went to that site accompanied by Kamdev and Vasanth. Prahlada meets Nar Narayan. Once Narayan saw all 3 of them coming, and he treated all of them with respect. As he was aware of the reasons for their arrival, he decided to give them a surprise. He made the figure of a beautiful woman on his thigh with a flower. The next moment, the figure transformed into a live woman, which surprised all of them. For Kamdev, the beautiful woman resembled his wife Rati. He became so infatuated by her beauty that he forgot about the actual purpose of his visit. The same thing happened to Vasanth and all the Apsaras. Everybody who had come with the desire of victory had actually become a victim. Seeing all of them surprised and amazed, Narayan told them that the beautiful woman was created by him from his thigh. He also instructed them to take away that beautiful woman to heaven. Kamdev and Vasanth were captivated by Narayan's power. They also became terrified. They went back to heaven accompanied by Urvashi and narrated the whole story to Indra. Even Indra was amazed. In a short time, the amazing deeds of Narayan spread in all the directions and the various lokas. Once, Prahlada, the son of demon king Hiranyakashipu, asked sage Chyavan about the most revered and sacred place of pilgrimage in the whole world. Sage Chyavan told him about Namisharanya, the most sacred place of pilgrimage on the earth. Prahlada visited Namisharanya accompanied by many other demons. After reaching there, all of them took bath in a river. While roaming about in the city, Prahlada saw the trunk of a tree pierced with numerous arrows. Not far from the tree, he saw two hermits doing penance. Two divine bows and a pair of quiver were lying by the side. Prahlada was amazed as to why the hermits would require weapons. He revealed his thoughts to the hermits. Both the hermits replied that a person who works according to his capabilities, earns respect. Prahlada became angry at their reply. He asked them as to what were their capabilities. Actually, the hermits were none other than Nar and Narayan. Both of them told Prahlada that they were invincible and nobody could defeat them in battle. Prahlada's anger crossed all limits. A tremendous battle ensued between Prahlada and Nar Narayan. Prahlada blessed by Nar Narayan. A ferocious battle was fought between Prahlada and Nar Narayan in which all types of lethal weapons were used. The battle continued for 1000 divine years. Ultimately, Prahlada was defeated in this battle. He went to Vaikuntha and asked Lord Vishnu as to why Nar Narayan was invincible. Lord Vishnu revealed to them that Narayan was his own incarnation. He also told them that Narayan could be won only by devotion and not by power. Prahlada decided to relinquish his throne and appointed Andik as his successor. He went to Bhadrakashrama and made salutations to Narayan in reverence. Narayan was surprised at the sudden change in his behavior. He asked Prahlada as to what the matter was. Prahlada then said, "Who can defeat you? You are none other than Lord Janardhan. You are the one who has taken incarnation of Hrishikesh, Chakrapani, and Hayagriva." Narayan was pleased by his devotion. He told Narayan that though he was not able to defeat him in the battle, but he was successful in doing so by his devotion. Narayan also blessed Prahlada. Prahlada then returned to his capital. Andik expressed his desire to make Prahlada the king once again, but it was turned down by him. Prahlada spent the rest of his life preaching on the virtues of religiousness and truthfulness. Manifestation of vegetation from the deities. Pulasatya says lotus flower manifested from Vishnu's navel in the month of Ashvin. Similarly, other vegetation also manifested from the different organs of the deities: Kudumb tree from the palm of Kamdev, Datura tree from the heart of Lord Shiva, Care tree from the middle portion of Brahma's body, Kata tree from Vishvakarma's body. Kundalata manifested from Parvati's palm, Sindhuar tree from Ganesha's belly, Palash tree and Gular tree from the right and left armpits of Yamaraj. Similarly, Sarpat manifested from the body of Shishnag, black and white Durva grass from the tail and back of Vasuki Nag, Harichandan tree manifested from the heart of a devotee. Mahishasura. During ancient times, there lived two demons, Ram and Karam, who would torment people. As both were sunless, they decided to do severe penance by keeping their bodies submerged in Panchmad river with a desire of having sons. Indra, becoming fearful, took the guise of a crocodile and killed Karam while he was doing penance in the river. Ram became so dejected by his brother's death that he decided to give up his life by severing his head and offering it in the sacrificial fire. As he was about to turn his thoughts into reality, Agni appeared before him and prevented him from doing so and said, "Killing oneself is a grave sin. Don't give up your life. I am willing to fulfill any of your wish." Ram was pleased and requested Agni to bless him with a mighty and powerful son. Agni blessed him by saying, "You will beget a son from a woman of your own choice." But destiny had something else in store for him. Once, Ram had gone to see Yaksha king Malvat. He was impressed by Malvat's prosperity and unlimited wealth. King Malvat possessed a lot of animal wealth like goats, lambs, oxen, elephant, horses, cows, etc. Ramabite saw a beautiful buffalo in the cowshed. He started caressing her body just to appreciate her beauty. The buffalo got aroused and forced Ram to copulate with her, and this resulted in the buffalo's pregnancy. Ram returned to Padaloka accompanied by the buffalo. But the other demons came to know about this unusual incident, and as a result, Ram was excommunicated from the demons' tribe. Both of them decided to return to Yaksha king Malvat's palace. In due course of time, the buffalo gave birth to a beautiful calf, which could change its appearance according to its wishes. Once, seeing the buffalo alone, a bull tried to breach her modesty. The buffalo ran towards Ram for her safety. Ramabite attacked the bull with a sword and injured it. In retaliation, the bull also dashed its horns against Rama's chest, which proved to be fatal. Seeing the dead ram, the buffalo became engulfed in sorrow. She had no other option but to take refuge of the Yakshas who protected her life. In the meantime, the seriously injured bull fell into a divine lake and died. Amazingly, its body transformed into a demon. The Yakshas decided to cremate Rama's body. The buffalo too decided to embrace death by jumping into the burning pyre. But as soon as the pyre was lit, a ferocious demon emerged from it with a sword. He drove away all the Yakshas and killed the buffalo but spared her calf. This ferocious demon later on became famous as Raktabioy. He had defeated all the deities including Indra, Rudra, Surya, and Marut. But the calf, which became famous as Mahishasura, was even mightier than Raktabioy. All the defeated demons had accepted him as their leader and he was crowned as their king. Mahishasura defeated all the deities and drove them out from heaven. The defeated deities accompanied by Brahma went to Lord Vishnu and narrated their woes to him. Lord Shiva too was present there. Both of them became furious after hearing the atrocities committed by Mahishasura. Divine effulgence appeared from the mouth of all the angry deities. These effulgence got collected at a place resulting in the manifestation of goddess Katyayani. All the deities presented their weapons to her. Lord Shiva gave his trident, Lord Vishnu gave his chakra, Agni gave his Shakti, etc. After acquiring all the weapons, Goddess Durga thundered loudly. The deities eulogized her, after which she proceeded towards Vindhya mountain mounted on her lion. Vindhya mountain had been cursed by sage Agastya, as a result of which, its enormous size turned into a hill. The tale behind this curse is as follows. In the ancient times, Vindhya mountain was so high that it became very difficult for the sun to make its movement. The sun went to sage Agastya and requested him to minimize the size of Vindhya mountain. Sage Agastya went near the Vindhya mountain and said, I am going on a pilgrimage, but you are coming in my way. Since I am an old man, it is impossible for me to climb your steep slopes. I request you to reduce your size and remain in the same position till I return from my pilgrimage, otherwise you will have to face my wrath. Vindhya mountain accepted his request and turned into a hill. Sage Agastya then proceeded on his pilgrimage towards south but did not return according to his promise. He constructed a magnificent hermitage and asked Lokmudra, the daughter of Vidarbha king, to stay there and himself returned to his hermitage. Vindhya mountain remained in that position waiting for Sage Agastya's arrival. This way, Sage Agastya solved the problem of the sun. Goddess Durga chose this very mountain to launch her assault. All the deities, Siddhas, Nagas, Apsaras etc. were present with her. The demons Chand and Mund. Once, the demon brothers, Chand and Mund, were passing near the Vindhya mountain when they saw goddess Chandika there. Both these demons were stunned by her divine beauty. They had never seen such a beautiful woman in their life. They went to Mahishasura and told him about her beauty. Mahishasura proceeded with a huge army, which comprised of valiant commanders like Vidalnitra, Vishang, Vayakal, Agrayud, Chikshur, Raktabioy etc. The army assembled at the foothills of Vindhya mountain. There, Mahishasura instructed Dundubhai to go and bring goddess Durga by any means. Dundubhai went to goddess Durga and boasted about Mahishasura's might and power by saying, the mighty Mahishasura has defeated all the deities who ran out from heaven to save their lives. He is lord of all the three worlds and is invincible, but this victorious and mighty king has been enslaved by your beauty. You must not miss this chance of marrying him. Goddess Durga replied, I am aware of Mahishasura's feats. I am most willing to marry him. But there is one problem. There is a tradition in our clan according to which an aspiring husband is required to give a shulk in lieu of getting married. Dundubhai was happy, thinking that it would not be difficult for Mahishasura to fulfill her demand. He said, Mahishasura can even give up his life for your sake. Hearing this, Goddess Durga laughed loudly and said, O demon! According to the tradition of our clan, only such a person can marry a woman who defeats her in the battle. Dundubhai went back to Mahishasura and narrated the whole story. Mahishasura instructed Chikshur to go and bring Goddess Durga after enslaving her. Chikshur proceeded with a huge army. Seeing him coming in the direction of Goddess Durga, Lord Brahma instructed her to use an armor to protect herself. The goddess refused by saying, no demon can stand before me in a battle. All the deities then chanted Vishnupanjar Stotra for her safety. Protected by the stotra, she was successful in killing many demons. Seeing his devastated army, Mahishasura himself came to fight her. Killing of Mahishasura. Narada asked sage Pulasatya as to how Goddess Durga killed Mahishasura. Sage Pulasatya replied, after the killing of Chikshur, Mahishasura sent Namar to fight Goddess Durga. Namar proceeded towards the Vindhya mountain accompanied by a huge battalion. After reaching there, he shot a volley of arrows towards the Vindhya mountain. As a result, the whole mountain was covered by innumerable arrows. This defiant act of Namar made Goddess Durga extremely furious. She attacked her enemies menacingly. She killed some of the demons by her sword, some with her mace, and many more were killed by her arrows. Even her Mount Singha killed many demons. The demons were completely surprised by the ferociousness of the attack and fled from the battlefield. Seeing his whole army fleeing from the battlefield, Namar came forward, mounted on an elephant to fight Goddess Durga. He unleashed his devastating weapon Shakti towards her. At the same time, he also attacked her Mount Singha by releasing many arrows towards it. But Goddess Durga destroyed all the weapons. In the meantime, the elephant held the Singha with its trunk, but the goddess's mount somehow released itself from the trap and attacked Namar. Namar fell from the elephant and died. After Namar's death, Chikshur came to fight the goddess, but both his hands and legs were severed by her. Ultimately, Goddess Durga severed his head, as a result of which, Chikshur died. The news of Chikshur's death spread like a wildfire. Many more valiant commanders of Mahishasura's army came forward to fight her, but all of them were vanquished. At last, Mahishasura came forward to fight Goddess Durga in the guise of a buffalo. Goddess Durga started playing her Damru and Veena, which resulted into the emergence of numerous ghosts. He attacked the ghosts with his horns, 4 legs, and by violently lashing his tail. He then attacked Durga's Mount Singha, and his violent movements shook even the earth and the mountain. Goddess Durga grabbed his neck with the help of a noose. The next moment, Mahishasura transformed his appearance into an elephant. Goddess Durga then severed his trunk. Mahishasura again changed his guise into a buffalo. Goddess Durga attacked him by unleashing various weapons, but the demon escaped unhurt. Goddess Durga suddenly jumped down from her Mount Singha and climbed upon Mahishasura, who was in the guise of a buffalo. Mahishasura started jumping violently. Goddess Durga pressed Mahishasura's back with such force that he suffocated. She then severed his head. Suddenly, Mahishasura appeared in human form with a sword. Goddess Durga kicked him on his chest and again severed his head. The news of his death created havoc in his army, and the demons fled from the battlefield and hid themselves in Pataloka. The deities became pleased at Mahishasura's death and eulogized Goddess Durga. She became pleased, and after assuring the deities of taking reincarnation for their welfare, disappeared from the scene. Reincarnation of Goddess Durga. Revealing the reasons for Goddess Durga's reincarnation, sage Pulasatya says Goddess Durga is also known as Kaushiki, as she had manifested from the cell of Uma's body. After the manifestation, she went to Vindhya mountain with the objective of killing the demons Shum and Nishum. She was accompanied by numerous Bhutganas. After Sathi's death, Rudra engaged himself in penance and became a celibate. He had even relinquished his responsibility of leading the deities' army. When Mahishasura came to know that the deities were bereft of their commander, he attacked them, as a result of which, the deities were defeated. The deities went to Lord Vishnu, who was at that time living at Shwetdweep. When they reached there, they were surprised to find that Lord Vishnu was aware of their defeat. Lord Vishnu then advised them by saying, all of you must go to Meena Manasputri of Agni's Wat and request her to give consent to marry Himalaya. The same Meena would give birth to a beautiful girl who in reality would be the reincarnation of Sati. All of you must go to Kurukshetra and eulogize her on the night of Amavasya. The deities were curious to know about the origin of Kurukshetra. Lord Vishnu told them during the initial phase of Satya Yuga, there was a mighty king named Rikshare, who was the descendant of Soma. Samvaran was the son of Rikshare. He succeeded his father at a young age. Samvaran was a great devotee of mine. Vashishtha the son of Varuna was his chief priest and had taught him all the Vedas. One day, Samvaran went to the forest for hunting after entrusting his responsibilities to Vashishtha. After reaching the forest, he started wandering in search of his game. He saw a beautiful lake full of numerous lotus flowers. He also saw many apsaras and other divine beauties enjoying themselves by singing and dancing. Samvaran was infatuated by the divine beauty of one of those apsaras, Taptai, who was the most beautiful among them. Coincidentally, Taptai too saw Samvaran staring at her. She was so infatuated by Samvaran's handsomeness that she fell unconscious. She was carried by her companions back home. After returning to his capital, Vashishtha was surprised to find change in Samvaran's behavior. It seemed as if his mind was preoccupied by something. By his yogic power, Vashishtha came to know about the whole incident. He decided to take the help of Taptai's father Surya. He went to Surya and requested him to marry Taptai with Samvaran. Surya did not want to annoy his esteemed guest, so he gave his consent. Vashishtha then returned to his hermitage accompanied by Taptai, and ultimately Taptai and Samvaran got married. The tales of King Kuru and Kurukshetra. In course of time, Taptai gave birth to a son, who possessed all the signs of royalty. After growing up, he mastered all the 4 Vedas and other scriptures within a very short period. At the raw age of 24, he became a scholar. When he attained marriageable age, he was married to Saudamanith, daughter of Sudama. Later on, he was appointed as the successor by his father, Samvaran. After becoming the king, Kuru ruled his subjects in a just manner, but very soon he got bored of his monotonous life. He knew that only those kings became immortal who accomplished amazing feats. He decided to do something for which people would remember him. With the objective of making his name immortal, he went to the most sacred place called Samantpanchak and decided to cultivate the 8 virtues, Tapa, Satya, Kshama, Daya, Shosh, Dan, Yoga, and Brahmacharya on its barren land. He started plowing a piece of land with a golden plow, which was pulled by Lord Shankar's bull and Yamaraj's buffalo named Pandrak. While he was busy plowing the field, Indra approached him and asked suspiciously as to what he was trying to cultivate. When Kuru revealed his intentions, Indra made fun of him and went back. But Kuru was not worried and continued to cultivate the land. In a very short time, he had already cultivated the land measuring 7 kosas. One day, Lord Vishnu arrived and asked the same question, which Indra had asked. When Kuru revealed his intentions, Lord Vishnu was surprised and wondered as to from where he would get the seeds to grow these things. Kuru told him that all these 8 virtues were present in his own body and it would not be a difficult task to cultivate these things. Lord Vishnu wanted to test his commitment and sincerity and said, "Give the seeds to me. I would sow the seeds while you should plow the field." Kuru outstretched his right hand, but Lord Vishnu cut it into thousands of pieces with his chakra. All the pieces were distributed among the deities, but Kuru was unfazed and again stretched his left hand towards Lord Vishnu. But his left hand too met the same fate. In this way, the most generous and benevolent King Kuru offered all his organs to Lord Vishnu. But all the organs were severed by Lord Vishnu. At last, Kuru offered his head as he had nothing else to offer. Lord Vishnu was pleased by his generosity and asked him to demand anything. Kuru replied, "All the area cultivated by me should become famous as a sacred pilgrimage. All the devotees who visit or die at this sacred pilgrimage must attain salvation. This place should be known by my name. This is how the most sacred place of pilgrimage Kurukshetra came into existence. Bali the Demon King. Lomaharshan told the sages Bali was the descendant of Virochan and the son of Hiranyakashipu. After his father's death, he defeated the deities and drove them out from their abodes. Very soon, all the three worlds were under his control. He was a virtuous king and so were his subjects. During his reign, every corner in his kingdom would be abuzz with religious activities. As a result, the whole world became devoid of sin. One day, goddess Lakshmi arrived and said, "O brave king of the demons! I am pleased by your valiance with which you fought and vanquished the deities. This is the reason why I have come on my own will to bless you." After saying this, goddess Lakshmi merged with his body. This way, Bali acquired all the splendors of the world. The sages asked how were the deities able to defeat Bali and why did Lord Vishnu take the incarnation of Vamana. Lomaharshan replied, after being defeated by Bali, Indra went to Meru mountain where his mother Utti lived and narrated the woeful tale of the deities' defeat. Utti took her husband's advice in this regard. Kashyapa thought that only Lord Brahma could solve their problem. So, he went to Brahmaloka accompanied by the deities. When they reached there, they found numerous Brahmins engaged in religious activities. Lord Brahma too was sitting among them. Sage Kashyapa and all the deities made salutations to Lord Brahma and stood silently. Deities do penance and Lord Narayan blesses Kashyap. Lord Brahma told the deities that he was aware of their plight. He was of the opinion that the mighty Bali could be defeated only by the Almighty himself and nobody else. Lord Brahma said, "You must go to a place called Amrit, which is situated towards the north of Kashir Sagar. The Almighty God is engaged in an austere penance at that place. All of you must go there and try to please him by doing penance, and after he is pleased, just request him to take his next incarnation as Utti's son." Sage Kashyapa and all the deities agreed to follow Brahma's advice. All of them proceeded towards Shwetdweep. When they reached there, they were amazed to find the place devoid of any creature. Its boundary seemed limitless and even the sun's rays could not reach it. Sage Kashyapa initiated all the deities into the austerity named Kamad, fulfiller of all the desires. After that, all of them commenced their severe penance. Lord Narayan became pleased by Kashyapa's eulogies and austere penance. He appeared before the deities and asked them to demand anything they wished for. Kashyapa requested him to give Utti the privilege of becoming his mother. Lord Vishnu agreed to take birth as Utti's son. The deities became pleased and all of them proceeded back towards Kashyapa's hermitage. When they reached Kurukshetra, the place where Kashyapa had his hermitage, they inspired Utti to commence her penance to please Lord Vishnu. Utti did a severe penance for 10,000 years. The place where she did her penance later on became famous as Adidevan. Lord Vishnu was extremely pleased by her devotion. Lomaharshan says Lord Vishnu appeared and told her that he was most willing to fulfill her wish. Utti requested him to make her son Indra, the lord of all the three worlds once again. Lord Vishnu assured her that he would take birth as her son and kill all the demons. Utti had apprehensions as to how she could bear the weight of Almighty God in her womb. But Lord Vishnu assured her by saying, "Don't worry. I will give you the strength to do that." In course of time, Utti became pregnant. But soon after her pregnancy, the earth shook violently because of the unbearable weight of the foetus. Wherever she went, that particular portion of earth tilted down because of the enormous weight. Her pregnancy had significantly eroded the radiance of the demons. Bali's queries to Prahlada. Lomaharshan says when Bali saw the demons becoming devoid of radiance and power, he inquired about the reasons from his grandfather, Prahlada. He wondered whether it was a bad omen. Prahlada went into a deep trance and saw the whole earth shaking violently. He also saw high tides rising in the ocean. He was convinced that these signs went to prove the inevitable emergence of the deity's power. Prahlada then meditated upon Lord Vishnu and found him manifesting in Utti's womb as a Vamana. He also saw the whole universe existing in his body. Prahlada was surprised, but the next moment he controlled himself and told Bali, "Now I know the reason why the demons have become devoid of their radiance and power. Lord Hari is about to take incarnation as the son of Utti, and this is the reason why all the demons have become powerless." Bali curiously asked Prahlada, "Who is this Hari, the tormentor of the demons? Why should we be scared of him, as we have many valiant demons who could defeat him easily?" Prahlada became furious at Bali's utterances and cursed him by saying, "How dare you say like this? I am ashamed that you have taken birth as my grandson. I curse you to lose your kingdom and fall from grace because you have criticized Lord Vishnu, the Supreme Savior." Manifestation of Lord Vamana. Bali felt sorry for hurting Prahlada's feelings. He said, "Dear grandfather, my intelligence has been overshadowed by my arrogant attitude. You have done the right thing by cursing me. I am not scared of losing all my prosperity and splendor, but your anger is unbearable for me." Now even Prahlada realized that he had committed a mistake by cursing his own son. He said, "Unable to control my anger, I cursed you, but now nothing can be done and my words will definitely come true. But don't worry, as my blessings would help you to become a supreme devotee of Hari and you would be protected by him." Lomaharshan says, in course of time, Lord Vishnu took birth as Vamana. This incident of Vishnu's birth had liberated Utti and all the deities from their sorrow. Lord Brahma appeared and performed Vamana's Jatkarm. He also eulogized Vamana and worshipped him. Lord Vishnu was pleased by his eulogy and revealed to him that he took the incarnation of Vamana to make Indra, the lord of all the three worlds. Lord Brahma was pleased and presented a black-colored deer skin to him. Similarly, sages like Marishi, Vashishtha, Brihaspati, Angara, etc. presented Palash Danda, Kamandalu, sacred thread, and silken clothes respectively. Lord Vamana then proceeded towards the place where King Bali was performing his oblation. Lord Vamana was in the appearance of a hermit. Though he was of diminutive size, yet each of his steps were enough to shake the earth. Lord Vamana's demands. Lomaharshan says the shaking and trembling of earth surprised Bali and he inquired about this strange happening to Shukrakarya. He was also surprised by the fact that Agni was not accepting the offerings. Shukrakarya, after contemplating for a while on this matter, came to know about Vamana's incarnation. He informed Bali that Vamana was on his way to the oblation site and his each step was causing turbulence on the earth. Bali was pleased that he would get an opportunity to see the Almighty God whom the sages contemplate upon. He was proud of his good fortune that the Lord was paying him a visit. Shukrakarya, aware of the reason for Vamana's arrival, warned Bali against making any promise to him. Bali replied, "How can I refuse if the Almighty God demands anything from me? I am willing to face any hardship to safeguard my benevolent image. I don't mind if the deities get benefited by my actions. Even if the Lord is coming with the intention of killing me, I am not scared, as that is how I would attain salvation. Come what may, I am not going to abandon my charitable nature." As the conversation between Shukrakarya and Bali continued, suddenly, Lord Vamana arrived at the site. Vamana's radiance subdued the power of all demons present there. Lord Vamana, being impressed by the grandeur of Vamana's yagya, complimented him for organizing such a magnificent yagya. Bali eulogized and worshipped his esteemed guest. He requested Vamana to reveal the reason of his arrival and promised that his wishes would be fulfilled. Lord Vamana smiled and told him that he needed a small piece of land measured by 3 steps for the performance of yagya. Bali was surprised by this demand and requested him to ask for more land, but Lord Vamana told him that he needed only that much land. Bali agreed and took a vow to donate a piece of land measured by 3 steps. Hardly had Bali taken his vow, when suddenly Lord Vamana expanded his size. His first step covered the whole earth. By his 2 successive steps, he covered the 2 worlds. This way, Bali was forced to donate all the 3 worlds according to his vow. Lord Vishnu then made Indra, the king of all the 3 worlds, and sent Bali to the nether world named Sudal. He blessed Bali by saying, "You would enjoy a long life till the end of this present kalpa. You would hold the post of Indra till the arrival of Savarni Manavantar. As long as you remain supportive of the Brahmins and the deities, you would enjoy all the pleasures of life. But if you go against their wishes, then you would be fastened by Varana's noose. River Sarasvati. The sages requested Lomaharshan to reveal about River Sarasvati's origin, which flowed in Kurukshetra. Lomaharshan said Sarasvati originates from Pakad tree. She enters Dwaitvan after passing through numerous mountains. While describing about her majesty, sage Markandeya felt that Sarasvati was the source from which everything originated, all the three worlds, three Vedas, Vidya, heavenly bodies like sun, moon, etc. Once, sage Markandeya eulogized Sarasvati by saying, "O Sarasvati, you manifest in the form of cryptic mantra Omkar. You are the eternal form through which the Almighty God manifests himself in different appearances." Sarasvati was pleased by his devotion and said, "O Brahman, I am willing to go wherever you want to take me." According to Markandeya, River Sarasvati was initially known as Brahmasar. Later on, she became famous as Ramhalad. Sage Markandeya requested Sarasvati to flow in the territory of Kurukshetra where sage Kuru was doing his penance. This way, Sarasvati diverted her course towards Kurukshetra. Kurukshetra. The sages requested Lomaharshan to describe about the geographical condition of Kurukshetra. Lomaharshan replied, there are 7 different forest ranges in Kurukshetra. They are Kamayakvan, Adityavan, Vyasavan, Fakyavan, Shuryavan, Madhyavan, and Sheetvan. 9 rivers flow across Kurukshetra: Sarasvati, Vaitarni, Ashka, Mandakini, Ganga, Madhustrava, Vasu, Kaushiki, Kagar, and Hiranyavati. Kurukshetra is believed to be the most sacred place of pilgrimage. A pilgrim visiting Kurukshetra should begin his pilgrimage only after worshipping the Yaksha. He should then pay a visit to the famous Adityavan where Utti had accomplished a severe penance to get a son. By doing this, he is blessed with sons possessing all the good qualities. After that, he should pay a visit to a place called Savan where Lord Hari dwells. A devotee who pays a visit to Lord Vimaleshvar becomes liberated from all his sins and goes to Rudraloka after his death. Some other places of pilgrimage situated in Kurukshetra and which are considered to be very sacred are Paradlav, Kaushiki, Dharni, Daksha's hermitage, Shalakini, Sarpidati, the temples at the bank of Panchanud river, Varha temple, Sumshwar temple, etc. A devotee should also pay a visit to Ramakunda where Parshurama had constructed 5 ponds and filled them up with the blood of the Kshatriyas, whom he had killed. He had pacified the soul of his ancestors by performing tarpan with the blood of the dead Kshatriyas. The dead ancestors were pleased with him and blessed him in becoming free from the sins, which he had acquired because of killing Kshatriyas. Sage Mankanak eulogizes Shiva. Sage Mankanak was the Manasputra of Kashyapa. He had 7 sons, who were famously known as Maradganas. They are the one who hold all the movable and immovable objects of this world. Once, Sage Mankanak injured his finger by the sharp edge of kasha grass while he was trying to pluck them for his religious rites. But he was quite surprised when he found vegetative juice oozing out from the wound instead of blood. He thought that perhaps his blood had transformed into vegetative juice by the virtue of his penance. This abnormal event made him arrogant and he started dancing in joy, as a result of which the whole world started to swerve. Lord Brahma became puzzled by this sudden development. He went to Lord Shiva and requested him to stop Mankanak from dancing so that the universe became steady. Lord Shiva went to Sage Mankanak and said, "O Supreme Sage, being a hermit, you are supposed to have control over your emotions. May I know the reason of your extreme joy, which makes you dance?" Mankanak told him that his penance had given him great power, due to which vegetative juice was oozing out from the wound instead of blood, and this was the reason for his extreme joy and happiness. "That is why I am dancing," said Mankanak. But Lord Shiva was not amused and wanted to teach him a lesson. He hit the thumb with the nail of his finger, as a result of which, ashes poured out from the wound. Mankanak was surprised by this. Being ashamed, he said, "I know, you are none other than Lord Shiva, because nobody else can perform this amazing feat. I am your great devotee. you are the one on whom deities like Brahma and Vishnu are dependent. I need your blessing so that the virtues of my penance remain intact. Lord Shiva blessed him and promised to dwell in his hermitage forever. Some sacred places of pilgrimage. Ashanas Tirtha. Describing about the greatness of Ashanas, the most sacred place of pilgrimage, Lomaharshan narrates the following tale. During Treta Yuga, Lord Rama had killed many demons while he was in exile. Once, while he was living in Dandak forest, he had severed the head of a wicked demon with his Keshura arrow. The severed head of the demon was carried by the arrow for quite a distance, and coincidentally it got stuck on the thigh of sage Rahodar. It became very difficult for him to perform his religious duties. Bad smell emanating from the severed head was unbearable. Some sages advised him to pay a visit to Ashanas to become free from his problem. Rahodar went to Ashanas, and as soon as he touched the holy water of the river, the severed head got detached and fell in the river. Delighted, he went back to his hermitage. From that day, Ashanas also came to be known as Kapalmokan. Vashishthapavitirtha. The sages asked Lomaharshan about the origin of Vashishthapavitirtha and about the reason why sage Vashishtha was carried along by the powerful current of Sarasvati river. Lomaharshan said there was great rivalry between sage Vashishtha and sage Vishvamitra. In course of time, it turned into a bitter enmity. Vashishtha had his hermitage at a place called Sthanutirtha, and Vishvamitra's hermitage was situated just towards the west of it. Vishvamitra was jealous of Vashishtha's accomplishment. Once, Vishvamitra asked river Sarasvati to bring Vashishtha to his hermitage with the help of powerful currents so that he could kill him. River Sarasvati became sad and refused to obey him, which made Vishvamitra angry. He again repeated his commands. Seeing no other option, she went to Vashishtha's hermitage and narrated the whole story to him. Vashishtha agreed to be carried away by her current. When Vishvamitra saw Vashishtha, he furiously started looking for some weapon to kill him. Sarasvati became scared and carried Vashishtha to safety, as she did not want to acquire the sin of collaborating in the killing of a Brahmin. Vishvamitra angrily cursed her, "May your water be mixed with blood, and may the demons thrive on your banks." This way, Sarasvati flowed with her water mixed with blood for 1 year. All the sages, deities, Gandharvas, and Apsaras were worried at this happening. But, this was not the case with the demons, who lived happily at the bank of river Sarasvati, thriving on the blood mixed in her water. They used to live happily, dancing and rejoicing, as if they had won the heaven from the deities. One day, some sages arrived at the bank of river Sarasvati and became distressed after seeing her water mixed with blood. They asked her about the reason. She revealed the whole story and the misdeeds of Vishvamitra. The sages then requested river Aruna, the liberator of all sins, to change her course and start flowing towards river Sarasvati. As soon as river Aruna submerged into river Sarasvati, she regained her purity once again. Kamayak Van Tirtha. The sages asked Lomaharshan about the origin of Kamayak Van Tirtha. Lomaharshan replied, "Once upon a time, the sages of Namasharanya came to Kurukshetra to take bath in river Sarasvati. But, since they were large in number, the banks of river Sarasvati could not accommodate all of them. In their helplessness, they created an imaginary place of pilgrimage named Yagyopavidik Tirtha and took an imaginary dip in it. But many of the remaining sages were unable to do even this. When Sarasvati saw such a large gathering of Brahmins, desirous of having bath in her holy waters, she created a garden and started flowing towards west. This very garden later on developed into a dense forest and became famous as Kamayak Van Sthanutirtha. The sages then asked Lomaharshan about the origin of Sthanutirtha and the importance of Sthanuvada. They also expressed their desire to know about the reservoir named Sanahitya and how Indra had filled it up with mud. Sage Lomaharshan replied once, Sanatkumar, upon being asked by Bhakalya and other sages the same question, narrated the following tale. During the period of final annihilation, when the whole earth was submerged in water, Lord Brahma manifested inside an egg. He slept there for thousands of yugas. When he woke up from his sleep, he found the world devoid of any inhabitants. Being under the influence of Rajoguna, he planned to commence his creation. At the same time, Lord Vishnu awakened from his sleep and broke that egg after seeing that the whole world had merged inside him. Subsequently, Lord Brahma began his creation starting from the word Omkar. After that, the terms Bhur, Bhava, and Swa respectively came into existence. The brilliant effulgence radiating from the egg had dried up the water, as a result of which, the remaining water had turned into the shape of an embryo. The reservoir Sanahitya is situated at the same place where the egg had manifested itself. Meru mountain is nothing but the outer shell of that egg, and all the other mountains are its membrane. The oceans and the rivers are the fluid inside that egg. There is a great reservoir near the navel area of Lord Brahma. A big banyan tree is situated just in the middle of that reservoir. This tree appears like a pillar. All the three major castes originated from that tree. Lord Brahma then created his Manasputra Sanat, Sanandan etc. Subsequently, he created the Saptarishis and the Bhakulyas. All the Bhakulyas did a severe penance for thousands of years without having a morsel of food. They had become very weak, but still Lord Shiva was not pleased with them. Once, Lord Shiva and Uma were travelling by aerial route when suddenly Uma saw the weak Bhakulyas engaged in penance. She was saddened to see their frail bodies and requested Lord Shiva to end their miseries. Lord Shiva told her that the Bhakulyas had not attained a bit of virtuousness in spite of their severe penance. They have still not become free from anger and desires, said Lord Shiva. But Uma was reluctant to believe his words. Lord Shiva then asked her to wait there and himself went to show their real worth to her to prove his point. Lord Shiva then shed his apparels and became naked. As a mendicant, he visited the hermitages of all the Bhakulyas. At that time the Bhakulyas were engaged in penance, and hence only women folk were present at the hermitages. The women folk, infatuated by Lord Shiva, started running after him. When the Bhakulyas came to know about this, they uprooted his private organ and threw it on the ground. Hardly had the linga fallen on the ground, the whole world got engulfed by the process of destruction. All the sages and learned saints became worried and went to seek Lord Brahma's help. Lord Brahma revealed to them that this destruction was due to Shiva's wrath. He also told them about the futility of their penance, as they were still under the influence of anger and lust. You cannot attain perfection until your flaws are removed, said Lord Brahma. Sages take Lord Shiva's refuge. Ashamed, the sages requested Lord Brahma to tell them the way to pacify Lord Shiva. Lord Brahma assured them that they would be forgiven if they took Lord Shiva's refuge. Lord Brahma went to Kailash Parvat accompanied by all the sages. After reaching there, he eulogized Lord Shiva with deep devotion. The sages also worshipped Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva was satisfied by their eulogy and devotion. He instructed the sages to establish the severed linga at Sanahitya Sarovar. By doing this, you would have all your desires fulfilled. The linga would become famous by the name of Sthanu the whole world. A devotee who pays a visit to this sacred place of pilgrimage would become liberated from all his sins, said Lord Shiva. The sages returned to the place of Lord Shiva's fallen linga. They tried their best to lift it but were unsuccessful in their attempt. They became worried and went to Lord Brahma for help. Lord Brahma told them since Shiva's linga had fallen on his own will, hence nobody except him can lift that linga. All of them went back to Kailash Parvat, but Lord Shiva was nowhere to be found. Lord Brahma went into a state of deep meditation and sighted Lord Shiva in the guise of an elephant. When Brahma and the deities proceeded on their way, they found a goddess with a kamandalu in hand and offered them Amrit. After being refreshed, the sages asked whether she knew of Lord Shiva's whereabouts. She told them that Lord Shiva was presently living in the middle of Sanahitya Sarovar. After reaching the reservoir, they found Lord Shiva in the guise of an elephant. They requested him to help them establish his linga at the desired place. Lord Shiva agreed. All of them then went to the site of Lord Shiva's fallen linga. He lifted it with his trunk and established it towards the west of Sanahitya Sarovar. The sages were satisfied and expressed their gratitude to Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva, pleased by their eulogy and devotion, decided to make the linga as his abode. Greatness of Sthanu-Tirtha. The greatness of Sanahitya Saravar N. Sthanu-Tirtha. Sanat Kumar says, describing the greatness of Sanahitya Saravar, Lord Shiva told the sages that a devotee cannot attain salvation unless he pays a visit to this sacred place of pilgrimage. There is no other tirtha like this one. I would be easily accessible to a devotee who worships me with total devotion. After saying this, Lord Shiva disappeared. In course of time, the heaven became crowded with human beings due to virtues attained by going on pilgrimages to Sthanu-Tirtha. The deities became worried at this development and went to seek Lord Brahma's help. Indra said, if things continue like this, then the heaven will be dominated by mortals and we will have no option but to move out from there. Now, it's your duty to protect us. Lord Brahma ordered Indra to fill up Sanahitya Saravar with mud so that the Sthanu Linga gets concealed and devotees no longer visited that sacred place of pilgrimage. Sanahitya Saravar was filled up with mud as Indra created a dust storm, which lasted for several days. But still Indra's objective remained unfulfilled as Lord Shiva lifted Sthanu Linga and Tirthavada in his hands. There were some sages present on the bank of Sanahitya Saravar at the time of this incident. They smeared their bodies with that mud, and due to this, all of them went to Brahmaloka. Other prominent lingas. Sanat Kumar says the sacred places of pilgrimage named Shukra Tirtha and Soma Tirtha are situated towards north and south of Sthanuvada respectively. Daksha Tirtha is situated towards its south and Skund Tirtha towards its west. The sacrosanct Sthanu Tirtha is situated just in between all these four places of pilgrimage. Near Sthanu Tirtha is a Shivalinga and goddess Uma dwells there. There is a Mahalinga established by Takshak towards the north of Sthanuvada, while the Shivalinga constructed by Vishvakarma is established towards the east. By the side of that banyan tree is situated Bachwar Linga, which was established by Lord Brahma. Some other prominent lingas established in the vicinity of Sthanu Linga are Gokarna Mahalinga established by Ravana, Kumareshvar, Hastapadeshwar Shiva, Siddheshvar Linga, Hibhavishwar Linga etc. King Vina, birth of Prithu. Sage Markandeya then goes on to describe about the splendors of Sthanu Tirtha. Surya was Manu's father. Vina was Manu's grandson. He was wicked and always criticized the Vedas. Being displeased by his irreligious son, Vina's father left for the forest to do penance, where he attained salvation. In course of time, Vina's tyranny spread across the length and breadth of the earth. In a very short time, he became the lord of whole earth. He had strictly warned his subjects against worshipping any other deity except him. Sages became furious by his irreligious stricture and tried to change his mind, but their efforts went in vain. Ultimately, Vina was killed by the angry sages. After his death, the sages churned his left hand, which resulted in the manifestation of a dwarf. The sages considered him to be unfit to become a ruler and churned Vina's right hand for the second time. This time, a divine entity manifested, who had all the auspicious signs on his body. The deities crowned this divine entity as the king and named him Prithu. Prithu proved to be a just king and his subjects were satisfied by his rule. One day, sage Narada arrived at Prithu's court. Wanting to grab the opportunity, he asked Narada how his father could be liberated from his sins. Narada told him that his father was presently living among the Mlechchas and was suffering from diseases like consumption and leprosy. He would be cured of his diseases if he is taken to Sthanu Tirtha and made to take a dip in the holy Sanahitya Saravar, said Narada. He went to the site and found his father living among the Mlechchas. After taking the Mlechchas' permission, he brought his father to Sthanu Tirtha. His effort of helping his father to take a bath was resisted by the deity Vayu, who said the waters of Sanahitya Saravar would get polluted if such a lowly sinner took a bath in it. First of all, you must go on a pilgrimage and visit all the sacred places to make your father pure. Only then he will be entitled to take bath here. Prithu, accompanied by his father, went on a pilgrimage and visited all the sacred places. When both of them returned to Sthanu Tirtha, his father had become pure by this time. Vina took his bath and became liberated from his sins. He worshipped Lord Sthanu and eulogized him with total devotion. Vina attains heaven. Sanat Kumar says Lord Shiva became pleased by his devotion and blessed Vina that he would manifest from his body as Andak in his next birth. Due to the sins acquired by criticizing the Vedas, he would be born in the family of the notorious demon Hiranyakshir. Lord Shiva then asked Vina to demand any boon. Vina requested Lord Shiva to bless his attendant who had transformed into a dog due to his sin acquired by eating divine food. Lord Shiva blessed the attendant, as a result of which, he regained his original form. Right then, Prithu arrived there. After seeing him, Vina expressed his gratitude for his tremendous effort without which, he would not have been liberated from his sins. After blessing Prithu, Vina departed for heaven. In his father's absence, Prithu continued to rule justly. He performed many religious activities and gave unlimited donations to the Brahmins. After ruling for a long period, he went to Kurukshetra where he did a severe penance and attained the supreme abode after his death. The origin of Brahmeshwar's four heads. After creating all the movable and immovable living things, Lord Brahma created a beautiful lady. He was so infatuated by her beauty that he expressed his desire to procreate with her help. As a result of this grave sin committed by Lord Brahma, one of his four heads got detached and fell on the ground. He carried his severed head and went to Sanahitya Saravar to atone for his sins. After reaching that site, he established a four-headed Shivalinga and worshipped it daily. Pleased by his devotion, Lord Shiva appeared before him. He blessed Lord Brahma and said, "You have become free from the sin due to the virtue attained by establishing a four-headed Shivalinga at this sacred place." After blessing him, Lord Shiva disappeared. After getting liberated from his sin, Lord Brahma worshipped the idol of four-headed Mahadeva and established another Shivalinga in the middle of a nearby lake. He also created a reservoir, which is named after him Brahmasar. He established two other Shivalingas, one towards the east of his hermitage and another at the bank of river Sarasvati. A devotee who goes on a pilgrimage to these sacred places created by Lord Brahma becomes liberated from all his sins and attains salvation. Prithudak-Tirtha. Describing the majesty of Prithudak-Tirtha, Mahadeva told the deities, "All of you must pay a visit to this sacrosanct place of pilgrimage situated near Sanahitya Reservoir. The day on which Moon, Sun, and Jupiter unitedly come under Mrigashira Nakshatra is called Akshaya Tritiya. You must go to that sacred place and perform Shraddha of your ancestors." All the deities led by Indra went to Kurukshetra where Prithudak was situated. Brihaspati was also present with them. After taking their bath, the deities requested Brihaspati to enter into the Mrigashira Nakshatra as directed by Mahadeva. Brihaspati agreed to do that and entered into the Mrigashira Nakshatra along with the sun and the moon on Akshaya Tritiya. All the deities then worshipped their dead ancestors by offering pind comprising of sesame seeds and honey. The ancestors were pleased and presented Meena to the deities. The deities in turn presented Meena to Himalaya. Himalaya was pleased to have Meena as his wife. In course of time, 3 daughters were born to them. Birth of Uma and her marriage to Shiva. Meena gives birth to Uma. Meena gave birth to 3 daughters and a son. The eldest daughter Ragini was red complexioned and had red eyes. Kudala was fair complexioned and had beautiful eyes like that of lotus petals. The youngest daughter Kali was dark complexioned and had beautiful eyes like the petals of blue lotus. Meena also had a son named Sunam. When all 3 of them were of 6 years, they started to do penance. The deities saw these beautiful girls and were enchanted by their beauty. Aditya and the Vasuganas took Kudala to Brahmaloka and asked Lord Brahma, "O Lord, will this girl give birth to a son capable of killing Mahishasura?" Lord Brahma told them that she was incapable of bearing the effulgence of Lord Shiva and hence she should be released. Kudala was dejected by Lord Brahma's rejection and challenged him that she would try every means so as to attain the capability of holding the effulgence of Lord Shiva. Lord Brahma became angry with her arrogant utterances and cursed her to become a river. In a very short period, the furious current of Kudala overflooded the whole Brahmaloka, but Lord Brahma managed to control her current. In this way, Kudala remained in Brahmaloka in the form of a river. When the deities saw Ragini doing penance, they took her to Lord Brahma. Even she was cursed by Lord Brahma in the same manner as her sister had been cursed. Due to Lord Brahma's curse, she became Sandhya and started for the auspicious yoga of Kritika. After losing her two daughters, Meena tried to dissuade Kali from doing penance. But Kali was not to listen. Reacting to her mother's advices, Kali pronounced Uma, and as a result she was named Uma by her mother. Uma commenced her severe penance to please Lord Shiva. When Lord Brahma came to know about this, he instructed the deities to bring her along to Brahmaloka, but the deities were unsuccessful in their attempt as Uma's radiance was unbearable for them. They returned to Brahmaloka and narrated the whole story to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma was convinced that Uma was worthy of being Shiva's consort. One day, Himalaya, Uma's father, brought her back home. Once, Lord Shiva went to Himalaya mountain to do penance. When Himalaya came to know of his arrival, he was extremely happy. He made all necessary arrangements for Lord Shiva. One day, while Lord Shiva was engrossed in meditation, Uma arrived there. Lord Shiva was pleased to know that Sati had reincarnated as Uma. But his joy was momentary as he went back into deep meditation. Uma paid her obeisance by touching Shiva's feet. Lord Shiva, wanting to test Uma's devotion, went into hiding. Uma sought her father's permission to do penance with the objective of having Shiva as her husband. Himalaya agreed and gave his permission. She started her penance after creating an earthen idol of Lord Shiva. She worshipped that idol with total devotion. Lord Shiva became pleased with her devotion and appeared before her in the guise of a mendicant. On being inquired by Uma, Lord Shiva told her that he was on his pilgrimage to Prithvidak. "I am used to all these austerities as I have been practicing it since my childhood." "But why are you torturing yourself in such a tender age?" asked Lord Shiva. Lomaprabha, Uma's companion, was also present there. She told the mendicant about the objective with which Uma was doing her penance. "She wants to have Lord Shiva as her husband," said Lomaprabha. Hearing this, the mendicant laughed loudly and made fun of Shiva. He tried to dissuade Uma from marrying Lord Shiva. Uma became extremely angry and asked the mendicant to keep mum. But when the mendicant continued with his abuses, she got up and tried to move away from the side. Lord Shiva became pleased by her total devotion and appeared in his real form. He assured Uma to go back home and said, "I will send the sages to your house with a marriage proposal. The idol which you have been worshipping with such deep devotion would become famous as Bhadrashwar." Uma returned home and Shiva proceeded on his way to Prithvidak. Lord Shiva sends marriage proposal. After paying a visit to Prithvidak Tirtha, Lord Shiva returned to his abode. At that time, he was living at Mandar mountain. After Lord Shiva's contemplation, the Saptarishis arrived. After the formal salutations, Lord Shiva told the sages that his wife Sati has reincarnated as Uma. "All of you must go to Himalaya and request him to marry his daughter to me," said Lord Shiva. The Saptarishis abided by his instructions. All of them went to Himalaya with Shiva's proposal. When Uma came to know about this, she was quite pleased but did not reveal her emotions. Himalaya was in a dilemma. He did not know whether to refuse or accept the marriage proposal. The Meru mountain advised him to go ahead with the marriage as it would not be proper to refuse the Saptarishis. Meena, Himalaya's wife, said, "O Lord of the mountain, the dead ancestors gave Uma to me on the condition that I would get her married with Shiva. The son born to her would kill the demons Mahishasura and Tarkasura." At last Himalaya agreed. The Saptarishis were pleased and chose an auspicious moment for the marriage ceremony. They said, "Shiva would marry your daughter on Matra Muhurta, the third day from today, when the moon will enter the Uttar Falguni Nakshatra." After saying this, the Saptarishis returned to Mandar mountain and gave the good news to Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva became pleased and worshipped the Saptarishis. The Saptarishis then went to inform all the deities about Shiva's marriage. Uma marries Lord Shiva. Lord Vishnu, Brahma, the deities, and the Ganas were pleased to hear about Shiva's marriage. Lord Shiva went to his abode Kailash mountain to make preparations for the marriage ceremony. Lord Shiva's marriage procession proceeded towards Himalaya mountain. His appearance was quite terrifying with a tiger skin around his waist and Gorakan tilak on his forehead. He had a garland of skulls around his neck. Snakes were coiling all around his body. His mount Vrishab was walking in a majestic way. The marriage procession comprised of the deities, yakshas, demons, and his Ganas. Lord Vishnu had goddess Lakshmi by his side and was mounted on Garuda while Lord Brahma was mounted on Hans. When the marriage procession reached its destination, Himalaya received his esteemed guests with great honor and guided them to his palace. The womenfolk envied Uma as they glanced at the handsome appearance of Lord Shiva. Uma was looking divinely beautiful in her white-colored silken apparel. At last, both the bride and the bridegroom entered the canopy where the marriage ceremony was supposed to be performed. Himalaya, placing Uma's hand in Shiva's, requested him to accept her as his wife. Lord Shiva said, "O King of the mountains, despite being homeless, I agree to accept your daughter as my wife." After that, both Shiva and Uma tied the nuptial knot and circumambulated the sacred fire for 3 times. Both of them made offerings to the sacred fire. As Uma touched Shiva's feet, Lord Brahma got a chance to have a glimpse of her beautiful face. He was so infatuated by her divine beauty that he ejaculated. Nobody except Lord Shiva was aware of this incident. Lord Brahma tried to conceal his ejaculated sperms under the soil. But Lord Shiva prohibited him from doing so and said, "Don't destroy this virya. From it would manifest 80,000 Bakalyas." Lord Shiva's prophecies came true, and in a very short time, 80,000 Bakalyas appeared there. Lord Shiva then returned to Mandar Parvat accompanied by his consort, Uma. Vishvakarma constructs a palace. After reaching Mandar mountain, Lord Shiva instructed Vishvakarma to construct a home. Vishvakarma constructed a spacious home for Shiva, which was spread in the area of 64 yojans. The home was decorated with swastika symbols and its walls were made of gold. One day, Lord Shiva jokingly referred to Uma as Kali because of her dark complexion. But Uma did not take his comments lightly and told Shiva that she was going to the Himalayas to do her penance, so that he did not dare to call her by that name again. Thus, Uma went to Himalaya mountain and commenced her penance. Standing on one feet, she engaged herself in severe penance. One day, a lion arrived and seeing Uma standing on one feet, waited patiently for the moment when she would lose her balance and fall into its clutches. Uma continued with her penance for 100 years by continuously chanting the sacred Brahma mantra. Pleased by her devotion, Lord Brahma appeared before her and asked what she wished for. Uma first of all requested him to bless the lion with immense power. She then requested him to bless her with a golden complexion. Lord Brahma blessed her and disappeared. She abandoned her dark complex Ionid skin from which manifested Kaushiki. Now, her complexion turned golden due to Lord Brahma's blessings. Indra appeared before her and sought her permission to take Kaushiki along with him. Uma gave her consent without any hesitation. Indra took Kaushiki to Vindhya mountain and requested her to stay there. He said you would become famous as Vindhyavasini and would be revered even by the deities. He presented a lion to her and went back to his abode. On the other hand, Uma returned to Mandar mountain and lived happily. Lord Shiva became so deeply attached to her that he forgot about his duties, and as a result of which, the whole world became disturbed. The deities became scared by this development and went to seek Lord Brahma's advice. Lord Brahma went to Mandar mountain accompanied by all the deities. They tried to enter Shiva's abode, but Nandi Shiva's mount did not let them in. Helpless, all of them waited eagerly for the time Shiva would come out. Agni, seeing rows of swans coming out from Shiva's abode, disguised himself as a swan and thus managed to get inside. He went near Lord Shiva and said, "O Lord, the deities are anxiously waiting for you outside. How come you are not aware of this?" Lord Shiva immediately got up and ran towards the deities. Indra and other deities were scared at the prospect of losing heaven to Lord Shiva's progeny. So, they requested Lord Shiva not to procreate any child from Uma. Lord Shiva agreed but asked them as to who was capable of holding his outflowing sperms. Agni came forward and swallowed each drop of Shiva's sperm. Satisfied, the deities left. Lord Shiva went inside and told everything to Uma. She became furious and cursed the deities that they too would remain sunless just like her. One day before taking her bath, Uma applied Upton on her body. She then peeled off the paste from her body and made an elephant-headed image from it. Malini, her companion, assisted her in taking bath. Malini was smiling all the while as Uma was taking her bath. Uma became curious and wanted to know the reason of her strange smile. Malini told Uma about her firm belief that one day, she would definitely become a mother. Uma told her that this was impossible as the deities had prohibited her husband, Shiva, from procreating a child. But Malini continued to smile. After taking her bath, Uma went back home. After some time, Lord Shiva arrived and took his bath at the same place. The elephant-headed image created by Uma was lying there. Suddenly it became alive and started making a hissing sound from his trunk. Lord Shiva delightfully took him to Uma and said, "Look at your son." Uma was surprised to see that elephant-headed image alive and affectionately embraced him. Lord Shiva again said, "Your son will become famous as Vinayak and the whole world would worship him." Lord Shiva then entrusted the task of child security to Gatodar. Thus, both Lord Shiva and Uma lived happily. The same Uma later on took incarnation as goddess Katyayani and killed the demons Shum and Nishum. Killing of Nishum and Shum. Shum and Nishum were sons of Danu. They wanted to avenge Mahishasura's death and sent many demons like to bring goddess Chandika after enslaving her. First of all, Sugriv was sent followed by Dumralakan, but both of them were killed by the goddess. When Shum and Nishum heard of their death, they were infuriated. Nishum attacked the goddess with a huge army. Shum attacked from the other side. In the fierce battle, goddess Chandika broke Nishuma's sword as well as his shield. Nishum then attacked goddess Chandika with his weapon Shakti. Goddess Chandika broke it with her chakra. At last, she attacked him with her arrows at him, and as a result, Nishum got injured and fell. When Shum saw Nishum, injured and unconscious, he ran towards goddess Chandika to kill her. Goddess Chandika blew her conch and made a thunderous noise by pulling the bowstring. Shum released the dangerous weapon Yugradiptai in the direction of goddess Chandika. But her weapon Maholkanamni destroyed it. Shum thundered loudly and attacked goddess Chandika with a volley of arrows, but none could cause any harm to her. Finally, goddess Chandika attacked Shum with her trident. Shum fell down unconscious. After some time, he regained his consciousness and attacked goddess Chandika with his arrows. But she destroyed all the arrows. In the meantime, Nishum had regained his consciousness. He got up and attacked goddess Chandika with his trident. In the end, goddess Chandika killed Nishum by piercing her trident in his heart. As Nishum was dying, another demon manifested from his body. Even he was killed by her. Her Mount Singha devoured all the dead demons. Shum became angry at the death of his brother Nishum. He furiously told the goddess, "O wicked lady! Do not be proud of your strength borrowed from others." Goddess Chandika replied, "O wicked demon! I am the only power of this whole universe. I am the origin of cause and effect. Look! All the divinities are entering into my body." The next moment, all the divine entities, which had earlier manifested from the bodies of the deities, united with the goddess. Now, the goddess was alone. A tremendous battle was fought between goddess Chandika and Shum. Ambika attacked him with numerous divine weapons. But, Shum neutralized her attack with his own weapons. Shum covered the whole body of goddess Chandika with his arrows. She broke his bow. After this, Shum attacked her with his weapon Shakti, which was broken into pieces by her chakra. Now, Shum took out his sword and attacked her with it. She broke his shield and sword with her arrows. Shum then attacked her with his mace. Even his mace was broken into pieces. Shum had no more weapons left with him. He hit the goddess on her breast with his clenched fist. She slapped him so hard on the face that he fell down. The next moment, he got up and manifested himself in the sky. Now, a tremendous duel was fought between them in the sky. In the end, she dashed him to the ground and pierced the trident in his heart. Shum was instantly killed. After the killing of Shum, Gandharvas, the deities, and Apsaras were so pleased that they danced and rejoiced. The whole atmosphere echoed with the sound Shanti Shanti. After goddess Chandika killed Shum, all the deities under the leadership of Indra and Agni started eulogizing her, O goddess. Be pleased upon us. Protect the whole world, as you are the goddess of this whole universe. You appear in the form of this earth, the base on which everything is situated. Your light illuminates all the living creatures. You are the only power through which creation, nurturing and annihilation takes place. You are the Brahmani, Maheshvari, and the Kamari. We salute you because you have protected us from the terror of the demons. We need your protection from all the calamities of this world. Goddess Chandika was very pleased by their eulogy. She asked them for any wish. The deities said, O Akaleshwari, we need your protection. Clear all the obstacles from our path. Eliminate our enemies. Goddess Chandika replied during Vaivasvat Manavatar, I will take incarnation from Yashoda's womb, the wife of Nand, to kill the demons Shum and Nishum. After that, I will kill the demon Vaiprakit in my most aggressive form. 100 years later, I will manifest myself and would be known as Satakshi because of my 100 eyes. My next incarnation would be known as Shakamhari because I would nurture the whole world during the period of drought. I will kill the demon Durgam during that drought period. I will kill the demon Arun, the tormentor of all the three worlds, by taking the form of a bee. Due to this, I will be known as Baitramari. I will take incarnations every time the demons torment the world. Goddess Chandika says I will clear all the obstacles from the path of such a man who worships me. If a devotee listens to the great tales of how I killed Mahishasura, Shum, and Nishum, on the 8th, 9th, and 14th days of any month, then he would be liberated from poverty and all his sins. He would become free from fear. A devotee must listen to my divine tales during all the religious ceremonies like making sacrifice, worship and performing yajna. By doing this, all his enemies will be eliminated. A man who remembers me when faced with dangerous situations remains protected by me. After blessing the deities, Goddess Chandika disappeared from their sight. All the demons, who had survived after the killings of Shum and Nishum, went to the nether world to save their lives. Birth of Kartikeya. Swallowing of Lord Shiva's sperm had subdued Agni's radiance. The deities advised him to take Lord Brahma's help. While he was on his way to Brahmaloka, he came across a river named Kudala and requested her to hold Shiva's sperm. She agreed and requested him to release it in her waters. In course of time, she became pregnant. The thought of giving birth to an illegitimate child tormented her, so she went to Lord Brahma to take his advice. Lord Brahma instructed her to abort her foetus at Udhyachal mountain, which was covered by the dense forest of reed. Lord Brahma felt that it was a very safe place for her and nobody will be aware of this incident. Kudala followed his instructions. Kudala aborted her foetus just according to Lord Brahma's instructions. The foetus remained there for 10,000 years, after which a child was born, radiant like a rising sun and eyes like the petals of lotus flower. The child, being hungry, started to cry. At that time, all the 6 Kritikas were passing through that forest. They were so mesmerized by the child's beauty that they started quarreling among themselves as to who should first feed breast milk to the child. Seeing their quarrel, the child appeared with his 6 heads. This way, all the 6 Kritikas fed their breast milk to the child at a time. This is the reason why Kartikeya has 6 heads. After Agni came to know of Kartikeya's birth, he proceeded to bring him back home. But Kudala saw him on the way and inquired about his journey. When Agni revealed his intention, she started quarreling with him for Kartikeya's custody. Meanwhile, Lord Vishnu arrived there and inquired regarding their quarreling. Lord Vishnu, after being told the reason, advised them to take Lord Shiva's help as he was the best judge on such matters. Both Kudala and Agni went to Lord Shiva and tried to get his consent. Uma advised Lord Shiva by saying all of us must go to that place where the child is living and try to know as to whom he would like to have as his guardian. All of them went to that reed forest and found Kartikeya in the lap of one of the Kritikas. Kartikeya knew about their desires. Seeing them worried, he manifested in 4 different appearances of Kumar, Vishak, Shuk, and Mahasan. Kumar went towards Lord Shiva while Vishak went towards Uma. Similarly, Shuk went towards Kudala while Mahasan went towards Agni. Thus, everybody was satisfied. Lord Shiva then blessed the Kritikas by saying that Kartikeya would become famous, deriving his name from them. All the deities arrived there and decided to make Kartikeya the chief commander of their army. Kartikeya kills Tarka and Mahishasura. After being appointed as the chief commander of the deities, Kartikeya sought his guardian's permission to kill the demons Tarka and Mahishasura. All the deities including Lord Vishnu blessed Kartikeya and wished for his victory. Lord Vishnu eulogized Kartikeya and praised his valiance. Kartikeya then proceeded with a huge army comprising of Ganas and Kritikas. Kartikeya had taken an aerial route so that he could reach his enemy's territory as soon as possible. The Ganas, disguised as birds, followed him. As they were about to reach their enemy's place, Kartikeya requested the Ganas to descend to the earth. The Ganas followed his instruction and descended to the earth, making a thunderous noise. Some demons like Mahish, Tarka, Virochan, Jam, and Kyujam heard this noise and went to Andak to inform him about it. As the demons were trying to find out the cause of the noise, a demon Pataketu arrived there in an injured condition. The demons were surprised and asked how he got injured. Pataketu, narrating the incident, said, I had entered Sage Gulub's hermitage in the guise of a boar with the intention of killing him. Suddenly, an arrow pierced my body. I ran towards the sea coast to save my life, where I found large number of people who were planning to kill Mahishasura and Tarka. I have come here to inform you about their plan. I am very scared and worried. Andak assured them that there was nothing to worry about, as both Mahishasura and Tarka were mighty and it was not an easy task for anybody to kill them. When Mahishasura and Tarka came to know about this, they immediately set out with a huge army towards the sea coast. An intense battle commenced in which both the sides fought valiantly. The Ganas and the Matrikas launched a severe attack on the enemy with all the weapons they had at their disposal. But the demons remained unaffected and their assault was too much for the Ganas to bear. After defeating the Ganas, Mahishasura menacingly ran towards Kartikeya. Suchakrakshar, who was fighting from Kartikeya's side, unleashed his chakra to stop Mahishasura. Mahishasura retaliated by attacking the chakra with his mace, but his mace was cut into pieces by the chakra. After destroying the mace, Suchakrakshara's chakra chased Mahishasura. When Banasura saw Mahishasura's life in danger, he came forward to help him. He attacked the chakra with his 500 hands and grabbed Suchakrakshar with the remaining 500. Seeing Suchakrakshar in danger, Makaraksh hit Banasura on his head with his mace. Seething in pain, Banasura immediately released Suchakrakshar. Seeing his army defeated, Tarka came forward to fight with a sword. He fought valiantly and defeated the Ganas and the Matrikas in a very short time. The defeated Ganas took the refuge of Kartikeya. When Kartikeya saw Tarka chasing the Ganas, he killed him with his weapon Shakti. Tarka's death scared Mahishasura and Banasura. To save his life, Mahishasura ran away towards Himalaya mountain while Banasura hid himself in the ocean. Kartikeya chased Mahishasura, as a result of which, he was forced to abandon Himalaya. Mahishasura now took refuge in a cave of the Krunk mountain. Seeing the demon being protected by his maternal cousin Guh, Kartikeya was in a dilemma. He knew that if he attacked Mahishasura inside the cave, then his cousin Guh might get hurt. He waited for Mahishasura to come out. Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Lord Mahesh appeared and advised Kartikeya to kill the demon. Indra too advised him the same. But Kartikeya did not pay heed and told them that he would kill Mahishasura only after he came out from the cave. Furious, Indra told Kartikeya that a man did not become a sinner if he killed one person to safeguard his community's interest. Giving his own instance, he narrated as to how he had killed his own brother Namaka. But Kartikeya was not convinced and refused to act according to Indra's instruction. Very soon, their arguments turned into a major dispute when Indra boasted of his strength. Kartikeya challenged him for a duel. Indra proposed a plan according to which, whoever circumambulated the Krunk mountain first would be considered as the winner. When Kartikeya returned after circumambulating Krunk mountain, he found Indra sitting there. Furiously, he asked Indra why he was seated. Indra replied that he was the winner as he had already finished circumambulating the Krunk. Both of them quarreled but were not able to decide the winner. So, both of them went to Lord Brahma, Lord Vishnu, and Brahma to take their help. Lord Vishnu advised them that only Krunk mountain could decide the winner. Both of them went to Krunk mountain and requested him to tell as to who the winner was. Krunk mountain said Indra is the winner since he was the first to circumambulate me. Kartikeya became furious and attacked Krunk mountain with his Shakti, as a result of which, the great mountain was fragmented into pieces. Mahishasura, who was hiding in the cave of Krunk mountain, was also crushed to death. Later on, Kartikeya felt very sorry for having killed his maternal cousin Guh, and after being advised by Lord Vishnu, he went to Prithudaktirtha to atone for his sin. Ritudwaj injures Pataketu. King Rapuyat, a descendant of Raghu, lived with his valiant and brave son named Ritudwaj. Ritudwaj, being a virtuous prince, thought it as his duty to protect all the sages and hermits. Under his protection, the sages performed their religious duties without any problem. During Rapuyat's reign, a great sage, Gulab, lived in his hermitage doing penance. A demon named Pataketu used to torment him. Although Gulab was capable of burning Pataketu to death, yet he hesitated to do so for the fear of losing his virtuosity. One day, Sage Gulab was contemplating on the means to get rid of Pataketu's terror tactics but was unable to find any solution and let out a deep sigh in frustration. He was amazed to see a horse falling from the sky. As he was looking towards the sky, he heard a heavenly voice, "This horse can travel thousands of yojans in a single day. Give this horse to Ritudwaj, who will solve your problems." As per the instructions of that heavenly voice, Gulab presented that horse to Ritudwaj and engaged himself in penance. This horse was sent by a Gandharv king named Vishvavasu with a special purpose. Vishvavasu had a beautiful daughter named Madalasa. Infatuated by her beauty, the demon Pataketu had abducted her to Pataloka. He wanted to marry her, but Madalasa rejected his advances. Vishvavasu knew that only Ritudwaj was capable of killing Pataketu, so he presented that horse to Sage Gulab with the instruction that it should be given to Ritudwaj. Ritudwaj went to Pataloka on that horse and fought a fierce battle in which Pataketu was seriously injured. Ritudwaj released Madalasa from Pataketu's captivity and married her. Lord Shiva does penance. Lord Shiva was so deeply attached to Uma that for 1,000 years, he was possessed by only her thoughts. He forgot about his duties, and as a result, there was anarchy all over the world. His obsession with Uma had also decreased his radiance. He decided to do penance with the objective of regaining his radiance. When Uma came to know about his decision, she was unhappy, but Lord Shiva consoled her by relating the significance of his decision. Before leaving, he entrusted the responsibility of her security to Nandi. He started wandering in search of a suitable place for doing penance. Sometimes, he did penance under the tree, sometimes on the mountain peaks, and sometimes on the banks of a river. Initially, he used to eat only canned and mula, but later on he stopped eating even that and lived only on air. This way, 900 years passed, during which he traveled to all the three lokas. Ultimately, he even stopped breathing. He inserted a small wooden block in his mouth to stop the air from entering his body. This act of Shiva resulted in the tremendous generation of energy inside his body, as a result of which that wooden block blasted off through his skull and fell on the Himalaya mountain with such force that the wooden block leveled numerous peaks of Himalaya mountain to the ground. The famous place of pilgrimage Kedarnath is situated at this very place. After that, Lord Shiva did a severe penance by immersing his whole body in the waters of Sarasvati river. He remained immersed in the water for 1 complete year and did not come out. All the 7 worlds, including the oceans and the mountains, started shaking violently. The stars and the nakshatras started falling down on the earth. Curious to know why this happened, the worried deities went to Lord Brahma. Even Lord Brahma could not satisfy their curiosity, as he had no answer. All of them then went to Lord Vishnu, but he too was not aware of the reason. All the deities, including Lord Vishnu, then went to Mandar Parvat to see Lord Shiva. But they were surprised to find out that neither Lord Shiva nor Uma were present there. Lord Vishnu was aware of Lord Shiva's penance in the Sarasvati river. Due to the sin of causing Mridanis Foetus to abort, the deities could not know the fact behind this strange event. The deities then performed the most austere Taptakrikshavrata to atone for their sin. Lord Vishnu then gave them a glimpse of Shivalinga, which manifested in his heart. All the deities again worshipped that Shivalinga and made offerings. Lord Vishnu then took them to Kurukshetra, where Lord Shiva was doing his penance in the waters of Sarasvati. The deities eulogized Lord Shiva by saying Sthanave Nama, and Indra requested him to stop doing his penance as the whole world was in turbulence. Lord Shiva accepted their request with a smile and discontinued with his penance. Even after Lord Shiva had stopped doing his penance, the earth continued to shake violently. Surprised, he started wandering here and there to know the truth behind this turbulence. He found sage Shukrakarya doing penance on the bank of river Agavati with the objective of learning the most secret Mritsanjivani Vidya. Lord Shiva blessed him and his desire was fulfilled, but the earth still continued to shake violently. Lord Shiva then proceeded towards Saptasaraswat, where he found sage Mankanak was dancing in joy and his steps were causing the earth to shake. Sage Mankanak had acquired tremendous virtues due to his severe penance, and as a result, instead of blood, vegetative juice secreted from his wound. He had become arrogant and thought that it happened only because of his penance. Lord Shiva then subdued his arrogance by causing wound on his finger from which ashes poured out. Sage Mankanak was ashamed of himself and stopped dancing, and the earth became calm once again. Lord Vishnu kills Mura. Mura was the Aurasputra of sage Kashyapa and Danu. When he saw the demons being vanquished by the deities, he went to do penance with the objective of getting boons from Lord Brahma. When Lord Brahma appeared before him, he said, "O Lord, bless me with a boon, which enables me to kill anybody merely by the touch of my hand." Lord Brahma blessed him and said, "So be it." Getting this boon made Mura very arrogant. He challenged the deities, Yakshas, and Kinnars to fight him, but nobody accepted his challenge as they were scared of his power. He then entered Amravati, Indra's capital, and challenged Indra for a duel. Indra became terrified and abandoned his abode heaven. Now, Mura became the Lord of heaven, and very soon, he invited the other demons to join him in heaven. Once, Mura challenged a king named Raghu who was proficient in rituals for a duel. At that time, Raghu was busy performing his yajna. He admonished Mura by saying, "What is the great deal in fighting with the mortals? If you are really that brave, then you should defeat Yamaraj." The arrogant Mura then went to Yamaloka and challenged Yama. Yama was aware of Lord Brahma's boon given to Mura. So, he went to take Lord Vishnu's help. Lord Vishnu advised him to send Mura to Vishnu Loka by any means. Yama returned to his abode, where he found Mura waiting for him. He said, "I am ready to accept your authority on the condition that you protect me from the wrath of my former master." Mura curiously asked Yama as to who his former master was. Yama then told him that his former master was none other than Lord Vishnu, and he lived in Kashir Sagar. Mura then went to Kashir Sagar to fight Lord Vishnu. When Mura reached Kashir Sagar, Lord Vishnu asked him the reason for his arrival. Mura confidently said that he had come to fight him. Lord Vishnu had worked out an excellent plan to kill Mura, and the time had now arrived for its implementation. Lord Vishnu said, "If you have come to fight me, then why are you trembling with fear, and why is your heart beating so fast? I do not fight cowards." Furious at Lord Vishnu's words, Mura put his hand on his own chest to convince Lord Vishnu that his heartbeat was normal. The moment he put his hand on his chest, he fell down, and finding the moment opportune, Lord Vishnu killed him with the chakra. Description of hells. Lord Brahma, on being inquired by Sanat Kumar on the different hells, said, "Those who have illicit relationship or are in the company of sinners go to the first hell. Felling of trees and stealing the fruits of others' tree lead to the second hell. People who kill creatures unworthy of killing and those who quarrel over property dispute go to third hell. Terrorizing the living creatures and deviating from one's own religion lead to the fourth hell. Behaving deceitfully with friends and taking false oath lead to the fifth hell. Keeping somebody in captivity and causing hurdles in the path of others would lead to the sixth hell. Stealing of royal property or copulating with the queen leads to the seventh hell. Greed and misuse of hard-earned money lead to the eighth hell. Stealing of Brahmins' property and condemning others lead to the ninth hell. People who lack courtesy or who steal sacred texts go to the 10th hell. Altogether, Lord Brahma described about 16 hells. King Danda and Araja. And Hakasura the demon. Narada asks sage Pulasatya, what did the demon Andak do after entering Pataloka, and how was Lord Shiva's life at Mundar mountain? Pulasatya says Andak was infatuated by Girija's divine beauty, and his lust only became stronger as the days passed by. Although Prahlada tried very hard to convince him and narrated the tale of his birth, which happened only because of Lord Shiva's blessing. Once Lord Shiva was engrossed in meditation when Uma playfully shut all his 3 eyes and the whole atmosphere was covered in darkness. An entity manifested from that darkness who was presented to Hiranyakshir and who later on became famous as Andak. Prahlada also told him that his lust for his own mother was licentious and most immoral. In order to dissuade Andak from going ahead with his immoral intention, Prahlada narrated a story, which described the destruction of an immoral king named Danda. Sage Shukrakarya was the royal priest of King Danda, who performed all the religious rites. He had a daughter named Araja. Once Shukrakarya had gone to meet the demon Vrishparva and stayed there for some days. King Danda went to Shukrakarya's hermitage to find out the reasons for his absence. He saw Araja and became enchanted by her beauty. He expressed his desires to Araja that he wanted her at any cost. Araja tried to dissuade him by saying that his immoral action would amount to committing treachery towards his guru Shukrakarya. She also tried to scare him by citing about her father's rage, which even the deities feared. King Danda then narrated this tale to force her to accept his proposal. Vishvakarma had a beautiful daughter Chitrangada. Once, she had gone to take bath in the river with her companions. Suddenly, King Surath arrived there and being infatuated by her beauty became lovesick. Seeing his pitiable condition, Chitrangada offered herself to him despite her companion's objection. After narrating this story, King Danda asked Araja to follow the example of Chitrangada. But she said, "You have narrated only half the story. I will tell you what happened after that." She then told this story. The immoral act of Chitrangada had angered her father and he cursed her that her married life would be unsuccessful. One day, King Surath was drowned by the powerful current of the Sarasvati. Chitrangada fainted as she could not bear the sorrow of her husband's separation. After regaining her consciousness, she looked all around but could not find her husband. Once again, she became unconscious and fell in the Sarasvati river. The powerful currents of Sarasvati drowned her and she was ultimately thrown in Gomti river. Gomti's current abandoned her near a forest inhabited by ferocious lions. After narrating her story, Araja told King Danda that she would certainly not accept his proposal as she did not want to meet the same fate as that of Chitrangada. The king told her that the story was still incomplete and narrated the following tale. When Chitrangada regained her consciousness, she found herself in a dense forest. Seeing her in a sorrowful mood, Anjana Goyak consoled her by saying that very soon, she would reunite with her husband. He also advised her to go on a pilgrimage to Srikanth. Chitrangada went to Srikanth, situated towards the south of river Kalindi. After taking a bath in Kalindi river, she visited the Srikanth temple and worshipped Lord Maheshvar. Meanwhile, a sage arrived there and seeing Chitrangada queried about her staying in a deserted place. Chitrangada narrated the whole story as to how she was cursed by her own father. The sage became extremely furious after hearing her woeful tale and cursed Vishvakarma to become a monkey. He also advised her to go to Saptagadavar and engage in the worship of Lord Hatkeshwar, where one day she would meet Devavati, the daughter of demon Kandarmali. Chitrangada went to Saptagadavar and engaged herself in the worship of Lord Hatkeshwar. The sage wrote the following lines on the walls of Srikanth temple: "Is there anybody who could liberate this beautiful girl from her sorrow?" After that, the sage proceeded on his pilgrimage to Pushkarnath. Vishvakarma becomes a monkey. Continuing with his story, King Danda says Chitrangada stayed for a long period at Saptagadavar. She used to spend time by engaging in the worship of Lord Hatkeshwar, waiting for the day she would meet her husband. Vishvakarma had become a monkey due to the curse of that sage and started living at Shilvaya mountain. One day, a demon named Kandarmali arrived at the foothills of Shilvaya mountain accompanied by his daughter Vedavati. The monkey held Vedavati by her hand. Kandarmali became furious and took out his sword to kill the monkey. Sensing danger, the monkey ran away towards Himalaya mountain carrying Vedavati in his lap. Kandarmali chased him. On the way, the monkey abandoned Vedavati at the door of a secluded hermitage and hid himself in the waters of river Kalindi but was drowned. Kandarmali had seen the monkey drowning and conjured that his daughter too might have drowned along with him. He returned to his abode in a remorseful mood. The ferocious current of Kalindi river carried that monkey to a famous place called Shivi. After regaining his consciousness, he returned to the place where he had left Vedavati. After reaching that spot, he found Anjan accompanied by his daughter Nandayanti treading along. He mistook Nandayanti for Vedavati and ran towards her. Sensing danger, Nandayanti jumped into the Hiranvati river and was carried by its ferocious current to Kaushal. When she regained her consciousness, Nandayanti found herself near a large banyan tree. Sitting on the rock in a thoughtful mood, she heard a heavenly voice: "Is there anybody who could inform sage Ritwaj about his son's captivity and who has been tied to this banyan tree?" Nandayanti was surprised to find a 5-year-old child being tied to the topmost branch of the banyan tree. On being inquired, the child told her, "My name is Jabali. Sage Ritwaj is my father, who has blessed me with 5,000 years of childhood birth, 10,000 years of adolescence and 20 years of adulthood respectively. But he had also warned me of being held captive for the period of 500 years during my childhood. One day, I had gone to take bath in the Hiranvati river when suddenly, I came across a huge monkey who enslaved me. I am living here in captivity since then." After narrating his story, Jabali inquired about Nandayanti's identity. Nandayanti told everything, which had happened to her. Jabali advised her to go to Srikanth temple situated on the bank of river Yamuna and said there, "You would meet my father Ritwaj, who comes to the temple daily in the afternoon to worship Lord Shiva. You can seek his help." Nandayanti went to Ritwaj's hermitage as per the instruction of Jabali. One day while she was worshipping in the Srikanth temple, she saw those lines inscribed by the sage, who had once cursed her father Vishvakarma. She added one more line to that inscription: "Sage Mudgal had prophesied that I would become a queen. Instead of becoming a queen, I am going through my most turbulent period. Is there anyone who could help me out?" After that, she went to the bank of river Yamuna where she found a beautiful hermitage. She entered inside the hermitage and found Vedavati sitting there. Very soon, both of them became fast friends. In the meantime, Sage Ritwaj had gone to offer prayers in the Srikanth temple and saw those lines inscribed on its walls. He went into deep contemplation and understood what those lines meant. After worshipping, he left for Ayodhya where he met King Ikshvaku. He requested Ikshvaku to instruct his son Shakuni to release Jabali from the monkey's captivity. Ikshvaku instructed his son to fulfill Sage Ritwaj's desire. All three of them including Ikshvaku went to the site of Jabali's captivity. Shakuni, being a master archer, cut all the creepers that had grown around Jabali. Sage Ritwaj climbed up the tree and found that Jabali was tied to the branch. He tried to open the knot but was unsuccessful and called Shakuni for help. Shakuni tried hard to open the knot but even he was unsuccessful. He then cut that branch into 3 pieces by unleashing a volley of arrows. Thus Jabali became free, albeit partially, as he was burdened with the 3 pieces of that branch. Search for Chitrangada and Vedavati. In the meantime, both daughters of Yaksha and the demon arrived at Srikanth Mahadeva temple and engaged themselves in the worship of Lord Mahadeva. One day, Sage Gullab arrived at the temple and was astonished to find 2 young ladies at such a deserted place. While taking bath, he heard the melodious songs of the 2 ladies. He became convinced of their divinity, as it was impossible for mortals to sing with such expertise. After the worship, Sage Gullab asked them their identity, who then narrated the whole story. The next morning, as Gullab was about to leave, both of them requested him to take them along. All 3 of them then left for Pushkar Tirtha. After reaching their destination, Sage Gullab decided to take a dip in the holy river. While taking bath, he saw many female fish trying to coax their male counterparts into making love by saying, "If Sage Gullab is not afraid of being in the company of young women, then what makes you so scared in copulating with us?" The male fish replied that he was afraid of getting ridiculed by the public. Sage Gullab was so ashamed of his conduct that he did not come out of the river. Both ladies waited anxiously for Sage Gullab. Suddenly, Chitrangada arrived and was surprised to see strangers standing there. All 3 of them were looking at each other with surprised expressions on their face when Vedavati arrived there suddenly. She went near Chitrangada and inquired about her identity. Chitrangada narrated the whole story and revealed how circumstances had forced her to reach this place. In a very short time, all 4 of them became well acquainted with one another. They went to Hatkeshwar temple situated on the banks of Saptagadavar river and worshipped Lord Hatkeshwar. They started living in the temple premises and spent their time in the daily worship of Lord Hatkeshwar. On the other side, Shakuni, Jabali, and Ritwaj were anxiously searching them. During the search, Jabali went to Shakal Janpad accompanied by his father Ritwaj. At that time, Shakal Janpad was ruled by Indradyumna, the son of Manu. After meeting him, Ritwaj sought his help in finding his lost daughter Nandayanti. Indradyumna told him, "O Brahmin, even I have lost my daughter and don't know where she is at present. So, all 3 of us must go in search of our respective daughters." After saying this, all 3 of them decided to proceed ahead in search of their daughter. When they reached Bhadrakashrama, they were amazed to find a young man engaged in austere penance. After formal introduction, it dawned on Indradyumna that the young sage was his own nephew Surath. Indradyumna requested his nephew to join him in searching his daughter. Ritwaj told Surath, "The girl for whom you are doing such austere penance had been taken by me to Saptagadavar. Come with me and I will help you to reunite with her." All of them then left for Saptagadavar. In the meantime, as Grataka Devavati's mother arrived at Udayagiri mountain, to where she came across a monkey and inquired if he had seen her daughter. The monkey told the frail-looking Grataka that he had taken a young woman named Devavati to a hermitage near Srikanth temple. Grataka revealed to the monkey that the girl whom he was referring as Devavati was actually her daughter Vedavati. She requested the monkey to help her in locating her lost daughter. Grataka proceeded towards river Kaushiki in search of Vedavati, followed by the monkey. After reaching there, Grataka took a holy dip in the waters of Kaushiki. In the meantime, Jabali and Ritwaj too had reached the banks of river Kaushiki. When Jabali saw that monkey, he told his father Ritwaj by pointing his finger towards that monkey, "This is the same monkey who had enslaved me and tied me up with creepers." Shakuni, the master archer, became furious and sought Ritwaj's permission to kill that monkey. Ritwaj pacified him by saying, "Bondage is because of your past karmas, so it is useless to kill this poor monkey." He then requested the monkey to free his son Jabali from the weight of the 3 branches, which were still tied to his body. The monkey opened the knots and Jabali was now absolutely free. Ritwaj was pleased and wanting to bless the monkey, said, "You can demand anything from me. I am willing to fulfill any of your wishes." The monkey replied by saying, "O great sage! Didn't you recognize this unfortunate monkey? I am Chitranagata's father whom you had cursed to become a monkey. Bless me that I become liberated from all my sins." Ritwaj blessed the monkey and said, "You would be liberated from all your sins, the day you procreate a child from Grataka. You would also regain your human body on that day." The monkey became pleased after receiving the blessings. In course of time, Grataka became aware of the monkey's real identity and developed physical intimacy with it. At first, both of them stayed at Kolahal mountain, but later on, they shifted to Vindhya mountain. Meanwhile the group of 5 people Ritwaj, Jabali, Shakuni, Indradyumna, and Surath reached Saptagadavar Tirtha. All of them got down from the chariot and took bath in the holy river. The thirsty horses quenched their thirst and satisfied their hunger by grazing on the green grass. After satisfying their hunger, the horses galloped towards Hatkeshwar temple. When Chitrangada and her companions heard the galloping sound, they climbed on top of the temple and looked all around. Chitrangada saw Ritwaj and his companions taking bath and immediately recognized him. Her companion Nandayanti too recognized Jabali. They were extremely pleased and climbed down from the rooftop of the temple. They worshipped and eulogized Lord Hatkeshwar to express their gratitude. After some time, Ritwaj and his friends arrived at the temple to worship Lord Hatkeshwar. He recognized Chitrangada and was pleased to meet her. In the meantime, Grataka and the monkey also arrived there. Grataka was pleased to meet her daughter Vedavati and embraced her. Ritwaj instructed the monkey to summon Guyak from the Unjan mountain, Kandarmali from the Padaloka and the Gandharv king Parjanya from heaven respectively. Guyak, Kandarmali, and Parjanya arrived at the Hatkeshwar temple and all 3 of them were pleased to meet their respective daughters. Chitrangada, accusing herself for her father's turning into a monkey, tried to give up her life. But Ritwaj consoled her by saying that her father would regain his human body very soon. Grataka too approved his statement and said, "After 10 months, I would give birth to a son, and on that same day, your father would be liberated from Sage Gulav's curse and regain his human body." After 10 months, Grataka gave birth to a son who later on became famous as Nala. Vishvakarma became liberated from the curse and regained his human body. Chitrangada was delighted to meet her father. A grand marriage ceremony was organized at Saptagadavar, which was witnessed by the deities, the Gandharvas, and the demons. In this marriage ceremony, Sage Gulav performed the rituals, after which, Jabali was married to Kandamali's daughter, Indradyumna to Vedavati, Shakuni to the Yaksha's daughter, and Surath was married to Chitrangada. After the marriage ceremony, everybody returned to their respective places. After completing this story, King Danda once again requested Araja to accept his proposal. But she was not convinced and said, "Say whatever you like, but I will never surrender to your evil intentions." Sage Shukrakarya curses Danda. Prahlada says, blinded by lust, Danda forcibly breached the modesty of unrelenting Araja and returned to his palace. Araja was saddened by the inability to protect her chastity and started wailing. When Shukrakarya returned to his hermitage, he found Araja lying down at the entrance. He asked her about what transpired with her. Araja narrated the whole story, which made Shukrakarya extremely furious and his eyes were reddened due to his anger. He thundered the wicked Danda would become a pauper after losing his wealth and kingdom within a week. After cursing Danda, he instructed his daughter Araja to do penance so that she could become liberated from her sin, and himself went to Padaloka accompanied by his disciples. Shukrakarya's curse came true, and as a result, Danda lost his whole kingdom within a week. After narrating this story, Prahlada told Andak, on account of the immoral deeds of King Danda, the deities abandoned Dandakarnya and it was now inhabited by the demons. Now it must be clear to you that a person who breaches a chaste woman's modesty against her will is doomed to destruction. Andak, you must not go ahead with your evil intention of marrying Parvati because she is Lord Shiva's consort whose might is unmatched. Andak replied angrily, I have driven out the deities from heaven. Why should I get scared of Shiva who is fascinated by his wife's beauty? Prahlada tried his best to convince Andak against going ahead with his evil plan, but it had no effect on him. Andak ordered his lieutenant Shambar to go to Mandar mountain and inform Lord Shiva that Parvati should be given to him if he wanted to remain alive. Shambar went to Mandar mountain with narrated Andak's desire to Lord Shiva. Hearing this, Goddess Parvati, who was sitting besides Lord Shiva, told Shambar that she would agree to marry Andak on the condition that he defeats Lord Shiva in a battle. Shambar returned and narrated everything to Andak. Now, Andak's anger crossed all limits and he ordered Duryodhana to prepare for the war. Andak's huge army was instructed to assemble. The whole atmosphere reverberated with the sound of bugles and war cries. Andak proceeded towards Mandar mountain with a huge army, which consisted of mighty warriors like Jam, Kujam, Shambar, Virochan, Duryodhana and Vrishparva. Destiny led Andak towards his own death trap. Lord Shiva prepares for the battle. Ganas throng Mandar mountain. Pulasatya says when Lord Shiva became aware of Andak's imminent attack, he requested Nandi to summon all the Ganas who were more than 700 crores in number. Some of the prominent Ganas like Pashupat, Kalmukha, Mahavrati, Digambar, Mani, Mahapashupat, and Vrishabhidwaj arrived at Mandar mountain to help Lord Shiva at the request of Nandi. On seeing the valiant Gana Pashupat, Lord Shiva embraced him, which surprised all the other Ganas. They were amazed at the special honor given to him. Lord Shiva realized their astonishment and said, although all of you have great devotion towards me, but in your ignorance, you have shown disrespect towards Lord Vishnu. All of you except Pashupat don't realize that both of us are inseparable and there is no difference between us. Pashupat is aware of this and hence he has been accorded the highest honor. Having said this, Lord Shiva revealed his majestic form of Sadashiva to the Ganas. The Ganas were bewildered on seeing the whole universe existing within Sadashiva. Lord Sadashiva then transformed his appearance into that of Lord Vishnu. The Ganas also viewed the forms of deities like Indra, Surya, and Lord Brahma etc. in him. They were now convinced that both Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu were the same. The dawning of this realization liberated them from their ignorance. Lord Shiva blessed the Ganas and embraced them. All the Ganas then took their position all around Mandar mountain and readied themselves for the forthcoming attack. The battle commences. Pulasatya says when the Ganas saw Andak's army approaching the Mandar mountain, they made a loud roar, which reverberated through the land and sky. Hearing this roar, Lord Ganesha became apprehensive and went to Mandar mountain to ask Lord Shiva about the origin of that tremendous roar. Lord Shiva told him, I am going to fight a battle with Andak. Lord Ganesha also expressed his willingness to accompany him. Lord Shiva then entrusted the job of Parvati's security to prominent matrikas like Malini, Jaya, Vijaya, Aprajita, and Jayanti. He then went to fight Andak holding his weapon trident in his hand and mounted on a bull. The Ganas made a protective ring and surrounded him from all sides. In a very short time, both armies confronted each other and a tremendous battle began in which the Ganas crushed many demons to death. The demons retaliated by attacking them with mace and swords. All the deities assembled in the sky to witness this battle. Mahapashupat attacked the demons with such force that it caused great losses to the enemy. On seeing death and destruction caused in the demons' camp, Tuhanda the mighty demon attacked the Ganas with his most destructive weapon Parthi, which scared the Ganas and they fled. Then Lord Ganesha came forward to fight Tuhanda. Tuhanda assaulted him with his weapon Parthi, but it fragmented into hundreds of pieces after dashing against Ganesha's belly. On seeing the destruction of his maternal uncle's most destructive weapon, Rahu came running towards Lord Ganesha and held him tightly. Lord Ganesha, Gatodar, and Sukeshi assaulted him simultaneously with their respective weapons. Writhing in pain, Rahu immediately released Ganesha. Seeing the time opportune, Lord Ganesha severed Tuhanda's head with his axe. After killing Tuhanda, Lord Ganesha attacked the demons, but the attack was repulsed by the mighty Bali. In this battle, the Ganas were finally able to annihilate the demons. Shambar protected himself by taking Shukrakarya's refuge, and all the surviving demons including Andak followed suit. Shukrakarya uses Sanjeevni Vidya. Andak went to Shukrakarya and narrated the woeful tale of demons' defeat. He also requested Shukrakarya to help the demons win the battle. Shukrakarya was dejected, but he assured the demons that he would make alive all the dead demons with the help of Sanjeevni Vidya, and really all the mighty demons like Jam, Kujam etc. became alive once again. When Nandi came to know about this unbelievable incident, he went to Lord Shiva and informed him. Lord Shiva instructed him to bring Shukrakarya by any means. "I shall control him by my yogic power," said Lord Shiva. Nandi infiltrated into the demon's army, but Hayakandar spotted him and tried to resist his forward march. Nandi attacked Hayakandar with his Vajra, as a result of which, he fell down unconscious. After this, Kujam, Jam and some other demons ran menacingly towards Nandi. They surrounded him from all sides and started assaulting him ruthlessly. On seeing Nandi in danger, Lord Brahma became very worried and instructed the deities to help him. Indra and all the other deities joined Lord Shiva's army and fought bravely against the demons. The sudden entry of the deities in the battlefield had distracted the attention of the demons, and as a result, Nandi got an opportunity to penetrate through the rank and files of demons' army. Ultimately, he successfully accomplished his mission and brought Shukrakarya to Lord Shiva after abducting him. Lord Shiva wasted no time and swallowed Shukrakarya immediately. The next moment, Shukrakarya found himself in Lord Shiva's stomach. Shukrakarya made frantic efforts to come out of the stomach but was unsuccessful. Being helpless, he started eulogizing Lord Shiva. After becoming pleased by Shukrakarya's extreme devotion, Lord Shiva expressed his desire to bless him with a boon. Shukrakarya requested Lord Shiva to give him a way so that he can come out from his stomach. Lord Shiva agreed and asked him to come out immediately. Shukrakarya started searching for an exit point but was amazed by the vastness of Shiva's stomach, in which he saw the existence of the whole universe. He made ceaseless effort for 1 divine year but was unsuccessful in his attempts to come out from Shiva's stomach. At last, he surrendered to the will of Lord Shiva. Lord Shiva told Shukrakarya, "By entering into my stomach, you have become my son. Now, if you want to become free, then you should come out through the pore of my linga." After saying this, Lord Shiva liberated Shukrakarya through his linga, who after being released made salutations to him and joined the demons' army once again. The demons were extremely pleased at his arrival. Once again, a fierce battle took place, which continued for 8 divine years. When the demons realized about the deity's supremacy in the battle, they started employing illusionary tactics and swallowed all the Ganas and the deities. The scene of the battlefield, Mandar mountain, became devoid of Ganas and the deities, which made Lord Shiva extremely furious. His extreme anger resulted into the manifestation of Jairimhayaka, a ferocious entity. The mere touch of Jairimhayaka made the demons to yawn. All the deities and the Ganas came out from the opened mouths of the demons. Once again, the battle commenced, which continued for 700 years. When Andak realized that Lord Shiva was invincible, then he decided to acquire Parvati by deceitful means. He sought the help of one of his most trusted commander, Sunda, by saying, "O brave Sunda, you are like my brother. I need your help." The battle has continued for such a long period but has still remained indecisive. I have decided to approach Parvati in the guise of her husband Shiva, and I want you to disguise yourself as Nandi. Sunda agreed to disguise himself in the form of Nandi to help his master. Andak went to Mandar mountain in the guise of Lord Shiva mounted on Sunda's back, who had disguised himself as Nandi. When Parvati saw the injury marks on Shiva's body, she told her companions, "Look, how grievously the demons have injured my husband. Please bring the medicinal herbs quickly so that I can dress his wounds." Her companions rushed to bring the medicinal herbs, and in the meantime, Parvati started observing the wounds of Shiva minutely. She was surprised to see the absence of both the shoulders on his body. She immediately realized that somebody else had come in the guise of her husband, Shiva. Sensing danger, she ran away to protect herself. Her companions ran behind her and Andak chased all of them. Parvati and her companions hid behind bushes. Being unable to locate Parvati, Andak returned to the battlefield and the battle continued. The deities were fighting valiantly. Lord Vishnu created havoc among the enemy ranks and Lord Brahma sprinkled holy water from his Kamandalu, which had increased the strength and power of the deities. Indra attacked the demon Bala on his head with his Vajra, but it was broken into pieces. On seeing the destruction of his weapon, Indra became scared and wanted to flee from the battlefield. Jam, the demon, made fun of him and challenged him for a duel. Indra then requested Lord Vishnu to provide him with a weapon so that he could fight Jam, but Lord Vishnu sent him to Agni. Agni made a replica of his weapon Shakti and gave it to Indra. Holding his new weapon, Indra then proceeded on his way to fight Jam mounted on his elephant Airavat. Jam assaulted Airavat with such force that Indra started falling down towards the ground. When the Siddhas and Charanas saw Indra falling down, they provided a magnificent chariot to him so that he could fight with the demons. Meanwhile Indra dashed against the ground with a great thud, as a result of which, the earth shook violently. Sage Shumuk's wife thought that the earth was shaking violently due to the impact of earthquake. She requested her husband to carry their son outside the hermitage so that he remains unharmed and said the astrologers say that whatever is kept outside home during an earthquake becomes stable. Sage Shumuk was very surprised but still followed her instructions. After the shaking of the earth had subsided, Shumuk's wife requested him to bring back the child. Sage Shumuk went outside and was surprised to find 2 children instead of 1. He came back carrying both the children in his lap and asked his wife as to what made the second child to manifest. She told him that the second child will become the charioteer of Indra and assist him in the battle. This second child was none other than Madali, who acted as the charioteer of Indra during the battle. Now, Indra had both the chariot and the charioteer in his possession. He went to the battlefield mounted on his new chariot. On the way, he saw a multicolored bow and arrows lying on the ground. He picked up the weapons and fought valiantly with the demons. He killed many mighty demon warriors. Jam and Kyujam ran menacingly towards him, but Lord Vishnu severed the head of Kyujam with his Sudarshan Chakra. Jam assaulted Indra with his mace, but Indra retaliated by attacking with his Shakti, as a result of which Jam was killed. The rest of the demons fled from the battlefield. Lord Shiva kills Andak. In spite of death and destruction caused to his army, Andak still wanted to continue fighting against Lord Shiva's army. He even dismissed the advices of Shukrakarya, who wanted a momentary retreat, and rebuffed him by saying, "All the deities including Maheshvar and Indra cannot save themselves from my wrath. Very soon, I am going to vanquish them." He then instructed his charioteer to move the chariot towards enemy's position. He shot a volley of arrows, which entirely covered the deities. Lord Vishnu advised the deities to kill Andak along with his charioteer and destroy the chariot so that Lord Shiva could kill Andak without any difficulty. All the deities then attacked the demons with renewed vigor. Lord Vishnu killed thousands of enemies' horses with his mace. Skund killed the charioteer and Vinayak, accompanied by the Ganas, destroyed Andak's chariot. After being bereft of his chariot, Andak attacked the deities with his mace. Seeing the deities in danger, Lord Shiva concealed them within his body and challenged Andak for a duel. Andak tried to attack Lord Shiva, who was mounted on Nandi. Lord Shiva immediately jumped down from Nandi's back and attacked Andak with his trident, which pierced his chest. Even after being seriously injured, Andak did not die. Instead, he pulled Lord Shiva for 1 mile, holding him tightly in his clutch. Lord Shiva tried to resist by attacking for the second time. But Andak retaliated by hitting Shiva with his mace, causing serious injury on his head. A stream of blood oozed out from the wound, which poured down towards all the 4 directions. The blood stream which poured down towards east resulted into the manifestation of Bhairav named Kalraj. Similarly, Kamaraj, Chakramala, Somaraj, Swakaraj, Lalitraj and Vignaraj manifested from the other 3 directions. Lord Shiva then lifted Andak above his head with the help of his trident, which was still pierced in Andak's chest. His body had become red due to the blood oozing out from Andik's wound. Lord Shiva had toiled hard to kill Andik, and as a result, he was perspiring profusely. The sweat drops originating from Shiva's forehead resulted into the manifestation of a divine girl, while the sweat drops that fell on the ground from Shiva's face resulted into the manifestation of a divine boy. Both the children started gulping down the blood emanating from Andik's wound. Lord Shiva named the girl child as Charchika while the boy child was named Mangal and blessed both of them. Lord Shiva held Andik above his head for 1000 divine years, which reduced his body to a skeleton. At last, Andik realized his mistake and begged for forgiveness. He eulogized Lord Shiva and hailed his greatness. Lord Shiva told him that he would forgive him only when he accepts Parvati as his mother. Andik agreed not only to accept Parvati as his mother but also Shiva as his father. Shiva became pleased and lowered down his trident. He healed Andik's wound by his divine touch. The deities became pleased at Andik's change of heart and blessed him. Lord Shiva then took Andik to Mandar mountain. Parvati was still hiding behind the bushes. When she saw Lord Shiva approaching, she recognized him and called her companions to come out from their hiding. Lord Shiva gleefully told Parvati that Andik had now become her slave. Look at him. He is making salutations to you. Accept him as your son. Andik then eulogized Parvati with complete devotion. Parvati became pleased and expressed her desire to bless him with a boon. Andik said, I don't want anything. I just want to become liberated from all my sins and remain in the proximity of Lord Shiva. Parvati blessed him and made him the Gana of Shiva, who became famous as Baitringi. The origin of Marutganas. Narada asked Pulasatya about the battle which Indra fought with the demon at Malay mountain. Pulasatya replied, Andik's followers Maya and Tar tried to enter Pataloka after being defeated by the deities. While they were passing close to the Malay mountain, they decided to live there, being enchanted by its natural beauty. The caves of Malay mountain were inhabited by sages who were Lord Shiva's devotees. The demons started causing obstacles in the rituals performed by the sages. When Lord Shiva came to know about this, he instructed Indra to go to Malay mountain and help the sages. Indra went to Malay mountain and successfully drove out the demons from there. Narada again asked Pulasatya as to why Indra was also known as Gatrabhit. Pulasatya narrated the following tale. After her son's death, Dithi requested her husband, Kashyapa, to bless her with another son so that Indra could be killed. Sage Kashyapa advised her that she would get her desire fulfilled after the successful accomplishment of her penance lasting for 100 divine years. In course of time, Dithi became pregnant. One day, Sage Kashyapa left for Udayagiri mountain to do his penance and Dithi was left all alone. One day, Indra arrived at the hermitage and expressed his desire to be at Dithi's service if she permitted. Dithi gave permission and Indra engaged himself in serving her. He used to keep the ablation site clean and bring dry wood necessary for the performance of yajna. This continued for 1000 divine years. One day, Dithi was taking rest after her bath. She had postponed her penance for some time because of her impurity. As she was tired, very soon, she fell asleep. Seeing the moment opportune, Indra entered into her womb through her nostrils and cut the foetus into 7 parts. After waking up, Dithi realized about her foetus destruction. Indra was very scared on the prospect of being cursed by Dithi and said, I am not the cause of your foetus destruction. It has been destroyed due to your own impurity. So please don't curse me. Dithi replied, you are certainly not responsible for my foetus destruction. It was all in my destiny. From the pieces of the foetus manifested the Marutganas, and since Indra had tried to harm his own uterine brothers, therefore he became famous as Gatrabhit. Marutganas of different Manvantaras. Sage Pulasatya says, O Narada. Now, I am going to describe about the origin of Marutganas of various Manvantaras. Savan was Swayambhu Manu's son. He had no sons, and when he died, the sorrowful Queen Sudeva heard a heavenly voice, which instructed her to give up her life by jumping into the burning pyre. You would become a proud mother of 7 sons, said the heavenly voice. The queen acted accordingly and died after jumping into the burning pyre. The souls of the dead king and queen ascended towards the sky. The prophecies made by the heavenly voice came true and Sudeva found herself in her periods. The king enjoyed a physical relationship with the queen for 5 days. Incidentally, few drops of sperms fell towards earth. After this both the souls departed towards Brahmaloka. These falling drops of sperms were gathered by the wives of some sages and stored in a lotus flower. Those women were Samana, Nalini, Vayoshmati, Chitra, Vishakha, Harita and Alini. They mistook the sperms for ambrosia and drank it after getting permission from their husbands. But after drinking it, they became devoid of their effulgence and were abandoned by their respective husbands. In course of time, they gave birth to 7 sons who became famous as Aditya Maruts during Swayambhu Manvantara. After having described about the Marut Ganas, sage Pulasatya went on to describe about Swarokish Manvantara. Kretudwaj was the son of Swarokish Manu. He had 7 sons. All of them went to Meru mountain to do penance as they were desirous of Indra's kingdom. Indra being scared instructed Putna to create hurdles in their penance so that Kretudwaj's sons' wishes remained unfulfilled. Putna went to the place where Kretudwaj's sons were doing penance. There was a river nearby where Kretudwaj's sons arrived one day to bathe. Acting according to her plan, Putna too entered into the river to take bath. Kretudwaj's sons were infatuated by her divine beauty. They could not control themselves and as a result, they had an ejaculation. Putna was successful in accomplishing her mission of corrupting the thoughts of Kretudwaj's sons, who after realizing that their penance had gone in vain returned to their father's kingdom. The released sperms of Kretudwaj's sons was swallowed by a fish named Shankani. One day, she was caught by a fisherman and presented to Kretudwaj's sons, who again released her into a nearby pond. In course of time, Shankani died after giving birth to 7 young fish. The 7 young fish started crying at their mother's death. Lord Brahma appeared and advised them not to cry, and for this reason, they were called Marut. Lord Brahma blessed them by saying all of you would attain the status of deities and would be capable of flying in the air. After finishing his story, sage Pulasatya told Narada that this was how Marut Ganas originated during Swarokish Manvantara. Sage Pulasatya says, now, I am going to describe about the Marut Ganas of Uttam Manvantara. Chidishman was the son of Vayoshman and his wife was the daughter of sage Brihaspati. As they were sonless, both of them decided to do penance to beget a son. The Saptarishis arrived there and inquired as to why they were doing such a severe penance. Chidishman's wife told the Saptarishis that they were desirous of a son. The Saptarishis blessed her by saying that she would become a mother of 7 sons. In course of time, Chidishman's wife became pregnant. One fateful day, Chidishman passed away. His sorrowful wife wanted to commit sati. While he was sitting on the burning pyre, suddenly, a piece of burning flesh fell into the nearby river and got fragmented into 7 pieces. 7 Marut Ganas manifested from these 7 pieces of flesh. Sage Pulasatya says during Tamas Manvantara, Ritwaj, the son of Tamas Manu did a severe penance with the desire of getting a son. He made offerings of his own flesh, blood, and sperms to the oblation fire. Suddenly, he heard a heavenly voice instructing him not to make offerings of his sperms. But the king continued with his offering and as a result, he died. After some time, 7 infants manifested from the oblation fire who later on became famous as the Marut Ganas of Tamas Manvantara. King Rapuyat was the descendant of Ravat. He was sonless and after being pleased by his extreme devotion, the deity son had blessed him with a daughter named Surati. In course of time, she grew into a beautiful woman. One day, Rapuyat passed away and a grieved Surati decided to give up her life. The Saptarishis arrived there and they were so infatuated by her beauty that they tried to prevent her from doing so. But unrelenting Surati did not listen and gave up her life by jumping into the burning pyre. The sorrowful Saptarishis went away after casting lusty glances on her. 7 infants manifested from the burning pyre, who became famous as Marut Ganas of Ravat Manvantara. During Chakshush Manvantara, a sage named Manki did a tremendous penance at the banks of Saptasaraswat. But he fell down from grace after being infatuated by the beauty of an Apsara named Vaipu. His sperms ejaculated and fell into the Saptasaraswat river, from which manifested the 7 Marutganas. Lord Vishnu kills Kalnemi. After hearing the news of Bali's coronation, Maya and some other demons went and advised Bali to avenge the killings of his father Virochan and other relatives by Indra. Bali became furious and marched with a huge army to fight the deities. When Indra heard this news, he started making preparations for the battle, and very soon, the deities' army assembled at the foothills of Udyachal mountain. A fierce battle was fought between both the armies. The movement of the troops covered the whole sky with dust, which subsided only after the tremendous bloodbath wetted the earth with blood. Kartikeya fought valiantly in this battle and killed many demons. The demons too retaliated by vigorously attacking the deities. Lord Vishnu created havoc in the demons' army by killing many demons in a very short time. When Kalnemi the demon saw that his comrades were scared of fighting Lord Vishnu, he attacked the deities with renewed vigor and swallowed many of the Yakshas, Kinnars, and the deities. The deities became scared and started running away from the battlefield. The demons became delighted, considering it as their victory and the defeat of Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu became furious and covered the Udyachal mountain with a volley of arrows named Narach. Bali and Maya became terrified and instigated Kalnemi to fight against Lord Vishnu. Kalnemi confronted Lord Vishnu with a mace, but it was destroyed by Vishnu's chakra. After destroying Kalnemi's weapon, Lord Vishnu first severed both his hands and then his head. The news of Kalnemi's death spread like a wildfire in the demons' army, and they fled from the battlefield. King Bali. Bali rules the heaven. The mighty Banasuras saw the demons running away from the battlefield and came to their rescue. The arrival of Banasura boosted the morale of the defeated demons, and they returned to fight the deities. Lord Vishnu advised the deities to fight gallantly and disappeared from the battlefield. Shukrakarya assured the demons of their victory because he thought that the deities would be no match for the demons' might in the absence of Lord Vishnu. Once again, a fierce battle commenced. Bali attacked the deities ferociously with his mace. Banasura devastated the deities' army with his 1,000 hands. Ultimately, the deities were defeated in this battle and the heaven came under the control of demons. The defeated deities took refuge in Brahmaloka after abandoning the heaven. Bali ruled the heaven with the help of his relatives. One day, Bali called his father Prahlada to heaven and requested him to become the ruler of heaven, but Prahlada refused by saying, "As I have chosen the path of yoga after relinquishing everything, it would not be proper for me to get attached to worldly matters once again. Since you have snatched heaven from the deities on account of your valiance, hence the heaven belongs to you." Bali requested Prahlada to enlighten him on the duties of a king and on the virtuous deeds which would enable him in attaining dharma, arth, kama, and moksha. Prahlada advised Bali to rule in a just manner and for the benediction of the world. He also advised Bali to engage himself in the service of all the 3 castes so that they remain loyal to him. Prahlada said virtuosity increases when people unwaveringly follow their dharma. Increase in virtuosity helps a king to rule without any problem. Bali agreed to rule in a just manner as per the advice of Prahlada. The splendors of Bali. Pulasatya says the just rule of Bali had transformed the Kali Yuga into Satya Yuga. Even his subjects engaged themselves in virtuous activities like penance and yagyas. They practiced non-violence and always spoke the truth. One day, goddess Trailokya Lakshmi went to Bali and said, "I have come to bless you because you are a victorious king. You have even defeated Indra and have control over all the 3 worlds." After saying this, goddess Lakshmi entered into the body of Bali. During the reign of Bali, his subjects were happy and prosperous. Nobody experienced the pangs of hunger and everybody's desire was fulfilled. The prominence of virtuosity and religiousness during Bali's rule was incomparable and prosperity prevailed throughout his kingdom. Mythological tales. Jhundhu performs Ashwamedha Yagya. Pulasatya says during his pilgrimage, Prahlada visited many sacred places like Manas Tirtha, Kaushiki, Devanad, and Hastinapur etc. At last he reached the bank of river Yamuna where he worshipped Lord Trivikrama. Narada was surprised at the mention of Vamana's name and asked Pulasatya, Lord Vishnu is still to take Vamana incarnation, then how come Prahlada visited his temple? Pulasatya says Sage Kashyapa had an Orasputra named Dhundhu. Lord Brahma had blessed Dhundhu of immortality. In course of time, Dhundhu defeated the deities and drove them out from heaven, as a result of which, they had to take refuge in Brahmaloka. When Dhundhu came to know that the deities were living in Brahmaloka, he decided to attack Brahmaloka. He consulted the demons, but they told him that it was impossible for them to reach Brahmaloka. Sage Shukrakarya said Indra had accomplished 100 Ashwamedha by the virtue of which, he could go to Brahmaloka. If you are desirous of reaching Brahmaloka, then you too will have to perform Ashwamedha. Dhundhu expressed his willingness to perform Ashwamedha. Shukrakarya started making preparations for Ashwamedha at the bank of river Devika. He appointed his disciples and some other sages belonging to Bhargava's clan to supervise the yajna ceremony. The Ashwamedha commenced and a horse was let loose according to the tradition. When the deities came to know about this Ashwamedha being performed by Dhundhu, they were scared and requested Lord Vishnu to disrupt the yajna so that Dhundhu could not reach Brahmaloka. Lord Vishnu assured the deities and went to the site where Dhundhu was performing Ashwamedha in a dwarf appearance. He entered into the Devika river and started drowning according to his plan. When the demons saw the dwarf drowning, they rushed to save him. After taking him out from the river, they asked him about his identity. The dwarf said, I am the youngest son of Prabhas. My name is Gatibas and my elder brother is Netrabas. After our father's death, my elder brother did not give me my due share in the property. When I insisted, he flung me into this river. The Brahmins who were performing the yajna requested Dhundhu to donate wealth to Gatibas. Dhundhu agreed and said, I am willing to fulfill all your wishes. Demand anything you like. Gatibas demanded a small piece of land measured by 3 steps. Lord Vishnu then revealed his giant appearance and covered the whole earth with his first step. His second step covered the heaven and there was no place left for his third step. Lord Vishnu became furious and put his third step on the back of Dhundhu, as a result of which he was crushed to death. A large pit measuring 1000 yojans was created due to the impact of his weight, and Lord Vishnu threw Dhundhu's dead body in that pit. After completing his story, Pulasatya told Narada this is how Lord Vishnu became Trivikrama for the first time to defeat the evil designs of Dhundhu. Prahlada paid a visit to the temple of Vamana situated at the place where Dhundhu was killed. Pururava regains his good looks. Pulasatya says after worshipping Lord Trivikrama, Prahlada went to Lingabhedak mountain and worshipped Lord Shankar. He also visited many more sacred places like Kedar Tirtha, Bhadrakashrama, Bhadrakarna, and Vipasha. At last, he reached Iravati and worshipped that Almighty Lord with whose blessings, Pururava was able to regain his good looks. Narada was curious to know this story. Pulasatya says once upon a time, there lived a rich trader named Sudharma. Once, while passing through the Surashtra desert, he was attacked by bandits and robbed of all his possessions. Dejected, he started wandering in the desert like a lunatic. He saw a shami tree and decided to take rest under its shade. On this tree lived numerous ghosts. On seeing Sudharma, the leader of the ghosts asked him as to where he was going. Sudharma narrated his woeful tale, which made the ghosts very sad. The leader of the ghosts said, you must not lose heart. If you are destined to possess wealth, then you would become wealthy once again, but worrying about your lost wealth will only have ill effects on your health and you would become weak. On being instructed by their leader, the ghosts offered food to the hungry Sudharma. After satiating his hunger, Sudharma asked the leader of the ghosts, who are you? How could you provide me such a delicious dish in this deserted forest? The leader of the ghosts said, in my previous birth, I was a Brahmin and my name was Somasharma. I was very poor, but my neighbor Somashrava was a rich and prosperous trader. Being a poor Brahmin, I was not able to perform my religious duties. Once, people of all castes thronged Irrawaddy and Nadvala to take a holy dip on the auspicious occasion of Shravan-Dwadashi. I followed them and after taking my bath, performed all the necessary rituals. As I was poor, I could donate things of little importance like umbrella, shoes, sweets, curds etc. This was the first and the last time I had donated anything in my life. After my death, I became a ghost. My companions also never donated anything in their previous life. The delicious food which you had relished just now was due to the virtue of food items donated in my previous life. This shami tree is due to the virtue of donating umbrella. Somasharma was surprised and asked the leader of the ghosts whether he could be of any help to him, to which the leader requested him to offer Pindan at Gaya so that he became liberated from Preta Yoni. Somasharma went to Gaya and performed the necessary rituals of Pindan, as a result of which, the ghosts went to Brahmaloka after being liberated. Somasharma continued to observe the fast of Shravan-Dwadashi every year. One fateful day, he passed away and was reborn in a royal family. After reaching youth age, he became the king of Shakalpuri and indulged in enjoyments and sensual pleasures. After his death, he was born in a Brahmin family. Though ugly, he was well versed in all the scriptures. After a few years, he got married. His wife would make fun of his ugly looks, which annoyed him. He went to Irrawaddy and worshipped Lord Jagannath with full devotion. Lord Jagannath blessed him and his ugly looks turned into a handsome appearance. He enjoyed a very satisfied married life and after his death was reborn as King Pururava. The description of Nakshatra Purusha. Sage Narada asks Pulasatya about the austerity named Nakshatra Purusha which King Pururava had accomplished to please Lord Vishnu. Pulasatya says all the constellations dwell in different parts of Lord Vishnu's body. The Mula Nakshatra dwells in his feet, Rohini Nakshatra in his thighs, Ashvini in his knees, Purvashadha and Uttarashadha in his chest etc. A devotee who worships Lord Vishnu, the possessor of all the constellations, methodically and according to the rituals attains liberation. Worshipping Lord Vishnu's different organs helps in attaining good health and a disease-free life. Being pleased by this austerity, Lord Vishnu bestows radiance and sweet voice to the devotee. Arundhati had achieved great acclamation due to the successful accomplishment of this austerity. Aditya, with the desire of a son, had his wish fulfilled in the form of Revant, his famous son. The Apsaras Ramba and Menaka had acquired unparalleled beauty and sweet voice respectively after successful accomplishment of this austerity. Similarly, Chandra had attained supreme radiance and Pururava regained his kingdom. This way, whoever performed this austerity, his desire was fulfilled. Prahlada's pilgrimage. Pulasatya says Prahlada went to the sacred place called Rishikanya and took a holy dip in the Irrawaddy river. After that, he worshipped Lord Janardhan in the temple situated nearby and then proceeded on his journey towards Kurukshetra. After reaching there, he worshipped Lord Kuradwaj and paid a visit Lord Narsingha temple. After taking a holy dip in the river Devaka, he proceeded on towards Gokarna Tirtha where he took bath in river Prachi and worshipped Lord Vishvakarma. Ultimately, after visiting numerous sacred places, he reached Madhunandini where he worshipped Lord Shiva who had a chakra in his hands and Lord Vishnu possessing a trident. Narada was surprised and asked Pulasatya why Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu had held Sudarshan chakra and trident respectively. Pulasatya explained during ancient times, there was a mighty demon king named Jaladbhav. He had pleased Lord Brahma by his severe penance and was blessed by him to become immortal. After receiving the boon, Jaladbhav became arrogant and started tormenting the deities and the sages. The deities sought the refuge of Lord Vishnu. They accompanied Lord Vishnu to Himalaya mountain to meet Lord Shiva. Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva exchanged their weapons. Both of them went to kill the demon who on seeing them got scared and hid in a nearby river. Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva waited eagerly for him on the opposite banks of the river. After some time, Jaladbhav came out of the river thinking that both of them must have departed by now. He climbed up the Himalaya mountain and both the deities chased him. Lord Shiva attacked him with his chakra while Lord Vishnu pierced his trident in his chest. Jalad Bab died and fell down from the Himalaya mountain. After finishing his story, Pulasatya says this was the reason why both Lord Vishnu and Lord Shankar had exchanged their weapons. The spot where Lord Shankar had kept his foot resulted into the manifestation of river Vitasta. Prahlada, after worshipping Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva at Madhunandani, went to Brigadung Tirtha situated on the Himalaya mountain. Tales of Upmanyu and Sridama. Sage Narada was still not satisfied by Pulasatya's explanation and asked Pulasatya as to what compelled Lord Vishnu to give his chakra to Lord Shiva. Pulasatya says there used to live a learned Brahmin named Vitmanyu. He was well versed in all the Vedas and other scriptures. His wife's name was Utreyi and Upmanyu was his son. In spite of his knowledge, Vitmanyu lived in absolute poverty and found it difficult to make arrangements for daily necessities. One day, young Upmanyu, on being hungry, started crying. His helpless mother consoled him by saying that if he worshipped Lord Shiva then he would even get nectar and would get liberated from the pangs of hunger forever. Vitmanyu was surprised and asked as to who this Lord Virapakshir was. Utreyi narrated the following story. During ancient times, there was a demon king named Sridama. He ruled over the whole earth. Once, he decided to snatch the Srivatsa, Lord Vishnu's dearest ornament, from him. When Lord Vishnu came to know about his intention, he became furious, but since he had no weapon at his disposal he went to take Lord Shiva's help in this regard. Lord Shiva gave Sudarshan Chakra to him and said that with the help of that infallible weapon, he could kill anybody. But Lord Vishnu was not convinced about the weapon's destructive power and expressed his desire to test it on Lord Shiva himself. Lord Shiva agreed and Vishnu released the Sudarshan Chakra towards him. As a result, Lord Shiva's body was severed into 3 parts: Vishvesh, Yajyesh, and Yajya-Yajak. Now, Lord Vishnu became satisfied and made salutations to Lord Shiva to express his gratitude. Lord Vishnu went to the mountain where the demon Sridama lived and severed his head with the Sudarshan Chakra. After killing the demon, Lord Vishnu returned to his abode Kashir Sagar. After finishing her story, Utreyi told Upmanyu that such was the greatness of Lord Virapakshir. Upmanyu did a severe penance to please Lord Virapakshir and was blessed by him, as a result of which, he never felt hungry in his life. Gajendra and the crocodile. Sage Narada requests Pulasatya to describe how Gajendra managed to release itself from the jaws of the crocodile. Pulasatya says there lived a crocodile in a reservoir near Trikut mountain. One day, a thirsty elephant arrived there to quench its thirst. The wicked crocodile caught hold of the elephant's leg and dragged it towards the middle of the reservoir. The elephant tried its best to release itself from the crocodile's jaws but was unsuccessful. Being helpless, it started remembering Lord Srihari as it was his great devotee. It picked up a lotus flower and chanted the following stotra salutations to that Lord Vishnu who is the originator of this universe. Salutations to the omnipresent Lord Vishnu who is revered by the sages. I take the refuge of Lord Vishnu who is also known by the names of Vishveshvar, Srihari, and Sanatan Purusha. This way, the elephant eulogized Lord Vishnu with great devotion. Pleased by his devotion, Lord Vishnu killed the wicked crocodile with his Sudarshan Chakra and liberated the elephant. Actually, this crocodile was none other than Gandharva who had attained the form of a crocodile after being cursed by sage Deval. He was liberated from the curse and went to heaven. Lord Vishnu touched the elephant and it got transformed into a divine human being. This way, with the blessings of Lord Vishnu, both of them were liberated. The greatness of Sarasvat Stotra. Sage Pulasatya says there lived a Kshatriya who kept enmity towards Brahmins. After his death, he was reborn as a demon and spent his life indulging in nefarious activities. Once he saw a hermit doing penance. He wanted to devour him but was unsuccessful in his attempt as the hermit had protected himself by chanting Vishnu Panjar Stotra. So, he waited for the hermit for 4 months to come out from his meditative trance. After the completion of his meditation, the hermit was surprised to see a weak and frail demon waiting for him. He asked the demon about his identity and the purpose for which he was waiting there. The demon told him that although he had come with the intention of devouring him, he was unsuccessful in his attempt as he was well protected by Vishnupanjar Stotra. I am very impressed by your spiritual feats and I am desirous of learning the same from you. I have committed many sins in my life, so tell me how to become liberated from them, asked the demon. But the hermit was not convinced and told the demon that he would never preach a demon. He advised the demon to take help of some other Brahmin. The demon went in search of another Brahmin. One day, he saw a Brahmin doing penance and caught hold of him. The Brahmin was frightened and requested the demon wait until I return after giving this fruit to my teacher. But the demon thought that the Brahmin was trying to escape, hence he did not allow the Brahmin to leave. The worried Brahmin went near a burning fire and pleaded for help. Suddenly, Goddess Sarasvati manifested herself and told the Brahmins, "Don't be afraid. With my blessings, you would be able to narrate the means for the demon's benediction." After blessing the Brahmin, Goddess Sarasvati disappeared. The Brahmin narrated the Sarasvat Stotra to the demon. "You must chant the following stotra thrice in a day. I make salutations to Lord Hari, who is also known as Krishna, Hrishikesh, Vasudev, Janardhan, and Jagannath. May he liberate me from my sins. I make salutations to Lord Vishnu, who rests on Shashnag and who hails Shank Chakra Gada and Chakra in his hands. May he liberate me from my sins. Lord Vishnu, who manifests himself in each individual soul just like the element of fire manifests itself in a piece of wood. May he liberate me from my sins." The Brahmin told the demon that the daily chanting of Sarasvat Vishnu Stotra would enable him to get liberated from his sins. The demon was pleased and after releasing the Brahmin went to a place called Shulgram. He engaged himself in severe penance and started chanting the stotra taught by the Brahmin. Ultimately, he was successful in becoming liberated from his sins and went to Vishnu Loka. Bali performs Aswamedha. Bali's arrival at Kurukshetra. Pulasatya says after the departure of Prahlada on his pilgrimage, Bali, desirous of performing a yajna, went to Kurukshetra. Shukrakarya had invited the descendants of sage Bhargava to supervise the proceedings of Ashwamedha yajna, but his decision was not approved by the descendants of some other sages like Atrai, Gautam, Kaushik and Angara. As a result, all of them left Kurukshetra. After their departure, Shukrakarya started making preparations for the yajna and initiated both Bali and his wife Vindhyabala into the rituals. After that, a horse was let loose according to the tradition. The demon Tarkakshir followed that horse. The Ashwamedha yajna continued for 3 months, after which, Udti gave birth to a child who was dwarfish in size at a time when the sun had just entered the zodiac of Gemini. All the deities and sages including Lord Brahma were extremely pleased by Lord Vamana's birth. They went to Udti's hermitage and eulogized Lord Vamana. Lord Vamana became pleased by their eulogy and requested Lord Brahma to help perform his consecrations. On being instructed by Lord Brahma, Sage Bharadvaj performed Vamana's Jatkarma and Yajnopavit. After that, Sage Bharadvaj taught him Vedas and other scriptures, which was mastered by Vamana in less than 1 month. After finishing his studies, Lord Vamana sought his guru's permission to go to Kurukshetra. Sage Bharadvaj expressed his inability by saying, "How can a mortal like me give permission to the Supreme Lord? If you want to go to Kurukshetra, then how can I stop you from going there? I have some queries regarding your various abodes, and would you be gracious enough to enlighten me on that?" Lord Vamana said, "The whole universe, including the sky, earth, ocean, mountains, clouds, are pervaded by my existence. All the deities, sages, living and non-living things have manifested from me. When I took my first incarnation of Matsya, I had my abode in the holy waters of Manas Sarovar. As my second incarnation of Tortoise, I had my abode in the holy waters of Kaushiki River. I had my abode at Hastinapur when I took my incarnation as Govind. As Narayan, I had my abode at Bhadrakashrama. As Jayesh, I had my abode at Bhadrakarna." This way, Lord Vamana described about his different abodes in great detail. Arrival of Lord Vamana at Kurukshetra. Pulasatya says after satisfying Bharadvaja's curiosity about his different abodes, Lord Vamana left for Kurukshetra, where Bali was busy performing his yajna. As soon as Lord Vamana reached Kurukshetra, the whole earth started shaking violently and high tides rose in the ocean. Being frightened of Lord Vishnu, Agni did not accept the offerings made by Bali. Bali was very surprised by all these sudden developments. He asked Shukrakarya about the reason for all these strange happenings. Shukrakarya replied, "O king of the demons, definitely, all these strange happenings signifies the arrival of Lord Vasudeva." Bali then asked Shukrakarya as to what was the most appropriate way of honoring his eminent guest. "What donations should I make to him so that he is pleased and satisfied?" asked Bali. Shukrakarya warned him by saying, "Forget about donating anything, otherwise you will get into serious trouble." Bali told him that he would not disgrace himself by refusing to meet the demands made by Vasudeva. The way a man behaves in his speech, action, and thoughts is the result of his past karmas. Are you not aware of the incident related with Koshkar which happened at Malay Mountain? Koshkar was the son of sage Mudgal. He was famous for his austerities and his wife too was very virtuous. In course of time, a son was born to them, but alas, he was blind and deaf. Koshkar's wife abandoned that child in front of her house. Incidentally, an ogress named Sirpakshi happened to arrive there and after seeing the abandoned child, exchanged him with her own child. She carried Koshkar's child to Shaladar mountain with the intention of devouring him. When her husband came to know about the incident, he reprimanded Sirpakshi for her misdeed. The demon warned the ogress that both of them would be cursed by the Brahmin and advised her to keep the child at the same place from where she had brought him. In the meantime, Koshkar came out from his hermitage after hearing the cries of Sirpakshi's child. He was surprised to find some other child instead of his own and told his wife it seems that this child is under the influence of a ghost. After saying this, he protected the child by demarcating a round circle initiated with mantra around him. Right then, the ogress arrived and after keeping the Brahmin's child on the ground wanted to take back her own child. But she could not enter inside that circle. Koshkar took his child in his lap and went inside the hermitage. This way, the ogress returned to the mountain without her child. Koshkar brought up both the children with great care. He named the ogress's child as Devakar while his own son was named Nisachar. As destiny would have liked it, Devakar turned out to be a very studious child and became well versed in Vedas within a very short time, whereas Nisachar was not interested in studies and had a bad habit of criticizing everybody. Koshkar became furious and threw Nisachar in a well. There was a amla tree inside that well and the child survived living on its fruits. This way, 10 years passed and one day, Koshkar's wife arrived at the well to fetch water. On seeing his mother, Nisachar tried to convince her that he was her son, but she was not convinced. He then accompanied his mother back home and narrated the reason why he had taken birth as a deaf and blind child. "In my previous birth, I was the son of Vrishakapi and was very famous for my scholarly traits. In due course of time, I became very arrogant and started indulging in all sorts of evil deeds. After my death, I went to Rorav Narak and suffered all the tortures over there. I was reborn as a tiger and after being enslaved by a king, I was kept inside a cage. Once, the king had gone out and the beautiful queen arrived near the cage. I was infatuated by her beauty and expressed my lusty desires to her. She was taken aback by my proposal and said, "How can physical relationship be possible between us?" But I requested her to release me by opening the cage door. The queen opened the door and I became free. I caught hold of her and tried to satiate my lust, but right then the guards arrived there and killed me. Once again I went to the hell and after suffering the pains I was reborn as an ass. My master was Agnivshya, a Brahmin. Once, his wife Sumti wanted to go to her father's house. Agnivshya advised her to go riding on my back and instructed his servant to escort us. While on our journey, we reached a river and Sumti expressed her desire to take bath. She went to take bath and I waited for her to return. While she was taking her bath, I became infatuated by her beauty and caught hold of her. The servant who was escorting us saw this and became angry. He killed me by hitting with his stick. Once again, I went to hell and was reborn as a parrot. A wicked fowler trapped and sold me to a trader's son. Although I lived a luxurious life, yet I was not happy because of my slavery. Once, his daughter arrived near my cage and playfully kept me on her breasts. I became infatuated and tried to have physical relations with her. But I was suffocated to death after getting entangled in her necklace. Once again, I went to hell and after suffering the tortures, was reborn as a bull. My master was a Chandala and I used to pull his cart. Once, his wife was sitting in the cart I was pulling. Unmindful of her surroundings, she was singing songs in a beautiful voice. After listening to her melodious voice, I became infatuated and tried to have physical relations with her. I turned back but the noose around my neck became tight and I was suffocated to death. Once again I went to hell and after suffering the pains, was reborn as a blind and deaf son to you. I remember all my previous lives and I am aware that my physical disabilities are only because of my past sins. I have decided to atone for all my sins by doing penance and indulging in virtuous deeds. After saying this, he went to Bhadrakashrama to do penance. After finishing his story, Bali told Shukrakarya that a man inherits his qualities from his past life and it is impossible for him to change them. It is applicable to both good and bad qualities. My penance, virtuosity, benevolence, and generosity have been inherited from my past life and come what may, I have decided not to shun them. Pulasatya says this way, Bali remained firm in his resolve to meet any demand made by his esteemed guest and started waiting eagerly for his arrival. Lord Vamana's demands. Bali was pleased that he would get an opportunity to see the Almighty God whom the sages contemplate upon. He was proud of his good fortune that the Lord was paying him a visit. Shukrakarya, aware of the reason for Vamana's arrival, warned Bali against making any promise to him. Bali replied, "How can I refuse if the Almighty God demands anything from me? I am willing to face any hardship to safeguard my benevolent image. I don't mind if the deities get benefited by my actions. Even if the Lord is coming with the intention of killing me, I am not scared, as that is how I would attain salvation. Come what may, I am not going to abandon my charitable nature." As the conversation between Shukrakarya and Bali continued, suddenly, Lord Vamana arrived at the site. Vamana's radiance subdued the power of all demons present there. Lord Vamana, being impressed by the grandeur of Vamana's yagya, complimented him for organizing such a magnificent yagya. Bali eulogized and worshipped his esteemed guest. He requested Vamana to reveal the reason of his arrival and promised that his wishes would be fulfilled. Lord Vamana smiled and told him that he needed a small piece of land measured by 3 steps for the performance of yagya. Bali was surprised by this demand and requested him to ask for more land, but Lord Vamana told him that he needed only that much land. Bali agreed and took a vow to donate a piece of land measured by 3 steps. Hardly had Bali taken his vow, when suddenly Lord Vamana expanded his size. His first step covered the whole earth. By his 2 successive steps, he covered the 2 worlds. This way, Bali was forced to donate all the 3 worlds according to his vow. Lord Vishnu then made Indra, the king of all the 3 worlds, and sent Bali to the nether world named Sudal. He blessed Bali by saying, "You would enjoy a long life till the end of this present kalpa. You would hold the post of Indra till the arrival of Savarni Manavatar. As long as you remain supportive of the Brahmins and the deities, you would enjoy all the pleasures of life. But if you go against their wishes, then you would be fastened by Varana's noose." After saying this, Lord Vishnu disappeared. Lord Brahma worships Lord Vamana. Narada asks sage Pulasatya as to where did Lord Vamana go after disappearing from the ablation site. Pulasatya replied, "Lord Vamana went to Brahmaloka mounted on his Garuda." On seeing him, Lord Brahma gave a warm reception and after worshipping him asked about the reason for his sudden arrival. Lord Vamana told him that he had sent Bali to Sudal Loka for the welfare of the deities and so that they could get their share of the yagya. Lord Brahma expressed his desire to see the giant form of Vishnu which he had taken while measuring all the 3 worlds. Lord Vishnu obliged him and showed his giant appearance. Lord Brahma was impressed. and eulogized him. He requested Lord Vishnu to remain in Brahmaloka in his appearance of Vamana. Lord Vishnu had agreed to do this and remained there. Bali lives in Padaloka. Pulasutya says after reaching the nether world, Bali got constructed a beautiful city made of diamonds and other precious stones. Vishvakarma had constructed an enormous-sized altar in the central part of the city. The windows of Bali's palace were well decorated with pearls. Bali lived there in luxury and by enjoying all the pleasures of life. One day, while the demons were engaged in their sensual pleasures, suddenly the fearsome Sudarshan Chakra entered Bali's palace and after making the demons bereft of their radiance went back to Lord Vishnu. Bali was very worried and thought that only his grandfather Prahlada could help him out from this situation. On being remembered by Bali, Prahlada appeared before him. Bali requested him to describe the means which would be benedictory to him. Prahlada was pleasantly surprised by his change of heart and said at last, "You have realized your mistake. Listen, Bali. A man who takes refuge in Lord Vishnu and surrenders himself to his will becomes liberated from all the miseries and sorrows of life. A man who has accepted Lord Vishnu as his master need not fear from anything, not even death. All the things which are visible in this universe are the various manifestations of Lord Vishnu himself. A devotee of Lord Vishnu does not have to go to hell and he becomes liberated from the cycles of birth and death." This way, Prahlada described about the greatness of Lord Vishnu and his worship in great detail. Bali's queries to Prahlada. Bali inquired about the virtues which a man attains by the worship of Lord Vishnu. He also asked Prahlada about the worship and its rituals by which Lord Vishnu is pleased. Prahlada says sages believe that the donations which are made with total devotion and in the name of Lord Vishnu exist forever. Lord Vishnu is extremely pleased if Malati, Shatavari, Kampa, Juhi, and Nagar flowers are offered to him. He is also pleased when the offerings of Bilvapatra, Shamiputra, Tamal, and Amaliputra are made to him. He is pleased when sesame seeds are donated during the Hindu month of Magh. A person who gets a Vishnu temple constructed liberates his ancestors from their sins. Bali, you must get the Vishnu temple constructed and worship with complete devotion. You must try to please Lord Vishnu by making donations of cow, jewels, gold and land. If you engage yourself in such virtuous activities, then you will certainly attain benediction. After saying this, Prahlada disappeared. After Prahlada's departure, Bali followed his instructions faithfully and engaged himself in the worship of Lord Vishnu. He instructed Vishvakarma to construct a magnificent temple of Lord Vishnu and started worshipping Lord Vishnu accompanied by his wife. He used to clean the temple premises and offer the articles which were dear to Lord Vishnu. This way, Bali and his wife Vindhyabala engaged themselves in the worship of Lord Vishnu with complete devotion. Benefits of studying Vamana Purana. Study of Vamana Purana helps a man to enhance his knowledge and makes him free from all kinds of worldly attachments. It also increases his love and devotion towards the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. There are 10 characteristics evident in all the Puranas. 1. Sarg. 2. Visarg. 3. Sthan. 4. Pashan. 5. Uti. 6. Vriddhi. 7. Raksha. 8. Manvantara. 9. Vansh. 10. Yupashraya. Sarg deals with the descriptions of the origin of this universe. Visarg enlightens us as to how a living thing transforms itself from one species to another. Sthan, Pashan, Uti, and Vriddhi deal with the descriptions of various means which are employed by a man for his survival. Raksha describes about the various incarnations of Lord Vishnu which he takes for the protection of the humankind. Manvantara deals with the complete description of the history of the whole Manvantara period. Vansh describe about the lineage of all the kings including Lord Brahma. Yupashraya enlightens us on the real meaning of Brahma. Pulasutya says a man who listens to the divine tales of Vamana Purana attains to Vishnu Loka after becoming free from all his sins. He attains the same virtues which a performer of Ashwamedha Yajna does. Even listening to one part of Vamana Purana bestows great virtues and equivalent to making pilgrimage of numerous sacred places. Narada, Vamana Purana is the 14th among all the 18 Puranas which describes about the majesty of Lord Vishnu. 5 names of Lord Vishnu have been mentioned in Vamana Purana: Karan Vamana, Narayan, Amit Vikrama, Shargang Chakra, and Purushottam. A devotee who chants any of these sacred names of Lord Vishnu and makes salutation either by speech, thought or deed attains to Vishnu Loka. Vamana incarnation. Indra does penance to atone for his sins. Pulasatya says after being defeated by the demons, Indra went to Brahmaloka and narrated his woeful tale to him. Sage Kashyapa, his father, was also present there. Lord Brahma told Indra that he was reaping the fruits of his evil deeds. Sage Kashyapa told him that his miseries were due to the sin acquired by the destruction of the THIRD-WORLDISM. Indra asked both of them how his sins could be atoned. Lord Brahma advised him to take Srihari's help. Indra then went to the north of Kalinjar mountain and started living in a hermitage situated on the bank of river Mahanadi. He did penance for 1 year. Pleased by his devotion, Lord Vishnu appeared and blessed him, saying, "Your austere penance has liberated you from the sin of destroying the THIRD-WORLDISM, and very soon, you will regain your kingdom." After receiving the blessing, Indra went to Utti's hermitage and narrated the tale of his defeat at the hands of demons. Utti knew that Indra would not have been defeated had Lord Vishnu been on his side during the battle. So, she went to Lord Vishnu and worshipped him with devotion. Lord Vishnu assured her that very soon, he would incarnate as her son and destroy the demons. Having said this, a part of Lord Vishnu's effulgence entered into Utti's womb. Bali abuses Lord Vishnu. After Lord Vishnu had established himself inside Utti's womb, the demons became devoid of their radiance. Bali was surprised by this sudden development and asked Prahlada about it. Prahlada went into deep meditation and saw Lord Vishnu manifesting in Utti's womb. After coming out from his meditative trance, he told Bali that the demons had lost their radiance due to Srihari, who is about to take incarnation at the request of the deities. The arrogant Bali made fun of Srihari by saying, "Who is the Srihari? We have many mighty warriors in our ranks who are more powerful than Vasudev." Prahlada was a devotee of Srihari and he did not like the arrogant utterances of Bali. He cursed him by saying that very soon he would meet his downfall and lose his kingdom. After being cursed, Bali realized his mistake and begged for forgiveness. Prahlada too had calmed down by that time and said, "Even though Lord Vishnu is omnipresent, I cursed you being under the influence of my ignorance. My words will certainly become true, but don't lose heart. Go and take refuge in Srihari, the Supreme Protector. He will liberate you from all your sorrows." After saying this, Prahlada went on his pilgrimage. The deity's resting days. Lord Vishnu takes rest on Shishnag during the whole period of Uttarayan, which begins just after the last day of the bright lunar phase in the Hindu month of Ashad is over. After he goes to sleep, all the deities, Gandharv, Devamata etc. follow suit. Narada requested Sage Pulasatya to shed light on the days when the deities take rest. Sage Pulasatya replied, "A devotee should consider the 11th day of the Hindu month of Ashad Shukla Paksh, when the sun enters the zodiac of Gemini, as the day when Lord Vishnu goes to rest. A devotee should make a replica of Shishnag and after worshipping the idol of Lord Vishnu, lay him down to rest on the 12th day. Kamdev is said to take rest on the 13th day on his bed made of kudumb flowers. The Yakshaganyas take rest on the 14th day of the Hindu month of Ashad Shukla Paksh. Their beds are made of yellow lotus. Lord Shiva is believed to take rest on Purnima. His bed is made of tiger skin. Hom Hom. 6 Markandeya Purana. Introduction. Once Jaimini, a disciple of sage Vedavyasa, expressed his curiosity before Markandeya, "O Lord. In the great epic Mahabharata, which was created by Vedavyasa, description of Dharma, Arth, Kama, and Moksha appears to be intertwined at times, and at other times, it appears to be separate from one another. Vedavyasa had described the norms, the stages, and the means to perform the duties in all the 4 stages. This epic contains cryptic knowledge of Vedas. Hence, O great sage, I have approached you in order to grasp the full knowledge contained in Mahabharata with your help. Why did Lord take human incarnation even though he is the cause of the origin, perpetuation, and destruction of the universe? How did Draupadi become the wife of 5 Pandavas? How did Balrama expiate for the sin of killing a Brahmin? How did Draupadi's sons give up their lives? Kindly narrate all these things in detail. Markandeya says, O Muni. Presently I am engaged in evening worship. Hence I do not have time to narrate these things in detail. But I am telling you about the birds which will narrate you the entire content of Mahabharata. Those birds will also remove all your doubts. Sons of the great bird Drona Pinguksha, Vibadha, Suputra, Sumukh etc. stay in the caves among the hills of Vindhyachal. They are proficient in Vedas. Go and ask them, they will remove all your doubts. Markandeya's words surprised Jaimini. To confirm, he asked again, it is surprising that the birds could narrate the content of Mahabharata just like human beings. It is even more surprising that they are proficient in Vedas knowledge, which is even rare to find among humans. Kindly tell me, how did they come to acquire such profound knowledge despite having been born in the form of birds? Why do you call them as the sons of Drona? Markandeya says, long ago, a strange event took place in Nandanvan involving Indra, Devrishi Narada, and some of the Apsaras. One day, Indra was enjoying his time in the Nandanvan forest along with his Apsaras. At the same time Narada also arrived there. Indra welcomed and offered him a seat. The Apsaras also greeted Narada. Indra then said, Munivar, tell me what you desire now. If you desire to listen to a song, should I order the Gandharvas, or if you wish to watch the dance, should I order one of my Apsaras, Menka, Ramba, Mishrakeshi, or Urvashi? Any of these 4 can perform a seducing dance before you. Narada expressed his desire to watch the dance of an Apsara, who was superior in beauty to the other Apsaras. This led to a row among the Apsaras. Each one of them was proud of her beauty and talent. Narada then advised them to test their beauty by breaking sage Durvasa's penance, who was at that time staying on a hilltop. All the Apsaras expressed their inability to perform this task successfully. Only an Apsara named Vaipu, driven by her haughtiness, accepted to break the penance of sage Durvasa. Accordingly she reached the hill where Durvasa was staying and began to sing an infatuating song in her sweet voice. Very soon, the song began to show its effect on Durvasa. Attracted by the sweet voice, Durvasa went in search of the origin of the voice and found Vaipu singing at a distance. Durvasa understood that the Apsara had come to break his penance. Angrily, he cursed the Apsara that she would take birth in the lineage of the birds for 16 years, she would not bear a child and ultimately would be killed by a weapon to regain her heavenly abode. After saying this, sage Durvasa migrated to Akashganga. Various creations and famous mythological characters. Birth of 4 birds. Markandeya says, in the lineage of the avian king Garuda, there were 2 brothers Kank and Kundar. One day, Kank visited Kailash Parbat where a demon Vidrayudrup, who was a slave of Kubra, was enjoying privacy with his wife and drinking wine. Seeing Kank, the demon showed his displeasure at his arrival at an improper time. But Kank boldly asserted his right on the mountain, as according to him, it belonged to all. The infuriated demon decapitated Kank with his sword. Hearing the news of his brother's killing, Kundar resolved to kill the demon. After performing the last rites of his brother, he also arrived on the mountain where the demon Vidrayudrup was. Still drinking wine with his wife. The demon lost his temper again. Kundar then challenged the demon to have a fight with him. A fierce battle ensued between them. Ultimately, Kundar killed the demon. The demon's wife Mudnika, finding herself in a helpless situation, accepted Kundar as her husband. Thus, Kundar returned to his palace with a newly found wife. Mudnika was in fact the daughter of Menka, the Apsara, and could change her guise at will. After marrying Kundar, she took the guise of the bird. The bird Mudnika was born as Apsara Vaipu in her next birth due to the curse of sage Durvasa. Kundar named her Tarkshi. A Brahmin named Mandupal had 4 sons. Drona was the youngest among them and proficient in scriptures, Vedas etc. Kundar married his daughter, Tarkshi to Drona. After their marriage, Drona and Tarkshi were spending their time happily. Tarkshi conceived during the same time when the Battle of Mahabharata was going on. As destiny would have it, Tarkshi flew over the battlefield where she saw Arjuna and Baghdad, the king of Pragjyotishpur, fighting valiantly against each other. Accidentally an arrow aimed at Baghdad went in the direction of Tarkshi and struck her in the abdomen and tore it apart. As a result of this, 4 eggs fell on the ground. At the same time, a huge bell fell from Supradik's neck, the elephant of Baghdad, and covered the eggs safely. After the Battle of Mahabharata was over, a sage Shami visited the battlefield. There he happened to spot the bell and heard faint chirping coming from underneath the bell. The sage removed the bell and discovered 4 wingless chicks beneath it. Surprisingly, he said to his disciples, "Look. Falling of these eggs and getting safely covered by the bell simultaneously shows that these chicks are no ordinary birds." Then he instructed his disciples to carry the eggs to the hermitage and keep it securely at a place safe from predators. The disciples did as told. Birds migrate to Vindhyachal. Sage Shami thereafter began to foster the chicks in his hermitage. With time, the chicks grew feathers and began to fly here and there. But every time the birds went out, they returned to the hermitage by evening. The birds also gained Vedic knowledge by hearing the discourses, which Sage Shami used to give daily to his disciples. One day, when Sage Shami was preaching his disciples, the birds arrived there and said, "O great sage! You are like our father because you have protected us. You are our teacher also because we have gained knowledge from you. Now we have grown up, kindly tell us what should we do." The birds, speaking like learned people, amazed the sage as well as his disciple. He asked the birds, "Tell us, how did you speak so clearly, and is there any curse behind your present condition?" The birds replied, "O sage! Long ago, there used to live a sage, Vipulasvan. He had 2 sons, Sakrish and Tumbaru. In our previous birth, we were the sons of Sakrish. When our father and uncle performed yagya, we brought them all the required materials. One day, Indra arrived at our hermitage disguised as an aged bird. The aged bird was starving, hence we requested our father to provide him with some food. Upon inquiring by our father, the bird expressed his desire to eat human flesh. Our father tried to dissuade the bird, but it did not give up its insistence. Then our father called us and said that he had promised the bird to feed it with human flesh. So, we were asked to donate our body in order to satisfy the bird's hunger. But, being frightened, we expressed our inability to meet the demand of the starving bird. This infuriated our father, for we were violating his promise that he had made to the bird. He then cursed us to take birth as birds in our next life and himself got ready to donate his body. As our father was breathing his last, Indra resumed his real self and said, "O great sage! I took this guise only to test your character. Kindly forgive me and tell me what you desire now." Indra blessed our father to have divine knowledge and penance free from all obstacles. Thereafter we also fell at our father's feet and begged for his pardon. We requested him to take back his words, but he said that his words would not go futile. But still he blessed us to have supreme knowledge even in the form of birds. Concluding their talk, the birds said, "O Lord! Thus controlled by destiny, our father cursed us. After some time, we took birth in bird form in the battlefield where you found us and fostered us in your hermitage. Now we are strong enough to fly long distances. So kindly free us from your obligation." Hearing the words of the birds, Sage Shami said to his disciples, "Look. I had already told you that these birds were no ordinary creatures. They even survived the battle of Mahabharata. It shows their greatness." Then Sage Shami granted them permission to migrate to the Vindhyachal. The birds decided to pass their time by studying the Vedas and doing penance as long as they stayed there. Divine plays of God. Sage Jaimini reached Vindhyachal and arrived before the birds as per Markandeya's instructions. He said, "O birds! I am Jaimini, the disciple of Vedavyasa. I have come here with a desire to have your glimpse. The birds welcomed him, saying, it is our great fortune that you have arrived here. Your arrival has made us feel as if God himself has arrived. Jaimini said, O learned birds, kindly listen to the purpose of my visit. Sage Markandeya instructed me to come here and see you. You kindly answer my questions that I have in the context of Mahabharata. The birds assured him of every possible explanation as per their knowledge. Sage Jaimini proceeded, why did Lord take human incarnation even though he is the cause of the origin, perpetuation, and destruction of the universe? How did Draupadi come to be the queen of 5 Pandavas? How did Balrama expiate for the sin of killing a Brahmin? How were Draupadi's sons attain martyrdom? Kindly narrate all these things in detail. The birds say the omnipotent, omniscient, and the omnipresent Almighty God is worshipped even by the deities. We salute that Lord Vishnu, who is the originator of this universe and who pervades everywhere. We salute Brahma, from whose 4 mouths the Vedas appeared and sanctified all the 3 worlds. We bow down at the feet of Mahadeva. Those sages who have metaphysical knowledge assert that Narayan exists in 4 forms, which are both tangible and intangible. His first form is Vasudev, appearance of who is more imaginative in nature. This form exists everywhere and in every ages. The second form of Narayan is the one that bears the earth on his head. This form of God is known as Shish. Being Tamasi in nature, this form has taken a serpent incarnation. The third form of God exhibits his divine power and plays. It fosters all the creatures, protects religion, and is known as Pradyumna. Yet another form of God known as Anirudh rests on the serpent's bed in the abysmal depth of water. It carries out the task of creation. The third form of God destroys the irreligious demons. In the past, this same form rescued the earth from the abyss in the incarnation of a boar and killed the demon king Hiranyakashipu in the form of Narsingha. This same form of God has appeared now in Lord Krishna's incarnation. Draupadi's 5 husbands. The birds say, frightened by the severe penance of Trisihira, Indra killed him to protect his authority and power. But the sin of killing a Brahmin took away Indra's radiance. Trisihira was the son of Twashta. Twashta became furious at his son's death. He plucked 1 strand of hair from his hair lock and offered it in the sacrificial fire. This resulted into the creation of a formidable and strong demon named Vritrasur. This demon was created with the objective of killing Indra. Learning about the birth of Vritrasur, Indra sent Saptarishis as emissaries to work out a pact with the demon. The Saptarishis effected a friendship between Indra and Vritrasur. But Indra had other ideas. He took Vritrasur by surprise and killed him. This deceitful action of Indra further enraged the clans of the demons. Soon the atrocities of the demons increased to unbearable limits. Even Prithvi felt unable to bear the burden of their atrocities. She approached the deities and requested them to get her rid of the burden. Thus, to relieve Prithvi of her burden, the deities began to take incarnation on earth. Dharma and Vayu implanted Indra's radiance in the womb of Kunti. This resulted in the birth of Yudhishthir and Bhima. Then Indra himself produced Arjuna from Kunti. Nakul and Sahadev were born because of Indra's radiance implanted by Ashvini Kumars in the womb of Madri. Thus all the 5 Pandavas originated from the same source even though they appeared as distinct entities, whereas Draupadi was none other than Chichi, the wife of Indra, produced from the altar in Drupad's palace. In human incarnation, Draupadi got 5 Pandavas as her husband. Expiation of Balrama. Sri Krishna's brother Balrama had remained impartial in the battle of Mahabharata. Instead of championing the cause either for the Pandavas or for the Kauravas, he had preferred to go on a pilgrimage. His wife Revti also accompanied him on this pilgrimage. Once while traveling, Balrama drank toddy and entered a beautiful garden known as Ravat. Taking a stroll, Balrama and Revti then reached a hut. In the hut, many Brahmins were sitting and listening to Sudha's oration. When the Brahmins saw Balrama, they stood up and felicitated him. Only Sudha did not stand up. Balrama felt insulted and at once killed him. When Balrama regained his composure after the intoxication receded, he felt guilty for his deed. His belief that killing of Sudha would enable him to attain a place in Brahmaloka proved to be based on false notion, as the Brahmins had shunned him for his deed. After Balrama realized his folly, he began to curse himself and resolved to observe a 12-year-long fast in order to expiate for his sin. Thereafter, Balrama migrated to a place of pilgrimage known as Pratilomasarasvati to carry out his expiation. Killing of Draupadi's sons. In Treta Yuga, there was a king named Harishchandra. Once he was hunting in the Mahabaya forest when suddenly, he heard loud cries of a woman, "Save me! Save me!" It was followed by the cries of many women. Hearing those cries, King Harishchandra shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid," and dashed in the direction of the cries. The cries, however, were an illusion created by Vignaraj, the lord of the obstacles. At that time when King Harishchandra heard those cries, sage Vishvamitra was observing severe penance in the forest. In order to test Harishchandra's virtuosity, Vignaraj entered his body. As soon as Vignaraj entered Harishchandra's body, Harishchandra lost his temper and began to abuse Vishvamitra, which enraged him. His anger destroyed all the knowledge he had acquired due to his severe penance. Seeing the angry Vishvamitra, King Harishchandra began to shiver. With folded hands, he begged Vishvamitra's pardon. He said, "O great sage! It is my duty to protect the subjects. Kindly forgive me. Your wrath could greatly affect the performance of my duties as a king." Vishvamitra said, "O king! If you are a true follower of religion, tell me, who should be given a donation? Who should be protected and who should be fought with?" Harishchandra answered, "O great penancer! Donations should be made only to such a Brahmin who indulges in fast and religious actions. Protection should be extended to those who are afraid, and battle should be fought with enemies." Vishvamitra said, "If you are a religious king, give me Dakshina, as I am a Brahmin seeking salvation." Harishchandra said, "Tell me your desire. I am ready to grant it." Vishvamitra said, "O king! Just presume that I have received whatever you would donate me. Now, give me Dakshina for the Rajasuya Yagya." Harishchandra said, "Ask me whatever you wish to have as the Dakshina of Rajasuya Yagya." Vishvamitra said, "O king! Give me all you have except your own body, your wife, and child." Feeling pleased, King Harishchandra granted what Vishvamitra desired. Vishvamitra said, "O king! Tell me, who is the lord of your kingdom?" Harishchandra said, "Since the moment I have presented this kingdom to you, you are its master." Vishvamitra said, "If I am the master of this kingdom, what are you doing here? Leave at once. But before leaving, remove all your clothes, ornaments, and other royal insignia and go out wearing tree's bark only." Thus, after losing his kingdom, King Harishchandra got ready to leave with his wife Shivya and son Rohit. Vishvamitra then intercepted him and said, "Where are you going without paying a Dakshina for Rajasuya Yagya?" Harishchandra said, "O Lord! I have donated my whole kingdom. Now only our bodies remain with us. What can I give you now?" Vishvamitra said, "You cannot leave without paying a Dakshina because you have promised me." Harishchandra said, "Don't be angry, O Brahmin. I have nothing at present in my possession, but I will definitely pay you your Dakshina in due time." Vishvamitra said angrily, "Specify the time period within which you will give me my Dakshina, or else be ready to get cursed by me." Harishchandra said, "I will pay the Dakshina within a month." Thereafter, Harishchandra started to live in seclusion with his wife and children. Seeing the king's pitiable condition, his entire subjects began to follow him. Seeing their condition, Harishchandra halted and took a look on his subjects. At the same time, sage Vishvamitra also arrived there and began to curse Harishchandra for having attachment towards his subjects. Hearing the harsh words of Vishvamitra, Harishchandra left the kingdom with his wife Shivya and son Rohit. To drive the king away as soon as possible, Vishvamitra began to beat the queen's back with a stick. Vishvamitra's abhorrent action enraged the 5 guardian deities of the directions and they condemned him. Enraged Vishvamitra cursed them, O sinners! Go and take birth as human beings. This curse of Vishvamitra frightened the deities. They begged his pardon. Pleased by their prayers, Vishvamitra said, my words cannot be undone. But despite having incarnation of human beings, you will remain bachelors throughout your life. You will never feel attachment and allurement for anybody. Thus, due to Vishvamitra's curse, those 5 guardian deities took birth as the 5 sons of Draupadi. Dronacharya's son, Ashvathama, ultimately killed them. King Harishchandra. After being thrown out from his kingdom by Vishvamitra, Harishchandra reached the holy town of Varanasi, which was an abode of Lord Mahadeva. There Harishchandra saw Vishvamitra standing before him. Vishvamitra said, a month has been completed now. Now, give me my Dakshina. Harishchandra said, there is still half an hour in the completion of this month. Please wait. I will give your Dakshina. Vishvamitra said, I will come after half an hour. Saying this, Vishvamitra departed. When Vishvamitra left, Harishchandra started to worry as to what would happen to him in his next birth if he did not keep his promise made to a Brahmin. Seeing him perplexed, Queen Shivya tried to console him. She said, man requires a wife only to produce a child. Now we already have a child, Rohit. Hence I am no longer useful for you. You sell me and pay the acquired wealth as Dakshina to the Brahmin. Harishchandra fainted after hearing his wife's words. The queen began to wail at her husband's condition. Thus wailing, the queen also fell unconscious. The little Rohit also felt perplexed by his parents' condition. He began to cry, O father! O mother! I am hungry. Give me food. At the same time, Vishvamitra arrived there in the guise of Kal. After sprinkling water on Harishchandra's face, he made him conscious and said, O king! Get up and pay my Dakshina. Your sorrows will increase if you do not fulfill your promise. Harishchandra was regaining his consciousness slowly, but seeing Vishvamitra he fainted once again. This further enraged Vishvamitra. He said, O king! If you have even slightest of respect for Dharma, give my Dakshina at once. I will wait till evening and curse you if you fail to pay my Dakshina. Saying this, Vishvamitra departed. The fear of the curse began to terrorize Harishchandra. Meanwhile the queen also regained consciousness. She once again insisted to sell her in order to pay the Dakshina. This time, Harishchandra accepted her proposal and took the queen to the township. There, addressing the crowd, he said, O dear citizens, kindly listen to me. I am selling my wife who is dearer to me than my own life. Anybody interested in buying her, please do so before evening. An old Brahmin stepped forward from the crowd and said, I will buy her. Hearing his words, Harishchandra became extremely sad that he could not even utter a word. The Brahmin then stuffed the money in the bark clothes of Harishchandra and began to drag the queen by her hair. The boy Rohit began to cry, holding the hem of her mother. Seeing the condition of her son, the queen requested the Brahmin, O Arya! Kindly let me see the face of my child for once. Then the queen turned towards Rohit and said, O son! Your mother is no longer free now. She has become a slave. Do not touch me because I have become an untouchable. Then the old Brahmin began to forcibly drag the queen with him. Rohit also followed them, crying loudly for his mother. The old Brahmin angrily kicked him. But still the boy did not give up following them. At last, the queen requested the Brahmin, O Lord! I will not be able to serve you without my son. So kindly buy him also. Hearing the words of the queen, the Brahmin once again stuffed some more money in the clothes of Harishchandra and tied the boy with the queen and began to drag both of them. Meanwhile Vishvamitra also appeared there and demanded the Dakshina. Harishchandra gave him all the money he had got from selling his wife and son. Seeing that amount of money, Vishvamitra boiled with anger and said, O wretched among the Kshatriyas! You call this small amount of money as Dakshina? Now look at the powers of my penance. Harishchandra trembled with fear and said, O Lord! Please wait a little more. Vishvamitra said, now only, a quarter of the day remains. I will wait only for this period and not more. Saying this, Vishvamitra went away. With stooped face, Harishchandra once again said, addressing the crowd, now I am available for sale. Whoever wishes to buy me, please come forward before sunset. Dharma, in the guise of a Chandala, stepped forward from the crowd. He had a huge stinking body. He said, I will buy you. Harishchandra asked, who are you? The Chandala said, I am a Chandala. My name is Pravir and I am the resident of this very town. Harishchandra thought it is better to accept the curse than accepting the slavery of a Chandala. At the same time, Vishvamitra also arrived there and said angrily, this Chandala is ready to pay you a lot of money. Why don't you then pay my Dakshina? Harishchandra said, O Lord, I am born in Suryavansh. Accepting the slavery of a Chandala causes great pain for me. I have no money now. Since now onwards, I will be your slave and do whatever you will ask me to do. Vishvamitra said, if you are my slave and ready to obey me, then I sell you to this Chandala for 1,000 gold coins. Go and become his slave. The Chandala then presented many villages that were spread over an area of 100 yojans to Vishvamitra, and tying Harishchandra with a rope dragged him to his town. In the Chandala's house, Harishchandra contemplated, the queen must be thinking that I would soon get her freed from the slavery of the old Brahmin after paying his dues. But she does not know that I myself have become the slave of a Chandala. After a few days, the Chandala appointed Harishchandra as the supervisor of the cremation place and instructed him to be there present all the time and to cremate each dead body only after thorough investigation. He also instructed him to collect the toll for cremating every dead body and divide it in such a way that 1/6 part of the toll goes to the king, and from the remaining 5 parts, 3 parts should be reserved for him. He should take only the remaining 2 parts as his remuneration. Since that day, Harishchandra began to live in the cremation ground. He always remembered the glorious days of his kingdom, his queen, and his son. He had great regret that just because of the anger of Vishvamitra, he lost everything. Very soon, his newfound occupation began to show on his appearance. His hair grew long and was unkempt, his body dry and stinking. In this guise, he began to roam in the cremation ground, always carrying a stick in his hand. His whole day passed in the assessment of the cremation toll and its division among the various claimants. He had lost his mental stature, as he even forgot the count of the days and could not distinguish between the day and night. One day, a snake bit Rohit, as a result of which, he died. Shivya brought Rohit, crying and wailing, to the cremation ground. Even in the unkempt guise, she recognized Harishchandra. Hearing her wailing, Harishchandra went near her, expecting to get the clothes of the deceased. There he saw a woman carrying a dead boy wrapped in a black cloth. He could not recognize Queen Shivya, but the royal appearance of the boy forced him to think, to which royal family did this unfortunate boy belong to? How pitiable, the cruel Kal did not even spare this boy. My son Rohit would have attained the same age by now. His silence further hurt the queen, who said, O Lord, O King, how come, you have been living here without caring for your wife and son? We have already lost our kingdom. Now, we have lost our son also. O destiny! Did you not destroy everything of Harishchandra? Harishchandra began to think who that woman could be and who that dead boy was. Isn't she my wife? Thus recognizing his wife and dead son, Harishchandra began to cry loudly and fainted. The queen, after seeing her husband's condition, fainted too. After some time both of them regained their consciousness. Then the king took the dead boy in his lap and once again fainted. Queen Shivya began to wonder why Harishchandra was staying in the cremation ground. For a moment, she forgot her sorrow and began to look at her fainted husband. Then she noticed the stick in Harishchandra's hand. Usually Chandalas used to carry that kind of stick. She became dejected with the thought that she had become the wife of a Chandala. She then began to curse the destiny and began to wail, embracing King Harishchandra, and said, O King, I don't know whether I am dreaming or it is a reality. I have lost the power of thinking. Hearing the words of the queen, the king opened his eyes and narrated the whole events that led to his becoming a Chandala. Then the queen narrated her experiences and how their son Rohit died because of snake bite. Harishchandra fell on the ground and began to hug his dead son. He was wailing, "How unfortunate I am that even my wishes are not under my control. Without the permission of the Chandala, I cannot even commit self-immolation. But now, I will not differentiate between the sin and virtuosity. I will destroy my body in the pyre of my son." The queen said, "O king, I am also unable to bear the burden of sorrows. I will also commit immolation with you. Then all three of us will stay unitedly in the heaven. It won't matter to us even if we suffer the tortures of hell." Then the king arranged a huge pyre and put his dead son on it. With the queen, he began to pray to God. Just then all the deities arrived there led by Dharma. Sage Vishvamitra also accompanied them. They praised Harishchandra. Then Dharma, Indra, and Vishvamitra came closer to the king. Dharma said, "O king, you have satisfied me with your merits like patience, endurance, truthfulness, etc." Indra said, "Harishchandra, you are very fortunate. You have won our hearts along with your wife and son. You have even won the heaven with your action. I invite you to stay in heaven along with your wife and son." Then Indra sprinkled ambrosia on the dead Rohit. Rohit got up and sat up in no time. Harishchandra, his wife, and son Rohit were clad in divine clothes and garlands. Indra invited them to stay in the heaven forever, but Harishchandra said, "O king of the deities, without the permission of this Chandala, I cannot go anywhere." Dharma said, "O king, I had learned in advance about the miseries you would suffer in future. That's why I took the guise of a Chandala and showed you all the grotesque action." Indra once again invited them to heaven, but once again, Harishchandra refused, saying that in Kaushal, people must have been living mournfully in his absence. "I cannot leave them in that pitiable condition to enjoy the comforts of the heaven," said Harishchandra. Then, Indra, Dharma and Vishvamitra led Harishchandra to Ayodhya, the capital of Kaushal. There they carried out the coronation of Rohit. Thereafter, they took Harishchandra and his queen Shivya to the heaven. The stork and the partridge. The birds say, "O great sage Jaimini." When King Harishchandra attained his heavenly abode, their family priest, sage Vashishtari, emerged from water. He came to know about the entire development. He was angry at Vishvamitra's stubbornness. He at once cursed Vishvamitra to become a stork. On the other hand, Vishvamitra cursed Vasishtha to become a partridge. Thus both of them turned into birds and began to fight. Their fight caused great panic all around. At last, accompanied by the deities, Brahma himself arrived at the scene and dissuaded the birds from fighting. But Brahma could not convince them and they continued to fight. Brahma then destroyed their avian appearances and both the sages regained their original form. Their enmity too ended at the same time. Brahma explained to them that Vishvamitra had not done any harm to Harishchandra. In fact, he had felicitated Harishchandra's ascent to the heaven. Both the sages felt ashamed and they embraced each other before leaving for their respective hermitages. The birds say, "O great sage Jaimini." When King Harishchandra attained his heavenly abode, their family priest, sage Vashishtari, emerged from water. He came to know about the entire development. He was angry at Vishvamitra's stubbornness. He at once cursed Vishvamitra to become a stork. On the other hand, Vishvamitra cursed Vasishtha to become a partridge. Thus both of them turned into birds and began to fight. Their fight caused great panic all around. At last, accompanied by the deities, Brahma himself arrived at the scene and dissuaded the birds from fighting. But Brahma could not convince them and they continued to fight. Brahma then destroyed their avian appearances and both the sages regained their original form. Their enmity too ended at the same time. Brahma explained to them that Vishvamitra had not done any harm to Harishchandra. In fact, he had felicitated Harishchandra's ascent to the heaven. Both the sages felt ashamed and they embraced each other before leaving for their respective hermitages. Birth of living creatures. Jaimini says, "O great birds, How does a living being take birth? How does it grow in the womb bearing all the pain? How does it grow after taking birth? What happens to the soul after death? How does it experience the fruits of his karmas? The greatest surprise is how does a little foetus survive in the womb? Kindly clear all these doubts. Birds say once upon a time, a Brahmin lived along with his son Sumti. One day, the Brahmin instructed Sumti to study Vedas under the tutelage of a teacher and himself went to the forest to attain Brahmagyan, the knowledge which frees the soul from transmigration. But due to his laziness, Sumti did not pay heed to his father. When his father repeated his instruction, he simply laughed and said, "Oh father, I know everything. I have studied all the Vedas in my various births. I have experienced the darkness of mother's belly for many times. I have suffered 1,000 kinds of diseases in my previous lives. I have experienced the authority as well as slavery in my previous births. I had killed as well as got killed by others. Hence, I feel, I have all the knowledge and I am sure that I will definitely attain Brahmapad." Sumti's father was pleased at his son's claims and asked him how he attained such virtuosity. Sumti said, "Oh father, I was a Brahmin in my previous birth. I had attained the designation of Acharya. After some time, I became a recluse. I was blessed with an extraordinary memory, which I retained even after my death. This is the reason why I remember the self-knowledge attained in my previous birth. With the support of this knowledge and religious virtues, I will attempt to attain salvation. Tell me what you expect from me. I will try to fulfill your expectations." The Brahmin then asked many questions related to life and death. Sumti explained those queries thus. Those who never tell a lie, who have faith and devotion, only such people die peacefully. Whoever's mind is free from the evils like kama, krodh, moha, dwesh etc., and who are altruistic in nature and make donations liberally die in peace. Those who lack these virtues suffer great pain at the time of death. As soon as such people sight Yamadut they begin to cry and call their relatives. But their relatives do not understand their calls. Then the dying person turns away his eyes and grasps for breath. He feels great pain when his soul leaves his body. Even after death, sufferings of such people do not end. They have to undergo scores of tortures in hell. Those who donate umbrella, shoes, clothes, and cereals attain heaven. The sinners on the other hand pass through different hells and take birth as inferior creature in their next lives. After continuous transmigration through lower life forms, these sinners once again take birth as human beings but are imperfect. They remain dwarf, hunched, or have any other deformity. Then they pass through all the four castes Shudra, Vaishya, Kshatriya, and Brahmin classes. As their action improves, they might even attain the position of Indra. Description of different hells. Introduction. The Brahmin says, "O son, describe in detail about hell." Sumti says, "O father, Yamaduts carry and lynch those people who eat inedible things, who deceive and dishonor their friends, who indulge in illicit relationships, who desert their wife, and who destroy public properties like garden, water sources etc. Yamaduts tie hands and legs of such people and throw them into the fire. On their way to hell, such people are bitten by crows, storks, wolves, vultures etc. They stay in the inferno for 1,000 years. Then they are shifted to another hell named Tama, which is always shrouded in darkness. Sinners who kill the cows and their brothers are thrown into this hell. They panic due to darkness and extreme cold. They get nothing to eat and drink. Moreover, chilling winds aggravates their miseries by making their bones stiff. These sinners then drink their own blood and eat their own flesh. They stay there until all their sins have been attenuated completely. Then they are thrown into yet another hell named Nikrintan, which revolves like the wheel of a potter. Hoisting the sinners on the wheel, Yamaduts cut their organs, but still their sufferings do not end because the cut organs rejoin and get cut repeatedly. This continues for thousands of years. Then the sinners are put in a Prathist hell where they experience unbearable sorrow and miseries. The sinners are then put in Chakrasankar hell, where they are tormented with wheels and huge bells. They are disemboweled and their eyes are also pricked. The sinners have to pass through different hells, namely Asapatra, Taptakumha and Luhakumha. Yamadut and the king of Videha. Sumti says, I was born in a Vaishya family, 7 births before this present one. In that birth, I once prevented cows from drinking water. As a result of this sin, I was thrown in the hell named Darun, where I spent 100 years without a drop of water. Suddenly one day, cool pleasant wind began to blow, its cool touch gave some relief to me. I saw that a Yamadut was guiding a gentle-looking man. Besides me, all the inmates of the hell felt extreme joy by the sight of that gentleman. The gentleman was asking that Yamadut as to why he was being taken to the hell. From the words of that gentleman, it appeared that he was a renowned scholar. That man was in fact the ruler of a kingdom named Videha and was popular as the fosterer of his subjects. Description of tortures in hell. Thus asked by the gentleman, Yamaduts replied politely, O king. You once deliberately prevented your wife Pivara from conceiving because you were more attracted to your second wife Sushobna. It is because of that action that you have been brought here to undergo severe torture. The religious-minded king said, I am willing to go wherever you want to take me, but before doing that I would like to have answers to my questions. I see many people undergoing severe tortures in this hell. Big and frightening crows prick their eyes. Tell me, for what sin they are facing such tortures? Yamadut said, O king. Humans suffer or enjoy according to their karmas. The effect of their karmas diminishes in proportion to their sufferings. These crows are pricking the eyes of such people who had seduced other women and deceitfully acquired others' wealth. These people will suffer for the same number of years as their eyes blinked during the leering. These crows prick the tongues of those people who had criticized Vedas, deities, Brahmins, and teachers. Those who caused differences between friends, husband-wives, father and sons and relatives, or killed the performer of the yajnas are suffering under the saw. Those who insulted their parents and teachers have been thrown in the pit of pus, faces and other excretions with their head down. Those who had food before offering it to the deities, guests, servants, father and elders, fire and birds, stay in a pit of pus. Iron nails are hammered into the ears of those people who gleefully heard the criticism of creatures, deities, Brahmins, and Vedas. Those who remarried their daughters to another person despite her former husband being alive are cut into pieces and thrown into a saline river. Those who betrayed their friends are tied tightly with a rope. Worms, scorpion, crows and owls then bite their bodies. Those who enjoyed carnal intimacy during daytime or had illicit relations with women are hammered with nails to a prickly bombax tree. Those who insulted Vedas and fire are thrown from the lofty peaks of mountain. O king. Those who steal gold, those who kill Brahmin, those who drink wine and those who rape the wife of their teacher are burnt in fire. Attenuation of sins. Yamadut says, as a result of accepting money from a degraded person, a Brahmin takes birth as an ass. A Brahmin who carries out yajna for a degraded person takes birth as worm after undergoing severe sufferings in different types of hell. A person takes birth as an ass or an inferior bird as a result of abusing his parents. A person who does not worship his tutelary god before eating takes birth as a monkey. Traders take birth as fish. Those who steal cereals take birth as mice. A Shudra, who manages to establish intimacy with a Brahmin woman, takes birth as a worm. Similarly, killers of women and children also take birth as worms. Ungrateful people take birth as worm, insects, grasshoppers, scorpion, crows etc. Encroacher of land takes birth as grass shrubs, creepers and inferior trees. Butchers who kill bulls take birth as eunuchs. Thus a person has to face the result of his karma according to the gravity of his sins. Sumti says, as Yamadut began to push the king ahead, all the creatures in hell gave a loud cry, O king. Please stay here for few more moments. The wind that blows towards us after touching your body gives us immense joy. This wind has ended our sufferings and pains. Have pity on us. The king asked the Yamadut, why are these people so joyous by my presence? Yamadut said, O king, initially, you used to sustain your body by the leftovers of the deities, ancestors, guests, and ascetics. This is the reason why the wind that blows touching your body causing such pleasure to these people. The king said, if I can eliminate the sufferings of these sinners merely by standing here, I will definitely stay here. Yamadut said, no, you cannot stay here. It is a place for the sinners only. Come with us. You will have to enjoy the pleasure of your pious action. The king said, no, I will not go anywhere leaving these poor people in this pitiable condition. Yamadut said, O king, look, Dharma and Indra have themselves arrived to escort you to the heaven. Dharma said, O king, you have worshipped me. Hence follow me to the heaven. The king replied, no, I will not go anywhere leaving these thousands of people in the hell. Indra said, everyone has to taste the fruits of his karmas. You cannot help them. The king said, O Indra, tell me, how virtuous was I in my previous life? Dharma said, though your pious actions are fathomless, be sure that their significance are not much than drops of water in an ocean, the stars in the sky. The kindness you have shown towards these sinners has further enhanced your virtuosity. The king said, if it is so, may all these people be released from their sufferings by the virtue of my good karmas. Indra said, O king, by your words, your pious action has increased like the height of the mountain, and these sinners have also been released from their sufferings. Famous mythological characters. Being chaste and birth of Durvasa, Dattatreya, Chandramadhav. Brahman says, O son, tell me, what should I do now? Sumti says, now, you should become a Vanprasthi and lead a life of abhiksha by having control over your senses. You will attain that rare yoga, which helps a man to unite with the Almighty after freeing him from the cycles of birth, death, and rebirth. Brahman says, O son, now explain to me about this yoga, which bestows liberation to a man. Sumti says, I am now describing to you, the same text related with yoga that was once narrated by Dattatreya to Alarka. The Brahmin asks Sumti, who was Dattatreya's father? How did he acquire the knowledge of yoga? Who was Alarka? Sumti says, in ancient Pratisthanpur there lived a Brahmin. He was inflicted by leprosy because of the sins he had committed in his previous birth. The Brahmin was very short-tempered and used to scoff at his wife frequently. But his wife was very chaste in character and worshipped him like a deity. One day, the Brahmin ordered his wife to carry him to the prostitute's house, as he had become too weak and feeble. Being chaste, the wife collected some money and began to carry the Brahmin on her shoulders to the home of the prostitute. On their way, they reached a place where sage Mandavya was hanged but still was alive. In the darkness, the woman could not see the things clearly, and the Brahmin who was riding her shoulders happened to touch the sage. The sage cursed angrily that whoever had touched him would die before sunrise. Hearing the words of the sage, the Brahmin's wife thundered that there would be no sunrise tomorrow. Words of the woman came to be true, as next morning, the sun did not rise. Thus the whole world was shrouded in darkness, as a result of which, the deities became worried. The deities apprehended that without the occurrence of sunrise, the whole universe might be destroyed. They were also worried that without the differentiation of day and night, how could the months be calculated and the seasons known? Even the calculation of year would be impossible. The chastity of Brahman's wife had forced even the mighty sun to eschew its daily routine. As a result of this, religious activities like Havan, Yajna etc. also came to a halt. Seeing them perplexed, Brahma advised the deities to eulogize Ansuya, the wife of sage Atrai. All the deities then pleased Ansuya, who assured them to convince the wife of the Brahmin to retract her words. After that, Ansuya reached the Brahmin's hut and said to his wife, O fortunate one, may you always serve your husband with full dedication. A chaste woman enjoys half the virtues of her husband, which he earns by his religious activities. Brahmini said, I am blessed today that the deities have at last glanced at me. Now, tell me, what should I do? Ansuya said, O Sadhvi, in the absence of the day, all the religious activities have ceased to exist. The world is on the verge of extinction. Only your wish can protect the world from imminent calamity. Hence, be pleased now and allow the sun to rise as usual. Brahmini said, O fortunate one! Sage Mandavya had cursed that my husband would die with sunrise. I cannot afford to lose my husband. Ansuya said, Don't worry, O chaste woman. I will resurrect your husband. So, kindly allow the sun to rise now. Then, Ansuya invoked the sun by offering water as an oblation. However, the leper-inflicted Brahmin died as soon as the sun rose. Then by the powers of her penance, Ansuya resurrected the Brahmin and transformed him into a disease-free handsome young man. She also blessed the couple to live for 100 years. The deities were pleased with Ansuya and asked her to seek a boon. Ansuya expressed her desire to give birth to the trinity of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh as her sons. The trinity blessed her with this boon. In due course of time, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh took birth as Chandramadhav, Dattatreya and Durvasa from Ansuya. Dattatreya's preaches Kartavirya Arjuna. Sumti says, O father! After the demise of Kartavirya, his ministers and priests decided to crown his son Arjuna as their new king. But Arjuna refused, saying that he would not become the king unless and until he had attained the status of a yogi. Sage Garg then advised Arjuna to worship Dattatreya, who had helped the deities to reunite after the defeat of the demons. Afterwards, Arjuna migrated to Dattatreya's hermitage and began to worship and serve him. Pleased by his penance and service, Dattatreya asked Arjuna to seek a boon. Arjuna said, O Lord! Kindly bless me with such a power, which enables me to perform my duties as a king in a just manner. May nobody match me in war, and may I have 1,000 arms. I wish to get killed only by such a person who is more virtuous than me, and may I guide the people towards the right path. May nobody in my kingdom remain poor, and may my devotion for your lotus feet be eternal. Dattatreya said, O son! All of your wishes shall come true. With my blessings, you shall rule over all the 4 directions. Then, Dattatreya crowned Arjuna as the king. Large number of people witnessed his crowning ceremony. Soon after becoming the king, Kartavirya Arjuna ordered that nobody in his kingdom should wield a weapon except him. Kavalyashva and the horse Kavalya. Sumti says, O father! Now listen to the tale of a Brahmin named Alarka. Long ago, there lived a king named Shatrajit who had a meritorious son, Ritudwaj. Prince Ritudwaj had many friends with whom he used to play with. In course of time, 2 sons of Ashwatar, the king of Nagas, became his friends in the guise of Brahmin boys. Both of them were young and good-looking. Both of them used to pass the entire day in the company of Ritudwaj. They would return to their abode in Pataloka only at night. On being inquired by their father, they revealed the reason about their late arrival at home. They said, O father! Up there on the land, there is a prince named Ritudwaj. He is the son of King Shatrajit. He is very handsome, gentle, brave, truthful, knowledgeous, and meritorious. We enjoy his company. Ashwatar said, Prince Ritudwaj is really blessed, for even the meritorious people like you praise him. But have you done anything to make him happy? His sons asked, What can we do for his pleasure? We find ourselves incapable of pleasing such a person whose riches are even rare for Pataloka. Ashwatar said, Even then, I wish to hear about the characteristics of your new friend. The sons said, O father! Once the prince narrated us a tale, we are going to relate it now. A Brahmin named Gulab lived in King Shatrajit's kingdom. One day, he arrived in the court of the king riding on a horse and said, O king! For the past many months, a wretched demon has been tormenting me and causing severe disturbances in my daily rituals. He is capable of taking any guise at will. Disguising as an elephant, lion, tiger, wolf, and many other wild animals, he terrorizes me. It has become very difficult for me to do my meditation. One day in my frustration, I let out a deep sigh. As soon as I did so, this divine horse descended from the sky. I heard a heavenly voice, which said, O Brahmin, this horse is capable of circumambulating the entire earth without getting tired. It can climb lofty mountains effortlessly and can also run in all the three worlds with the same speed. Hence, this horse shall be renowned as Kavalya. Riding it, the son of King Kshatrajit will kill the demon that torments you day and night. O king! That is the reason that I have arrived in your court with this horse. Kindly accept it and instruct your son to ride it and kill the demon. King Kshatrajit saw his son Ritudwaj off with the Brahmin riding that divine horse. Kavalya goes to Padaloka, killing of demon Padalketu and marriage with Madalasa. Prince Ritudwaj stayed in the hermitage of sage Gulav and helped him to perform his yagyas without any problem by clearing all the minor obstacles. The demons were not aware of his arrival in the hermitage. One day, a demon arrived in the hermitage disguised as a wild boar and began to rub his bushy head against the body of sage Gulav. Seeing this, his disciples began to scream. Prince Ritudwaj at once rode the horse and wielding a weapon dashed after the boar. The prince injured the boar with an arrow, which was sickle-shaped. The demons fled from the scene. Prince Ritudwaj followed the boar everywhere it went, on the mountains, in the forests and on the river bank. He was determined to slay the demon that had been disturbing the sage for long. Ultimately, the boar jumped into a pit. Ritudwaj also followed it but could not see the boar anywhere in the pit. Instead he saw a beautiful town which could have matched even the abode of Indra. He entered the town where he saw an extremely pretty girl who was walking briskly. Ritudwaj tried to know about her destination but she ignored him and climbed the stairs of a palace. Ritudwaj also followed her and in the palace, he saw a beautiful girl sitting on a bedstead. As soon as the girl saw him, she fainted. Her beauty attracted even Ritudwaj. He assured her that there was nothing to be afraid about. Then the same girl whom Ritudwaj had sighted earlier came there and began to fan the fainted lady. The prince inquired about the reason of her unconsciousness. But the girl did not say anything. Instead she whispered something in the ears of her friend, who then said, O stranger! This is the daughter of Vishvavasu, the king of Gandharvas. Her name is Madalasa. One day, while she was playing in her garden, a demon Padaketu abducted her. Since then she stays here in his captivity. On the coming 13th day of this month that demon will marry her. But he doesn't deserve to be her husband. Yesterday, she was ready to commit suicide but the Kausurbi assured her that a man from the earth would come and kill the demon. Only he would be suitable for my friend. I am her friend. My name is Kundala. I am the daughter of Vindhyavan and wife of Pushkarmali. My husband had been killed by the demon Shum. Since then I have been touring various places of pilgrimage in order to receive salvation. That wretched Padaketu had taken the guise of a boar but a brave man has injured him with his arrow. I have arrived here only to investigate who is that man. Do not worry about my friend's unconsciousness. She has fainted because of your infatuating handsomeness. She has begun to love you but her problem is that only that man can marry her who has injured the boar. This thought has caused her to lose her consciousness. Now reveal your identity. Ritudwaj said, I am the son of King Kshatrajit. I have been staying in the hermitage of sage Gulav to protect the sages. Just a few days back, a boar arrived in the hermitage and began to torment the sages. I have injured that boar with my arrow. Now I have arrived here following that boar and happened to see you. Hearing the words of Ritudwaj, Madalasa felt shy as well as extreme joy. Kundala then said to her friend, the prince speaks the truth. Words of Surbi cannot go wrong. She then said to Ritudwaj, O brave man! Doubtlessly you have killed the demon, Padaketu. My friend Madalasa is blessed now. Now it's your duty to marry my friend and take her home as your bride. Ritudwaj said, how can I marry your friend without the permission of my father? I am still not fully independent. Kundala said, please do not say this. My friend is a divine beauty. Marry her right now. Prince Ritudwaj then agreed to marry Madalasa then and there. Madalasa happily remembered their family priest Tumbru who arrived there instantaneously. In the presence of sacred fire, Tumbru carried out the rituals of marriage and tied them in nuptial knot. Thereafter, blessing the newlywed couple, Tumbru and Kundala took to their respective paths. On the other hand, when Ritudwaj and Madalasa started off riding the horse, Kavalia, demon's army surrounded them. A fierce battle followed. In no time, Prince Ritudwaj slayed the entire army and reached his kingdom. There he narrated the whole incident to his father Shatrujit. King Shatrujit felt very much pleased by the prowess of his son and blessed them heartily. Thereafter, Ritudwaj came to his palace with his wife Madalasa. They then began to live happily. Separation of Madalasa. The newlywed couple had hardly spent few months together when King Shatrujit once again instructed Ritudwaj to travel across the entire earth and see whether the Brahmins were performing their religious duties without any obstacles. Ritudwaj obeyed the dictates of his father. He used to scale vast distances for the whole day and returned to his wife only at night. One day he noticed that a sage was staying at the bank of river Yamuna. He was in fact Takatu, the younger brother of Padakatu. But the prince could not recognize him. That sage approached Ritudwaj and requested him to extend his protection over his hermitage, as he was about to start yagyas. He also begged for the precious necklace of the prince on the pretext that he had nothing to pay as Dakshaina. The gullible prince gave his necklace to the sage. Then, instructing the prince to guard the hermitage and promising to return soon, the sage left. In fact, the sage, who was actually a demon, arrived in the court of King Shatrujit. Madalasa was also present in the court. He said, "Prince Ritudwaj sacrificed his life fighting with the demon while protecting my hermitage. Before his death, he gave me his necklace. His horse has been captured by the demon. I have brought this necklace to you to inform you about that sad incident." After giving the necklace to Madalasa, the demon returned to the hermitage. Hearing the news of her husband's death, Madalasa also gave up her life. Mourning soon enveloped the entire palace. Seeing the death of his daughter-in-law, Madalasa, King Shatrujit was in a dilemma as for whose death should he mourn. A little contemplation led him to the conclusion that it would be futile to mourn his son Ritudwaj's death because he had died for a noble cause. But his daughter-in-law had followed the steps of her husband, so her death should be mourned for. The queen also supported the king. Thereafter the king performed the last rites of both of them. When Takatu returned to his hermitage, he found Ritudwaj still standing alert. In a sweet tone, Takatu said, "I am obliged by you, O prince. Staying here with unwavering mind, you have executed my desired task. I have met my objective, so you may go now." Prince Ritudwaj then returned to his palace riding his horse. Madalasa is reborn. When Prince Ritudwaj reached the capital, everyone expressed his pleasure with surprise. Ritudwaj met everyone happily and went to the palace of his parents. Though the king and the queen blessed him, but sad expression on their face surprised the prince. Upon inquiry, the king related the entire incident and also how his wife Madalasa had died. The news of Madalasa's death shocked Ritudwaj. Then, consoled by his parents and friends, Prince Ritudwaj carried out the necessary consecrations to pacify the soul of his dead wife. He had decided never to marry again. The sons of the Nag said, "O father." Now Prince Ritudwaj lives like an ascetic. He never casts his eyes on women and only indulges in playing with people of his age. Hence all we can do for him is to keep him happy. Hearing the entire tale, Nagraj fell in deep thought. After some time he said to his sons with a laughter, "O sons, now I will do such a thing that will bring back the smile of Ritudwaj." Saying this, Nagraj Ashwatar reached Plakshavattaran, a place of pilgrimage at the foothills of Himalayas, along with his brother Kambal. There they began to do severe penance to please goddess Sarasvati. At last, Sarasvati appeared before them and asked them to seek a boon. Ashwatar requested her to bless both of them with a sweet and melodious voice. After granting them this boon, goddess Sarasvati disappeared. By her blessings, Ashwatar and his brother, Kambal, became famous singers. Then they began worshipping Lord Shiva, singing sweet and melodious hymns. Pleased by their prayers, Lord Shankar also asked them to seek a boon. At that Ashwatar said, "O Lord, I wish that Ritudwaj's wife Madalasa takes birth as my daughter." Lord Shankar said, "With my blessings, your wish shall come true. During the Shraddha period, you yourself take the middle portion of the pind and contemplating on me, offer oblations to your ancestors. Madalasa will emerge from your middlehood." Bowing before Lord Shiva thereafter, both the brothers returned to their kingdom in Padaloka. Ashwatar organized a Shraddha in the same way as told by the Lord and consumed the middle portion of the food offered to the ancestors. Then, contemplating on the desired object, he let out a deep sigh. Instantaneously, Madalasa emerged from his middlehood. Ashwatar did not reveal this fact to anybody and made adequate arrangements so that she could live in secrecy. Thereafter one day, he instructed his sons to bring their friend Ritudwaj to the palace. Both the sons once again joined the company of Ritudwaj. One day while playing, they insisted him to visit their palace. The prince gladly accompanied them. In Padaloka, he was amazed to see his Brahmin friends getting transformed into serpents. They took Ritudwaj through the streets and lanes of their kingdom. Ultimately they reached the palace of Ashwatar. Introducing Ritudwaj, the serpent princes said, "O father, this is our brave friend, Ritudwaj." Ritudwaj greeted Ashwatar respectfully and received his blessings. Ashwatar said to him, "Long live, O prince! My sons always sing praise of your divine virtues. I request you to stay with us for a few months and enjoy the pleasures of Padaloka." Ritudwaj reunites with Madalasa. Ritudwaj stayed in the palace of Ashwatar. Nagraj did his best to keep Ritudwaj happy and forget the sorrow of his wife's separation. During his stay, Ashwatar tried many times to coax Ritudwaj into revealing his heartiest desire. But every time Ritudwaj intelligently avoided the topic. Once, King Ashwatar, in Ritudwaj's presence, asked his sons what should be done to please him. They informed the king that nothing less than Madalasa would please the prince most and that the prince was eager to see his deceased wife once more. Prince Ritudwaj also said shyly that he would be greatly obliged if Nagraj could help him to have a sight of his deceased wife. Ashwatar said, "O son, if you wish to see the illusion, come on, have a sight of your deceased wife." Saying this, Nagraj called Madalasa, who was staying secretly in his palace, and asked Ritudwaj, "Take a good look, O son, if she is your wife." Seeing his wife before him, the prince fainted. When he regained his consciousness, he stepped forward to touch her, but Ashwatar stopped him, cautioning that she was not real but illusionary and would vanish as soon as he touched her. Hearing this, Ritudwaj once again lost his consciousness. When he regained his consciousness, he uttered nothing but, "She's mine. She's mine." Seeing the pitiable condition of the prince, Nagraj revealed the whole story of Madalsa's resurrection. Ritudwaj became extremely joyous after reuniting with his wife. Then he contemplated on his divine horse, as a result of which, it appeared within a moment. Riding the horse, Prince Ritudwaj returned to his kingdom with his wife Madalasa. Birth of Madalasa's sons. After returning to his father's kingdom, Ritudwaj narrated the whole incident to his parents of how he regained Madalasa. Then they began to live happily. After many years, King Kshatrajit crowned Ritudwaj as the king. After King Ritudwaj's accession to the throne, Madalasa gave birth to her first son. Ritudwaj named the child as Vikrant. After some time, Madalasa gave birth to her second son, whom Ritudwaj named as Subahu. Subsequently, their third son was born and named Shatrumardan. After the naming ceremony of the third son, Madalasa could not help laughing, as she was very amused by such a name given to her son. The metaphysical knowledge, which Madalasa gave to her three sons, had helped them to become ascetics. When their fourth son was born, the king sought her approval on the name being given to him. This made the queen laugh. The king asked her to name the child. Madalasa named this child as Alarka. Hearing the name, the king ridiculed its relevance. Madalasa said that the names have significance only for worldly matters. She also reminded the king about the futility of the names given to their previous children. As Madalasa began to preach her fourth son about the metaphysics, the king stopped her by saying that she had already preached all the three sons on the path of renunciation. He requested her to spare the fourth child so that he could grow up and become the king one day. Madalasa then blessed her son. You are blessed, my son, because you will rule the earth without obstacles. Now cultivate in your heart the desire to do well to others. Never cast your eyes on women other than your wife. Always contemplate on Murari to destroy the evil thoughts in your heart. Preachings of Madalasa. Madalasa used to preach the little prince while played. When Alarka attained boyhood, he asked, O mother, what should I do in order to mastery over physical and metaphysical matters? How can I serve my subjects in the best possible way? Madalasa said, looking after the welfare of the subjects religiously is the supreme duty of a king. He should always be alert against the activities of his enemies. With the help of spies, the king should keep a watch on the activities of his ministers so that he could not make friends with the enemies. It is unwise for the king to trust everybody, but under certain circumstances, he may trust even his enemies. A king must control his lust, but at the same time, he should make efforts to increase the boundaries of his kingdom. Surrendering to sensual comfort is like death for a king. A king should appear as all-pervasive and omnipresent. Fostering the subjects with total righteousness enhances the wisdom of the king. Duties of people belonging to various ashramas. Varna Ashrama Dharma. Alarka says, tell me about the duties of the different classes and stages of life. Madalasa says, donation, study, and yajna, these three are the religion of a Brahmin. Performing yajna for others, teaching, and accepting donation are the three vocations of Brahmin. Donation, study, and yajna are also the religious duties of Kshatriyas. Protection of land and using weapons are vocation for Kshatriyas. Religious duties of a Vaishya are also same like that of the Brahmins, such as donation, study, and yajna. For a living, Vaishya may take up animal rearing, agriculture and trade as profession. Serving all these three above-mentioned castes as well as making donations and performing yajna are the religious duties of a Shudra. Tilling the earth, serving Brahmins, feeding animals, selling and purchasing items are professions of a Shudra. A person belonging to which class may relatively enjoy freedom until his sacred thread ceremony has not been performed. After the sacred thread ceremony, he should come to stay at the home of his teacher and observe celibacy strictly while studying scriptures. There he is expected to serve the Guru sincerely. At the completion of education, he should pay dakshina to his Guru. He may get married and start the second stage of his life, that is grihastha ashrama. He should then subsequently opt for vanprastha and sannyas respectively. After the completion of education and paying all the dues, the disciple is ready to start second stage of his life, that is grihastha ashrama. For this he should first find a suitable girl from his caste and get married. Grihastha ashrama is considered as the best stage of life. It is in itself a complete yajna. As a householder, he is expected to foster those who are dependent on him. During this stage of his life, he should earn his livelihood by occupations ascribed for his caste. He should please the deities by performing yajnas, his ancestors by making oblations, Prajaptis by producing children, specters by offering sacrifices of cereals, and society by showering love. Even the ascetic and celibates depend on married people for their daily bread. Hence married life or grihastha ashrama is stated to be superior among all the ashramas. A grihastha must welcome and treat even his unexpected guests with great warmth. A householder who fails to satisfy his guest never succeeds in religious matters. The yajnas that are offered in such households go futile. Hence it is not proper for the householder to show ego and abuse a guest, otherwise he will have to expiate for it later. When the children of the householder grow up and his body becomes senile, he should go to the forest after relinquishing the world. There, he should pass his time by indulging himself in austerities and religious activities. This stage is known as Vanprastha Ashrama and is most necessary for the sanctification of his soul. This stage is followed by Sannyas Ashrama, the stage which requires complete renunciation, celibacy, control of senses and anger, etc. The virtues like truthfulness, sanctity, nonviolence, tolerance, forgiveness, kindness, generosity and contentment are the religious merits applicable to all the ashramas equally. Those who abide by their religion stay in the abode of Brahma till the reign of 14 Indras. The king punishes those who violate this religious code. If the king doesn't punish them, he is himself destroyed. Hence a king must first of all abide by the duties as prescribed for different ashramas in his life, and only then he has the right to punish those people who violate these dictates. Duties of a grihastha. Alarka says, what are the duties of a married man by discharging which he becomes free from all kinds of bondage and attains salvation? Kindly tell me about these things. Madalasa says, O son, those people who discharge their duties as a householder by fostering all the living beings attain to the heaven automatically. All the living creatures of the world, including the deities and the dead ancestors, are dependent on their nurturing on the householder. They always look at the face of the married man for their living. In fact, grihastha ashrama can be compared to a cow that fosters others with her milk. All the 4 Vedas are present in this cow that is grihastha ashrama. Entire universe is reflected in this ashrama. Daily after the bath in the morning, a grihastha must perform oblations to the deities, to the sages, Prajapati, and ancestors by offering water to them. Then he should perform a yajna and offer cereals in the sacrificial fire. There are certain places in the house, which are reserved for specific deities and where offerings are made to them. Sacrifice to Brahma should be offered in the central part of the home, to Vishvadeva in the eastern side of the home, to Dhanvantari in the northern side, to Indra again in the eastern side, to Yama in the southern side, to Varuna in the western side, and to Soma in the northern side of the home. At the threshold of the house, sacrifice should be offered to Dhata and Vidhata. One must sit facing the south while offering sacrifice to his dead ancestors. For the dogs and birds, sacrifices should be given on the ground in the morning and evening. At the arrival of a guest, a grihastha must worship him by offering water, cereals, flowers, etc. as per his financial condition. If possible, a grihastha should feed 1 or more Brahmins in order to pacify his ancestors. He should give alms to a beggar and a celibate. Without giving alms, a grihastha must not proceed to dine. He should also feed starving and diseased people first. Such kind of living definitely benefits a grihastha. Shraddha and its rituals. Regular and causal duties. Madalasa says, O son, a grihastha has 3 kinds of duties: regular, causal, and a combination of both. Rituals, which are connected with oblations and carried out daily, are called regular duties. Rituals and consecrations performed at the birth of a child are called causal duties. Yearly performance of Shraddha for the dead ancestors is a combination of regular and causal duties. Now listen about the causal duties. At the time of a child's birth, different kinds of rituals and consecrations are carried out in the household. During the time of marriage ceremony also, many more rituals are carried out. At the time of marriage, however, performance of the Shraddha named Nandimak is a must. During the Shraddha, the host should sit facing the north or the east and offer a loaf made of barley flour and yogurt. Then he should circumambulate around 2 Brahmins and worship them. Rituals and Shraddha carried out in the household after the occurrence of any death in the household comes under the category of causal duties. During the Shraddha period, all kinds of sacred activities are forbidden. Only the use of kisha grass is permitted. Donation of pind comprising of barley flour, yogurt, honey, etc. is made for only 1 time to pacify the soul of the dead person. Then oblation of water with sesame seeds should be offered in the name of the dead person. This ritual should continue for a year, once every month. After a year, Shraddha is organized in which 1, 3, or 5 Brahmins are fed. Thereafter, every year, during the darker phase of Ashvin month, a shraddha should be carried out for the dead ancestors. This ritual is a combination of regular and causal duties. Sages have made provision for appeasement of dead ancestors up to the last 7 generations. Cereals, which the people offer in the name of their dead ancestors, pacify those souls who stay in Pishakyoni. Water falling on the earth at the time of wringing the clothes after one's bath pacifies those souls, who have taken the form of vegetation after their death. Water falling during the bath satisfies those souls who have attained the status of deities. Cereals that fall during the lifting of pins satisfy those souls who are in lower life forms. The cereals that scatter here and there and swept aside satisfy souls of those people, who had died in their childhood before the accomplishment of any consecration. The waste water falling down while Brahmin washes his hands after dining and pacifies all the other souls. Every month, during the waning phase of the moon or on the day of Amavasya, shraddha should be carried out. Besides it, 8th day of darker phase in the month of Posh is also good for carrying out shraddha. If a virtuous Brahmin is available, time of solar and lunar eclipses is also good for shraddha. The time when the sun crosses the equator during its northward and southward journey is also good for shraddha. Apart from these above-mentioned situations, one can also organize shraddha in the following circumstances: at the time of great calamity, availability of items suitable for shraddha, after a nightmare, during the period of birth nakshatra and during the period of unfavorable stars, etc. On the first day of the shraddha, a virtuous Brahmin should be invited while the host must observe total restraint. It is said that such a man, who indulges in sexual intercourse on the same day after carrying out shraddha or eating food of shraddha, causes his dead ancestors to sleep in semen for 1 month. Ancestors of such a man, who performs shraddha immediately after having a sexual intercourse, drink urine and semen for 1 month. Hence a virtuous Brahmin, whom the host is intending to feed, should be informed about the shraddha 1 day earlier in advance. If a Brahmin is not available, a true celibate can be fed on the day of shraddha. After the Brahmin has carried out all the necessary rituals, havan, oblation, etc., he must be formally insisted to dine. All kinds of edible items that a Brahmin may wish to eat should be offered. While reciting the Rakshodhan mantra, grains of sesame and mustard should be scattered on the ground. After the Brahmin has dined, he should be offered with water to wash his hands and some cereals that should be scattered on the ground with his permission. Then, sitting on the seat of kasha grass, the host should offer a pind made of sesame seeds, barley flour, sugar, ghee, etc. An oblation of water should follow it. At the end, the Brahmin should be seen off with proper dakshina. Only then the host is free to dine himself along with other invited guests and family members. Do's and don'ts during a shraddha. Madalasa says, O son, I am now narrating about the do's and don'ts to be followed during shraddha. Many kinds of edible items can be offered in the shraddha. These include cereals like barley, wheat, rice, millet, corn, etc., fish, flesh of deer, rabbit, bird, wild boar, goat, and nilgai. All these kinds of items are capable of pacifying the soul of dead ancestors for different period of time depending on the nature of offerings being made. Likewise, cereals offered in sacred fire cause satisfaction for 1 month. Fish causes satisfaction for 2 months. Flesh of deer causes satisfaction for 3 months. Flesh of rabbit causes satisfaction for 4 months. Flesh of bird causes satisfaction for 5 months. Flesh of wild boar causes satisfaction for 6 months. Flesh of goat causes satisfaction for 7 months. Flesh of different types of deer and antelope causes satisfaction for 8, 9, and 10 months respectively. Food items made of cow's milk and ghee and kheer cause satisfaction to the dead ancestors for 1 year. Different varieties of rice, barley, millet, wheat, sesame, moong dal, mustard, etc. are extremely satisfying food for the ancestors. Different types of pulses and corn can also be offered. Use of garlic, carrot, onion, radish, refined salt, red gum, gourd, etc. is prohibited. Water that is stinking, frothy, stale or otherwise incapable of quenching a cow's thirst should also be discarded. Milk of doe, camel, goat, buffalo, and other one-hoof animals, yak and such a cow that was milked for the past 10 days is also forbidden for use in Shraddha. Soil that is infested with insects, dry, baked with fire, stinking or collected from an unholy place should not be used. Similarly, such people who are violent, wretched, killers of Brahmins, impotent or have fiendish characters should not be involved in the Shraddha. Cocks and pigs should also be kept away from the place of Shraddha. This is the reason why sesame seeds are scattered at the site of Shraddha. Secretly. The host must not see a woman in menses. It is also not necessary to feed a host of Brahmins. Instead, it is sufficient to feed only one meritorious Brahmin with complete devotion and respect. It is enough to appease the dead ancestors. Appeasement of ancestors automatically lead to appeasement of the deities, planets, nakshatras, and all whose blessings can transform the living condition of the person. Auspicious days and months. Madalasa says Shraddha can be performed on any day during the dark lunar phase in the Hindu month of Ashvin, i.e. from the first day to the Amavasya. Performing of Shraddha on any of these days brings the following benefits. Performing Shraddha on the first day or Pratipata brings monetary gain. Shraddha performed on the second day brings prosperity. Shraddha performed on the third day blesses the performer with a boon. Performing Shraddha on the fourth day leads to the destruction of enemies. Performing Shraddha on the fifth day gives benefit from a woman. Shraddha performed on the sixth day helps a man to acquire respect in the society. Shraddha performed on the seventh day makes the performer an able leader. Shraddha performed on the eighth day enhances the intelligence. Shraddha performed on the ninth day brings the company of the attractive women. Shraddha performed on the 10th day leads to the fulfillment of all the desires. Performing Shraddha on the 11th day helps him to attain the knowledge of Vedas. Shraddha performed on the 12th day makes the performer victorious. Shraddha performed on the 13th day leads to long life and luxuries. Shraddha performed on the 14th day and Amavasya lead to the fulfillment of all the desires. Fruits of Shraddha performed during different nakshatras. Nakshatra result. Nakshatra result. Kritika heaven abode. Rohini progeny. Mrigshira radiance. Ardra bravery. Punarvasu land. Pushya health. Ashlesha sons. Magha family help. Purva Falguni fortune. Uttara Falguni virtues. Asta greatness. Chitra beauty/personality. Svati trade. Vishaka progeny /desires. Anuradha respect. Jeshth dominance. Mula disease free. Purvasarha popularity. Uttarasarha no sorrows. Shravan heaven abode. Dhanishta wealth. Abhijit Veda/medicine. Shat Abhisha animal wealth. Purvabhadrapad knowledge/cattle. Uttarabhadrapad precious metals. Revti horses. Ashvini increase in life. Bharni prosperity. Forbidden and permitted items. Madalasa says, O son. Now, I will tell you the do's and don'ts for healthy living. Stale cereals, oil, and fats stored over a prolonged period of time, items prepared from wheat and barley and food items which is not prepared from pure ghee or milk should not be consumed. Flesh of turtle, porcupine etc. is worth eating, whereas flesh of village pigs and cocks should not be consumed. Brahmin can eat flesh offered to him in a shraddha. Things like conch, stone, gold, pearl etc. are purified simply by washing in water. Cereals either touched or washed by unwarranted people is not fit for any purpose. Flesh of animals killed by Chandala or killed for the purpose of ablation in shraddha is also considered pure. Seat, bed, vehicle, boat, grass, rays of the sun and moon and air are naturally pure things. Touch by a woman who is in her menses, dog, jackal, a mother who has recently given birth to a child, a Chandala, carriers of the briar etc. is defiling in nature. A person however can become pure once again by taking bath if touched by any of these people and animals. One should not neglect the appearance of blood and cough. Excretions and water collected after washing the feet should be thrown out of the home at once. Getting touched by the people who criticize deities, ancestors, yagya, mantra etc. is also defiling. Sighting of the sun however purifies the defiled person. Duties of the woman: different male and female deities dwell at the threshold of the home. Hence this portion of the home should be worshipped properly every day. At dawn, the threshold should not be left vacant or it may have adverse effect on one's lineage. The whole area inside the home should be plastered with cow dung daily or washed with pure water. All these activities should be carried out by the better half of the householder. Those women, who prepare food during the last quarter of the night, suffer from infertility in future births. Those women, who do not sweep their home in the evening, remain unmarried and are bereft of wealth in future births. Such women also lose their wealth, lifespan, and reputation. Kicking the following things like broom, hearth, and mortar etc. or touching them with feet also leads to the loss of progeny and wealth. The householder should not use broken seat, board, and black blanket for sitting purpose. He should not comb his hair while facing south. Those who do not dine, perform havan or make donations at the appropriate time are no better than eunuchs. Those who shun these activities despite having wealth are worse than mice. Those who do not respect the deities, teachers, wife of the teacher, cow, Brahmin etc. are boycotted by the society. Naked are those who are devoid of Vedas, other religious scriptures and rituals. Such a house is really contemptible, which is boycotted by the Brahmins and where daily routines are not followed regularly. After birth or death in the family, a Brahmin becomes purified in 10 days. During this period of 10 days, he should avoid all the religious activities. In similar conditions, a Kshatriya gets purified in 12 days after a birth or death in his family, a Vaishya in 15 days and a Shudra in 1 month. Dead body of a person should be cremated outside the boundaries of the village. His family members should offer oblation of water to pacify his soul on the 1st, 4th, 7th, and 9th days after the cremation. Ashes should be collected from the 4th day. In case of deaths caused by a snake bite or poisoning, family members may get purified after a day. There is no impurity in case of the death of a child, an immigrant and the one who has renounced everything. Even their cremation is not carried out nor oblation of water is made. If one more death occurs in the family while the mourning period of the earlier death is still continuing, impurity of the second death lasts as long as that of the first one. Similar rules are applied to the impurity caused by the birth. Thus, abiding by these norms, the householder can easily attain the 4 objectives of life, that is Dharma, Artha, Kama, and Moksha. King Alarka and his queries about yoga. King Alarka's ring and wisdom. After reaching youthhood, Prince Alarka got married. By that time, his father King Ritudwaj had also grown old. Hence before Grihastha, he crowned his son as the new king. At the time of crowning, Queen Madalasa presented him a ring and said, "O son, this ring contains a note which will teach you on how a king should administer the kingdom." Saying this, Madalasa blessed Alarka and left the palace with her husband Ritudwaj to spend their lives in the forest. After his accession to the throne, King Alarka ruled justly. In due course of time, he got many sons. He followed the dictates of Dharma, Arth, and Kama while ruling his kingdom. In spite of enjoying all the luxuries, Alarka still could not experience bliss and felt as if he was missing something in his life. Very soon, Subahu came to learn about the royal luxuries of his brother Alarka and got tempted to enjoy the same luxuries. To attain his objective, Subahu took the help of the king of Kashi. The king of Kashi sent an envoy to Alarka with a message to give the kingdom to Subahu, which Alarka refused. Instead, he sent a reply that the request must be made by Subahu himself. "I will not give him my kingdom out of fear of war," said Alarka. But Subahu did not pay heed and with the help of the king of Kashi, launched a massive attack on his kingdom and conquered it. Now Alarka's days of sorrow had begun. He then remembered the ring presented by his mother Madalasa. He opened the ring and found a letter in it. The letter said, when you lose your everything, give up the company of your present advisers and join the company of learned sages. This message made Alarka to pine for the company of the learned sages. Very soon, he went to the refuge of Dattatreya and requested him to remove his miseries. Dattatreya assured him of removing his miseries at once, but before doing that, he wanted to know the reasons for his miseries. Alarka said, I do not long for pleasures, but my elder brother wants to grab my kingdom. Dattatreya preaches Alarka. Alarka says, O Lord, with the arising of disenchantment in my heart, I have no miseries now. Only those people feel drowned in the ocean of miseries who are attached to worldly things. A man feels all kinds of sorrows due to his attachments towards the luxuries in which his mind indulges. Now neither sorrow nor joy can affect me. Dattatreya says, O king, whatever you said is correct. Attachment is the cause of both sorrow and happiness. It is because of the knowledge I gave to you that the mist of attachment has disappeared from your heart. A small sprout of ego ultimately develops into a huge tree of ignorance. Affection is the trunk of this tree. Home and family are the branches, and wife and children are the leaves of this tree. Wealth and cereals are the flowers, and happiness and sorrow are the fruits of this tree. Relation that emerges out of affection is the canopy of this tree. This tree grows day by day and obscures the path of liberation. This tree is full of desires, and those who sit under the lee of this tree can never attain salvation. Hence felling of this tree is of foremost importance for a person desirous of attaining Brahmatva. Yogadhyaya. Dattatreya says, O king, with the attainment of knowledge, people come to conjugate with the Supreme Almighty, and which results into dispersion of their ignorance. To attain moksha, it is necessary for a man to shun attachment first of all. Only after that, he will become free from sorrows. When he becomes free from sorrow, he unites with the Supreme Almighty. This phenomenon is known as yoga. Unification with the Supreme Almighty enables a man to attain knowledge and finally moksha. It is therefore essential for all those seeking salvation that first of all they should renounce affection and attachment for the worldly objects, including their near and dear ones. Knowledge and renunciation are nothing but two sides of the same coin, and one is necessary to give rise to the other. Home is nothing but the place for staying, food is nothing but the energy required sustaining our body, and knowledge is nothing but an aid to attain salvation. Anything that caused obstacles in the way of salvation is ignorance. A living being is bound to receive the fruits of action, no matter whether they are good or bad. Hence one should carry out his duties without bothering for the results. With the attenuation of the results of the action performed in the previous births, a living being becomes free from the cycles of life and death. With the attainment of yoga, yogis take refuge in none other than Brahma. But the path of attaining yoga is indeed difficult, if not impossible. One has to conquer his soul first of all, because the soul itself is regarded as invincible. Control of physical impurities with the help of pranayama, sins by determination, lust by self-restraints, and contemplation on God are the ways to conquer the soul. Perfection in yoga and daily routine. Dattatreya says, during the process of conquering the soul, different kinds of allurements begins to divert the mind of the yogis. It is imperative for the yogi to keep his mind busy by observing fast, worshipping and contemplating in God. It is the duty of the yogi to always contemplate on God, only then he can seek solace in Him. Thus, after controlling his senses, a yogi ought to eat and sleep less, attain unification with the Supreme Being. O King, a yogi unifies with Brahma once his physical and mental faults are removed. Then, he never separates from the Supreme Being. Alarka says, O Lord, now kindly narrate about the daily routine a yogi should abide by in order to preserve his piousness. Dattatreya says, O King, respect and insult are the two reasons for love and hatred. Yogis attain perfection by understanding insult as respect and vice versa. A yogi should therefore never attend social functions like shraddha, marriage ceremonies, or other festivities. He should not accept the hospitality of others and should shun unnecessary journeys. A yogi should seek alms only after the householder and his family has dined. A yogi should accept alms only from those households whose inmates are gentle, religious, and free from blemishes, and should accept things like whey, milk, fruits, edible roots, gram flour, etc. Before going to dine, a yogi should offer his food to the deities reciting he following mantras: Prananyai Svaha, Apane Svaha, Samane Svaha, Yudane Svaha, Vyane Svaha. After reciting these mantras one by one and offering food to the deities who are present in his body as different forms of air, the yogi may now proceed to dine. Control of senses and greed, celibacy, renunciation, and nonviolence are the 5 resolutions of a yogi. Control of anger, service to the guru, sanctity, eating less and studying Vedas regularly are the 5 norms for a yogi. A yogi must practice meditation at a desolate place, forest, cave, or peak of a mountain. A true celibate has full control over his speech, mind, and action. Iron and gold have equal worth in his eye, he loves no one and hates no one. Dattatreya says those yogis who abide by their resolution are never degraded from their supreme position. Such yogis always recite Om while contemplating on the eternal God. A, U and M, these 3 syllables constitute the body Om or Aum. These 3 syllables represent the virtues of Sattva, Tamas, and Rajas respectively. Thus, by contemplating on God and reciting Om, a yogi ultimately achieves unification with that eternal spirit. But there are still some disastrous traps that a yogi should guard himself against, otherwise his entire penance might turn futile at the time of death. Hence every yogi must be aware of these disastrous traps. Description of disastrous traps. Dattatreya says a person who is unable to see the path of the deities, or the heavenly bodies like Dhruva, Shukra, Soma, or his own shadow or goddess Arundhati, must understand that his death is near. For those people to whom the sun appears without radiance but fire appears as the sun, die within 11 months. Sighting of gold and silver in urine or stool signifies death within 10 months. Those who see ghosts, Gandharvas, and gold tree in the dreams live for 9 months only. Those who become fat or thin suddenly live for 8 months more. Those yogis whose heels appear cracked while walking on sand or mud die within 7 months. Getting perched on the body by volatile birds like vulture, pigeon, owl, crow etc. indicates that the concerned person will live for only 6 months. Those who see their shadow in opposite direction live for 4 or 5 months more only. Those who sight lightning without clouds or rainbow during the night time, in their dream live for 2 or 3 months more. Those who cannot see their reflection in ghee, oil, water, and mirror die within a month. A person whose body smells like a cadaver die within 15 days. Those whose hands and feet remain dry even after taking bath and dry even after taking light refreshments live only for 10 days. Those who sight hair, cinders, ash, snakes, and dried rivers in the dream, die on the 11th day. Those who feel hungry even after eating to their fill also die soon. O King! There are many more disastrous symptoms that indicate death. A yogi must always be alert regarding these signs. Whenever a yogi perceives the appearance of all or some of these disastrous symptoms, he must at once take to yoga to minimize the effects. Brahmagyan yogi experiences extreme joy when he meditates while doing yoga. Only then can he experience Brahma. Physical body is ephemeral, hence a true yogi does not mourn over the loss of physical body. Hence, a yogi must train his mind in yoga ignoring sorrow or affection. This is indeed a difficult task to achieve. Alarka says, O Brahman, by your blessings, my ignorance has ended. Now I will do everything so that ignorance does not grip me once again. Then taking Dattatreya's permission, Alarka went back to the king of Kashi and said, O king, you have a desire for the kingdom, so take this kingdom and enjoy its luxuries yourself or give it to Subahu. The king of Kashi asked Alarka as to why he was renouncing the kingdom without fighting a war. He also tried to instigate Alarka by saying that his conduct did not suit the Kshatriyas. Alarka said only Brahma is truth, all the other things are false. Now controlling my senses, I will attain perfection in yoga. Alarka masters yoga and penance of Jeta. And his father? Words of Alarka pleased the king of Kashi. Even, Subahu got up gladly and after embracing Alarka said to the king of Kashi, O king, I had taken your refuge to win the kingdom. Now, I have got it without fighting a war and without a drop of blood being shed. But, I am leaving now, renouncing everything. The king of Kashi said, Subahu, why had you taken refuge in me? What have you received now? Subahu said, O king. My younger brother Alarka had been so far indulging in luxuries despite having metaphysical knowledge. He was in fact experiencing miseries in his household. When the miseries cross all limits, only then renunciation arises in the mind, as is the case with Alarka. That was why I had taken your refuge. My job is finished now. So I am leaving to attain perfection in yoga. O king, I regard those people who ignore their near and dear ones in their miseries as heartless. Such people are degraded from their position of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha and are criticized everywhere. The king of Kashi said, O Subahu, you have saved your brother Alarka. Now kindly save me also. Subahu said, attainment of dharma, artha, kama, and moksha are the four major objectives for the attainment of which humans have been created. You have already attained dharma, artha, and kama. Only moksha remains to be attained now. It is mine, it is me, etc. are expressions of ego. Guarding the self from these thoughts is the true knowledge. A man must know what is to be known. Who is to know, and who is he? A knowledge of these automatically leads to the knowledge of all. Saying these words, Subahu left the palace. The king of Kashi too returned to his kingdom. Alarka crowned his elder son as the new king and he began to practice yoga in a forest. After many years of rigorous practice, Alarka attained salvation and his abode in Brahmaloka. The Brahmin's son said, O father, now you too must take refuge in yoga in order to attain Brahma. I too will try to attain salvation. The birds say, O Brahmin. Thus the father and son began their penance and attained salvation. The universe and Lord Brahma's manifestation. The origin of the universe. Jaimini thanked the birds for enlightening him with self-knowledge. But he was still not satisfied. There were many questions to which he had no answers. He asked the birds, how did this universe come into being? What will happen to it during the time of final annihilation? How did the deities, the sages, the ancestors, and the living creatures originate? How did the Manvantaras arrive? I am anxious to know about all these things. The birds replied, O Jaimini. We salute the same Jagannath who creates in the form of Lord Brahma, nurtures the world as Lord Vishnu and ultimately annihilates the world as Lord Shiva in his most terrifying form. We will now reveal the knowledge which was once narrated by sage Markandeya. The birds then narrated the following tale as was originally told by sage Markandeya. In the beginning of creation, as soon as Lord Brahma manifested himself, all the 4 Vedas and 18 Puranas came out from his 4 mouths. Lord Brahma then created the Saptarishis merely by wishing, who took all the Vedas and Puranas in their possession. Later on, sage Chyavan got the Puranas from one of the Saptarishis, sage Bhrigu, and read out its contents to the assembled sages. The sages then retold the Puranas to Daksha. Daksha narrated the contents of the Puranas to me. The virtues of listening to Puranas are capable of destroying all sins of a man. Now I am going to reveal to you that secret knowledge of Purana as was told to me by Daksha. Brahma, the cause and effect of everything, pervades the universe even after the final annihilation. All the 3 gunas are present in him. When the time is appropriate for commencing the process of creation, the whole atmosphere is covered by the great element, which itself comprises of the 3 basic gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas. Ego manifests itself from the great element. Even the ego remains covered by the great element. The ego then creates Shabda Tanmatra. The sky which symbolizes the Shabda is created from this very Shabda Tanmatra. The ego then covers the whole sky. After that, Sparsh Tanmatra comes into being. Air, which signifies the quality of touch, then comes into being. After the creation of air, light is created without which the forms and appearance cannot be perceived. The deformity of life results into the creation of Rasa Matra. From this very Rasa Matra, water comes into being. The water is enveloped by the Rup Matra. The water then gets deformed and as a result Gandha Matra comes into being, from which the earth is created. All the worlds are established in this earth. First of all, the gunas enter into the atoms and create the 7 basic elements which are a must for procreation. The 7 basic elements then establish themselves in Purusha and Prakriti. The union of Purusha and Prakriti results into the creation of egg. This egg keeps expanding in its size while being in water. Lord Brahma, who is also known as Kshetrajya and who is also the creator of all the souls, dwells in that egg. The same Brahma pervades all the 3 worlds. All the creatures of the world, including the deities, demons, and human beings, along with islands, mountains, oceans, air and sky etc., are present inside the egg. The Mother Nature along with the great element covers this egg. This way, the 7 natural coverings envelop the egg. Beyond the Prakriti is established the Purusha. Now I am going to reveal the identity of Brahma to you. Just as drops of water fall down from the body of a wet man immersed in water, in the same way, Lord Brahma too discards off the egg in the end. The nature is nothing else but Kshetra, and Brahma is also known as Kshetrajya. This way, the whole creation came into being just like lightning. Lord Brahma's lifespan. Kraustuki said, "Tell me, O Lord, how were the living beings created as the period of final annihilation was approaching its end?" Markandeya replied, "When the nature establishes herself in the soul of the Purusha, all the created matter gets annihilated. Prakriti and Purusha are established in the mode of parallelism. During that period, Sattva and Tamas become neutrally balanced. Even the quality of Rajas establishes itself within the qualities of Sattva and Tamas. The lifespan of Brahma consists of Dviparartha. The day and night of Brahma are of equal duration. Brahma is the origin of this universe. He is the inconceivable soul, the Supreme Lord and the cause of all the events. He is beyond the reach of activities. He enters into Prakriti and Purusha excites both of them to get unified. When Prakriti gets excited, the Supreme Lord manifests himself in the egg as Brahma. He then commences his creation. The same Brahma attains the form of Vishnu due to the effect of his Sattva Guna and nurtures the whole creation. Under the influence of Tamas Guna, he attains the form of Rudra and finally annihilates the whole creation. He then goes into hibernation. This way, the same Almighty God in his 3 different forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh performs his duties of creation, nurturing and annihilation respectively. The lifespan of Brahma consists of 100 years. The division of time is as follows: 1 Kashtha consists of 15 Nimeshas. 1 Kala consists of 30 Kashthaths, whereas 30 Kalas make 1 Muhurta. 1 day and night of this material world consists of 30 Muhurtas. 30 days and nights are equivalent to 1 month or 2 fortnights. 6 months make 1 ayan. 2 ayans make a year. A day and night of the deities are equivalent to 1 year of this material world. Similarly, 12,000 years of the deities make the 4 yugas. Satya Yuga consists of the 4,000 years of the deities. Treta Yuga consists of 3,000 years of the deities. Dwapar Yuga consists of 2,000 years of the deities, whereas Kali Yuga consists of 1,000 years of the deities. Similarly, Sandhya period of Satya Yuga consists of 400 years and Sandhyanj consists of the same period, that is 400 years. Thus the total number of years that Satya Yuga has come up to 4,000 plus 400 equals 4,800 years. In the same way, the Sandhya and Sandhyanj of Treta Yuga consist of 300 years each. Thus, the total number of years in Treta Yuga comes up to 3,000 plus 300 equals 3,600 years. Sandhya and Sandhyanj period of Dwapar Yuga is of 200 years each. Thus the total number of years in Dwapar Yuga comes up to 2,000 plus 200 equals 2,400 years. Sandhya and Sandhyanj period of Kali Yuga are of 100 years each. Thus the total number of years in Kali Yuga comes up to 1000 plus 100 equals 1200 years. A day of Brahma consists of 1000 times of the 12,000 years of the deities. 14 manas appear in succession during the whole day of Brahma. Each Manavantar comprises of a Manu and his progenies, Indra and the other deities, Saptarishis Ganas and Enrapati Ganas etc. A Manavantar consists of 71 Chaturyagas. On the basis of the years of this material world, a Manavantar consists of 30,67,20,000 years or 8,52,000 years of the deities. A Brahma's day consists of 4,29,40,00,000 years of this world or 1,19,28,000 years of the deities. The dissolution, which occurs at the end of the day of Brahma, is also known as causal dissolution. During the time of causal dissolution, all the residents of Bhur, Bhuva and Swarga Lokas temporarily go to Mahar Loka. The residents of Mahar Loka shift their base to Jana Loka. The entire universe is submerged in the ocean during the time of causal dissolution, and this is the time for Brahma to take rest, i.e. at night. Brahma starts his creation at the end of the night. This way, after the completion of 360 years of Brahma, his 1 year is complete. 100 such years of Brahma make 1 para and 500 such years make 1 paradha. 1 paradha of Brahma has already passed, at the end of which Padram Mahakalpa occurred. The present period, which falls under the second paradha, is also known as Varhakalpa. Natural and flawed creations. Kraustuki asked curiously, "Tell me how Brahma did his creations." Markandeya replied, "When Brahma got up from his sleep after the end of dissolution named Padram, he found a void all around himself. He remembered Narayana, who is also known by the name of Nastanu, i.e. one who dwells in water. Narayana was engrossed in his eternal sleep. After waking up, he rescued the earth, submerged in the ocean just like he had done in the previous kalpas by taking the forms of a boar, a fish and tortoise etc. But even after the earth was brought up from the seabed and was established above the ocean, it was still swinging like a boat. Narayana then created the mountains to stop the earth from swinging. But the mountains were burnt down by Agni named Samvartak. The mountains submerged into the ocean. The mountains, after having displaced the water, had become fixed at their respective places. Therefore, Narayana divided the whole earth into 7 islands and created the 4 lokas just like before. After that, 5 avidyas came into being. This way, the whole creation established themselves in 5 ways. The whole creation was hidden in darkness till this period. After this, Narayana created the ignorant animals, which symbolized the tamas guna. After the animals, the deities who symbolized the sattva guna were created. Brahma was extremely satisfied by the creations of Narayana. But he was desirous of creating even more superior creatures. As a result, a group of sadhakas named Arvaksrota came into being. These sadhakas were humans who possessed rajas guna. The 5th creation of Anugraha was itself subdivided into 4 parts: Viparaya, Sthi, Shanti, and Drishti. The 6th creation was of those special people who had the knowledge of past and present events. These people had wives, enjoyed life in a balanced way, but were of evil nature. These people were known as Buddhadic. The 1st creation was related with the manifestation of Lord Brahma himself. This great creation was known as the Mahashrishti. The 2nd creation related with the part of Brahma is called Butsarga. The 3rd creation is called Prakrit, and which consists of creatures possessing intelligence and flawed sensual perceptions. The 4th creation consists of the Sthawars, who are unable to move. The 5th creation consists of 4-footed animals. The 6th creation consists of the deities, whereas the 7th creation that of human beings, which originates from Arvaksrota. The 8th creation is known as Anugraha. The 9th creation of Brahma is known as Prakrit and Vikari. These are the 9 types of creation of Brahma. The root causes of this universe are Prakrit and Vikari. Creation of the deities. Kraustuki then asked Markandeya about the origin of the deities. Markandeya replied with the objective of creating the deities, demons, ancestors, and human beings. Brahma abandoned the part of his physical body in the ocean. The demons originated from the thighs of his abandoned body. Lord Brahma blessed the demons with physical bodies, which were tamasic in nature. This part of Brahma's body became famous as Ratri. After that Brahma created the deities from his mouth with the help of Sattva Guna. The deities were given pure bodies. This part of Brahma's body which was sattvic in nature became famous as Day. After this, Brahma acquired another physical body and created the ancestors. After creating the ancestors, he abandoned his body, which transformed itself in the evening. Brahma then acquired another body, which was affluent of rajas qualities and thus was created human being. He again abandoned his body and from it was created Jyotsana, the transition period of day and night. Jyotsana, evening, and day contain the quality of sattva in themselves. Night has the quality of tamas in itself. The deities, demons, and human beings are most powerful during the day, night and Jyotsana period respectively. The ancestors are most powerful and invincible during the evening time. Brahma then created creatures who had mustaches and beard on their face. Some creatures among them started attacking the others. Those who were being attacked and pleaded save us were called the Rakshasas. The attackers who thundered we would devour you up were known as Yakshas. Brahma was very displeased by their tantrums. Some of his hair fell down on earth and thus were created the snakes. The flesh-eating Ganas were next to be created. These Ganas were extremely volatile in nature. After that, Brahma created the Gandharvas. This way, after having created these 8 types of divine creation, Brahma created all the animals and birds from his body. He created the goat from his mouth, lamb from his heart, cow from his stomach and back. Animals like horse, elephant, donkey, rabbit, deer, camel, and mule were created by Brahma from both his legs. Variety of vegetation and medicinal plants were created from the hair of his body. Brahma then created the following things from the first of his 4 mouths: Gayatri, Tririk, Trivrit, Sam, Radhantar, and Agnishtam. From his mouth facing south, he created Yaja, Trayashtumchand, Panchadashastam, Vrihatsam and Anitha. From his mouth facing west, he created Sham, Jagadikhand, Panchadashastam, Varip and Atiratra. From his mouth facing north, he created 21 Atharva, Apturayam, Anishtubha, and Viraj. In the beginning of Kalpa, Brahma created the natural things like lightning, Vajra, cloud, rainbow, and birds. After that he created the deities etc. He then created stable things like mountains, living creatures that could move, demons, birds, animals and snakes etc. All these living creatures take birth and rebirths, reap the fruits of the past karmas done in their previous life. This is the way Brahma had done creation at the end of the dissolution period. Copulative creations. Markandeya says Brahma created 1,000 couples from his mouth in the beginning of creation. These couples were radiant and possessed virtuous qualities. Once again, Brahma created 1,000 couples from his chest, but this time they possessed the quality of rajas. This phenomenon was repeated for the second time and once again 1,000 couples manifested themselves from his chest. These couples were both rajas as well as tamasic by nature. At last Brahma created 1,000 more couples from both his legs. These couples were completely tamasic by nature. The couples started copulating and this process has been continuing since then. Brahma now became worried as to how to accommodate such a large number of people. Initially, these people used to roam about everywhere, as there were no permanent residences to accommodate them. At the arrival of Treta Yuga, they developed attachment and started living in houses. Subsequently they started living in various types of abodes: Pura, village, Dronamukha, Shakanagar, Karvatak, Drami, Gram, and Sanghosh etc. Daksha's lineage. Markandeya says Brahma, on seeing that in spite of all his creations the population was not increasing, he decided to create his Manasputras. These Manasputras were created merely by his wish. Their names were Bhrigu, Pulasutya, Pulaha, Kratu, Angara, Marishi, Daksha, Atri and Vashishtha. After this, he first created the ferocious Rudra and then Sankalpa and Dharma. But all these people were very virtuous, knowledgeable, and unaffected by worldly desires. They showed their disinclination towards the purpose for which they have been created by Brahma, i.e. increasing the population. Brahma became very furious in his anger and created an entity whose half portion resembled a man's body while the remaining half resembled that of a woman. Brahma instructed that entity to bisect his body into two distinct forms of a man and a woman. The entity followed Brahma's instruction, and this way Swayambhu Manu and Shatrupa came into being. Manu accepted Shatrupa as his wife. 2 sons were born to them, Priyavrata and Uttanpada. Apart from these 2 sons, 2 daughters were also born to them, Akuti and Prasyuti. Prasyuti was married to Daksha while Akuti was married to Ruchi. 24 daughters were born to Daksha and Prasyuti, out of which 13 of them were married to Dharma. The remaining 11 daughters were married to sages like Bhrigu, Mahadeva, Marishi, Angara, Atri etc. Dharma fathered Kama from Shraddha. Sri gave birth to Darpa, Dhriti and Niyama. Tushti gave birth to Santosh, Pushti to Labha, Meda to Shrud, Kriya to Dand, Budhi to Bodh, Lajja to Vinay, Vapor to Vyavasay, Shanti to Kshemat, Sthi to Sukh, and Kirti gave birth to Yash. Kama, the son of Dharma, was the father of Atirishta. Himsa, the wife of Adharma, gave birth to Anrita. Anrita was married to Nirati. 2 sons named Narak and Baya and 2 daughters named Maya and Vedana were born to them. Maya gave birth to Mritayu, whereas Tukka was born as a result of Narak's marriage with Vedana. 5 children were born to Mritayu: Vyadi, Jara, Shoka, Thrishna, and Krodha. All of them were very irreligious by nature, and they never got an opportunity to get married and have progenies. Mritayu's wife Nirati is also known by the name of Alakshmi. Altogether 14 sons were born to them. All these 14 sons of Mritayu dwell in the organs of human beings, during the time of destruction. Out of these 14 sons, 10 dwell in the sense organs of human beings, and the 11th son dwells in the mind. They influence the sense organs and the mind of a man in a negative way by means of attachment and anger. The 12th son exists in the form of arrogance. The 13th son Apar adversely affects the intelligence of a man. The 14th son Dusa resides in the house of males. Dusa is naked, always hungry, his mouth facing downwards and caws like the crow. Descendants of Dusa. Markandeya says Nirmashti, the wife of Dusa, was the daughter of Yama. Altogether 16 children were born to Dusa and Nirmashti. Out of them 8 were sons and the remaining 8 were daughters. The name of the sons were Dantakrishti, Tathakti, Parivarta, Angadrika, Shikuni, Ganda, Pranrithi, Garbhaha, and Sajyaha, while the names of the daughters were Nyajika, Vraini, Swayamaharani, Vaitramani, Rituharika, Smritihara, Bihara, and Vidbhashani. Dantakrishti causes the teeth of the child to make a grinding sound. Tathakti is commonly used while men are conversing by saying, "So be it." Parivarta becomes happy by establishing an alien foetus in the womb of women. Angadrika causes the organs of human beings to throb and enables him to express the emotions of joy and sorrow. Shikuni resides in the bodies of birds like crow and animals like dog or fox. Ganda destroys all the virtues. Garbhaha destroys the foetus in the womb of a woman, while Sajyaha destroys all kinds of wealth. Among the daughters, Nyajika encourages a man to have illicit relationship and also to steal the wealth of others. Vraini causes differences between husband and wife and also among the family members. Swayamaharani destroys the prosperity of a man. Vaitramani causes restlessness and anger in the heart of a man living at one place for a long time. Rituharika destroys the menstrual cycle of women. Smritiharika causes loss of memory. Bihara destroys the sexual powers of a man and woman. Dvashani causes jealousy in the heart of a man and woman. Altogether 38 children were born to all the 16 children of Dusa and Nirmashti. All of them were wicked and caused miseries to people. The creation of Rudras. Markandeya says, now I am going to tell you about Rudrasarga. One of the 8 sons of Brahma started wailing after being created from his body. Brahma asked him as to why he was crying. The crying child requested Brahma to give him a name. Brahma named him as Rudra since he was wailing at the time of his birth. But even after getting his name, the child's wailing did not stop. He wailed for 7 times, and as a result 7 more children were manifested from his cries. Brahma named these 7 children as Bhava, Sharva, Ishan, Pashupati, Bhim, Yugra, and Mahadeva. He also gave them abodes so that they could live. The following 8 things respectively symbolize the forms of all these 8 Rudras: sun, water, earth, fire, air, sky, Dikshit Brahman, and Soma. All these 8 Rudras were also given their respective wives, who were Savarchala, Uma, Vikshi, Svadha, Svaha, Dik, Diksha, and Rohini. The 8 sons of all the 8 Rudras are Shana-Ishvar, Shukra, Lohitang, Manojab, Skund, Sarg, Santan and Bhuth respectively. Rudra had accepted Sati as his wife. Sati gave up her life because her father Daksha had shown disrespect to her husband Rudra. Sati took her second birth as Parvati, the daughter of Himavan. Manak was her brother. Bhava married Parvati. Kyati was Bhrigu's wife. They had 2 children, Dhata and Vidhata. Lakshmi was the consort of Narayana. Meru had 2 daughters, Ayati and Niyati. Both of them were married to Dhata and Vidhata respectively. Each one of them had 2 sons. Ayati had named her son as Pran, while Niyati named her son as Mrikandu. The same Mrikandu is my father. My mother's name is Manasvini and my son's name is Vedashira. Samhuti, the wife of Marishi, gave birth to Pornmas. Smriti, the wife of Marishi, gave birth to 4 daughters, Siniwali, Kahu, Rika and Anumti. Ansuya, the wife of Sajatri, gave birth to 3 sons, Soma, Durvasa, and Dattatreya. Dut and Damholi were born to Preeti, the wife of Pulasudhya. He became famous as Agastya during the time of Svayambhuva Manavantar. 3 sons, Kardam, Arvavira, and Sahishnu, were born to Kshama, the wife of Pulaha. Sunati, the wife of Ritu, gave birth to 60,000 Bhakilyaganas. Urja, the wife of Vasishtha, gave birth to 7 sons, Raja, Gatra, Urdhwabhu, Sabal, Anug, Sudhapa, and Shukra. These 7 are famous as the Saptarishis. Agni was married to Svaha. 3 sons were born to them, Pavak, Pavamana, and Chuchi. The various Manvantars. Svayambhuva Manvantar. Markandeya says Svayambhuva Manu had 10 sons. He had divided the whole earth into 7 continents. In the beginning of Treta Yuga, the sons of Priyavrata had done the same. Prajavati, the daughter of Kardam Prajapati, had 10 sons and 2 daughters from Priyavrata. Names of these 10 sons were Agnina, Medhatithi, Vayushman, Chidishman, Diodaman, Bhatya, Savan, Medha, Agnabayu, and Mitra. Among all these 10 sons, the last 3 never ruled any kingdom. The remaining 7 sons were made the rulers of all the 7 continents by Priyavrata. Agnina was made the ruler of Jambudvip, Medhatithi that of Plakshdvip. Vayushman was given Shalmalidvip, whereas Chidishman was made the ruler of Kushdvip. Similarly, Diodaman was given Krunkdvip to rule, while Bhatya was given Shukdvip. The 7th son, Savan, was made the ruler of Pushkardvip. Savan had 2 sons, Medhavi and Hataka. Savan subdivided the Pushkardvip into 2 parts, and each part was given to each of the sons. Bhatya had 7 sons, Jalad, Kumar, Sukumar, Marnavak, Kushatar, Medhavi, and Mahadrum. Bhatya too subdivided the Shukdvip into 7 parts and distributed them among all his sons. Similarly, Diodaman too had 7 sons, to whom were distributed his kingdom Krunkdvip after subdividing it into 7 parts. Chidishman, Vayushman, and Medhatithi made their respective sons the rulers after giving them kingdoms. Agnina was the ruler of Jambudvip. He had 9 sons. His kingdom was equally distributed among all of them. Nabi, the son of Agnina, was the father of Rishab. Bharata was the son of Rishab. Bharata was given the southern part of Rishabh's kingdom. Our country is named after Bharata. Jambudvip. Markandeya says that the total area of Jambudvip comprises of 1 Lakyojan while the area of Plakshadweep is twice the area of Jambudvip, i.e. 2 Lakyojans. Similarly, Shulmali is twice the area of Plakshir while Kasha is twice the area of Shulmali. The area of Krunkdweep is twice the area of Kushdweep whereas the area of Shukdweep is twice the area of Krunkdweep. The island of Pushkar is twice the area of Shak. 7 mountains are situated in all these 7 islands. They are Himavan, Hemkut, Rishabh, Meru, Neel, Shvet and Sringi. Ilavrat is situated in the middle of 6 mountains, which themselves are situated in the middle of the ocean surrounding all the 7 islands named earlier. Sumuru mountain is situated in the central part of Ilavrat. People belonging to all the 4 castes Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra reside in Ilavrat. Just above Ilavrat are the dwelling places of Lokpals like Indra etc. Lord Brahma's assembly is situated at the center. Beneath Ilavrat are situated the 4 mountains Mandar, Gandmadon, Vipul, and Suparshva. These 4 mountains are situated in each of the 4 directions. The great mountain Nishad is situated towards the west of Meru, while the great mountain Pariyatra is situated just behind it. Towards the south of Meru are situated the great mountains, Kailash and Himavan. The mountains Sringvan and Yaradai are situated towards the north of Meru mountain. River Jambu flows all around the Meru mountain in a circular path. The origin of Ganga. Markandeya says river Ganga originates from a place named Dhruvadar. This particular place is related with Narayana. River Ganga, then falls on the Sumuru mountain and gets distributed into 4 main streams. One of these streams flows towards Kshetrutha forest. The name of this particular stream is Siddha. The same Siddha Ganga enters into the Varanayada reservoir and from there, it moves towards the ocean and again changes its course to get submerged into that stream of Ganga, which has fallen on the Gandmadon mountain and which is known as Ulkananda. Ulkananda after submerging into Mansarovar subsequently entered the Mahadri Himalaya where Lord Shankar held her in his locks of hair. He released river Ganga only at the request of sage Bhagirath. After being released, river Ganga got subdivided into 7 streams and ultimately, all those 7 streams submerged into the ocean. The stream of Ganga which originates from the west of Sumuru mountain is known as Suchakshu. This stream gets submerged in the ocean towards the south, after passing through many mountains. The 4th stream reaches Suvita forest after passing through 2 mountains Suparshu and Meru. This particular stream is famously known as Bhadrasoma. Bhadrasoma Ganga ultimately gets submerged into the ocean after passing through mountains like Shankut and Vrishab. Bharatavarsha. Kraustuki asked Markandeya, O Lord, please describe about Bharatavarsha. Markandeya replied, Bharatavarsha is surrounded by oceans on all its 3 sides. People living towards the east of Bharatavarsha are known as Kirat while people living towards the west are called Yavan. The central part of Bharatavarsha is inhabited by all the 4 castes Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. The 7 mountains are situated in the central part of Bharatavarsha. They are Mahendra, Malaya, Sahaya, Shuktiman, Rikshir, Vindhya, and Pariyatra. There are thousands of hills situated in the vicinity of these 7 mountains. The central part of Bharatavarsha is subdivided into Janpadas. The residents of these Janpadas are known as Mlekha and Arya. All the major rivers of Bharatavarsha like Ganga, Sarasvati, Sindhu, Chandrabhaga, Yamuna, Shatadru, Vitasta, Irawati, Gomti, Vipasha, and Gandki etc. originate from the mountains situated in the central parts. The names of the prominent Janpadas situated in the central part of Bharatavarsha are Matsya, Ashwakud, Kolya, Kuntal, Kashi, Koshal, Arbuda, Kalinga, Malik, Vrik etc. River Godavari flows towards the north of Sahaya mountain. A city named Govardhan is situated near this mountain. Some other prominent places situated in the vicinity of this mountain are Bahalik, Vatigan, Amir and Kaltoyak. Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudras live in the following states: Shudra, Pahalaf, Churmakhandika, Gundhar, Yavan, Sindhu, Sovir, Budruk, Shatadraj, Parad and Kakaya. The following states are situated in the north of Bharatavarsha: Tamas, Hansmarg, Kashmir, Shulik, Kahak, Urna, Darva etc. States like Abarak, Mudgarak, Antagiri, Plawang, Mal, Damal, Vardak, Uttar Brahma, Pragyatish, Madra, Videha, Tamraliptak, Mala and Mugadh are situated in the east of Bharatavarsha. States situated in the south of Bharatavarsha are Punjab, Kerala, Chola, Maharashtra, Mahishik, Kalinga, and Amir. These are the Janpadas where Shabar live. Janpadas situated in the west of Bharatavarsha are Shuriarak, Kalibala, Durg, Kaha, Puland, Tashal and Koshal etc. Bharatavarsha is the only country in the whole world where all the four yugas Satya, Treta, Dwapar, and Kali occur in a cyclic way. Bharatavarsha is the root of all forms of divinity where deities reside and Almighty God takes incarnation. Tortoise incarnation. Kraustuki asked Markandeya, O Lord, how does Sri Hari live in the form of a tortoise? Markandeya replied, Sri Hari in the form of a tortoise sits facing east. States situated in the central portion of his body are Vedi, Madra, Mandavya, Shulva, Keza, Sarasvat, Matsya etc. States which are situated in the mouth of the tortoise are Vrishadwaj, Unjan, Kasha, Mugadh, Pragyatish, Mithila, Koshal etc. In the right foot of the tortoise are situated states like Kalinga, Bunga etc. Vindhya mountain is also situated in the right foot. States which are situated in the tail of the tortoise are Manimaka, Keshuradri, Kanjay, Konkan, Panchmad, Vamana, Shurkar, Kulik, Ashwaksha etc. Mandakya, Shandarwar, Ashwa, Kaland, Gur, Guratwadi are the states that are situated in the left foot of the tortoise. Janpadas like Kailash, Himalaya, Krunk, Kaikaya, Takshashila, Gundhar, Karas, Yodhya, and Rajunya etc. are situated in the left side of the tortoise's abdomen. Narayana in the form of tortoise is that inconceivable soul in which reside all the lords of deities and constellations. Bhadrashvavarsha. Markandeya says Bhadrashvavarsha is situated towards the east of the great mountain Devakut. 5 more mountains are situated within its area: Koranjay, Shvetaparna, Nila, Shaiwal, and Parnashalagra. Bhadrashva consists of thousands of Janpadas. Numerous rivers like Siddha, Shankavala, Bhadra, and Chakravarta flows there. People living in Bhadrashvavarsha are full of radiance and they live for 1000 years. Narayana dwells in Bhadrashva in his incarnation of Hayagriva. Now I am going to tell about Ketumalvarsh, which has 7 mountains within its area: Vishal, Kambal, Krishna, Jayant, Hariparvat, Vishoka, and Vardhaman. There are thousands of smaller hills apart from these 7 major mountains where people live. The names of the rivers flowing at Ketumalvarsh are Vankshayama, Swakamha, Amoga, Kamini, Shyama etc. Narayana dwells in Ketumalvarsh in his incarnation of a boar. Now listen about Uttarkuradesa. There are thousands of trees, which are fruit-laden in all the seasons. Apparels are made from the bark of the trees and ornaments from its fruits. After being degraded, the residents of Devaloka take birth here. Uttarkuru has 2 mountains, Chandrakant and Suryakant. The river Bhadrasoma flows between these 2 mountains. Narayana in his incarnation of Matsya lives at Uttarkuru. Chandradweep and Bhadradweep are the 2 famous islands situated at Uttarkuru. Kimpurusha. Markandeya says the people residing in Kimpurusha enjoy a long life. They live for 10,000 years. They are never bothered by any kind of disease or sorrow. Just behind Kimpurusha is situated Harivarsh. The residents of Harivarsh enjoy an eternally youthful life because of the sugar cane juice they intake. Maruvarsh, which is situated near Harivarsh, is also known as Ilavrat. It is devoid of the light of the sun but gets sufficient light from the radiant Sumuru mountain. It is so bright that even the sun gets overshadowed. People living in Maruvarsh enjoy a very long life for 30,000 years. Similarly, people living in Ramayak Varsh sustain themselves by drinking fruit juice. They live for 10,000 years. Hiranyama Varsh is situated towards the north of Ramayak Varsh where the river Hiranvati flows. The residents of Hiranyama are powerful, rich, and handsome in appearance. Swarokish Manvantar. Kraustuki asked Markandeya, O great sage. Now tell me something about Swarokish Manavantar. Markandeya replied, once upon a time, there lived a Brahmin at the bank of river Varuna. One day, a guest arrived at his place. The Brahmin treated his guest with due respect. After formal introduction, the Brahmin became aware that his guest was not an ordinary person. He had traveled around the world with the help of some special mantras he knew and medicinal herbs, which he had in his possession. The Brahmin was quite impressed. He too wanted to see the whole earth. He requested his guest to give the mantra and the medicinal herbs so that he could travel around the world just like him. The guest applied some medicinal solution on his legs. After this, the Brahmin went to see the Himalaya mountain. While wandering there, the solution, which had been applied on his legs, got washed away. As a result, he now became immobile. He started looking all around himself. He found numerous apsaras entertaining the Kinnars, Gandharvas, and deities. The Brahmin was very much pleased to see the happy atmosphere prevailing all around Himalaya. He thought of going back to his place but was unsuccessful, as the medicinal solution had been washed. He became very sad. An apsara by the name of Varadini saw him in a miserable condition. She became infatuated by him. When she went near him, he asked, "Who are you? Who is your husband? What are you doing here?" After this, he narrated his own story and said, "I had come from Arunanagar to see the Himalaya. But I am unable to return home as the medicinal solution, which was applied on my legs, has been washed." Varadini told the Brahmin that she was an apsara. She also expressed her deep love towards the Brahmin. She requested the Brahmin to stay there and not to go back home. She assured him if he did, as per her instructions, then he would enjoy an eternal youth. He would never become old. Varadini forcibly tried to embrace the Brahmin. This made the Brahmin very angry. He said, "Varadini, the sacred scriptures prohibit a Brahmin from indulging in sensual pleasures because it gives sorrow not only in this world but also after his death." But Varadini was not satisfied by his answers. She threatened to give up her life if the Brahmin did not marry her. The Brahmin did not agree. The Brahmin purified himself by performing a kaman and began worshipping Agni. He said, "O Agni, you are the root cause of all karmas. The deities bless us with rain only after you are pleased. O Agni, I need your blessings. I want to go back home." Varadini's modesty breached. Markandeya says Agni became pleased by the Brahmin's devotion. Agni entered into his body. The Brahmin's body illuminated due to Agni's radiance. When Varadini saw this, she was fascinated by the Brahmin's appearance. The Brahmin proceeded towards his home. Feeling helpless, Varadini cursed her fate. Varadini had once insulted a Gandharv named Kali sometime in the past. Chancing upon the opportunity, Kali went to Varadini to take his revenge. He had disguised himself as a Brahmin. When she saw him, she said, "I need your protection. If you heed to my request, then you will certainly attain virtuosity." Kali did not want her to know about his real identity, so he replied, "If you really want my protection, then you must have your eyes closed while having copulation." Varadini agreed. His marriage with Manorama. In due course of time, Varadini became pregnant. She gave birth to a child who was named Swaroka. The child was extraordinary. In a very short time, he became proficient in all the scriptures. One day, young Swaroka saw a terrified girl near the Mandar mountain. When the girl saw Swaroka, she pleaded for help. Swaroka assured her and asked about her identity. She said, "My name is Manorama. Once I had made fun of a sage who was doing penance near the Kailash mountain. At that time, Two of my companions Vibhavari and Kalapti were also present with me. The sage cursed all three of us. Vibhavari and Kalapti got inflicted with leprosy and tuberculosis due to his curse. Even I was not spared. I am being chased by a ferocious demon since then. I need your protection from that demon. I am giving you this very powerful weapon with which you can successfully kill the demon. Swaroka took the weapon. During the conversation between Swaroka and Manoharma, a demon arrived just then. The demon wanted to devour Manoharma. Swaroka was confused, as he did not want the sage's curse to go futile. He allowed the demon to get hold of Manoharma, who then started wailing. Hearing her wail, Swaroka thought of killing the demon. Becoming afraid, the demon released Manoharma from his clutches and pleaded Swaroka to spare his life. He then narrated his own story. He said, "You have rescued me from sage Brahmamitra's curse. Actually, my name is Indavar Aksha. I had requested Brahmamitra to teach him the nuances of Ayurveda, which he refused. I decided to learn Ayurveda while sage Brahmamitra taught his disciples by hiding myself. One day, the sage came to know of this. He cursed me to become a demon. I begged for his forgiveness. He said, whatever I have said will definitely come true. You will certainly become a demon. After becoming a demon, you will try to devour your own daughter but would regain your original form of Gandharv due to the touch of a strinal weapon with which you would be attacked. O great soul! Since you have liberated me from the curse, therefore, I hand over this girl to you. Accept her as your wife. I will also bestow the knowledge of Ayurveda, which I had learned from sage Brahmamitra." Manoharma requested Swaroka to cure her companions from the diseases they were suffering from. Swaroka assured Manoharma that he would certainly cure her companions with the help of Ayurveda, which the demon had taught him. Both Swaroka and Manoharma got married. Swaroka then went to her companions and cured them from their diseases. Swaroka's other marriages. Markandeya says after getting cured from their respective diseases, both the companions of Manoharma expressed their gratitude to Swaroka. Swaroka married both Vibhavari as well as Kalapti. To show her gratitude, Vibhavari taught Swaroka a special art that helped him to understand the language of all the living creatures. Kalapti, on the other hand, while narrating her tale, said a demon named Ali had asked my hand in marriage from my father, but my father refused. The demon got angry and killed my father. I wanted to commit suicide, but Sathi, the wife of Shambhu, prevented me from doing so by saying, "You would be fortunate to become a wife of great soul Swaroka." Swaroka's reproachment. Markandeya says after getting married, Swaroka started living happily along with all his three wives at Malaya mountain. One day, impressed by the mutual love Swaroka and his wives had for each other, a female ruddy goose told another one, "Very rarely are found such couples who have love for each other." But the other female ruddy goose did not agree. She replied, "You are wrong. Swaroka is not a blessed man. Actually, he deceives all of his three wives. Even his love for all the three wives is varied. When one wife is desirous of his love, he embraces the other wife. So where is the question of having mutual love for one another? In comparison, my husband and I are blessed because we have mutual love and respect for each other." Swaroka, who was listening to their conversation, realized how true the ruddy goose was. But still, he did not change his ways and continued to live with his wives for 100 years. One day while wandering, Swaroka saw a deer surrounded by a herd of doe. One of the doe, on having a desire to copulate with the deer, started sniffing him in anticipation. But the deer became angry and said, "Do you think I am as shameless as Swaroka?" A man, who is sought by numerous beauties, his condition becomes laughable. Not only does the daily routine of such a man gets disturbed, but also his behavior is never fair towards his wives. The origin of Swarokish Manu. Markandeya says Swaroka became very sad after hearing the deer's utterances. He realized how lowly and mean he had become. He decided to renounce life after abandoning his wives. But this did not happen because as soon as he met them, he forgot everything about renunciation. He continued to live with his wives. In due course of time, Swaroka begot 3 sons Vijay, Marunand, and Prabhav. Swaroka ordered the construction of 3 cities for his sons, which he donated to each of them. The city situated towards the east was given to Vijay, while the city situated towards the north named Nandvati was given to Marunand. The city named Tal, which was situated in the south, was given to Prabhav. Swaroka then lived happily with his wives. One day, Swaroka had gone for hunting. He saw a wild boar and adjusted his arrow on the bowstring to kill it. Just then, a doe arrived and requested him to kill her instead of killing that boar. She said, "Kill me with your arrow so that I get liberated from my sorrows. I don't want to live because I have become infatuated with such a person whose heart lies somewhere else. My aspirations remain unfulfilled. So death is my only refuge." Swaroka was very much amazed. He asked, "Who is that fellow?" The doe replied, "It is nobody than you." Swaroka was puzzled. "How can this be? I am a man whereas you are an animal." The doe then requested Swaroka to embrace her, which Swaroka agreed to do. As soon as Swaroka embraced that doe, she got transformed into a beautiful lady. Swaroka was very much astonished, but the doe said that, "Don't get puzzled. I am the presiding deity of this forest. I have come to seek your help on the request of the deities. It is your duty to help me in giving birth to a son named Manu." Swaroka married her, and in course of time, she gave birth to a son. The whole atmosphere became joyous and happy at the birth of that child. Gandharvas started singing songs and the Apsaras danced. The deities showered flowers from heaven. The child was so radiant that all the 4 directions became illuminated by his brilliance. Swaroka named this child as Diodaman. This child was later on also known as Swarokesh, the son of Swaroka. One day, while wandering, Swaroka saw a swan who was telling his wife, "Now, we have become old, so what is the use of remaining attached to each other? It's time, we must seriously start thinking of renouncing life." But his wife said, "This world is meant for enjoying sensual pleasures. Even the Brahmins perform yagyas with that purpose in their mind. All the virtuous people indulge in virtuous activities with the sole desire of experiencing the pleasures of life. How come the idea of renunciation has entered your mind?" The swan replied, "One who is not attracted towards sensual pleasures is totally devoted to God. One who is attached by worldly matters can never reach God. Have you not seen the state of Swaroka? How can he be liberated from the sorrows of the world if he is not even willing to shun the attachments? I am not like Swaroka. I know that after enjoying a fully satisfied life, this is the time to renounce everything." After hearing this, Swaroka was very much ashamed of himself. He decided to do penance. His wives also accompanied him. All of them ultimately went to heaven by the virtue of their penance. Swarokesh Manvantar. Markandeya says, during this Swarokesh Manavantar, Indra was famously known as Vipaskat. The other deities were known as Paravat and Tushat. The names of the Saptarishis who lived during this Manavantar were Irja, Stam, Pran, Dud, Ali, Rishab, Niskar, and Arvavira. Swarokesh Manu had 7 sons who were very mighty and brave. Chatra and Kampurusha were 2 of them. The descendants of Swarokesh ruled the earth till the end of this Manavantar. Kraustuki asked, "O Lord, tell me about the treasures of this world." Markandeya replied, "Goddess Lakshmi is the presiding deity of learning called Padmini. After getting perfection in this vidya, a man becomes the master of 8 types of treasures: Padma, Mahapadma, Makar, Kakhup, Mukunda, Nandak, Neel and Chunk. The treasure called Padma is pure in nature. A man who becomes the master of this treasure mainly deals in things like gold and silver, etc. Not only he, but also his descendants derive benefits from this particular treasure. A person who is the master of Mahapadma deals in things like pearls, corals, etc. This particular treasure does not abandon a man till his 7th generation. The treasure called Makar is tamasik in nature. A man who is the master of this particular treasure is basically Tamasik by nature. Such a man has mastery in handling over various weapons like swords, bows, and arrows, etc. This particular wealth remains with a man only for one generation. The treasure called Kikup is also Tamasik in nature. A master of this particular treasure enjoys all the pleasure of this world and he does not trust any person easily. This treasure also remains with a man only for one generation. The treasure called Mukunda comprises of Rajas quality. A master of this treasure becomes proficient in 4 types of musical instruments like veena, venu, mridang, etc. Such a man earns lot of money by exhibiting his art. The treasure called Nandak is a combination of Rajas and Tamas qualities. A man who gets influences by this treasure becomes immobile. Such a man deals in things like metals, jewels, cereals, etc. The master of this treasure is very benevolent and kind-hearted. This particular treasure remains with a man till the 7th generation. The treasure called Neel is also a combination of Rajas and Sattva qualities. A master of this treasure deals in things like clothes, cotton, pearls, fruits, flowers, and things made from wood. This particular treasure remains with a man till 3 generations. A possessor of this treasure is a great social worker and constructs bridge, ponds, etc. The treasure called Shunk comprises of Rajas and Tamas qualities. Only one person can master this particular treasure. Such a man enjoys good food and is fond of wearing expensive clothes. Normally, this type of man does not give shelter to other people and is constantly thinking of his own betterment. Autumn Manvantar. King Uttam abandons his wife. Kraustuki says, O Lord, now tell me about the autumn Manavantar. Markandeya replied, Uttanpada and Suruchi had a son named Uttam. Uttam was married to Bahula. Bahula did not love Uttam and always showed disrespect towards him. One day, while both of them were sitting in the court, watching the proceedings, Uttam offered a betel leaf to Bahula which she refused. King Uttam felt dishonored. He ordered his attendant to abandon the queen in the forest. Bahula too was very happy, thinking that now she will not have to be in the company of Uttam. This way, Bahula was taken to the forest. One day, a sad Brahmin came to Uttam and said, O king, somebody has abducted my wife. I need your help in finding out my lost wife. Uttam asked the Brahmin about the nature, physical construction, and about the age of his wife. The Brahmin revealed all the facts related with his wife. The king was not impressed. The facts, which the Brahmin had furnished, went to prove that his wife was not a chaste lady. The king expressed his view about his wife in so many words. He said, what is the use of having such a wicked wife? Forget about her. I will give you another one with all the good qualities. The Brahmin replied, O king, it is one's duty to protect one's wife no matter how wicked she may be. By protecting your wife, your children also get protected. A man who does not protect his wife, has a son of hybrid class. His ancestors are degraded from the heaven because of such type of sons. I am not able to perform my religious obligations because of the absence of my wife. O king, please help me. While searching the Brahmin's wife, King Uttam saw a sage at a secluded place. When the sage saw King Uttam, he wanted to offer some arthaya to him, which his disciples prohibited him from doing. Then, the sage changed his mind and offered his seed to the king. The king asked about the reason why he changed his mind of offering the arthaya. The sage replied, though you are the descendant of Swayambhu Manu, but since you have committed a grave sin by abandoning your wife, I decided that you are not fit to be offered the arthaya. No matter how mean your wife is, it is your duty to protect her at all costs. King Uttam was very ashamed of himself. He asked the sage about the whereabouts of the Brahmin's wife. The sage replied, his wife has been abducted by the demon, Balak the son of Adri. He has kept her in the forest called Utpalavat. Go and help the Brahmin to meet his wife so that he doesn't commit a grave sin like you. Brahmin's wife returns home. Markandeya says, when King Uttam reached Utpalavat forest, he saw a woman eating Israfil fruit. The king asked that woman whether she was the wife of that Brahmin Sushirma. The woman replied in the affirmative and said, the demon abducted me while I was sleeping. Since that day, he has kept me here. I am very afraid of that demon. The king then asked the woman about the demon's whereabouts. The woman pointed towards the direction of the demon's path. The king went in that direction. When the demon saw the king approaching him, he bowed down in reverence and said, O king, what can I do for you? The king asked, why have you abducted the wife of this Brahmin? The demon replied, I am not the demon who devours human beings. I devour their flaws. I have many beautiful wives. So where is the need of aspiring for another woman? Actually, the Brahmin is a very learned man and has mastered the mantras. By chanting Rakshadna mantras during ablations, he has increased my hunger by making incantations. Therefore, I have abducted his wife to prevent him from accomplishing any yajna. The king became very sad. He thought, what a grave sin I have committed by abandoning my wife. Earlier, that sage too did not find me fit for giving ardhya. Now, this demon is also aware of the importance of one's wife in religious ceremonies. How cruel I have been to my wife. The demon told the king, O king, what should I do for you? The king replied, devour the flaws of this woman so that she becomes humble. After that, carry her back home. The demon acted as per the instructions of King Uttam. As a result, the Brahmin's wife became very humble. She said to the king, it seems, there is no fault of this demon. Perhaps, I must have caused separation between a husband and wife, in my previous life, and for that very reason, I was forced to suffer this separation with my husband in this present life. The demon said, O king, what else do you want from me? The king said, you must be present before me whenever I remember you. The demon agreed. He carried the Brahmin's wife to her home. The sage and King Uttam and birth of Autumn Manu. Markandeya says King Uttam wondered as to what should he do to get liberated from the sins of abandoning his wife. He requested the sage to help him in this regard. The sage informed the king that his wife was living at Ranatl. The king of the serpents Kapotak is looking after her. Kapotak has a daughter named Nanda. Being concerned about her mother's future, Nanda had hidden your wife. The sage became very furious and cursed her. As a result, she became dumb. Uttam, your wife was always a chaste woman. It was only due to evil influences of the planets that she was not paying adequate attention to you. Now, you should go and take her back to your home. Uttam returned back to his palace. Markandeya says Uttam met the Brahmin and told him that now, as he had reunited with his wife, it was now his turn to help him to reunite with his wife. The Brahmin assured Uttam that he would perform a yajna named Mitravinda, which would help him to achieve his goal. He requested Uttam to bring his wife so that the yajna could be performed. Uttam remembered Nisachar, a demon, and requested him to bring his wife. Nisachar went to Pataloka and brought his wife. The queen was very happy to see her husband once again. She requested him to cure Nanda, who had become dumb for no fault of hers. Sarasvat Japa was chanted to cure Nanda. When Nanda regained her voice, she came to the oblation site and after embracing the queen, blessed her by saying that she would become a proud mother of a very famous son named Manu. After that, she went back to Pataloka. In due course of time, the queen gave birth to a son who was named Autumn by the sages. Autumn Manvantar. Markandeya says, O sage, the following Ganas who reigned during Autumn Manavantar are very famous. They are: the first Gana Swadhama. The second Gana Satya was related with the deities. The third Gana was Shiva, the fourth was named Pratardan, and the fifth Gana was Vashvarti. Each of the Ganas are the master of 12 deities. Indra by the name of Sushanthi rules all the 3 worlds by the virtue of accomplishing 100 Ashwamedha Yagyas. He along with Shiva and Satya etc. bestows peace to the world. The descendants of Autumn ruled the whole earth for the full period of Autumn Manavantar. The Saptarishis during this autumn Manavantar were the sons of sage Mahatapa. The description of this third Manavantar is now complete. Now I am going to tell you about the fourth Manavantar, which is also known as Tamas Manavantar. Tamas Manvantar. Markandeya says there used to live a king named Swarashtra. The deity Surya had blessed him with a long life. The king had 100 wives, but they were not as lucky as he was as far as enjoying a long life was concerned. One by one, all of them died. A king from the neighboring state named Vimar defeated him in a battle. After being defeated, Swarashtra went at the bank of river Vidhasta and started doing penance. One day, it rained heavily and the king was swept by the ferocious current. The drowning king saw a doe and held her tail to save his life. The doe told the king that she was aware about the lust of the king. She also told her that her pregnancy was causing hindrance in making love. The king was amazed. He asked as to how she could speak like a human being despite of being an animal. The doe replied that she was his most beloved Queen Mahishi in her previous life. She had killed a pair of deer while they were making love. The doe had died but the deer survived. He had cursed her to become a doe in her next life. The deer also revealed to the queen that she would give birth to the mighty Lola. The same Lola would later on become famous as Manu after defeating his father's enemies. The king was very pleased at this. In due course of time, the doe gave birth to a son after which she went to the heaven. The sages named the son Tamas. When Tamas became young, he did penance to please Surya. Surya gave him many weapons by the help of which Tamas was able to defeat all his enemies. He brought all the enemies in front of his father but Swarashtra forgave everybody. He gave his kingdom to Tamas. Markandeya says Tamas ruled over the whole earth. 4 types of deities were famous during this Manavantar: Satyagana, Suthigana, Surapgana, and Harigana. Indra was known as Shika during this Manavantar. The names of these Saptarishis who lived during this Manavantar were Jyotardharma, Prithu, Kavya, Chatra, Agni, Balak and Pivar. The sons of Tamas Manu were very mighty. Their names were Nar, Kashanti, Shant, Dant, Jahnu, and Jangha etc. Ravat Manvantar. Markandeya says now I am going to tell you about Ravat Manu. His father was Ritvak. Ravat was born in Revati Nakshatra. Later on, he became infamous for his loose character. His father was very worried about him. Ritvak asked Sage Garg as to how such a mean child had been born to him. Sage Garg replied, the negative qualities of your son is due to his birth in Revati Nakshatra. Ritvak became very furious with Revati Nakshatra and cursed it, as a result of which, Revati Nakshatra fell down on Kumad mountain. All the 4 directions became illuminated and a reservoir was created. A girl manifested from that reservoir. A sage named Pramachi brought that girl to his hermitage and named her as Revati. When the girl became young, the sage was very worried about her marriage. One day, Hudashan revealed to him that she would get married to Durgam, the eldest son of Swayambhu Manu. One day Durgam arrived at Pramachi's hermitage. He saw Revati and asked her, "O beautiful lady, can you tell me where sage Pramachi is? I have come here to pay my obeisance to him." At that time, sage Pramachi was busy performing his yagya. Hearing his voice, he came out. Seeing Durgam at his hermitage, he instructed his disciple, Gautam, to bring Ardhya for him. The sage said, "Durgam is not only a king but also my son-in-law." Durgam was very surprised at what sage Pramachi had said. He asked sage Pramachi as to how could he be his son-in-law and who was his wife. The sage replied, "Your wife is none other than the girl whom you met some time earlier. Her name is Revati." Then the sage narrated the whole story, how Sage Garg had prophesied about Revati's marriage with Durgam. Durgam started contemplating on this peculiar situation. Sage Pramachi started to make arrangements for the marriage. When Revati saw the arrangements being made for her marriage, she requested him to get her married in Revati Nakshatra. Sage Pramachi revealed to her that this particular nakshatra did not exist in the sky anymore. Revti then requested him to establish this nakshatra in the sky. Sage Brahmachi re-established Revti nakshatra in the sky by the help of his divine powers. Thus, Revti and Durgam got married. After getting married, Durgam requested the sage to bless him with a mighty son. Sage Brahmachi blessed him. After some time, Revti gave birth to Revatmanu. Revatmanu was proficient in all the scriptures. The chief ganas of Revatmanavantar were Sumedha, Bhukti, Vakunth, and Amitabhikar. There were 14 deities present in each of the ganas. The presiding deity of these deities was Indra by the name of Vibhu. The Saptarishis present during this Manavantar were Hiranyaroma, Ved Sri, Urdhvabahu, Vidbahu, Suttama, Mahamuni, Paryanya and Vasishtha. Revatmanu had 4 sons: Balabandhu, Mahavirya, Suyastanya, and Sutyuk. Chukshush Manvantar. Chukshush had manifested from the eye of Lord Brahma in his previous birth. For this reason, he was known as Chukshush. Chukshush was born to Anmitra and Giribhadra. After taking birth, he was abducted by Jayadharini and exchanged with the son of King Vikrant, who was sleeping beside his mother. Being unaware of this event, Vikrant considered him as his own son and named him as Anand. When Anand grew up, once, his guru instructed him to make salutations to his mother. Anand replied, "To whom should I make salutations? The one who has given birth to me, or to the one who has brought me up and nurtured me?" The guru was surprised by his reply. He said, "O son, Himani, the wife of Vikrant has given birth to you, and so, she is your mother." But Anand replied back, "This woman is not my mother. I have taken birth from somebody else's womb. This woman is the mother of Chatra. I am the son of Anmitra and Giribhadra. Jayadharini had abducted me and brought me here. She had also carried Chatra to Punarva's place and kept him over there. Jayadharini had devoured the son of Punarva. Now tell me, who is my mother and to whom should I make salutations?" The guru became confused, so were the king and the queen. Anand went to the forest and started doing penance. Prajapati became pleased by his tremendous penance and appeared before him. He said, "O son, what makes you undertake such a severe penance?" Anand replied, "O Lord, I am doing this penance with the purpose of becoming free from all the bondage of my karma and to purify myself." Brahma said, "Only the mortal men are fit to become liberated because they are bound by their karmas, but you, being a virtuous person, are not bound by your karmas. With my blessings, you would become the 6th Manu. There is no need for you to do penance." Lord Brahma named him as Chukshush. Later on, he became famous as Chukshush Manu. When Chukshush Manu attained marriageable age, he married Vidarbha, the daughter of Yugra. Markandeya says Apya was the most prominent Gana of Chukshush Manavantar. He was the master of 8 deities. The second Gana was called Prasud. He too was the master of 8 deities. Similarly, there were 2 more Ganas, Patyakya and Uthaga. Each of them was the master of 8 deities. The presiding deity of these deities was Indra by the name of Manojav. The Saptarishis present during this Manavantar were Sumedha, Viraja, Havishman, Unnat, Madhu, Ati, and Sahishnu. Chukshush had many mighty sons like Uru, Kuru, Shatadriyamna, etc. Now I am going to tell you about the 7th Manu, who was called Vaivasvat. Vaivasvat Manvantar. The birth of Ashvini Kumars and Revunt. Markandeya says the Manu of Vaivasvat Manavantar was famously known as Vaivasvat as he was the son of Vivasvan. Surya was married to Sangya, the daughter of Vishvakarma. Although, she had borne 2 sons and a daughter from Surya, yet the radiance of Surya was too much for her to bear. So, one day, she created a shadow identity of herself and requested it to act as if she was the real Sangya. She said to the shadow, "As long as your identity remains unknown, I would not reveal myself." After the Sangya went back to her father's home and ultimately to Uttarkuru, where she started doing penance in the guise of a mare. Surya, on the other hand, was not aware of Sangya's doings. In due course of time, the shadow of Sangya gave birth to many children. Though she loved her own children, she never had the same attitude towards the three sons of Sangya. Seeing her discriminatory attitude, Yama tried to kick her with his leg. The shadow of Sangya became furious. She cursed Yama's leg to get severed from his body. Yama became very scared. He went to his father Surya accompanied by Vavasvat and Yami. He told Surya a mother can never curse her own child. So, this woman is certainly not our mother because she has cursed me. Surya called the shadow of Sangya and asked about her true identity, but Sangya's shadow kept mum. Seeing her quiet, Surya became very angry and he held her by her hair and was just about to curse her when, out of fear, she revealed the whole story. Surya went to the place of his father-in-law, Vishvakarma, and asked about Sangya. Vishvakarma feigned ignorance. He said she did come but she had returned to your place after staying here for a while. Vishvakarma knew the reason why Sangya had abandoned her husband. So, he subdued the radiance of Surya. The sages of Savarnik Manvantar. Kraustuki says, O revered sage, you have already enlightened me by revealing the names of 7 different manas of each Manavantar. You have also told me about the deities, the kings, and the sages who existed during each Manavantar. Now, I am curious to know about the 7 manas, the deities, and the sages of this kalpa. Markandeya says Savarni, the son of Sangya's shadow, would be the 8th Manu. The Saptarishis of Savarni Manavantar would be Rama, Vyasa, Gulav, Diptaman, Krip, Rishyasring and Drani. The 3 main categories of deities existing during this Manavantar would be Sutapa, Amitabh, and Mukhya. Each of them is the master of 20 Ganas. Among these, the Ganas Prabhakar, Prabhas, Dathita, Dharma, Teja, Rashmi, and Vakrata come under the authority of the deity, Sutapa. Similarly, the deity Amitabh is the master of the Ganas like Prabhu, Vibhu, and Vibhas etc. The deity Mukhya is the lord of Ganas like Dhamma, Dant, Rit, Soma, and Vint. All of them are the offspring of sage Kashyapa. They will become famous as the deities of Savarni Manavantar. Bali, the son of Virochan, would hold the post of Indra during this Manavantar. Virja, Arvavira, Nirmoha, Satyavak, Kriti, and Vishnu will be the sons of Savarni Manu. Killing of Madhukataba. Markandeya says King Surath was the descendant of Chatra. He was defeated in the battle against King Kalvidvansi. All his wealth was deceitfully taken over by his cunning ministers. King Surath fled to the forest to save his life, where he met a sage named Medha. He stayed with him at his hermitage, but after a while, the thought of his lost kingdom began to torment him. One day, while he was roaming near the hermitage, he met a Vaishya named Samadhi. Samadhi narrated his woeful story as to how his sons had driven him out of his home after taking all his wealth. But in spite of this, his love for them remained intact. Both Surath and Samadhi went to Sage Medha and told him that in spite of our miserable condition, we are unable to understand why we still have affection and love for our near and dear ones even though they have cheated us. Sage Medha replied, O king, due to the illusions of this world, human beings are deeply influenced by attachments. So, there is nothing to be amazed. Goddess Mahamaya influences the mind of each human being. She does not spare even the most learned one. When she becomes pleased, she bestows liberation. The king asked, who is this Mahamaya? Please tell us about her. Sage Medha then told them about Mahamaya, O king. Goddess Mahamaya is beyond the reach of origin and destruction. When the whole earth was submerged in water at the end of the Kalpa, Lord Vishnu took refuge of Yoganidra. While he was sleeping, 2 demons, Madhu and Kaitabite, manifested from the wax of his ears. The demons wanted to attack Brahma. Lord Brahma got scared and sought help from goddess Nidra. She manifested from the body of Lord Vishnu and appeared before Lord Brahma. Lord Vishnu woke up from his sleep. He saw that the demons were trying to kill Lord Brahma. He fought with both the demons for 5,000 years. Goddess Mahamaya influenced the demons' minds, as a result of which, they asked some boons from Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu granted the boons to them and said, both of you will get killed by me. The demons said, we are ready to get killed on the condition that you kill us only in such a place where there is no water. As the whole earth was submerged in water, so the demons thought that Lord Vishnu would not be able to get a base to kill them. But Lord Vishnu severed their heads after making them sit on his thighs. The destruction of Mahishasura's army. Markandeya says, during ancient times, the deities and the demons fought a fierce battle which lasted for 100 years. The deities were defeated in this battle. Mahishasura drove out the deities from heaven and ascended the throne of Indra. The defeated deities went to seek the help of Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahadeva. They narrated their woeful tale to all the three deities. Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahadeva became furious at the demons' cruelty. A powerful effulgence appeared from the mouth of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahadeva. Similar effulgence appeared from the bodies of all the deities. The super effulgence was created from the unison of all these effulgence, and a goddess manifested from it. The deities were very pleased. All the deities presented their weapons to the goddess. After this, they hailed her name in a loud voice by chanting, "Victory be to her." The goddess laughed loudly. Her laughter shook the whole earth violently. When Mahishasura heard her laughter, he proceeded towards her accompanied by a huge army. When he reached there, he was amazed at the appearance of the goddess. He attacked her with his army, which boasted of mighty warriors like Kamar, Chikshur, Udagra, Asalam, Mahahanu, Vashkal, Paravarat, Vital and Kal. These demons had dangerous weapons like Tomar, Shakti, axe, mace, etc. One by one, the goddess destroyed all the demons' weapons and launched an attack on them. The deep exhalations made during the battle resulted into the creation of numerous Ganas. These Ganas joined the goddess in the battle. Ultimately, the goddess succeeded in killing all the demons. The battlefield was covered by demons' corpses as well as carcasses of elephants and horses. The deities were pleased by the outcome of this battle. The deities eulogized goddess Bhagavati. Markandeya says, after the killing of Mahishasura, all the deities including Indra eulogized goddess Bhagavati and said, we make salutations to her who has manifested herself as a result of the unison of the powers of all the deities, one who is revered by all the deities and the sages. May she bless us. We make salutations to that goddess whose powers are indescribable even by Lord Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh. O goddess! Please nurture the whole world with your love and care. We find ourselves incapable of describing your grandeur and magnificence. Goddess Bhagavati became very pleased with their devotion and asked them to demand any boon. But the deities replied, O goddess! By killing Mahishasura, you have already fulfilled our aspirations. If you really want to bless us, then please appear before us at the time of our need. The goddess blessed them by saying, so be it. Markandeya says, now, I am going to tell you how goddess Bhagavati protected the deities by killing the demons Shum and Nishum. Goddess Parvati and Shuma's messenger. Markandeya says, during ancient times, the demons Shum and Nishum had captured all the three worlds after defeating the deities. The deities went to goddess Parvati and eulogized her by saying, O goddess! You had promised us that you would come to our help at the time of our need. The time has arrived. As the deities were busy eulogizing goddess Parvati, she was preparing to go for her bath. She came near the deities and asked them as to who were they eulogizing. Suddenly, a divine entity manifested from her body and answered on behalf of the deities, these deities are eulogizing me. This divine entity was none other than goddess Shiva. As Shiva had manifested from the cell of Parvati's body, she was also known as Kaushiki. Kaushiki possessed divine beauty. The demons, Chand and Mund, happened to see her. Both of them went to Shum and described to him about Kaushiki's beauty. Shum wanted to marry her. He sent a messenger named Sugriv to Kaushiki to inform her about his intentions. Sugriv went to Kaushiki and said, you are so beautiful. You are fit to marry a mighty demon king like Shum who rules over all the three worlds. The goddess laughed and said, O messenger! I am ready to marry Shum or Nishum because I know they are very powerful, but there is one problem. As I have taken a vow that I would marry only such a person who defeats me in a battle. The messenger replied, O beautiful lady, how can you fight the mighty Shum who has defeated even the deities and who is the master of all the three worlds? Sugriv made persistent requests, but the goddess refused to go along with him. She instructed him to inform Shum and Nishum about her vow. Killing of Dumralakan. Markandeya says Sugriv went back to Shum and narrated the whole story. Shum became very furious and instructed Dumralakan to bring her by force. Dumralakan went to goddess Bhagavati accompanied by 60,000 demons. Initially, he requested her to come along with him. He also threatened to take her forcibly if she did not accept her proposal. Goddess Bhagavati refused to go along with him. Dumralakan angrily ran towards her. The goddess made a loud roar, as a result of which, Dumralakan's body was reduced to ashes. After his death, Dumralakan's army attacked goddess Bhagavati. The mount of the goddess Singha killed all the demons. When Shum got the news of Dumralakan's death, his anger knew no bounds. He instructed Chand and Mund to go and bring goddess Bhagavati after capturing her. Killing of Chand and Mund. Chand and Mund proceeded with a huge army. At that time, goddess Bhagavati had positioned herself at the peak of Himachal mountain. She was mounted on the back of Singha and was smiling sweetly. Chand and Mund tried to enslave her, but suddenly, goddess Kali appeared from her mouth and ferociously attacked the demons. She devoured some of them and killed the rest. After seeing his huge army vanquished, Chand angrily ran towards goddess Kali. Mund attacked her with a range of arrows, which infuriated goddess Kali, and she pulled Chand by his hair and severed his head by a sword. Seeing him fall to the ground, Mund ran towards goddess Kali, but even he was killed. The rest of the army retreated. After killing Chand and Mund, goddess Kali told goddess Bhagavati, I have done my duty. I have killed Chand and Mund. Now you should do the same by killing Shum and Nishum. Goddess Bhagavati replied, since you have killed the demons, Chand and Mund, from now onwards, you will also become famous as Chandika. Killing of Raktabioi. Markandeya says when Shum got the news of Chand and Mund's death, he became very furious. He proceeded to fight goddess Bhagavati accompanied by numerous mighty warriors like Udaud, Kambu, Kodavirya, Dumravanashajit, Kalak, Kakiya, etc. When goddess Chandika saw them coming, she made a loud sound by pulling the bowstring. The demons came near and surrounded goddess Chandika and goddess Bhagavati from all the sides. Lord Brahma, Lord Shiva and Lord Vishnu became anxious. They created divine entities with the help of effulgence emanating from their bodies. These divine entities resembled goddess Chandika. They instructed these divine entities to kill all the demons. Goddess Chandika requested Lord Shiva to approach Shum and Nishum as her messenger and inform him that they should either take refuge in the Patal Loka or be ready to die. Lord Mahadeva went to the place where Katyayani was fighting the demons. The demons attacked her with different weapons, but Chandika gave them a befitting reply. Unable to face the assault of the goddesses, the demons started fleeing. Seeing this, Raktabioi came forward to fight. Raktabioi was blessed with a boon that was, if a single drop of his blood fell on the ground, this drop would create another form of his. This way, in a very short time, thousands of Raktabijas covered the battlefield. The deities became afraid. Seeing the frightened deities, Bhagavati said to Kali, O Kamanda, open your mouth and drink each drop of blood coming out from the injuries of Raktabioi. After saying this, goddess Bhagavati attacked Raktabioi with her trident. Goddess Kali drank all the blood coming out from his wound. At last, Raktabioi was killed. The deities were pleased. Goddess Kali started to dance with ferocity due to the intoxication caused by drinking of the blood. Killing of Nishum. Markandeya says when Shum and Nishum heard about Raktabioi's death, they were infuriated. Nishum attacked the goddess with a huge army. Shum attacked from the other side. In the fierce battle, goddess Bhagavati broke the sword as well as the shield of Nishum. Nisham then attacked Goddess Bhagavati with his weapon Shakti. Goddess Bhagavati broke it with her chakra. At last, she attacked him with her arrows at him, and as a result, Nisham got injured and fell. When Sham saw Nisham, injured and unconscious, he ran towards Goddess Bhagavati to kill her. Goddess Bhagavati blew her conch and made a thunderous noise by pulling the bowstring. Sham released the dangerous weapon Yugradiptai in the direction of Goddess Bhagavati. But her weapon Maholkanamni destroyed it. Sham thundered loudly and attacked Goddess Bhagavati with a volley of arrows, but none could cause any harm to her. Finally, Goddess Bhagavati attacked Sham with her trident. Sham fell down unconscious. After some time, he regained his consciousness and attacked Goddess Bhagavati with his arrows. But she destroyed all the arrows. In the meantime, Nisham had regained his consciousness. He got up and attacked Goddess Bhagavati with his trident. In the end, Goddess Bhagavati killed Nisham by piercing her trident in his heart. As Nisham was dying, another demon manifested from his body. Even he was killed by her. Her Mount Singha devoured all the dead demons. Killing of Sham. Markandeya says Sham became angry at the death of his brother Nisham. He furiously told the goddess, "O wicked lady! Do not be proud of your strength borrowed from others." Goddess Bhagavati replied, "O wicked demon! I am the only power of this whole universe. I am the origin of cause and effect. Look! All the divinities are entering into my body." The next moment, all the divine entities, which had earlier manifested from the bodies of the deities, united with the goddess. Now, the goddess was alone. A tremendous battle was fought between Goddess Bhagavati and Sham. Ambika attacked him with numerous divine weapons. But, Sham neutralized her attack with his own weapons. Sham covered the whole body of Goddess Bhagavati with his arrows. She broke his bow. After this, Sham attacked her with his weapon named Shakti, which was broken into pieces by her chakra. Now, Sham took out his sword and attacked her with it. She broke his shield and sword with her arrows. Sham then attacked her with his mace. Even his mace was broken into pieces. Sham had no more weapons left with him. He attacked the goddess on her breast with his clenched fist. She slapped him on his face, because of which he fell down. The next moment, he got up and manifested himself in the sky. Now, a tremendous duel was fought between them in the sky. In the end, she dashed him on the ground and pierced the trident in his heart. Sham was instantly killed. After the killing of Sham, all the deities became pleased. The Gandharvas and the deities rejoiced. The Apsaras danced. The whole atmosphere echoed with the sound Shanti Shanti. Devi Statra. Markandeya says, after Goddess Bhagavati had killed Sham, all the deities under the leadership of Indra and Agni started eulogizing her, "O goddess! Be pleased upon us. Protect the whole world, as you are the goddess of this whole universe. You appear in the form of this earth, the base on which everything is situated. Your light illuminates all the living creatures. You are the only power through which creation, nurturing and annihilation takes place. You are the Brahmani, Maheshvari, and the Kamari. We salute you because you have protected us from the terror of the demons. We need your protection from all the calamities of this world." Goddess Bhagavati was extremely pleased by their eulogy. She asked them for any wish. The deities said, "O Akaleshwari! We need your protection. Clear all the obstacles from our path. Eliminate our enemies." Goddess Bhagavati replied, "During Vaivasvat Manavantar, I will take incarnation from Yashoda's womb, the wife of Nand, to kill the demons Sham and Nisham. After that, I will kill the demon Vaiprakit in my most aggressive form. 100 years later, I will manifest myself and would be known as Satakshi because of my 100 eyes. My next incarnation would be known as Shakamhari because I would nurture the whole world during the period of drought. I will kill the demon Durgam during that drought period. I will kill the demon Arun, the tormentor of all the three worlds, by appearing in the form of a bee. Due to this, I will be known as Baitramari. I will take incarnations every time the demons torment the world. Goddess Bhagavati blesses the deities. Goddess Bhagavati says, I will clear all the obstacles from the path of such a man who worships me. A devotee who listens to the great tales of how I killed Mahishasura, Shum and Nishum, on the 8th, 9th, and 14th days of any month, would be liberated from all sins and poverty. He would become free from fear. A devotee must listen to my divine tales during all the religious ceremonies like making sacrifice, worship and performing yajna. By doing this, all his enemies will be eliminated. A man who remembers me when faced with dangerous situation remains protected by me. After blessing the deities, Goddess Bhagavati disappeared from their sight. All the demons, which had survived after the killings of Shum and Nishum, went to the nether world to save their lives. Goddess Bhagavati blesses Surath and the Vaishya. The sage says, O king, I have described in detail about the greatness of Goddess Bhagavati, who is the creator of this universe. She is the one who bestows the knowledge of self to us. She is the Maya by whom the whole world is influenced. You must take her refuge. You can achieve all the pleasures of this world, heaven, as well as liberation. King Surath and the Vaishya went to do their penance. While doing their penance, they chanted the mantras of Devi Sukta. They made an earthen idol of Bhagavati and worshipped it by offering flowers, dup etc. They did an austere penance for 3 years, implying various modes of worship. Sometimes, they observed fast, the other time, they offered their own blood to please Goddess Bhagavati. At last, the goddess was pleased and appeared before them. She said, I am pleased with both of you. I will fulfill whatever you wish. King Surath sought her blessings in regaining his kingdom from the clutches of his enemies. He also requested her to bless him with an undivided kingdom in his next life. The Vaishya requested her to make him free from all kinds of attachments. Goddess Bhagavati said, O king, very soon, you will be able to regain your whole kingdom from your enemies. In your next birth, you would be born as Savarni Manu, the son of Surya. You will also attain self-knowledge and become free from all kinds of attachments. After blessing both of them, Goddess Bhagavati disappeared. Savarn Manvantar. Markandeya says, O great sage, now I am going to tell you about the Manavantar of Savarn, which will be the 9th Manavantar. Savarn was the son of Daksha. During this Manavantar, there will be 3 prominent groups of deities. Each group would comprise of 12 deities. During this Manavantar, Indra would be known as Adbud. The names of the Saptarishis of this Manavantar would be Medhatithi, Vasu, Satya, Chidishman, Diodaman, Sabal and Hatyavahan. Savarn will have 8 sons: Drishtkatu, Barhakatu, Panchahasta, Niramaya, Prithashriva, Akishman, Borodrumna, and Baitriyadme. The 10th Manavantar will be named after the 10th Manasputra of Lord Brahma. During this Manavantar, the names of 2 prominent groups of deities will be Sukesan and Nirada. The total population during this Manavantar will be 100 people. The total number of deities during this Manavantar will also be of the same number. The name of Indra during this 10th Manavantar would be Shanti, and the names of the Saptarishis during this 10th Manavantar would be Apomurti, Havishman, Sakrit, Satya, Nabhag, Apratim and Vashishtha. The 10th Manu would have 10 sons: Sukshitra, Uttamoja, Burishan, Viryavan, Shadanak, Vrishab, and Mitra, Jayadrath, Borodrumna and Suparva. The 11th Manavantar will be named after Savarn, the son of Dharma. During this Manavantar, there will be 3 prominent groups of deities: Vihangam, Kamag, and Nirmanpati. Each group would comprise of 30 deities. Indra would be known by the name of Vrishakya. The name of the Saptarishis of this Manavantar would be Havishman, Varishtha, Niskar, Anug, Vishti, Agnadev etc. The 11th Manu would have 6 sons: Sarvatrag, Sushirma, Devanik, Puradwaha, Hemdanva, and Dradeu. The 12th Manavantar will be named after Savarn, the son of Rudra. The names of the 5 prominent groups of deities of this Manavantar will be Sudharma, Sumna, Harit, Rohit and Suvarn. Each group will comprise of 10 deities. During this Manavatar, Indra would be known by the name of Kratadama. The names of the Saptarishis during this Manavatar would be Duti, Tapasvi, Sudava, Tapomurthy, Taponthi, Taporathi, and Tapothiti. The Manu of this Manavatar would have 6 sons: Devavan, Upadev, Devashrestha, Vijarath, Mitravan, and Mitravinda. Rachya would be the Manu during the 13 Manavatar. 3 prominent groups of deities would be Sudharma, Sukarma and Susharma. During this Manavatar, Indra would be known by the name of Devaspati. The name of the Saptarishis of this Manavatar will be Dhridaman, Avyai, Tatvadarshi, Nirutsuk, Nirmoha, Sutapa and Nishkamp. During this Manavatar, Manu would have 8 sons: Chitrasen, Vishitra, Niyati, Nirbhaya, Drid, Sunetra, Kshetrabudhai, and Suvrad. Rachya Manvantar. Ruchi advised to get married. Markandeya says as soon as the ancestors departed, a beautiful Apsara came near Ruchi. Her name was Pramalika. She said to him, "O great sage, I have a daughter named Malini. The name of my husband is Pushkar. I want to get her betrothed to you. Please accept her as your wife." In course of time, she would give birth to Manu. Ruchi accepted her proposal. Ruchi married Malini in the presence of sages. In course of time, Malini gave birth to a son who was named Rachya. Rachya Manavatar was named after him. Markandeya says during ancient times, the ancestors of Ruchi were not pleased by his unmarried status. He was a sage of high degree and used to have food once a day. The ancestors asked him, "O son, why didn't you get married?" Grihastha ashrama holds a very important place in the life of a man. It is only after paying his 3 debts that a man is entitled to become a householder. All your efforts in paying off your debts towards the deities and ancestors are useless unless you are married. Your aspirations of attaining the supreme abode would go in vain unless you have become a father. Ruchi replied, "Getting married is the root cause of all sorrows. It also obstructs the upward spiritual movement of a man. That is why I am not having any interest in getting married." Having self-control helps a man to attain salvation. The ancestors said the path you have chosen would never lead you towards salvation. A man reaps the fruits of his karmas committed in his previous lives in the form of happiness and sorrow. An intelligent man must act in such a manner that his soul remains aloof from his karmas. Ruchi replied, "The path of actions has been described as an avidya in the Vedas. Why are you pushing me towards that path?" The ancestors replied, "It is true what you have said. But at the same time, it can be proved wrong by one's karmas because karmas are the means by which a man attains self-knowledge. Your belief that your actions are purifying your soul is based on false notions. Actually, by not doing your karma, you are only torturing your soul. Karma is very beneficial for a man's upliftment. So, you must get married to enjoy a blissful life." Ruchi replied, "O great ancestors, who will give his daughter to a poor and an old man like me?" The ancestors warned Ruchi that if he went against their wishes, he would face degradation in every sphere of his life. After saying this, the ancestors disappeared. Ruchi eulogies his ancestors who bless him. Markandeya says after the departure of his ancestors, Ruchi started wandering here and there in his restlessness. After some time, when he regained his composure, he decided to do penance to please Lord Brahma. His penance continued for 100 years. After the accomplishment of his penance, Lord Brahma appeared before him and asked what he desired. Ruchi expressed his desire of getting married as per the aspirations of his ancestors. Lord Brahma blessed him and also instructed Ruchi to eulogize his ancestors so that his wishes could be fulfilled. Ruchi eulogized his ancestors by chanting stotras. "I make salutations to my ancestors who preside over the ceremony of Shraddha, who are pacified even by the deities, by the chanting of Svaha, made during the ceremony of Shraddha. I make salutations to my ancestors who dwell in the space and in the heaven. May my ancestors accept the offerings, which I am making in the form of flowers, cereals, water, dup etc. Markandeya says hardly had Rishi accomplished his eulogy of the ancestors, a very bright effulgence appeared in front of him, who were in fact his ancestors. They said, "Demand any boon." Rishi replied, "Lord Brahma has instructed me to enhance the process of creation. So I need a wife for that purpose." The ancestors said, "Here at this very place, you will find a very beautiful wife. She would give birth to Rachya. You too would become very famous as Prajapati because of your numerous sons, and you will attain salvation in the end." After blessing Rishi, the ancestors departed for heaven. The beginning of Bhautya Manvantar. Markandeya says, "Now I am going to tell you about the origin of Bhautya Manvantar." Sage Angara had a disciple named Buddha. He was short-tempered in nature and used to curse anybody at the earliest opportunity. Everybody, including the deities like Indra, Vayu, Surya etc., were scared of him. Nobody went against his wishes and followed his commands. Buddha had no children and commenced a rigorous penance to achieve one. But still, his aspiration remained unfulfilled. He decided to quit doing penance. His brother named Suvracha invited him to the yajna he was performing. Buddha left the hermitage after entrusting his disciple Shanti to look after its affairs. Shanti tried his best to perform his duties according to the instructions of his teacher Buddha. Yet, one day, the sacrificial fire got extinguished somehow. Shanti became scared at the prospect of facing his preceptor's wrath. He was certain of being cursed by Buddha. Finding no other option, he went to Agni named Jativeda and sought his help. He tried to please him by chanting Agni Statra. He eulogized Agni in many ways. He said, "O Agni, the first of all creations, I need your blessings. Without you, the yajna cannot be performed. All the Vedas are full of praise for you. The deities as well as the demons try to pacify you by making offerings to you." The deity Agni became extremely pleased by Shanti's eulogy and appeared before him. He asked Shanti to express his desire. Shanti requested Agni to reignite the sacrificial fire, which had gone off, so that he does not have to face the wrath of his guru. He then requested Agni to bless his guru with a son having all the good qualities. Agni was very much pleased by Shanti's devotion towards his guru. He said, "Your guru Buddha would have a son named Bhautya after whom the Manvantar would be named." After blessing him, Agni disappeared. Shanti returned to his hermitage and was very pleased to see the sacrificial fire burning. In the meantime, his guru Buddha arrived. His guru was very pleased with the sincerity of Shanti with which he performed his duties in his absence. Buddha said, "O son, I don't understand the reason why my heart is overwhelmed with love. Love is alien to my nature. If you are cognizant of the reason, please tell me." Then Shanti narrated the whole story. Buddha was very pleased by his devotion. He taught all the Vedas to Shanti. In course of time, Bhautya was born to him. He was the Manu of the Bhautya Manvantar. During this Manvantar, there would be 5 prominent groups of deities: Chakshush, Kanishth, Pavitra, Baitrajir, and Haravrit. During this Manvantar, Indra would be known as Shachi. The names of the Saptarishis would be Agni, Agnabayu, Suchi, Mud, Madhav, Shukra and Ajit. Bhautya Manu would have 10 sons: Guh, Gambhir, Brahma, Bharata, Anugraha, Sramani, Pratyr, Vishnu, Sankraman and Subal. A man who listens to the tales of all the 14 Manvantaras is not only blessed but becomes liberated from all his sins. Birth of Martandadev. Lord Brahma had created Daksha from the thumb of his right hand. Daksha's wife was created from the thumb of Brahma's left hand. Daksha had a daughter named Utti. Martandadev was the son of Utti and his father was Kashyapa. Kraustuki asked, "O Lord, why did Vivasvan Surya took birth as the son of Kashyapa?" Markandeya says, during the initial phase of creation, when nothing existed, except a large egg, Lord Brahma manifested inside that egg. Subsequently, he came out from that egg. At that time, a loud sound of Om came out from his mouth. From this sound of Omkar, were created Bhur, Bhava, and in the end Swa. These three mystic words are the forms of Surya. After that, three more mystic words were created Maha, Jan, and Tapa, each of the former word being grosser than the latter one. In the end, the word Satya was created, which was the grossest of all. These seven mystic words related with the Omkar illustrate the gross and the subtle forms of Vivasvan. Manifestation of the sun god Aditya and the Vedas. Markandeya says after Brahma came out from that egg, Rigveda manifested from his first mouth. From the mouth facing south, manifested the Yajurveda. After that, Samaveda manifested from his mouth facing west. In the end, Atharvaveda came out from the mouth facing north. The Rigveda symbolizes the Rajoguna while the Yajurveda symbolizes the Sattvaguna. Samaveda comprises of Tamoguna whereas Atharvaveda is the mixture of Sattva and Tamoguna. The manifestation of the Vedas had illuminated the whole atmosphere. But the manifestation of Omkar overlapped their radiance and covered all the Vedas. At last, the radiance of the Vedas got united with that of the Omkar. The Rigveda symbolizes the form of Brahma during the period of creation while Yajurveda symbolizes Lord Vishnu during the whole period of nurturing. Samaveda is symbolical of Rudra at the time of annihilation. Markandeya says in the beginning of the creation, Surya shed unbearable amount of heat. This made the process of creation very difficult. Lord Brahma became worried. He thought due to the extreme heat of the sun, all the water on this earth is getting evaporated. If this continues to happen, then how would the creatures survive? Lord Brahma eulogized Surya to please him. He said, I make salutations to Surya who is the object of contemplation of great sages, who is the source of all energy. O Surya! It is only because of you that I can create, nurture, and annihilate. You are the protector of this universe created from the Panchatattvas. Please subdue your radiance so that I can commence my creation. Vivasvan Surya became very pleased by Brahma's eulogy and subdued his radiance. Thus, it became possible for Lord Brahma to begin his creation. He created the deities, demons, human beings, animals, vegetation etc. in the same way as he had done in earlier kalpas. Progenies of Kashyapa and Utti's eulogy of Devakar. Markandeya says Lord Brahma, after having created the universe, divided the earth into various islands. He also created the oceans and the mountains. Marishi, the son of Brahma, was the father of Kashyapa. Kashyapa was married to the 10 daughters of Daksha. He had numerous sons from them like the deities, the demons, and many creatures like reptiles. Utti was the mother of the deities, Dithi of the demons, Danu of the Danavas. Vinata gave birth to Garuda and Arun. Ravasa was the mother of Yakshas and the Rakshasas, Kadru of the Nagas. Muni was the mother of Gandharvas. Krodha was the mother of Kolyavaganas, Rishta of Apsaras. Ira was the mother of the elephants and Tamra was the mother of Shyani. Ila gave birth to all the vegetation while Pradha gave birth to the insects. The earth was inhabited with the progenies of Utti's sons. Lord Brahma had made the deities masters of all the 3 worlds. This decision of Brahma had made the Daityas, Danavas, and Rakshasas very angry. They got united and started causing obstacles in the path of the deities. A great battle was fought between the deities and the demons in which the deities were defeated. Utti, the mother of the deities, became very sad. She did a rigorous penance to please the sun god. She observed fasts and eulogized the sun god for most of her time. At last, the sun god appeared before her, but she could not bear his radiance, which was so powerful that she could not even open her eyes. She requested him to subdue his power so that she could see him. Utti gives birth to Aditya. Markandeya says after being pleased by the eulogy of Utti, the sun shed its radiance and became somber. Now, Utti could see him. She said, O Lord, be pleased upon me. The Daityas and the Danavas have captured all the 3 worlds from my sons. I request you to take birth as my son and defeat the demons. The sun god agreed to take birth as her son. In course of time, Utti became pregnant. She engaged herself in religious activities so that she could become a mother of a virtuous child. Seeing his pregnant wife observing fasts, Kashyapa became very angry. He said it is not proper for a pregnant woman to observe fast as it may prove to be harmful to the foetus. Why are you trying to destroy it? Utti replied, I am not trying to destroy my foetus. After taking birth, our child will destroy our enemies. In her anger, Utti released her foetus. Kashyapa started chanting the mantras of Rigveda. In a very short time, her child came out from that foetus. A heavenly voice was heard which said, O sage! Since you have called this foetus, Marat, therefore your son would be famously known as Martund. After the birth of Martund, the morale of the deities was boosted up. Indra challenged the demons. A tremendous battle ensued between both the sides. Martund glanced towards the demons, as a result of which they were charred to death. The deities were pleased and eulogized Martund. At last, the deities regained their territories they had lost to the demons. Markandeya says Vishvakarma had married his daughter Sangya to the sun god. But being unable to face the unbearable radiance of the sun, she went to do penance after instructing her shadow to perform the duties of an ideal wife on her behalf. Ultimately, she returned back to her husband only after Vishvakarma had subdued the radiance of the sun god. Vishvakarma then eulogized the sun god by saying, I make salutations to the sun god whose existence is beneficial for the whole universe. I make salutations to one whose own origin remains a mystery and who enables our eyes to see. I make salutations to the sun god who destroys darkness and who lightens up the whole world. Rajyavardhan subjects eulogy sun god for his long life. Kraustuki says, O Lord! Enlighten us on the greatness of Bhaskar. Markandeya replied, there was a king named Rajyavardhan. His subjects were very happy and satisfied under his rule. They were free from all the diseases. Rajyavardhan ruled for 7,000 long years. His wife was Manini. One day, while Manini was applying oil on his head, she saw a grey hair. She became very sad and started crying. A drop of tear fell on the king. He asked the queen as to why she was crying. The queen told him about the reason. The king laughingly said, I am fully satisfied by my rule of 7,000 years. The grey hair on my head is an indication that I must now abandon my worldly life and become a recluse. This would be more appropriate for me. When his subjects came to know about his decision, they became sad. But nothing could make the king change his mind. He decided to become a recluse after appointing his son as his successor. The king called the astrologers for consultation. The astrologers advised the king to change his mind. But Rajyavardhan did not listen to them. At last, his subjects decided to eulogize the sun god and demand a long life for their king. All of them started worshipping the sun god. A Gandharv whose name was Sudama appeared before them and instructed them to go to a forest named Guhavishal and continue their penance. All of them went to the forest as per the instruction of the Gandharv. There was a beautiful temple of Lord Bhaskar in the forest. They worshipped Surya and eulogized him. Their worship continued for 3 months, after which the sun god became pleased and appeared before them. Lord Bhaskar asked them to demand any boon. He said, O Brahmin! Demand anything you wish. All of them said, O Lord! If you are really pleased with us, then bless our king Rajyavardhan with a long life. Please bless him with an eternal youth and a life free from all the deities. We want our king to live for 10,000 years. The sun god blessed them by saying, so be it. After receiving the boons, all of them came to the king's palace and narrated the whole story. The queen was very pleased, but the king was worried. The queen was surprised at the king's sadness even after getting such good news. The king replied, what is the use of remaining alive for 10,000 years? You won't be alive then. Will I be able to enjoy my life in your absence? Will not the deaths of my sons, my grandsons, and my near and dear ones make me sad? The boon of myself enjoying life for 10,000 years will actually prove to be a curse. The queen sadly said, "Whatever you have said is true. I could not understand this fact because of my ignorance. Now, you must do your duty, as the boon of the sun god is not going to go in vain." The king decided to go to the mountain Prabhitriti and do penance. He wanted to receive a boon from sun god, which enabled all his subjects and his relatives to remain alive as long as he lived. The queen also decided to move along with the king. Both of them did an austere penance. The sun god appeared before them and blessed them. Thus, Rajyavardhan lived for 10,000 years along with his subjects. Martandadev and his descendants. Markandeya says Martandadev had a son named Manu. The seventh Manavatar in which we are living is named after him. Manu had many sons, among whom Narishyant, Nabhag, Prishadna, and Drisht were the rulers of different kingdoms. Manu had performed a special yajna named Mitravarana with the desire of having more sons. But after the yajna, a daughter was born to him and who was named Ila. Manu then requested Mitravarana to transform that girl into a boy, if he was really pleased with him. Both the deities blessed Manu and instantly that girl was transformed into a boy. He was named Sudryamna. One day, Sudryamna had gone to the forest for hunting. Incidentally, because of the wrath of goddess Parvati, he again got transformed into a lady. At that time, he was married to Bhuth and a son named Pururava was born to them. Later on, he regained his body of the male. This time, he became the father of Utkal, Vinay, and Gaya. All these three sons were very just rulers. Pururava was made the king of Pratisthanpur. Famous mythological tales. King Prishadna. King Prishadna was the son of Manu. One day, he had gone to the forest on a hunting spree. He killed a cow by mistake. This cow belonged to an Agnihotri Brahmin who was performing a yajna. The Brahmin became very furious and cursed Prishadna to become a Shudra. King Prishadna too became angry and he wanted to retaliate. He took some water in his hand and was just about to curse the Brahmin. Just then the Brahmin's father Mali arrived. He warned both of them against cursing each other. He said anger decreases the lifespan of a man. It also destroys the knowledge and makes a man, a destitute. An angry person can neither be virtuous nor he can accumulate wealth. Even if the king had killed the cow deliberately, he is worthy of being shown compassion. But if he has committed the sin out of his ignorance, then certainly, he is not fit to be cursed. Therefore, O son, don't curse the king. The cow must have died because of her own past karmas. King Prishadna made salutations to the Agnihotri Brahmin and said in a loud voice, "Be pleased on me. I did not kill the cow deliberately. It only happened by mistake." The Brahmin replied, "O king, I have never spoken a lie in my life. Even my curse which I have given to you will not go in vain." Sage Mali took his son to his hermitage. In course of time, Prishadna became a Shudra due to the curse. Prince Nabhag. Markandeya says Nabhag was the son of King Dishta. One day, he saw a beautiful woman who was the daughter of a Vaishya. He was very enchanted by her beauty and wanted to marry her. He went to the Vaishya and expressed his desire. The Vaishya was terrified at the prospect of facing the wrath of the king. He said, "You belong to a royal family whereas I am a poor man. There is no match between both of us. Why do you insist on marrying my daughter?" Nabhag was not amused at the Vaishya's reply. He threatened to give up his life if he was not married. The Vaishya went to the king and narrated the whole story. The king consulted his ministers and the Brahmins. The Brahmin said Prince Nabhag should first marry a woman within his own caste, only then he can marry the Vaishya's daughter, otherwise he would be committing a grave sin. Nabhag was not satisfied by the Brahmin's decision. He decided to forcibly abduct the Vaishya's daughter. The Vaishya went to the king and sought his help. The king gave death punishment to Nabhag. Hearing of this punishment, Nabhag went into hiding. The royal army went in search of him and finally found him. Then a tough battle was fought and ultimately, Nabhag was victorious. The king himself came forward to fight with Nabhag. As the battle was going on, sage Narada appeared and requested the king to stop fighting. He said, "O king, please stop this battle. Being a Kshatriya, it is not proper for you to fight a battle with a Vaishya, which your son has become after abducting a Vaishya girl. He is not entitled to fight with you." Curse of sage Pramati. Markandeya says the king stopped fighting at the request of Narada. Nabhag married the Vaishya girl. After the marriage, the king ordered Nabhag to follow a Vaishya's occupation. Nabhag got engaged in activities like animal husbandry and agriculture. With the passage of time, a son was born and who was named Balandan. When he grew up, his mother entrusted him the job of looking after the cows. Balandan knew nothing about the job he was entrusted with. He went to Sage Neep and told his problem. Sage Neep understood everything and taught him the nuances of handling various weapons, as a result of which, he became a master in this art. After this, Balandan went to Vaishyarat, the son of Patravya, and demanded his share in the kingdom of his great-grandfather. Vaishyarat refused to give anything by saying, "Being the son of a Vaishya, you are not entitled to become a king." Balandan became very angry and attacked Vaishyarat with a huge army. In this battle, Vaishyarat was defeated. Now, Balandan had control over the entire earth. He returned to his father, Nabhag, in order to hand over the reign of the kingdom. He had won in the battle. But Nabhag refused to take anything by saying, "I have been cursed by my father to become a Vaishya. I cannot go against his wishes by taking over the responsibility of a king, as this would disturb the peace of my ancestors who are in heaven, and even I would not attain liberation. The second thing is that you have won this kingdom by your power and strength. It will not be proper for me to rule over this kingdom." Suprabha, the wife of Nabhag, was listening to their conversation. She could not stop laughing. She said, "You are not a Vaishya, because I too belong to a Kshatriya family." During ancient times, a king named Sudev had a friend, Nala. One day both of them went to the forest to hunt. In the forest, Nala saw sage Pramati's wife and became enchanted by her immense beauty. He wanted to marry her and tried to forcibly abduct her. Being a chaste woman, Pramati's wife started shouting for help. Sage Pramati heard her screams and arrived at the site. He became enraged when he saw Nala trying to abduct his wife and King Sudev doing nothing to protect her. Pramati requested King Sudev to protect his wife from Nala. King Sudev lied to Sage Pramati about his caste, to help his friend Nala. He said, "I cannot help you because I am a Vaishya. You must go to any Kshatriya to take help." Sage Pramati was exasperated. He fumed, "You will certainly become a Vaishya as you have lied to me about your caste." Balandan and Vatsapri. Nabhag told his wife, "I would never accept the kingdom for the second time, which I had relinquished at the instruction of my father." He then instructed his son to rule over the kingdom he had won. Following his father's instructions, Balandan started ruling over his kingdom. Later on, he got married and begot a son named Vatsapri. Vatsapri was married to Sananda when he attained youthhood. Vatsapri married her after killing the demon Kajarimha. There was a king named Vijarath. He had two sons whose names were Suniti and Sumti. One day, while Vijarath was having his usual walk, he saw a large pit. He became very curious. Just then, a sage arrived at the scene whose name was Suvrut. Pointing his finger towards the pit, the king asked Suvrut as to what it was. The sage said, "A demon by the name of Kajarimha lives inside this pit. He controls all the events, which occur on this earth and in heaven. He possesses a mace called Sunand, and which was made by Vishvakarma. This large pit which you see is the result of the assault he made with his mace. This demon is very cruel and wicked. He torments the deities and destroys the oblation sites of the sages. There is one very peculiar characteristic related with his mace. The mace would become powerless if touched by a woman. But this is only a temporary change because it regains its power the next day. But this fact is unknown to the demon." After saying this, Sage Suvrut went on his way. King Vijayarath returned to his palace and consulted his ministers. His daughter, Madhavati, was listening to their conversation. One day, the demon abducted Madhavati. The king sent both his sons accompanied by a huge army to bring her back, but the demon defeated them. The king made a declaration that he will marry his daughter to anybody who brings back his daughter and sons from the clutches of the demon. Hearing his declaration, Vatsapri came to Vijayarath and said, "Give me your permission. I will bring back your daughter and your sons after releasing them from the clutches of the demon." Vijayarath gave the permission. Vatsapri entered into the netherland through that large pit. A tremendous battle ensued between him and the demon. This battle continued for 3 days. On the final day of the battle, the demon tried to take the help of his mace and went to grab hold of it. But sensing that the demon was going to pick up the mace, she immediately touched the mace, as a result of which it became powerless. Being unaware of this happening, the demon attacked Vatsapri with that powerless mace. But he could not harm Vatsapri. Ultimately, Vatsapri was successful in killing the demon. Vatsapri released all 3 of them, Suniti, Sumti, and Madhavati, from the demon's captivity and brought them back to the king's palace. After the death of the demon, Shashnag acquired the mace. Madhavati's name was later changed to Sunanda, after that mace. King Vijayarath became very pleased and married Madhavati to Vatsapri. The kingdoms of Pranchu, Prajati and Kanitra. Markandayasa Sunanda gave birth to 12 sons. Their names were Pranchu, Pravir, Shoer, Suchakra, Vikrama, Krama, Bala, Balak, Chand, Prachand, Suvikrama and Svarup. After growing up, Pranchu became the king. Pranchu had a son named Prajati. Prajati had 5 sons, among whom Kanitra was one of them. Kanitra became a mighty king and was very famous for his religiousness and virtuosity. He distributed the kingdoms among his brothers. Shri was made the king of the eastern region, Udavasu of the southern region, Muni of the western region, while Maharathi was made the king of northern region. One day, a minister of Shri, Vishvavati, instigated him against his brother Kanitra by saying, "O king, you must try to capture your brother's kingdom, as your kingdom is too small for your descendants to rule over. A time may come when your descendants would be forced to choose agriculture as their occupation, because the continuous distribution of your kingdom among your progenies would leave almost nothing for them." Shri said, "My brother is so kind to me. Why should I cheat him like that?" The minister said, "The duty of the king is only to look after the kingdom's interest. The relation should not come in the way." At last, the minister was successful in convincing him. After some time, the wicked minister also influenced the rest of his brothers. Ultimately, King Kanitra was left all alone, as all of his ministers and even his sons were misguided by Vishvavati. Vishvavati appointed 4 priests of Kanitra as the supervisor of yagyas. One day, while the priests were performing yagya, 4 ogresses appeared from the sacrificial fire and tried to attack King Kanitra. But they could not harm him because of his virtuous character. They then turned towards Vishvavati and the priests and killed all of them. Thus, Vishvavati bore the fruits of evil deeds. King Kanitra. Markandayasa's people present at the oblation site were shocked to see the dead bodies of Vishvavati and the 4 priests. When Kanitra got this news, he too was shocked. Kanitra went to Vasishtha and asked him the reason about the deaths of his brother's minister and the 4 priests. Vasishtha revealed the conspiracy hatched by Vishvavati to kill him. Kanitra, in a sad tone, said, "Shame on me, as I have been the cause of the death of the Brahmins. Had I not taken birth as a human being, my brother's priests won't have died. I am the real culprit. What should I do now? Where should I go?" The remorseful Kanitra decided to relinquish his kingdom and go to the forest to do penance so that he could get liberated from the grave sins of causing death to the Brahmins. He went to the forest accompanied by his 3 queens after appointing his son Kashyap as the king. He did a severe penance for 350 years. After that, he died because of his bad health. All the 3 queens died too and went to heaven along with him. King Vivansha. Markandeya says King Kashyap ruled justly in the same way as his father Kanitra did. Kashyap's wife was Prumtha. They had a son who was handsome and mighty. He had defeated all the kings and annexed their kingdom. He was married to Nandini, the princess of Vidarbha. Nandini gave birth to a son who was named Vivansha. Vivansha was a very mighty king. During his reign, the earth had become very populated. The enemies of King Vivansha were very afraid of him, but his subjects were satisfied by his just rule. King Vivansha had performed numerous yagyas, and after ruling for a long time, he attained martyrdom while fighting a battle. King Kaninatra. Markandeya says Kaninatra was the son of King Vivansha. He was very brave and valiant. The Gandharvas had proclaimed that no one could match Kaninatra's benevolence, who had donated the whole earth after accomplishing 10,000 yagyas. Kaninatra had given so much wealth as donations to the Brahmins that there was no need for them to take donations for the rest of their lives. Kaninatra was sonless. One day, he went to the forest to hunt an animal for sacrificial purpose needed during Pitra Yagya. The performance of this yagya was supposed to bless him with a son. In the forest, he saw a deer that was cognizant of his desire. The deer requested him by saying, "O king, you can get my flesh by killing me." The king was very amazed. He asked the deer as to why it was willing to get sacrificed. The deer replied, "O king, I don't have any offspring. For this reason, I consider my life as useless." While the conversation was going on between the king and the deer, another deer came near them and expressed his desire to get sacrificed by saying, "O king, please kill me and get the flesh, because the flesh of this sonless deer would be of no help to you." The king was astonished. He asked the second deer as to why he was willing to die. The second deer replied, "O king, I have numerous sons and daughters, and this worries me a lot. Whenever my children go out in search of food, I become very anxious till they have returned to me safely. This way, I pass the whole day and night in anxiety." The king was very confused. He said, "I don't know who is superior between a sonless person and a person who doesn't have any son. Although I needed the flesh for the accomplishment of Pitrayagya, but now after meeting both of you, I have become confused. It is true that a man has to face all kinds of sorrows because of their children, but yet, a sonless man is not complete and remains indebted. So, I have decided to get a son by doing a penance just like my predecessors did in the past." Karandham. Markandeya says King Kaninatra went at the bank of the river Gomti and started doing a severe penance to please Indra. After being pleased by his devotion and eulogy, Indra appeared before him. He said to Kaninatra, "O king, I am very much pleased by your devotion. Demand anything you wish." The king replied, "O Lord, if you are really pleased with me, then bless me with a religious and virtuous son, because I am a sonless person." Indra blessed him by saying, "So be it," and then disappeared. Kaninatra returned to his palace. In course of time, a son was born to him. He named the child Balashva. When Balashva grew up, he became the king after the death of his father. He annexed many kingdoms after defeating his enemies and imposed taxes on them. After some time, his enemies not only stopped paying him the taxes but also regrouped themselves and recaptured their lost territories. Balashva had become weak due to the constant battles. He had only the capital city in his possession and had lost the other territories. One day, his enemies surrounded his capital. Balashva became restless as he would be no match for his enemies. In a sorrowful mood, he heaved deeply, covering his face by both his hands. The exhaled air resulted into the manifestation of numerous valiant fighters, chariots, elephants, and horses. Very soon, this huge army covered the whole area. This army battled under the leadership of Balashva. Ultimately, the enemies were defeated. Later on, King Balashva became famous as Karandham because of the huge army, which had manifested from between both the trembling hands of Balashva. King Avikshit. Birth of Avikshit and abduction of Vaishalini. Markandeya says Shubhavrata, the daughter of Viryachandra, had decided to marry Karandham. A son was born to them who was named as Avikshit. The astrologers had predicted a very bright future for him. Avikshit learned lessons in handling all kinds of weapons from the son of Kanva. In a very short time, he attained mastery in the art of weaponry. Vara, Gauri, Subhadra, Niba, Lilavati, Maniyavati, and Kumridwati had chosen Avikshit as their husband in a Svayamvara. Avikshit had also forcibly married numerous other women. Once, a Svayamvara was conducted in the palace of the king of Vishal for his daughter Sudati Vaishalini. Avikshit was present in the Svayamvara. But Sudati, due to her arrogant nature, did not choose Avikshit as her husband. Hence, he forcibly abducted her by defeating the other kings. The fact that a single man had defeated all of them had made the other kings ashamed of themselves. All of them decided to fight Avikshit unitedly. They picked up their arms and marched towards Avikshit with a huge army. Avikshit defeated, liberation and disenchantment. Markandeya says a ferocious battle ensued between Avikshit's army and the other kings. Both sides fought bravely and Avikshit managed to kill many of the kings but was outnumbered and got severely wounded. Avikshit was finally made captive. Avikshit and Sudati Vaishalini were brought to the king of Vishal. The king instructed Sudati Vaishalini to choose any king as her husband, but she refused this offer. The king then requested his astrologer to choose an auspicious day for her marriage. The astrologer said to the king, "O king, the present time is not auspicious for marriage, but don't worry, very soon, the princess would get married at the advent of the most auspicious moment." When King Karandham came to know about his son's defeat and captivity, he consulted his friends. All of them decided to attack the kingdom of Vishal and release Avikshit from captivity. Karandham marched towards the kingdom of Vishal followed by a huge army. A tremendous battle was fought for 3 days. Karandham became victorious in this battle. At last, Avikshit was rescued from his captivity. King Vishal decided to marry his daughter with Avikshit, but Avikshit was disillusioned with life. He said to Vishal, "I can never accept such a woman as my wife who has witnessed my defeat. I have decided to renounce life. So, it would be better if you marry your daughter with somebody else." King Vishal asked his daughter to choose any other king as her husband, as Avikshit was not willing to marry her. But the princess wanted to marry Avikshit and believed that he still remained an undefeated king because he had fought single-handedly with all the kings. He was defeated only because of unfair means adopted by his jealous rivals in the battle. "I shall accept only Avikshit as my husband, otherwise I shall remain unmarried," said the princess. King Karandham requested his son to marry the princess, but Avikshit turned down even his father's request. Seeing the futility of his advice, Karandham returned to his kingdom. Avikshit too went along with him. Sudati Vaishalini went in the forest to do penance. She observed a fast for 3 months. She became very weak but still continued with her penance. The deities felt sorry at her condition. They sent an envoy to persuade her to discontinue with her penance. The envoy requested her to stop torturing herself. "You would be a mother of a Chakravarti king who would be mighty and powerful," said the envoy. Sudati Vaishalini said, "How can I become a mother without a husband? I have decided that nobody except Avikshit will be my husband. But he has turned down my proposal. So, I have vowed to remain unmarried in this life." The envoy said, "O great soul, I have been asked not to reveal much. You must take care of your health. Due to the virtues of your penance, you will certainly become a mother." Sudati following her instructions and broke her fast. Avikshit promises his father to get married. Markandeya says, once, Veera, the wife of King Karandham and mother of Avikshit, had taken a vow to accomplish a very arduous penance. But this could only be accomplished with Karandham's and Avikshit's assistance. Karandham had assured her that he would provide all the wealth required for the accomplishment of that austerity, while Avikshit had assured her of physical help. Veera commenced her arduous austerity named Kimikak Vrata. This particular Vrata had a peculiar characteristic, and that was any demand made during the course of the Vrata, ought to be fulfilled at any cost, failing which meant forfeiting all the virtues of this arduous austerity. King Carandham was consulting his minister about the means that would change Avikshit's decision regarding his marriage. The ministers said that as Carandham had become old, there was an urgent need for his successor. The question was that who would become king after Avikshit, as he had decided to remain unmarried. This thought was tormenting all of them. Suddenly, King Carandham heard the priest who was assisting Queen Vera in the accomplishment of the Kimik-Hak Vrata, telling somebody the queen is busy performing the Kimik-Hak Vrata. What is your demand? I promise, it will be fulfilled by the queen no matter how extraordinary it may be. Avikshit too arrived at the scene. He promised that their demands would be met without delay, as it was obligatory for the success of Kimik-Hak Vrata, which his mother was performing. Seeing the time as opportune, King Carandham said before the people could say anything, "O son, I have a demand. Promise me that you will fulfill it." Avikshit gave his word. The king said that he aspired for a grandson, but this was impossible unless he got married. Initially, Avikshit tried to convince Carandham that it was an impossible task, as he had vowed to remain a celibate, but ultimately he had to change his mind to honor his words. Avikshit rescues Vaishalini. Markandeya says once, Avikshit had gone for a hunt in the forest when suddenly, he heard a female voice shouting for help. He proceeded in the direction of the voice. After reaching there, he saw Danu's son Dradaksha, holding a lady by her hair. The woman was crying, "I am the wife of Avikshit. This wicked demon is trying to abduct me." Avikshit was surprised as to how could the lady claim that she was his wife. He apprehended that it must be the illusionary tactics of the demon to trap him. But despite his apprehensions, he went near the wailing woman to release her from the clutches of that demon. He warned the demon of dire consequences if he did not release her. The demon left the woman and attacked Avikshit. A tremendous duel was fought. In the end, Avikshit severed the head of that demon. The deities were very pleased at Dradaksha's death. They praised Avikshit for his bravery. They asked him to demand any boon. Avikshit demanded a valiant son for himself as per the aspirations of his father Carandham. The deities said, "You would get your son from this very woman you have rescued. The child would become a very mighty king after growing up." Being unaware of the real identity of Vaishalini, he told the deities, "I had vowed to remain a bachelor but changed my decision only due to the word I had given to my father. But I cannot marry this woman because by doing so, I would be breaching the trust of that woman who wanted to marry me and who had rejected everybody for my sake." The deities then revealed to him that this lady was none other than Vaishalini, whom he was talking about. "She had done a severe penance to be your wife." After saying this, the deities disappeared. Vaishalini requested him to accept her as his wife. "You have rescued me from this demon. I offer myself to you," said Vaishalini. Avikshit marries Vaishalini. Markandeya says after Vaishalini had finished her lines, Avikshit told her that he was forced to abandon her in the past after getting defeated, but once again, he had regained her after defeating the demon. Both of them decided to get married in the forest itself. Right then, a Gandharv, Tanaya, arrived there accompanied by many apsaras and revealed to Avikshit that Vaishalini was his daughter in her previous birth. Because of the curse given to her by sage Agastya, she was born to the king of Vishal. Now you must accept her as your wife. Avikshit married Vaishalini under the supervision of Tumbru, the priest of the Gandharvs. Both of them then accompanied the Gandharvs to the Gandharv Loka. There, Vaishalini gave birth to a son. Knowing about the feats the child would accomplish in future, the Gandharvs celebrated his birth ceremony with great fanfare. After the birth ceremony, while Tumbru was eulogizing the child, everybody heard a heavenly voice, which said, "This child will become famous as Marut, he will become the ruler of all the Mahipals." Everybody was extremely satisfied by this forecast. King Marut. Marut ascends the throne. Markandeya says after the birth of Marut, Avikshit accompanied by Vaishalini returned to his father's palace. After making salutations to his father, he kept the newborn baby in his lap and told him that he had kept his word. Carandham became very pleased after seeing his grandson. In course of time, Marut grew up. He had mastered all the scriptures. He was also proficient in handling all kinds of weapons. There was nobody like him. Carandham had become old. He decided to go to the forest after making Avikshit the king, but Avikshit was not interested in becoming a king. He too wanted to go to the forest. He said the shame of the defeat still remains there. How can a person, who was not able to protect himself, protect his subjects? Carandham tried his best to convince him to become his successor, but Avikshit was firm in his resolve. Finding no other option, Marut was made the king. Marut went to the forest and did penance for 1000 years. His wife did the same and went to live in sage Bhargava's hermitage. A hermit advises Marut on behalf of Vira. Kraustuki asks Markandeya, "O Lord, we want to know more about Marut." Markandeya says after becoming the king, Marut started ruling in a just manner. He performed many yagyas under the supervision of numerous yagyikas and esteemed priests. Angara's son Samvart and Brihaspati's brother were his chief priests under whose supervision the yagyas used to be performed. Samvart had brought the peak of Munjavan mountain after uprooting it, for Marut. King Marut's palace and the sacred oblation site were constructed on this very mountain peak. One day, a hermit said to Marut, "Your grandmother Vira is very tormented by the nuisance the serpents are creating around the sacred oblation site. She is very displeased by your negligence. The serpents have bitten 7 sons of a sage and have also polluted the water of the sacred pond. The sages have started making offerings to the serpents to please them, instead of paying attention on the performance of the yagyas. Although the sages are capable of destroying the serpents, yet they have decided against doing so, as this is not their job. This is the job of a king. A king should be aware of each and every event taking place in his kingdom. You are not aware of the misdeeds of the serpents because you don't have any detective to keep you informed of such events. Being a king, it is your duty to protect your subjects by punishing the wrongdoers. If you don't do this, then you will become a sinner. O king, your grandmother is very much concerned about your negligent attitude and wants you to act in a way befitting a king. The serpents take the refuge of Bhamini." Markandeya says Marut was ashamed after hearing the sage's words. He cursed himself for his negligence. He picked up his bow and arrows in anger and went to the oblation site. When he reached there, he saw the dead bodies of 7 hermits lying on the ground. Being enraged, he picked up his most devastating weapon named Samvartake. The serpents became terrified as the tremendous amount of heat generated by this weapon had started to burn them. Unable to bear the tremendous heat caused by the weapon, the serpents took the refuge of Bhamini, the mother of Marut. Sometime in the past, Vaishalini had promised to protect the serpents when in danger. Vaishalini requested her husband Avikshit to persuade Marut against killing the serpents. Avikshit told her that the intensity of Marut's anger was a result of the grave sins committed by the serpents. "But for your sake, I will request him to pardon the serpents. If he still does not agree to stop killing the serpents, then I will have no option but to destroy his weapon Samvartake." After saying this, Avikshit picked up his bow and arrows and went to the oblation site accompanied by his wife. The hermit's sons become alive. Markandeya says when Avikshit reached the oblation site, he found that the whole atmosphere was ablaze by the tremendous heat generated by Marut's weapon, Samvartake. He requested Marut to drop his weapon, but Marut refused by saying, "O father, these serpents are the culprits. They have killed the hermit's sons. They have also polluted the reservoir and caused obstacles in the accomplishment of oblation rituals. I am never going to forgive them." Avikshit told Marut that the serpents had taken his refuge and hence he should forgive them to protect the honor of his father's promise. When Marut did not listen, Avikshit picked up his weapon Kal to kill him. Marut inquired from him as to why he was trying to kill his own son, who was just performing his duty of protecting the oblation site from the serpents. Avikshit replied that he too was duty-bound to protect the serpents that had taken his refuge. When the sages saw both father and son were bent on killing each other, they intervened and advised them against killing each other. Right then, a sage came with the news that the serpents had agreed to make all the dead sons of the hermit alive. Thus, all the dead sons of the hermits became alive, and once again, the father and son were prevented from killing each other. From then onwards, Marut took proper care while ruling his kingdom. Later on, he married Sukeshathe, daughter of Kakaya, Sindavi the daughter of Sindhuraj, Vayoshmati the daughter of Chediraj, etc. He had 18 sons from his wives, among whom Narishyant was the eldest. King Narishyant. Markandeya says among the 18 sons of Marut, Narishyant was the eldest. Marut ruled over his kingdom for 70,015 years, after which Narishyant succeeded him as the king. Marut went to the forest to do penance. After becoming the king, Narishyant decided to perform a grand yajna, the like of which had never been accomplished by his ancestors. Narishyant made such huge donations to the Brahmins that it was more than enough for their future generations to come. Once, Narishyant decided to organize another yajna grander than the earlier one. But no priest was found to supervise it. At his repeated requests, some Brahmins agreed to supervise the yajna. But this particular yajna was unique of its kind because the Brahmins played the part of host as well as that of priests. The Brahmins made donations to the Brahmins who were acting as priests. In this grand yajna, crores of yajnas were performed in all the directions of the earth at one time. This grand yajna was possible only because of the wealth donated to the Brahmins by King Narishyant. Narishyant was such a religious and virtuous king. Narishyant felt joyous that due to his donations, the Brahmins had become wealthy, and at the same time, he was also sad that his desire of performing a grand yajna was not going to be accomplished as the Brahmins no longer needed donations. Sumna chooses Dhamma as her husband. Markandeya says Dhamma was the son of Narishyant. His mother was Indrasena, the daughter of Babaru. He became the master in archery under the tutelage of Vrishparva. He also learnt the nuances of handling other kinds of weapons under the guidance of Dundubhai. He learnt the scriptures from sage Shakti and the art of yoga from Ashartishan. Sumna, the daughter of King Charusharma, had chosen Dhamma as her husband in a Svayamvara. But Mahaling, Vayoshman, and Mahadhanu did not like her decision, as they too wanted to marry her. All three of them decided to abduct her by force and marry whoever among them she decided to marry with. Their evil intentions were corroborated by the friends of Dhamma. Thus, all three of them abducted Sumna. Dhamma became angry. He asked all the kings who were present in the Svayamvara, "Tell me whether Svayamvara is religious or irreligious." One of the kings said that certainly a Svayamvara is religious and only Dhamma has the right to marry Sumna as she had herself chosen him. But some other kings supported Dhamma's opponents. They said Rakshas Vivaha is the norm prevalent among people possessing arms. Only such a person has a right to marry Sumna who has defeated his rivals. Dhamma became furious with them. He knew that they were saying such things out of jealousy. But still he decided to accept their proposal. He threw an open challenge by saying, "Anybody who wants to die may abduct my wife in front of my eyes." A tremendous battle was fought between Dhamma and his opponents. At first, Mahaling came forward to fight him with a sword in his hand. Dhamma showered a volley of arrows at him. All the arrows were neutralized by Mahaling. After that, Mahaling jumped and climbed on the chariot of Dhamma. Dhamma severed his head. After the killing of Mahaling, Vayoshman came forward to fight Dhamma, but his sword was broken into 2 pieces by the assault of Dhamma. Dhamma then killed his charioteer. After that, Vayoshman picked up his spiked mace, but Dhamma destroyed even this mace. In the battle, Vayoshman got injured and fell on the ground. Vayoshman quit the idea of fighting. Seeing him reluctant to fight, Dhamma spared his life. At last, Charusharma married his daughter Sumna with Dhamma. After staying for some days at his father-in-law's place, Dhamma returned home accompanied by his wife Sumna. Killing of Narishyant. Markandeya says when the newly married couple Dhamma and Sumna returned to the capital, King Narishyant was extremely pleased. King Narishyant, after knowing about the brave deeds of his son, was very proud of him. As he had become old, he appointed Dhamma as his successor, and he went in the forest to do penance accompanied by his wife Indrasena. Once, Vayushman came in the same forest where King Narishyant was doing his penance. After seeing Narishyant and his wife, he inquired as to who they were. But King Narishyant did not give any reply as he was observing a Manavrata. Somehow, Vayushman came to know about his identity, that he was none other than the father of his bitter enemy Dhamma. He felt that this was the most opportune moment for him to take his revenge and killed Narishyant. Indrasena, on seeing her dead husband, started to wail. All the sages and hermits who were doing penance in that forest arrived there and started cursing Vayushman for the grave sin he had committed. Indrasena requested one of the sages to go and inform Dhamma about his father's death. She said, "Go and tell him that his father Narishyant has been killed by Vayushman while he was doing penance. Now, it was his duty to avenge his father's death." After saying this, Indrasena committed sati by jumping into the burning pyre of her husband. King Dhamma kills Vayushman. Markandeya says when Dhamma came to know about his father's death, he became extremely furious. Although he was very patient by nature, but still the news of his father's death made him restless. He thought, "Shame on me. In spite of myself being alive, the wicked Vayushman had killed my father. I have failed in my duty. Being a king, it is my duty to punish the wicked people and protect the virtuous ones. But my enemy is still alive after committing a heinous crime. Now, I will perform my father's tarpan only with the blood of Vayushman. If I fail in doing this, then I would give up my life by jumping into the fire. I will not only kill Vayushman but also his whole family. Whoever tries to help him will be put to death. Even if the deities, Yama or Kubera, try to help him, they will get destroyed." Markandeya says after taking a vow to kill Vayushman, Dhamma consulted his priests and ministers on his future course of action. All of them unanimously decided that Vayushman must be punished for his crime. At last, Dhamma marched along with a huge army towards Vayushman's kingdom. When Vayushman came to know of Dhamma's arrival, he became very angry. The battle commenced. The chief commander of Vayushman's army attacked Dhamma but was killed by Dhamma. Seeing his chief commander dead, Vayushman tried to flee from the battlefield with his army. Seeing him flee, Dhamma challenged Vayushman. Vayushman accepted Dhamma's challenge and turned back to fight again. A ferocious battle was fought. In a very short time, Dhamma killed all the 7 sons of Vayushman, his brothers, relatives, and his friends. Vayushman was extremely angry at the death of his near and dear ones, and he attacked Dhamma with his sword. But Dhamma, pulling Vayushman by his hair, felled him on the ground and put his feet on his neck, saying, "I am now going to pierce the heart of this wicked and mean man." All the deities, human beings, sages etc. should witness this scene. Saying this, Dhamma killed Vayushman. Blood started to ooze out from the wound inflicted on Vayushman's heart. Dhamma tried to drink that blood but was desisted from doing so by the deities. Then Dhamma performed the last rites of his father with that blood. In this way, he took his revenge. The benefits of reading Markandeya Purana. The bird said, "O Jaimini." This was the way sage Markandeya had narrated the divine tales to Kraustuki. A person who either studies this Purana or listens to it achieves great accomplishment. All his desires are fulfilled and he enjoys a long life. He becomes free from all his sins. Markandeya Purana is the 7th among all the 18 Puranas. Listening to it helps a man to atone for all the sins committed during the period of 100 crore kalpas. The virtues attained by listening to Markandeya Purana are equivalent to the virtues attained by making donations at Pushkar or by studying all the Vedas. Jaimini replied, "O birds! You have enlightened my mind by narrating the tales of Markandeya Purana and have made it free from all sorts of confusion. May the Almighty God bless you, may you enjoy a long life free from all the diseases." Saying like this, Jaimini went back to his hermitage. Home. 7 Varha Purana. Lord Varha enlightens Prithvi. Prithvi's queries. Lord Vishnu, in his incarnation of Varha, had liberated Prithvi from the clutches of Hiranyaksha, the mighty demon who had abducted her to Razadal. After being rescued, Prithvi heaved a sigh of relief and looked at her savior, who was smiling. She curiously asked Lord Varha, how does the process of creation begin in the beginning of each kalpa? What is dissolution? How do you nurture the whole creation? In what order do all the 4 yugas occur and how are they calculated? Why do you take incarnation in each yuga? All these things puzzle me a lot and I request you to enlighten me on all these subjects. Lord Vishnu burst into laughter and the whole universe, including the deities, became visible to Prithvi through his opened mouth. Prithvi became so frightened by this amazing sight that she started to tremble in fear. Lord Vishnu then transformed his appearance and revealed his divine form to Prithvi so that she could become free from her fright. When Prithvi saw the divine form of Lord Vishnu, who was in his meditative sleep taking rest on Shishnag, all her fear vanished. She was extremely pleased to see the divine appearance of Lord Vishnu and thanked her good fortune. Prithvi, filled with extreme devotion, eulogized Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu was extremely pleased by her eulogy and said, "The answers to the questions you have asked are not easy to understand, but still I shall try to satisfy your curiosity. The Supreme Almighty is eternal. In the beginning of creation, ego as well as the 5 basic elements space, water, earth, air, and fire manifest themselves from the Supreme Almighty. Subsequently, the great element Mahatattva, nature, and collective consciousness manifest themselves. The collective consciousness then combines with each of the 3 basic qualities sattva, rajas, and tamas and exits in 3 different states. Its combination with the dark quality results into the manifestation of Mahad Brahm, which is also called Prakriti or nature by the enlightened ones. Kshetrajya is considered to be more superior than the Prakriti. This way the different permutations and combinations of all the 3 gunas with collective intelligence result into the creation of different 10 matras. From the 10 matras are created the Indriyas or sense organs. This is the way how the universe comes into existence. I then create all the living creatures with the help of 5 basic elements. In the beginning there was nothing but empty space. Subsequently, various natural elements like Shabda, Akash, Vayu, Teja and Jal came into being respectively, each of the latter manifesting from the former. Then, I created you to provide base to all the living creatures. The combination of earth and water resulted into an egg. As the egg grew in size, I manifested myself as Narayan within it. During each kalpa a lotus manifests itself from my navel upon which is seated Lord Brahma. I then request Lord Brahma to commence creation. In spite of all his efforts, Lord Brahma does not succeed in commencing his creation. As a result he becomes furious and from his fury manifests a divine child who starts to wail incessantly. The divine child is none other than Rudra, who is requested by Lord Brahma to begin creation, but the child, being incapable of doing that, decides to acquire power by doing penance and enters into deep water. Lord Brahma then created Prajapati from his great toe of his right foot and Prajapati's consort from the great toe of his left foot. The manifestation of Prajapati and his consort marks the beginning of copulative creation, and thus Svayambhuva Manu is born. In the course of time the population increased. This is the way how creation takes place in each kalpa. Mother Earth requested Lord Varha to shed some more light on the creational process, as her curiosity had still not been totally satisfied. Lord Varha replied, at the end of the last kalpa, when the whole universe was engulfed in darkness, Narayan went into his yogic sleep. After waking up he found the world devoid of any creature. Narayan, being the Supreme Almighty, the Creator, the Nurturer as well as the Annihilator, decided to commence creation. The term Narayan means one who has his abode in the water, Nar means water and Ayan means abode. First of all 5 types of avidya manifested from Narayan: tamas, moha, mahamaha, tamisra and andhatamisra. After the manifestation of these 5 avidyas, came into existence immovable things like mountains, trees etc. These being the primary creations came to be known as Mukhya Sarga. Continuing with his creations, Lord Brahma created species that were superior to the earlier creation animals. This particular creation was called THIRD-WORLDISM. This way Brahma did his creation. Brahma's sixth creation was called Sattvik Sarga, which consisted of the deities who were all virtuous by nature. The creation of human beings was seventh in order and was known as Arvaksrodha Sarga. Even human beings were of three types: those who were predominantly virtuous possessed sattva guna, had radiant personality and never experienced sorrow, but those who possessed rajas and tamas gunas experienced sorrows. Brahma's eighth creation was called Anugraha Sarga, in which he created the sages and the hermits for the benediction of the world. The ninth creation of Lord Brahma was called Kamar Sarga. So, these are the 9 main types of creation through which Brahma creates. First of all, Rudra and other deities manifested themselves and then came into being eternal adolescents like Sanak, Sanandan, etc. Subsequently, all the 10 Manasputras of Brahma manifested themselves: Marishi, Angara, Atrai, Pula, Kratu, Pulasia, Pracheta, Bhrigu, Narada and Vashishtha. Lord Brahma's first creation Rudra had manifested himself as Ardhanarishwar. At the request of Brahma, Rudra dismembered his female part, resulting into the creation of 2 distinct forms, one male and the other female. Later on, 10 more Rudras manifested from the male form, and all of them collectively came to be known as 11 Rudras. Priyavrata attains to heavenly abode. Describing the incident which enabled King Priyavrata to attain to heavenly abode, Lord Varha told Prithvi. Svayambhuva Manu lived during the first Kalpa. He had 2 sons, Priyavrata and Uttanpad. Priyavrata was extremely virtuous by nature. In course of time, he relinquished his throne and after distributing his kingdom among his sons went to Bhadrakashrama to do penance. One sage Narada paid a visit to his hermitage. Priyavrata received his esteemed guest with all the respect which made Narada extremely pleased. Priyavrata then requested Narada to narrate about some interesting incident which had occurred in his life. Narada narrated about an interesting incident which had happened while he was on his way to meet Priyavrata. I experienced an amazing incident yesterday while I was passing by a lake in Shwetdwepa. I saw a divinely beautiful woman who was standing alone at the bank of that lake. I was surprised to find such a beautiful woman at such a lonely place. For a moment I became so infatuated by her beauty that I lost all control over my senses. My lust had made me devoid of all my knowledge and learning. Now, I became very worried and ashamed of my conduct, but the damage had already been made. I immediately realized that she was not an ordinary woman. To my surprise, I saw a form of a divine person visible clearly within her body. Within next few moments 2 other male forms revealed themselves. Suddenly, all 3 of them disappeared, leaving behind just that divine lady. I was dumbstruck by this amazing incident. I asked her as to who she was. The divine lady disclosed to me that she was none other than Goddess Savitri, the mother of all the Vedas, and since I was unable to recognize her, therefore all the knowledge had vanished from my memory. She also revealed to me that the 3 divine men which had manifested themselves within her body were in fact the 3 Vedas, Rigveda, Samveda, and Yajurveda. After revealing these amazing facts to me, Goddess Savitri assured me that by taking a bath in that lake I would not only regain my memory of the Vedas but also of all my previous births. I eulogized Goddess Savitri and thanked her for the blessings showered on me. I then bathed in that lake, and to my pleasant surprise I now remembered everything of my past births as had been prophesied by Goddess Savitri. Priyavrata was very surprised and requested Narada to describe some interesting incident related with his past birth. Narada narrated the following incident to him in Satya Yuga. I was born in a Brahmin family and was named Sarasvat by my parents. I was very studious and grew up to become a renowned scholar. The Almighty God had blessed me with immense riches and I never experienced scarcity of any kind in my life. But very soon I got bored of my monotonous and routine life. It had become clear to me that there was more to life than just worrying about the gains and losses. So, I decided to do penance to attain salvation. I distributed all my wealth among my sons and went to the bank of river Sarasvati, where I first performed the rituals of Shraddha in the name of my ancestors and then performed yagyas. I also donated lot of wealth to poor people. Being satisfied, I then went to Pushkartirtha and did penance at the bank of river Sarasvat by continuously chanting the sacred mantra Om Namo Narayan and Brahm Par Statra. Ultimately, Lord Narayan became pleased and appeared before me. Lord Sri Hari asked me of my wish and I express my desire to get united with his divine form. But, Lord Narayan told me that the world needed me and so this desire of mine could not be fulfilled. He blessed me and gave me my name Narada because I had donated water to my ancestors during the course of performing Shraddha rituals. Although my wish of uniting with the divine form of Sri Hari had remained unfulfilled, but still there was a consolation as I had been fortunate enough to see his divine form with my mortal eyes. Thereafter, I devoted my life to the worship of Sri Hari. After my death, I attained to Brahmaloka. I had been adequately rewarded for my devotion toward Lord Sri Hari. Later on, I manifested as one of the 10 Manasputras of Lord Brahma when he commenced his creation. It was only because of the blessings of Sri Hari that I came to be regarded as Lok Guru by the masses. So Priyavrat, if you are desire of attaining salvation, then you should follow my example and devote your life in the name of Lord Sri Hari. Prithvi, who was listening to the tales narrated by Lord Varha with rapt attention, asked him whether it was possible for anybody to see Lord Narayan with his/her mortal eyes. Lord Varha replied, Lord Narayan has taken 10 incarnations in various forms such as Matsya, Kachchap, Varha, Narsingha, Vamana, Parshurama, Rama, Krishna, Buddha, and Kalki. The last incarnation, Kalki, is yet to take place. A man can realize Lord Narayan by having total devotion in any one of the 10 incarnations. Even the deities are incapable of this divine experience, what to say about humans? Lord Brahma is the manifestation of all the 3 qualities of Sri Hari, and actually it is he who creates in the form of Lord Brahma. It is he who manifests himself in various natural forms like earth, water, fire, air, and sky. It is he who manifests himself in various abstract qualities like consciousness. He is omnipresent and the whole universe is pervaded by him. Prithvi was anxious to know whether Narada's sermons had any effect on Priyavrat and asked Lord Varha regarding this. Lord Varha replied Priyavrat was so impressed by Narada's discourses that he relinquished his throne and went to do penance after equally distributing his kingdom among his sons. Ultimately, he did manage to attain to the abode of Lord Sri Hari by the virtue of his total devotion. Ashvashara's unification with Lord Narayan. Prithvi asked Lord Varha about the famous incident which described Ashvashara's unification with Lord Narayan. Lord Varha then narrated the following tale. During ancient times, there used to live a virtuous king named Ashvashara. He had performed an Ashwamedha in which he had donated large amount of wealth. Once, Sage Kapila arrived at his palace accompanied by Sage Jagashabhya. King Ashvashara received both his distinguished guests with due honor. After the formalities were over, he asked both his guests about the means by which Lord Narayan could be pleased and also about the rituals pertaining to the worship of Lord Narayan. Both the sages, being enlightened souls, realized that Ashvashara was asking this question out of his ignorance. So they decided to enlighten him on the omnipresent nature of Narayan and said, what do you mean by pleasing Narayan? Can't you see 2 Narayans standing in front of you? But Ashvashara was unamused and unconvinced, so he replied, I don't deny that both of you possess supernatural powers and also that all your sins have destroyed on account of the virtues attained by doing penance. But, I don't believe your claim to be Narayan. Lord Narayan is the Almighty God and the Supreme Deity. He holds a conch, a chakra and a mace in his hands. He wears Pitambar and has Garuda as his mount. His glory is indescribable and incomparable. As Ashvashara had raised valid points, Sage Kapila transformed his appearance with the help of his divine powers. Similarly, Sage Jagashabhya transformed his appearance and became Garuda. But Ashvashara still remained unconvinced and said, "How can I accept you to be Narayan, as there is no sign of lotus manifesting from your navel in which Lord Brahma has his abode?" Sage Kapila then slightly transformed his appearance and created an illusion whereby a lotus flower emanating from his navel became visible to Ashvashara. Sage Jagashavya sat on that lotus flower in the guise of Lord Brahma. Not only that, they also created an illusion due to which all types of living creatures inside the palace premise. Now, Ashvashara was really confused and requested both the sages to break the magic spell. Both the sages decided not to test the limit of Ashvashara's patience, and so, they transformed their respective guises into their original appearances. Both of them said Narayan is one but can manifest himself in countless forms. The whole universe is his creation and he is present in every single creature. It is impossible for a mortal being to bear the radiance of Almighty Narayan, and it is only when he appears in his more gentle form that the enlightened person is able to see him. Therefore, you should engage yourself in the service of mankind, considering each human being to be the medium through which Lord Narayan manifests himself. Ashvashara was satisfied by the explanation given by both the sages, but there was still one question bothering him a lot, so he asked who is most likely to attain salvation, a knowledgeable person or a person who indulges in rightful deeds. Sage Kapila narrated the following tale. Once, Sage Ramya and King Vasu had asked the same question to Sage Brihaspati. At that time Brihaspati had replied that anybody who performed his duties with a sense of detachment is sure to attain salvation, and to prove his point he had narrated the following tale. During ancient times, there lived a Brahmin named Saini Aman. He was the descendant of Sage Atrai. One day, while he was going to take his bath, he met Nishthuray Fowler, who used to catch birds and animals for his livings. Saini Aman reprimanded Nishthuray for his evil deeds and said, "Why do you trap innocent birds and animals?" Nishthuray replied, "The Almighty God is present in each living creature. One who is desirous of attaining salvation must under no circumstances allow his ego to dominate him. The doer is not the man but the Supreme Almighty present in him. Keeping this fact in his mind, a man should perform his duties with nonchalance and a sense of detachment. If I earn my livelihood by catching birds and animals, then it is the will of Almighty." To prove his point, the fowler spread his iron net and kept dry blocks of wood underneath it, and then requested Saini Aman to ignite those blocks. Saini Aman was surprised but burnt the wooden logs as per the fowler's instruction. In a short time all the wooden blocks became ablaze and the flames starts coming out from the thousand of small holes of the iron net. The fowler then told Saini Aman that although the flames coming from each hole appeared to have distinct sources, yet the fact was that the flames manifested from the single source wooden blocks that were burning beneath the iron net. The fowler said it was impossible to extinguish the fire until and unless the source of the fire was extinguished. Each hole of the iron net can be compared with an individual and the Almighty God with the source of fire. A man does what God wills and he can never experience sorrow provided he constantly remembers the Almighty even while he is performing his daily chores. Saini Aman was very much impressed by the fowler's wisdom. Having finished his tale, Sage Brihaspati told Ramya, "Now it must be evident to you that salvation is within the reach of any individual. It does not make much difference whether the seeker of salvation is a householder or a hermit aspiring for knowledge." Continuing with the story of Ashvashara, Lord Varha told Prithvi King Ashvashara was so impressed by Kapila's preachings that he went to Naimisharanya and spent his rest of his life in the service of Lord Narayan. Once, while he was performing yajna, suddenly Lord Vishnu manifested himself from the altar in the form of a brilliant effulgence, and the identity of Ashvashara merged with it. This way, Ashvashara got united with Lord Vishnu by the virtue of his deep devotion. King Vasu and Sage Ramya unite with Sri Hari. Prithvi was anxious to know about the effect Sage Brihaspati's discourses had on King Vasu as well as Sage Ramya. She asked Lord Varha what did both King Vasu and Sage Ramya do after listening to the preachings of Sage Brihaspati. Lord Varha replied, King Vasu was so impressed by Brihaspati's discourses that he decided to spend the rest of his life in the service of Lord Narayan. He appointed Vaiwasman, his eldest son, as his successor and left for Pushkartirtha. He engaged himself in austere penance by chanting Pundarik Ukshastatra. One day, while Vasu was chanting Pundarik Ukshastatra, he experienced an amazing incident. An entity whose complexion was blue, manifested from his body and stood with folded hands. In his bewilderment, King Vasu requested the stranger to introduce himself. The entity narrated the following tale to him. O king, you were the ruler of Janas then in your second previous birth. Once, while you had gone deep into the forest on a hunting spree, you were delighted to find a deer which in fact was none other but myself. In fact, I had disguised myself as a deer and was wandering in the forest. Being oblivious of this fact, you had killed that deer. Later on, when you realized your mistake, you cursed yourself for having killed an innocent Brahmin. To get absolved of this sin, you had observed a fast on Ekadashi and had donated